Due to a series of thefts and arson cases in the county, the city has entered a state of emergency. However, this has nothing to do with Jiang Ning and the others. Lu Huayan acted as if nothing was wrong. Even though Zhuang Yunshu constantly talked about the tragic fate of the Jiang family, he seemed unaffected and ignored it. Every day, he practiced martial arts, made drugs, and attended classes. Jiang Ning's days were also quite fulfilling. She was busy practicing, painting, and picking grapes and tomatoes from her space to make jams and canned goods. Unfortunately, the storage conditions were limited, so she couldn't produce in large quantities yet. She also tried brewing a large jar of grape wine, but it was still in the secondary fermentation stage, so the final result was unknown. However, judging by its color, Jiang Ning felt it would turn out well. In addition to these activities, the shop's decoration was also on the agenda. Jiang Ning named the shop Pin Xiaofang. It was simple and memorable since they weren't selling high-end goods. The girls were working hard to create various embroidered items and clothing, which would be the first batch of products for the shop. Seeing their enthusiasm made Jiang Ning quite pleased. As for Jiang Fengju and Xiang'er, they were left as mere skeletons after being attacked by army ants, and the servants had all fled in fear. The head of the Jiang family could only hastily bury them. Jiang Fengfei and several adult girls from the family were sold by their father to an old man to pay off debts. The Jiang family had lost their former glory and had completely fallen into poverty. Although Chun Zihong's hand was reattached, the flexibility of his fingers did not return, making it impossible for him to write, rendering him useless. After dropping out of the academy, he nearly went mad. The villagers' attitude towards him changed drastically. They once had high hopes for him, considering him the pride of the village, but now their expectations were shattered. The villagers cursed him, saying he deserved his fate for being ungrateful, as his success had relied on the help of the Su family. Now, it seemed that fate had simply taken back what it had given him. However, no matter how much Qin Zihong regretted, it was all over. The house in the village was finally completed, and all the furniture was arranged neatly by Zhao Qian. With guests arriving tomorrow, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan returned a day early with Li Tiniu and Granny Zhou. When they arrived, the steward Lu Bao led the servants from the 4 rooms to greet them at the door. Lu Bao's family was the only one that had worked in a big household, and they were quite proper in their manners. Jiang Ning thought it looked good, so she changed the name and promoted it to be the housekeeper. As for why the surname is Lu, it's simply because Jiang Ning doesn't like the surname Jiang. The cleaning of the new house was done by them, and Jiang Ning was quite satisfied. Li Tinia looked at the large house with wide eyes, and Granny Zhou was also astonished. This house was too big. Even a landlord might not live this well. Inside, everything was exquisite, and every corner was neatly arranged without any oversight. After they got over their shock, Lu Huayan had the servants move the jars and boxes from the carriage into the house, placing them in their designated spots. These jars were taken to the second courtyard on the west side, which Lu Huayan used for making medicine and raising insects, a place not open to the public. Jiang Ning planned to cultivate a piece of land behind the house specifically for growing medicinal herbs. She remembered that there was a small medicinal field at Dr. Li's house that was doing quite well. She thought of using her spiritual spring water to nourish this land, creating a herb garden as a gift for Li Yuan. For a doctor, this would be the best gift. Jiang Ning considered that since their house was large and Dr. Li's family lived nearby, it would be convenient for them to move in later if needed. When Dr. Li got older, this place could also provide a comfortable home for him. This seemed like the best arrangement. Once everything was settled, looking at the well-organized house, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. This was truly their home. Even if they couldn't live here all the time, just knowing they had this home made them feel secure. The next morning, the house became lively. Zhao Qian, the Zhuang family, and the Wang family all arrived early. Since Jiang Ning's family had no elders, they came to help host the guests. The chef was specially invited from the best restaurant in the county, and they prepared plenty of ingredients. Early in the morning, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat filled several carts and were brought to the house. The invited villagers arrived one after another. They had come when the house was being built and had helped with the labor, but now, seeing the newly furnished house, they were amazed. The luxury of this house could be called the landlord of landlords. In modern terms, no matter how good the hard furnishings are, they need soft furnishings to complement them. In the main hall of the front yard, with doors and windows wide open, 5 round tables were set up, clearly for important guests. In the open area of the yard, round tables were set up. After the villagers finished touring the house, they sat down in an orderly manner with people they knew. Zhao Sand, Si, Wu, Lu, Qi, and Ba, all wearing swords at their waists, stood guard at the main entrances to maintain order, so no one dared to cause trouble. Lu Huayan personally invited Mr. Su and Dr. Li, seating both of them at the main table in the center of the hall. Everyone understood why Mr. Su was in the main seat, but what was the situation with Dr. Li? This arrangement puzzled not only the villagers, but also surprised Dr. Li himself. However, he thought it might be because he had treated Lu Huayan's injuries before. Regardless of how the host arranged it, he took his seat and soon began chatting with Mr. Su. Jiang Ning was busy attending to the guests, surrounded by a group of women who praised her, and she responded with a smile. Today was the day of her family's housewarming, and harmony was the best thing. Just then, Lu Bao rushed over to inform her, "Miss, a guest has arrived." "Jiang Ning, I'm here." Meng Kara slowly walked in, carrying several boxes behind her. She was dressed beautifully today, wearing jewels and elegant clothing, making the villagers stare in awe. Jiang Ning sighed. This girl could never be low-key, especially in the countryside. "Come, let's go sit in the side room," Jiang Ning said. In their village, there was no tradition of separating men and women at banquets, so she arranged tables in the 3 side rooms for important guests. Look, now it was coming in handy.
Great.
Let me show you the gifts I brought. Once they entered the first side room, Hongyu quickly placed the gift boxes on the table. Jiang Ning opened them one by one to find a complete set of hair accessories, a jade rui, and a box of pearls. She exclaimed, "Did you bring all your family's treasures? This is too much. I can't accept it." Goodness, she was just hosting a housewarming, and this felt more extravagant than a wedding gift. "These are all prepared by my mother. She said that since you saved me last time, this counts as a thank you gift. You have to accept it, otherwise, it would be disrespectful." Meng Kara insisted, fanning herself dramatically. Jiang Ning coughed awkwardly. She didn't know if it was good or bad luck to have met this girl. She had heard that Magistrate Meng had been crying every day while holding his wife lately. Sigh, it was all her fault, and she still needed to help them out when she had the chance. All right, how could I dare to look down on the county magistrate's daughter? Jiang Ning sighed, deciding she would find an opportunity to return the gifts later and no longer refusing. It's still early to leave the banquet, and it would be quite boring for you to just sit around. How about I have someone take you to the backyard garden for a stroll? Sure, I'll go by myself then. You can keep busy, Meng Kara smiled. Jiang Ning wouldn't let her go alone, so he called Su Wei to accompany her. It was Su Wei's first time meeting a young lady from a noble family, and she was very excited, promising to take good care of her. Just as Jiang Ning arranged for Meng Kara, he saw the well-dressed Shen Yanzhou approaching, his gaze occasionally darting toward the backyard. Jiang Ning, was that rower who just went in? Before Jiang Ning could answer, Shen Yanzhou rushed inside, leaving Chongqing to hand the gift to Lu Bao and quickly follow him. Jiang Ning hurriedly instructed Lu Bao to also register the gifts from the guest room. Everything was going well until a group of unexpected visitors arrived. Don't get me wrong, they weren't the troublesome types from the Jiang family. They wouldn't dare come. Instead, it was the clan leader of the Jiang family, along with elders and their families. Jiang Ning felt like he had never seen these people before. At least, they weren't in the original owner's memories. "Oh, clan leader Jiang, you've come. Please come in and sit down." Zhuang Fugue greeted them with a smile, helping them into the main hall. The clan leader clasped his hands and said with a smile, Our young ones have a celebration, and we came to see if we could help. We hope you don't mind our uninvited visit." Zhuang Fuguei also clasped his hands and replied, "Not at all. It's our oversight. You are our guests, so please come in. Guests are to be treated well." The village head's wife, Li, quickly welcomed the clan leader's wife and other ladies inside, bringing some home-raised poultry as gifts. Lu Bao had them received and sent to the kitchen on the east side. The clan leader's wife warmly pulled Jiang Ning aside, showering her with compliments about her good fortune and beauty, saying all the nice things she could think of. When Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were almost driven out of the village, none of the Jiang family members had spoken up for them. They weren't invited, so they couldn't show any dissatisfaction. Now that they heard that Ning girl had an unusual status, they felt they had to show up, otherwise, she might not even know they were her elders. Jiang Ning could only smile, awkwardly. The clan leader was seated at the main table in the hall, while the other elders sat at a nearby table. The servants busily brought water and replenished snacks and pastries. It was busy yet orderly. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from outside, causing the villagers to look at each other in confusion. Then, there was a loud noise from the children. "The county magistrate is coming. The official is here." Lu Bao and the others saw a large convoy approaching their home and hurried inside to report. Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning quickly came out, and the people at the main table along with the elders of the clan also came out, as did many of the women. Zhuang Fuguei, as the village head, naturally came out as well, standing at the front. At the front of the convoy were 2 luxurious carriages, and the rumbling sound came from a group of covered carts following behind, clearly carrying something heavy. On either side stood 2 rows of soldiers. Behind the convoy were many villagers and children watching. Seeing this, Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. This must be the weaving machines she had been waiting for. When the convoy stopped in front of Jiang Ning's house, people began to step out of the carriages. Among them was Magistrate Meng, along with several others Jiang Ning did not recognize, holding dusters. Just as Zhuang Fuguei was about to step forward to ask, Magistrate Meng raised his hand to stop him and directly asked the most beautiful girl in the crowd, "Are you Jiang Ning?" Jiang Ning stepped forward and awkwardly performed a curtsy, saying, "I am. Greetings to the magistrate." Magistrate Meng quickly smiled and said, "Oh, no need for formalities. Today is your special day. Gifts have come from the capital." He gestured to a dressed in official attire beside him, saying, "Lu, please." Lu glanced at Jiang Ning and thought to himself that this young lady from the noble family truly had an impressive demeanor, completely unrecognizable as someone from the countryside. He nodded at Jiang Ning, then took the bright yellow imperial edict from the small beside him, holding it with both hands. He stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "The imperial decree has arrived." Jiang Ning received the decree. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Then, the crowd quickly reacted and knelt down. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a grand occasion. Lu Huayan stepped forward and gently tugged at Jiang Ning, signaling her to kneel. Lu read aloud, "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, I have received the heavenly mandate to care for the people and understand their hardships. There is a girl named Jiang Ning who has contributed by presenting weaving designs. Therefore, she is granted the title of 5th-rank country lady with the title Ning and awarded 10 weaving machines and 10 spinning machines. She is allowed to run her own workshop for the benefit of the village. Thus it is decreed." After finishing, Lu closed the edict and said, "Lady Ning, receive the decree." Jiang Ning stood up to take the edict, still a bit dazed. Had she just received a title? Magistrate Meng smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, Lady Ning. Best wishes to you." The villagers began to whisper among themselves, and Zhuang Fuguei quickly stepped forward to congratulate. "Congratulations, County Lord. Today is truly a double celebration. Oh my, their village actually had a county lord." This was an unprecedented joyous event. Behind them, the Jiang family members were dumbfounded. How did they miss such a treasure? Regret. They were filled with regret, wishing they could turn back time. As they watched wave after wave of people come to congratulate, they could only force smiles. Elder Lu instructed the guards, take the rewards apart and send them to County Lord Ning's residence. Seeing this, Lu Huayan hurriedly arranged for Lu Bao to help. With 20 carts and many people, they moved them one by one to the workshop in the west. At that moment, a voice called out from the house. Zhao Qian led 2 servants carrying a basket full of copper coins. He addressed the crowd. Today, my young lady has double happiness. Fellow villagers, come and share in the joy. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan stepped forward, grabbing the coins to scatter them. They tossed handfuls of coins. The villagers, both adults and children, went wild trying to grab them. This rare joy in hundreds of years must be shared. At this moment, Zhao Qian handed a delicate pouch to Elder Lu, saying, I am Zhao Qian, the manager of the Brocade Pavilion. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Today is also my cousin's banquet. Please join us for a meal? Upon hearing that he was from the Brocade Pavilion, Elder Lu quickly smiled. Of course, we have no problem, but there are many of us today, so I wonder. There's no need to worry, sir. This house is spacious enough. I have arranged for the guards to eat in the workshop next door. You can join my family in the main hall. Zhao Qian quickly explained the arrangements. Then, what does Lord Meng think? Elder Lu turned to ask County Magistrate Meng. County Magistrate Meng had been in a gloomy mood for a long time. Finally, he had a chance to get close to the court official and certainly didn't want to miss it. Elder Lu, there's no need for formality. I also brought my daughter as a guest. Why don't we all go together? That sounds great. Elder Lu happily agreed. Zhao Qian led them into the reserved private room on the west side of the hall. Old Master Su also came to pay his respects, while Lu Huayan pulled Shen Yanzhou and Zhuang Yinshu to host the guests. The clan leader Jiang wanted to step forward to greet them, but without an introduction, he was afraid of embarrassment and could only stand aside, watching. Meng Keru smiled and bowed to Jiang Ning. Greetings, County Lord. Wishing you long life. Jiang Ning laughed and playfully patted her. You're here to cause trouble too. Meng Keru laughed heartily, and Wang Xiuji pulled Su Wei over. Mimicking Meng Keru's earlier greeting, the common woman also comes to pay her respects to the village lord and wishes you great fortune. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was lively. In the afternoon, as the sound of firecrackers gradually faded, the banquet slowly came to an end, and the guests were satisfied and full. County Magistrate Meng, along with Lu, Shen Yanzhou, Meng Keru, and a group of guards, returned to the county. The villagers left one after another, with only the Jiang family staying until the end. The clan leader Jiang suggested to Lu Huayan, Scholar Lu, as the husband of the village lord, you should think about her future too. What do you mean, clan leader Jiang? Lu Huayan asked calmly. You should know that Jiang Yucai's family does not get along well with Jiang Dahai. Since the village lord is Jiang Dahai's only daughter and has now received a title, why not take this opportunity to establish a new family tree in her father's name? This way, the village lord can have her own lineage, and if you have children in the future, you could adopt one to continue Jiang Dahai's line. What do you think? Clan leader Jiang was confident that this suggestion was quite reasonable. Since ancient times, filial piety has been paramount, and leaving Jiang Dahai without descendants is clearly against that principle. However, Lu Huayan's response was unexpected. Ara Ning will decide whether to establish a new family tree. You should ask her opinion, clan leader Jiang. Clan leader Jiang did not expect such a lack of resolve from a scholar, but then realized that the village lord was not only a lady of the Jingxia Gate, but now also had a title. She certainly should not be treated like an ordinary girl. Jiang Ning returned just in time to hear the conversation between clan leader Jiang and the others. She understood clan leader Jiang's intentions. If her father were to establish a new family tree, she, as the village lord, would become part of the Jiang family. The family tree would officially record the honor of having a village lord, which would be a great pride for the village. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had little fondness for the Jiang family. However, on such a joyful day, she did not want to create any awkwardness, so she decided to pass the responsibility to her grandfather. She said to Clan Leader Jiang, this matter is beyond our control. Regarding my parents' affairs, my maternal grandfather will soon have a conclusion. If assistance is needed, I will ask for your help then. After hearing this, Clan Leader Jiang felt it made sense and said no more, rising to take his leave with his clan members. The banquet finally ended, the guests dispersed, and the servants began to clean up the venue. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan returned to the backyard, feeling quite exhausted. Jiang Ning had smiled so much throughout the day that her cheeks were sore, and now she just wanted to wash up and go to bed early. In the backyard main house, she usually stayed in the west room, while Lu Huayan stayed in the east room. However, this time, Lu Huayan followed Jiang Ning to the west room. As soon as the door closed, they entered the space to wash up. Jiang Ning, while washing her face, said, I thought my cousin was going to surprise me with a loom and weaving machine, but I didn't expect him to give me a title. But the emperor is a bit stingy. He didn't reward me with any gold or silver. At least he could have given me a salary. Saying this, she tossed her face cloth into the sink, and Lu Huayan caught it and helped her clean it. Lu Huayan glanced at her. We don't lack money. We still have the richest man in the city waiting for us to collect our debts, right? Haha, that's true. Jiang Ning laughed. Lu Huayan continued, right now, we shouldn't attract too much attention. Being a country lord is enough. True, my rank is even higher than a county magistrate now, Jiang Ning said proudly. Will a Ning dislike me? Lu Huayan asked. Jiang Ning tilted her head, watching Lu Huayan wash his face with her cloth. His cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking, looking quite charming. No way. Before Jiang Ning could finish her sentence, Lu Huayan suddenly leaned in, pinning her against the sink, and kissed her lips. Jiang Ning was surprised by the sudden kiss, and instinctively parted her lips, which unexpectedly became an invitation. So, Lu Huayan deepened the kiss, their breaths mingling until Jiang Ning felt weak and had to lean against his chest, gasping for air. Lu Huayan held her slender waist tightly, resting his head gently beside her ear, breathing heavily. After a while, he whispered in her ear, Ning, you are mine. I am yours and you are mine, Jiang Ning replied. Good. Lu Huayan's heart raced with joy. Some were happy, while others were worried. At that moment, the Zhuang family gathered in Ma's room, the atmosphere heavy and gloomy. Ma, feeling lost, asked, what should we do? That Jiang Ning has been made a country lord, and we will have to bow to her when we see her. If she had known this would happen, she would have never broken off the engagement. Especially after hearing that Lu Shanchong had she didn't know if he could still help Qing'er in the future. Ma regretted it immensely. And those gossiping women in the village would come by to mock her from time to time, which was infuriating. Zhuang Yunqiang, feeling restless, suggested, why don't we all move to the city? It's too dangerous here. They had barely lived in the new house for a few days, and he had originally wanted to marry a proper wife. But now, because of the broken engagement, Jiang Ning is upset and no one wants to marry him anymore. Even though Zhuang Yunqing is a scholar, people are still afraid. He is so frustrated. Chen agreed. I think that's a good idea. Big sister, you should talk to big brother. If he doesn't want to leave, let him stay here. He often goes hunting anyway and is rarely at home. Chen has never been to the capital and wants to see it. Maybe her son could find a good match there. Let the villagers regret their shallow views. Ma looked troubled, but he never listens to me. Besides, we don't have money to live there. What about the fields? Also, Qing said before that we shouldn't let that Lu woman go to the capital to disturb them. Chen thought for a moment and said, we can find a way to divorce her. Just say that it's inappropriate for a woman to bring several young servants with her. It wouldn't make sense anywhere. Once we divorce her, her dowry will be ours. Zhuang Yunying quietly agreed. It would be better to accuse her of having an affair. Anyway, brother doesn't want her anymore. Then the village could just throw her into the pond. No matter how many servants she has, can they fight against the whole village? Chen clapped her thigh and praised, Yuning is smart. If it comes to that, we can ask Dr. Jiang for some medicine. Big sister can have her serve you at night and then use it. Ma hesitated, but I'm not sick? I'm afraid pretending will give me away. She didn't want to face Lu Ruame alone. Chen smiled and said, you don't need to pretend to be sick. Just say you're upset because of Jiang Ning and need her to take care of you. Being a mother-in-law has its perks. She can easily control her daughter-in-law. Ma had no choice but to nod. All right, I'll pretend to be sick. The rest is up to you. The group thought their plan was perfect, not realizing that their scheme was overheard by a servant arranged by Lu Ruame. The servant hurried back and reported everything she heard to Lu Ruame. Lu Ruame had already had enough of the Zhuang family's torment. Without her family, everyone was teaming up to bully her. If it weren't for the few servants she had, she might have been completely consumed by the Zhuang family. She never expected that after giving so much, she would end up losing everything. Originally, she thought the Zhuang family simply disliked her, but now she realized they wanted to use her supposed misbehavior as an excuse to get rid of her and take her dowry. Lu Ruame suddenly seemed to wake up and coldly said, all right, very good. Since the Zhuang family is so unkind, she won't feel guilty for being ungrateful. If she can't deal with Jiang Ning, can she not handle the Zhuang family? Zhuang Yunqing, since you treat me this way, I want to see what kind of ending you will have. She didn't believe Jiang Ning would let him go without revenge. Lu Ruame instructed Xinger to gather all the valuable items and took 2 servants to send them back to her uncle's family, the Feng family, before buying some oil. To take care of the illness? If she burns everything here, everyone will calm down. She could spend money to build this house, and she could also destroy it herself. And that Zhuang Yuning and Chen, who are the most vicious, will be the first to go. After making arrangements, Lu Ruame asked the maid to cook, as she wanted to eat well tonight. Chen came according to the plan, demanding Lu Ruame to come help with the illness, but the maid directly refused. Even threats of a divorce letter were useless. Chen was confused about what was happening with the Lu family. With the plan falling apart, what should she do? The night was dark. Lu Ruame's servants began to act, pouring oil on the woodshed and several main courtyards, especially in the bedrooms of Chen and Zhuang Yuning, where they even added some smoke. Of course, Lu Ruame's own residence was not spared, and even the cart carrying the oil was set on fire. The servants lit the torches. In the dry summer, the fire spread quickly, and in an instant, flames shot up into the sky. Water's out. Fire. The fire quickly engulfed the house, flames licking every corner. Zhuang Yunxiang rushed out of the house, looking very disheveled. In the open area, only Lu Ruame and her maid were in disarray, with their hair messy, while the servants shouted, water's out. They desperately tried to put out the fire, attempting to save Lu Ruame's belongings. At that moment, Ma also rushed out, half of her hair burned off, wearing only her inner clothes. Seeing her daughter had not come out yet, she hurriedly called out, Ener, come out quickly. There's a fire. Zhuang Yunxiang, seeing his parents had not escaped, quickly kicked open their door, but when he entered, the fire had already reached them. They were now crying out, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Zhuang Yunxiang pulled his parents to escape, but he heard Zhuang Yuning scream, my face, my hair. He had to grab a servant's water basin and pour it over himself before rushing into the flames to save them. Lu Ruame watched the towering fire with a slight smile. She had also burned herself a little, as she knew acting required some authenticity. The villagers on patrol have called many people to help put out the fire. The flames are fierce, and every villager is rushing to Zhuang Xiaocai's house with buckets of water. After all, such a big fire could spread and burn other houses in the village. It's dry and everyone is on high alert. Oh no, such a big fire. How can we put it out? Never mind, let's just pour water on it. Yes, we need to act fast. Hurry up with the water. Zhuang Fugue has also arrived since they live nearby. Seeing the flames, he fears it looks just as bad as it did at Lu Xiaocai's house. He wonders who could be so heartless to do this. Seeing that the people from Zhuang Xiuzai's family have come out safely, he feels relieved. But then he notices that half of Zhuang Yuning's face and her hair have been burned, which is quite alarming. This girl might be ruined. A young lady's appearance is very important. He worries about her future. Chun and Zhuang Erling also have half of their bodies burned, with their exposed arms charred. Zhuang Yunxiang has rushed into the fire twice to save people and is badly burned, with much of his hair singed away. Most of Lu's family and her servants are unharmed, but they seem to be arguing about not being able to grab any valuables. Ma is unscathed but is crying nearby, saying, "Our good house is gone. What will we do now?" And Yuning's face. "Oh heavens! Who is trying to harm our family? Li Zheng, do you think it was Jiang Ning? She must be holding a grudge over the broken engagement." Zhuang Fugue feels a headache coming on. When Lu Huayan's house burned down, Jiang Ning suspected the Zhuang family. Now the Zhuang family suspects Jiang Ning. Is this the way of karma? He quickly interrupts Ma's wild accusations. "Ma, stop. Ningxiang Jun just had good news. Why would she burn your house? That would only bring her bad luck. But someone definitely set this fire on purpose. How else could it burn like this?" Ma continues to cry despite being scolded. She is convinced it was Jiang Ning, as only their two families have a feud. But Li Zheng is not helping them, proving to be ungrateful. If you have questions, wait until morning to report it to the officials. In any case, don't make accusations without evidence. If you say that, then when Lu Xiuzai's house burned, were you the ones who did it? Zhuang Fugue believes he is being fair. He didn't suspect Zhuang Yinqing without reason before, and he won't randomly suspect Jiang Ning now. That's nonsense. How could we do something like that? Ma quickly denies it. That's it. Don't keep doubting everything. Everything needs evidence. Your priority now is to quickly call a doctor to check the injuries. Seeing that Ma didn't respond, Zhuang Fugue hurriedly sent someone to fetch a doctor. The Zhuang family was in chaos all night. On the other hand, Jiang Ning had a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan had breakfast together and took a carriage to the county. Lu Huayan went to the academy and also returned the house in the county, while Jiang Ning went to the embroidery workshop to pick up the weavers. After some time of learning, 6 of the 22 girls with good embroidery skills stayed at the shop, managed by Lin Wan. The remaining 2 girls, who lacked talent, stayed to help in the shop and could try selling in the future. 14 girls were managed by Li Chunyang. Jiang Ning planned to take them back to the village to learn spinning and weaving. She had already asked Fong to buy plenty of cotton and linen, so the girls could start learning right away. Li Huar loved cooking, so Jiang Ning arranged for her to be the cook in the workshop. He was thrilled to finally serve the young lady. A group of girls chattered as they got into the carriage. When they arrived in the village, the open carriage curtains caught the attention of many villagers. Jiang Ning didn't want to hide or restrict these girls. Normal social interactions were fine. Yesterday, when the villagers learned that Jiang Ning was opening a workshop in the village, they thought she would hire locals, but they were surprised to see so many girls with her. Jiang Ning's intention in opening the workshop and shop was to help girls without stable lives, not to lead the villagers to wealth. She didn't care much about the village's prosperity or poverty. However, since the machines were new, Li Qianyang needed to familiarize herself with them. Jiang Ning planned to let Li Qianyang teach the girls first, and if there were any vacancies later, she could hire some villagers. Jiang Ning wasn't worried about the machines being shared. Her purpose was not to make a profit but to ensure everyone had clothes to wear. The more people got involved, the better it would be for promotion. She also believed that the progress at Jinxiu Pavilion would only get faster. The girls had lunch in the servants' dining hall of the main house before heading to the workshop. Seeing the brand new building and machines, hope ignited in their hearts. After handing the girls over to Li Qianyang, Jiang Ning planned not to interfere anymore. They had already adjusted well, and she didn't need to worry about them. If she had to handle everything, what was the point of hiring people? Everything was arranged, and Lu Bao came to report to Jiang Ning about the situation with the Zhuang family. The village was already buzzing with gossip. Jiang Ning did not expect that before she could take action, the Zhuang family had already faced their own misfortune. She laughed and said, "Is this what they call instant karma?" Lu Bao had been in the village for a while and knew well the history between his master and the Zhuang and Lao Jiang families. That's why he rushed to report the news as soon as he heard it. He continued, "That's right. I later heard that the Feng family sent someone to take away Lu Shi, but the Zhuang family insisted on 500 taels of silver before they would write a release letter for her. The Feng family said they were robbed and had no money, and most of Lu Shi's dowry was burned, so they could only offer 50 taels. After some bargaining, they finally agreed on 100 taels. It said that this 100 taels was part of Lu Shi's dowry that she managed to save." Jiang Ning clicked her tongue and sighed. Lu Ruomei seems to have had a tough time. For a man, she lost her reputation and her wealth, and now she has to pay for her freedom. Even if she returned to the Feng family, she probably wouldn't have a good life, as being left without support was common in ancient times. This shows that women really shouldn't get too caught up in love, otherwise they might end up losing everything. In the evening, Lu Huan returned from school and saw Su He, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He nodded to her as a greeting. Su He smiled back. In the back courtyard, only Granny Zhou was left to watch over things. Now, with Su He, the two of them shared a table for meals. Li Tiniu was mainly in the pharmacy preparing medicine. He asked Lu Huan for 2 helpers. Lu Bao entrusted his young son to him and brought over another young man from another household. The 3 of them would be staying in the pharmacy from now on. During dinner, Jiang Ning told Lu Huan about Lu Ruomei's situation. Lu Huan snorted coldly. They got what they deserved. Indeed. Zhuang Yunying is so young yet so cruel. She always looked down on the original owner. Now that she's disfigured, let's see how she can still act so arrogantly. But I wonder who set the fire on purpose? I heard a lot of oil was used. Jiang Ning couldn't think of anyone in the village who would dare to act against the Zhuang family besides herself. And how could the village head not suspect them? Lisem? Suspect? Not at all, as long as no one died. If someone had died, the authorities would investigate. Lu Huan thought for a moment and said, the only ones who weren't burned were Lu Shi's family and Ma Shi. Everyone else was destroyed. But the Feng family arrived too quickly. It might be a case of dogs biting dogs? Are you suggesting that the Feng family or Lu Ruomei were behind this? Jiang Ning asked. Lu Huan nodded. Something must have happened that made them act so harshly, right? Jiang Ning thought it was possible. Lu Ruomei had always been unwilling to give up on Zhuang Yinqing, and now she suddenly decided to leave, which was quite strange. If that's the case, we don't need to intervene. By the way, do you think the Zhuang family will take the money and go to the capital to find Zhuang Yinqing? If that's true, things could get interesting. Lu Shuiying had always been proud and didn't seem like someone who would treat Zhuang Yinqing's family kindly, which made Jiang Ning a bit curious. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ning remembered what Aunt Wang had told her about the Jiang family. Aunt Wang said that ever since Jiang Xiu died, the old Jiang family has been fighting like crazy, arguing every day. It's quite lively. Lu Huan thought for a moment and said, in that case, shall we stir things up a bit? Jiang Ning was surprised and asked, what do you mean? They had just moved back to the village, and the Zhuang family had recently suffered a fire. If something happened to the Jiang family again, it might be hard to explain. It would raise too many suspicions. Lu Huan replied calmly, it's boring if they just argue. We need to make them fight. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. Do you have a plan? Of course. We can prepare some irritating substances for them, so they slowly turn against each other, Lu Huan said. Jiang Ning thought Lu Huan might have been quite bored in his past life, which is why he came up with such shocking methods. Every time she heard his ideas, she found them intriguing. So she nodded in agreement. All right, shall we act tonight? As long as it didn't lead to immediate death and raise the villagers' suspicions, it would be fine. Yes. Late at night, Jiang Ning and Lu Huan quietly added the substances to the old Jiang family's water tank and, well before going to bed. As for how things would unfold for the old Jiang family, it was entirely up to them. The next day, Manager Chen came to find Jiang Ning to discuss plans for clearing the wild mountains and land. He described the process of organizing the land, adding fertilizer, and mixing leaf mold with waste soil. Since so much land required a lot of manpower, Jiang Ning waved her hand and told him to ask the village chief for help. After all, the village chief was always very proactive about this. It would be easiest for him to organize the workers. The pay could be set slightly above market rate. Manager Chen accepted the task and left. They were working for the local government now, so he had to do a good job to ensure his family could stay here long term. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The fertile fields were being prepared, and the medicinal garden was gradually being built under Li Tinio's supervision. He has gained a lot of knowledge about pharmacology from making medicine and raising insects, so he is quite skilled at it now. Jiang Ning is busy designing some clothing catalogs, which is her area of expertise. The wine has been brewed and tastes good. Jiang Ning filled 2 jars with wine for Zhao Qian to deliver to Shiwen to see if he has any sales ideas. After several busy days, one afternoon, perhaps due to the hot weather, a fierce argument broke out at the Jiang household. The Jiang family was determined to divorce Wang Tsuehua, but Wang, the widow, and her 2 sons were not easy to deal with. Old Mrs. Jiang was so agitated that she pointed at Wang Tsuehua and shouted, "Wang Tsuehua, you can't just stay here for free." Her voice was sharp and filled with anger. "Take your 2 sons and leave my Jiang family, or we will report you to the authorities. Everyone in the village has seen how you mistreat us. You are ungrateful and have no children. It's only right for us to divorce you." "Exactly," Jiang Dashan, who was holding back his anger, added, "Wang Tsuehua, if you leave now, you might still save some face. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing for everyone." His tone was threatening, and he held back from confronting them physically. But Wang, the widow, and her 2 sons were not easily intimidated. They had finally started to live well, and were not going to give that up easily. Although they had previously managed the household, all the money had been spent on medicine for Jiang Xiao, leaving them with hardly anything. So, thinking they would just leave like that was unrealistic.
Bah.
Wang, the widow, sneered. "What do you mean by face? If you want a divorce, give me 10 acres of land, and we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, you can forget about us going anywhere. Do you think that if you divorce me, you can find someone better for Jiang De? I'll tell you, Jiang De is not capable anymore. He can't perform his duties. Haha, I'm the only one who doesn't mind him. If you divorce me, I'll make sure everyone knows about his situation." "What did you say?" Old Mrs. Jiang screamed as she rushed at Wang, the widow, upon hearing that her son had been harmed. The rest of the Jiang family looked in shock at Jiang De, who was sitting in the corner. Jiang De glared at Wang, the widow, with a face full of resentment, as if his gaze could kill. At that moment, Wang, the widow, would have been in serious trouble if looks could hurt. The widow Wang saw Grandma Jiang rushing at her like a madwoman and quickly kicked her. Grandma Jiang fell to the ground, crying out in pain, "Oh my God, I've been killed." Seeing his wife being attacked, Grandpa Jiang felt a surge of anger from the humiliation they had endured. His eyes turned red as he shouted fiercely, "Second and third, kill this wicked woman. You dare to hit my mother? You're asking for trouble." Jiang Dashan and Jiang De angrily grabbed their hoes and aimed them at the widow Wang. Seeing this, the widow Wang hurriedly moved to shield Grandma Jiang. Just as the brothers were about to strike, she pulled Grandma Jiang in front of her, pushing her into the path of the. In the chaos, Grandma Jiang was hit on the head by and blood instantly soaked her hair and clothes. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Jiang Dashan and Jiang De stopped in shock, staring at Grandma Jiang lying on the ground. For a moment, they were frozen. What were they doing? Realizing Grandma Jiang was in serious trouble, they lost all sense of reason and raised their hoes, charging at the widow Wang with fury. Their movements were rough and violent, as if they wanted to tear her apart. Terrified, the widow Wang pushed Grandpa Jiang in front of her for protection. Grandpa Jiang, too shocked to react, was struck on the head by and fell as well. In their rage, Jiang Dashan and Jiang De continued to swing their hoes at the widow Wang. With nowhere to escape, she screamed and ran towards the door, shouting, "Help! They're killing me!" Jiang Dalong, in a frenzy, grabbed a stick to fight back, but Jiang Erlang pulled him along as they both ran outside, calling for help. Seeing they couldn't catch the widow Wang, Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dae turned their attention to her sons. The widow Wang turned just in time to see this and, in shock, pushed her two sons away, charging fiercely at the brothers. The brothers finally struck the widow Wang with their hose, but she also knocked them back.
Mom.
Jiang Dalong and Jiang Erlang screamed in fear. In this chaotic fight, Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang both lost their lives at the hands of Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dae. The widow Wang was seriously injured, and the Cao family huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear. They looked at the scene before them, completely stunned. It was over for them. The old Jiang family was finished. Jiang Ning was in the yard painting. With so many people at home, she didn't want to retreat into her space too often, so she brought out her painting tools. At that moment, Lu Bao rushed in to report, "Miss, there's been a murder at the old Jiang family. Everyone in the village is shouting that someone has died. We don't know who killed whom yet." Jiang Ning was taken aback and quickly stood up. Wasn't this happening too fast? No way. She couldn't miss the excitement. She had to go take a look. She quickly packed her painting supplies and prepared to head to the old Jiang family. Su He followed her. As they stepped out of the courtyard, they ran into Su Wei, saying, "Yang Ning, tu Wei hurriedly sight, sister Ning." Something happened at the old Jiang family. My mother asked me to come tell you. Nearby villagers heard a commotion. At first, it was just an argument, very loud, but then it turned into a fight. The village head went to check, and widow Wang was seriously injured. Your grandparents also died at the hands of Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dae. The village head asked about the situation. Both sides fought, but in the end, Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dae won. However, they killed someone and he didn't dare make a decision on his own, so he sent someone to report to the authorities. My mother thinks it's better if you don't get involved, otherwise, you might have to take responsibility for them later. It's up to you if you want to help or not. After hearing Su Wei's description, Jiang Ning's initial excitement faded. She thought for a moment and said, Your mother is right. I'll pretend I don't know anything. If there's any news later, let me know." "Okay, Sister Ning. I'll take my leave now." At this time, the courtyard of the old Jiang family was crowded with people. Head Constable Huang and the coroner were busy examining the scene, while Jiang Dashan and Jiang Dae squatted in the messy yard, showing some wounds and bloodstains on their bodies. Niu Shi was acting like a madwoman, shouting and running around the yard, trying to defend Jiang Dashan. It was Wang Tsuehua who started it. It has nothing to do with the head of the family. They were the ones who attacked first. A constable pushed her aside and warned, "Don't obstruct our investigation, or you'll be treated as guilty too." His tone was stern, and his cold gaze made Niu Shi quiet down instantly. After a while, she seemed to think of something and shouted, "I'll go find Ning Xiangjuan. I heard she has a higher rank than the county magistrate." Saying this, she tried to run outside. The village head's wife, Li Shi, grabbed her and scolded, "Niu Shi, stop causing trouble. This is a murder case. The authorities will determine guilt or innocence. No matter how high Ning Xiangjuan's rank is, she can't interfere with the court's matters. Even if she could, she wouldn't be able to act unfairly." Niu was not listening and tried to break free from Li. "My husband is the second uncle of the county lord of Ningxiang. She is a noble, so she must have a way to help." Zhuang Fuguei sighed, feeling helpless. "Niu, murder is a serious crime. Even if the county lord herself committed the crime, it must be handled according to the law. There is a saying, the emperor is not above the law. Everyone is equal before it. We must all follow the rules." At this point, Captain Huang added, "What Zhuang said is correct. The country has laws, and if everyone thinks they can bend the law for personal gain, what is the point of having laws? Then anyone could kill or do whatever they wanted." The villagers agreed, wondering how someone could be killed over such a small grudge. That was unacceptable. After questioning, Captain Huang took Jiang Dashan and Jiang De away. Both were still in a daze. Especially Jiang De, who usually wouldn't dare to harm even a chicken. Why did he have the courage to kill today? Seeing that things were beyond saving, Niu began to cry, worrying about how they would survive as a mother and her children. Jiang Daba and Jiang Erbao just leaned against their mother, motionless, as if they had lost all their spirit. Widow Wang diagnosed that her back was fractured, and there was a possibility of paralysis. Even if she recovered, she wouldn't be able to exert herself again. Zhuang Fugui then asked, "Has anyone notified the Jiang clan leader?" A death in the Jiang family means someone needs to take care of the funeral arrangements. How can Niu handle this alone? His tone carried a hint of reproach, clearly dissatisfied with the clan leader's actions. A villager immediately replied, "Yes, someone went to notify them long ago, but they said they needed to hold a meeting first, and they still haven't come up with a plan." As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers exchanged glances, understanding the situation. The Jiang family usually avoided anything that didn't benefit them. Funerals cost money, and this was clearly not the right time for them to show up. Zhuang Fugui noticed this and coldly thought, if that's the case, Niu, you should know how much money you have at home. Please take it out so I can help you hire someone. Niu cried, "I have none. Wang Tsuehua spent all the money. Our family is in trouble because we have no money." At that moment, Wang Xiuji spoke up, "How can there be no money? The old Jiang family has 30 acres of good land. How could they be broke?" She definitely didn't want Niu to think about getting help from Jiang Ning. Once Wang spoke, the villagers realized the truth. The old Jiang family was one of the wealthiest in the village. Why should they worry about them? Zhuang Fugui decided to use 1 acre of land for the funeral. They would also need to pay for medical expenses for Widow Wang, so the Niu family couldn't object. Once the financial matters were settled, the villagers began to help set up the mourning hall. Although they couldn't make it very fancy due to the circumstances, 2 deaths and 1 injury, they still managed to do better than most funerals in the village. As the mealtime approached, clan leader Jiang and the elders arrived late. After exchanging polite greetings and offering some money, they went to pay their respects and then sat down to eat. Niu and her son, dressed in mourning clothes, knelt in the living room, burning paper and crying, while the children quietly followed her lead. She was truly heartbroken. Having grown up in the village, she had seen many families suffer, but she never expected that she and her children would now be in such a situation. They were still unaware of how the elders would treat them. Just after the funeral, news arrived from the county that Jiang Dashan and Jiang De had been sentenced to death for murder. The Jiang family, upon hearing the news, quickly came to discuss the matter of the 29 acres of land. Clan leader Jiang said, "Niu, your children are still young, and you need to take care of them. Wang Tsuehua is injured and can't help much. I think you should let someone from the clan farm your land to prevent it from going to waste. We can split the harvest 50-50, which will make things easier for you. This is a decision made for your benefit." Niu immediately became anxious and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but my family will help us farm the land, so there's no need for the clan." "That won't do. Don't forget, this land belongs to the old Jiang family. It cannot be managed by outsiders," one elder firmly interrupted. Niu felt overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Oh, heavens! My Dashan is still alive, and you heartless people are bullying us, a widow and her children? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" Hearing the commotion, neighbors began to arrive and asked, "What's going on?" "It seems to be about the land." Clan leader Zhang's expression darkened. "Niu, stop crying. If you're unhappy, you can just go back to your family. You can even remarry. We will help take care of your 2 children." Niu immediately stopped crying. A mother's heart is tied to her children, especially her son. And while it sounded nice that they would help raise them, she knew that often in the village, such promises would eventually fade away. At this point, it is no longer something a woman like her can decide. The villagers do not get involved in family matters like this, so most just watch quietly, without giving their opinions. Neo felt a strange sadness looking at her two sons, who were still in a daze. Has the Lao Jiang family really faced their consequences? As for the Lao Jiang family situation, debts are settled with death. Out of filial piety, Jiang Ning offered 6 taels of gold, and she did not pay attention to it afterward. She transplanted the grapes and tomatoes she had grown, along with some seeds, to Manager Chun for cultivation. Since things grow quickly in her space, she could just replant the seeds. Letinia also organized the medicinal garden, and Jiangning took some time to water part of it with spiritual spring water, making the land seem to come alive. To her surprise, the ginseng she tried to grow actually survived. One day, after having dinner, Jiangning brought Lu Huayan to the medicinal garden. She shared her idea of creating a medicinal garden to gift to Li Yuan. After all, he was your master in his past life. When I decided to build such a large house in the village, I thought I might be able to give it to him. This could be a place for him to retire, or he could use it to establish a school of medicine. You mentioned that there might be unrest at the border, right? If he takes on more apprentices, he could provide useful healers for the soldiers there. I have also thought about the students. The charity hall has orphans, right? We can take in some talented ones who are eager to learn and buy their freedom. As for the village children, it's best to avoid them due to too many connections. It would only lead to trouble later. However, I know nothing about medicinal herbs, so you will have to decide what to plant in the garden. Looking at the nearly 100 acres of medicinal fields, Lu Huayan hugged Jiang Ning gratefully and said, "Thank you, Ning. It's truly wonderful to have you in this life." Such a large area indeed requires many hands to manage, and his master would surely be busy. Hey, why are you being so polite? Isn't there a saying that couples are one? We are one, Jiang Ning said, hugging his waist. Yes, couples are one, Lu Huayan murmured, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Before they knew it, the day of the Pin Xiu workshop opening arrived, and the workshop hired a few girls from the village, including the village chief's daughter, Zhuang Yunfan. Wang Xiuji also wanted to come, but unfortunately, she had too many family matters to attend to and had to give it up. Su Wei was tempted by the high pay, but after visiting Lin Wan at the embroidery shop and seeing her work, she decided she wanted to learn embroidery from Lin Wan. Zhao Qian sent the first sample of double-sided embroidery to Jiang Ning for review, and she quickly passed it to Lin Wan for her to learn. If Lin Wan had any questions, she could ask Jiang Ning. Su Wei moved into the backyard of the embroidery shop, determined to master the craft before returning. Jiang Ning saw her enthusiasm and didn't interfere, knowing that whatever Su Wei created could be sold in the shop, which pleased Wang Xiuji as well. By the end of June, after 3 months, Jiang Ning eagerly took the last washing marrow pill. Her internal energy surged to the first level, making her feel like she had entered a whole new world. She felt an unprecedented power flowing within her, like countless streams merging into a mighty river. She finally understood why the sword technique required a first level of internal energy to practice. An ordinary person could jump only about 3 feet high, but with her first level of internal energy, she could jump 5 or 6 feet without using any energy. Many movements became easy, and she could finally start learning sword techniques. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. She found a stick and began to practice the moves she had in her mind. However, as someone who had never handled a weapon before, she appeared quite clumsy at first. Although the images in her mind were clear, her movements were awkward. Why is this so hard? She thought. It's nothing like my military boxing. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors, so she couldn't see if her movements were correct. When Lu Huayan returned, he saw Jiang Ning working hard in the yard, though her posture looked quite strange. He had a difficult expression, wondering if the young lady was really practicing sword techniques. After she finished, Lu Huayan cleared his throat. Jiang Ning, seeing him back, brightened up and said, "Lu Huayan, quick, help me see what I'm doing wrong." Lu Huayan looked at her fondly and said, "You're all sweaty. Go wash up, and I'll teach you after dinner." Okay. After dinner, as the sky darkened, lanterns were lit in the courtyard, casting a warm glow on the stone tiles and adding a touch of beauty to the night. However, Jiang Ning took Lu Huayan into the space because it was too hot outside. Practicing in the summer heat was unbearable. The reason she practiced in the yard during the day was to let everyone know she had started learning martial arts. Otherwise, if she suddenly became skilled one day, it would frighten everyone. In the space, Lu Huayan held a wooden stick and broke down the sword techniques step by step, demonstrating them for her. Every turn and every swing of the sword is clear. Lu Huayan demonstrated while explaining, first, master each movement. Later, combine it with your inner strength to unleash its full power. Jiang Ning nodded and followed his movements step by step. At first, her actions were still clumsy, but she didn't get discouraged and practiced repeatedly. Lu Huayan patiently guided her, correcting her posture and rhythm. As she practiced more, Jiang Ning's movements gradually became smoother, and soon she could slowly execute the first move. Then came the second and third moves. After Jiang Ning learned the sword techniques completely, Lu Huayan's book was officially published, receiving an enthusiastic response. The strong sense of immersion was a key reason. Most readers were scholars, and the main characters seemed just like them. Naturally, they connected with the characters' emotions, experiencing good fortune and revenge against villains. Of course, wealthy young masters were even more eager to read it because they had everything, yet the celestial wife remained out of reach. In the Shin family on Academy Street, Shen Yanzhou grew more excited as he read, "Impossible. How could they have died so tragically?" This time, he didn't identify with the main character but with the supporting character, the governor's son. The book described every detail of the governor's mansion very thoroughly, even matching the personnel exactly. He almost doubted someone from his own household wrote it. However, he also noticed that the portrayal of the villain, Xue Shoufu's family, was identical to reality. This indicated that the author was very familiar with both households. He glanced at the neighboring house, which was now empty, and compared it carefully. Yes, he had strong reasons to suspect that the main character in the book was Lu Huayan. If Lu Huayan wrote it, then Xue Qingling's visits to Qingshui County were actually to see him. But the book differed from reality, as Jiang Ning was not dead. Wait, the book mentioned that everything changed when the main character met the celestial wife. So, was it because Jiang Ning didn't die that reality and the book were different? Shen Yanzhou scratched his head in frustration. Forget it. He would just ask Lu Huayan directly. The question is, if the author is Lu Huayan, how does he know so much about his own family and the Xue family? He had checked before. Lu Huayan had only been to the capital for the provincial exam and had never visited either household. Today is a day off, and Shen Yanzhou rushed straight to Baisha village. Lu Huayan was in the backyard watching Jiang Ning and Su He compete, occasionally giving some advice. After mastering her sword skills, Jiang Ning had been practicing with Su He. Despite Su He's young age, she was quite skilled. Jiang Ning couldn't win at all, and was frustrated by being called inexperienced. She felt like hitting her. However, Jiang Ning was improving quickly, achieving results that most people couldn't reach. The cleansing pill wasn't just for show. At that moment, the servant came to report that young Master Shen had arrived. Lu Huayan, Shen Yanzhou anxiously paced in the front hall. When he saw Lu Huayan approaching, he hurried over. He spread out the book in his hands in front of Lu Huayan and asked, "Tell me, did you write this?" Lu Huayan glanced at the cover and then sat down in the main seat, replying slowly, "Yes." Shen Yanzhou sat next to Lu Huayan and flipped through the book, saying, "I can understand the beginning since it can be fictional, but what about the rest? How do you know so much about my family? And the Xue family? Don't say it's a coincidence. I don't believe it. I had a dream, and it was like this." Lu Huayan casually made up an excuse. Shen Yanzhou looked at him in shock. "You mean you dreamed that my mother and I died tragically at the hands of Xue Qingling, including my uncle's family?"
Yes. Impossible.
How could she do that? Don't tell me the harmful techniques in the book were also from your dream. Shen Yanzhou was skeptical. While the Xue family was wealthy and had strong connections, his uncle's family was not weak either. Lu Huayan looked at the surprisingly clever Shen Yanzhou and thought, although he made it up, He believed Xue Qingling would only become more malicious. However, he didn't want to argue with Sun Yanzhou about it. Do you really think she can't do it? You underestimate a woman driven by power. Besides, your aunt isn't easy to deal with either. If they team up, do you think you can stand against them? Lu Huan paused and continued, anyway, if you believe me, you should prepare early. If you don't, then I can help you seek revenge later. Those words struck a chord, and Sun Yanzhou's expression changed slightly as he fell into deep thought. If Xue Qingling was truly ambitious, combined with the Wu mother and son, they might really suffer a serious defeat. After all, his father was on Sun Yanzhia's side. What do you suggest? Sun Yanzhou asked with a forced smile.
Divorce.
Separate from the Shin family and use your own abilities to secure a future for your mother. Besides, don't you like Meng Keru? For her, you should put in some effort. Otherwise, do you think Magistrate Meng would notice you? Lu Huan offered some honest advice. Thinking of Meng Keru, Sun Yanzhou lowered his head, feeling guilty. Can I really do it? I'm at the bottom of my class and I might not even be that good. Then just wait to fail. You've faced worse before, Lu Huan said coldly. Can't you say something nicer? Sun Yanzhou replied, annoyed. Lu Huan shrugged. Will nice words save your life? They won't, Sun Yanzhou sighed. He didn't know why he believed Lu Huan, but he felt that what he said was probably true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed here in such a panic. Seeing Sun Yanzhou so down, Lu Huan surprisingly offered, if you want to try hard, I might be able to help. Really? Sun Yanzhou's eyes lit up. Yes, Lu Huan nodded. But my father's birthday is at the end of the month, and I have to go back early. End of the month? Lu Huan didn't know about that. Yes, Sun Yanzhou confirmed. Be careful then. What do you mean? Sun Yanzhou asked, confused. Lu Huan countered. Do you think Sun Yanzhou will let you return safely? Remembering the incident at Qingshan Temple, Sun Yanzhou shook his head. Why don't you both come back with me for my father's birthday? It would be safer with more people. Sun Yanzhou felt that Lu Huan and Jiang Ning were quite mysterious. After the fall at Qingshan Temple, they had come out unharmed and even attacked Qingshan village. He thought he needed to stick close to them for protection. Lu Huan refused, saying that both he and Ning needed to keep a low profile before the imperial examination, especially in the capital. You can go back early and disrupt his plans. As for your studies, I'll give you a range to focus on, and you can cram when you get back. Sun Yanzhou thought about it and agreed. All right then. In the capital, Sun Yanzhou had felt strange looks on him for the past few days, but when he looked closely, there was no one staring. He asked his friend Zhuang Yunqing, Brother Yunqing, have you noticed that the students keep looking at me? Zhuang Yunqing cleared his throat and explained, it's probably because of the story Immortal Wife. Once you read it, you'll understand. Sun Yanzhou was skeptical, but when he got home, he had someone buy the story for him. As he read it, his face darkened as if it could drip water, and anger clouded his features. That Xue Qingling dared to betray him. Still trying to control the Shin family, it's just a foolish dream for her, a weak woman. If it weren't for his mother saying that the person behind the Xue family is of noble status, would a merchant's daughter like her even be worthy of marrying him? In anger, he immediately had a carriage prepared, deciding to confront Xue Qingling. Xue Qingling, who was leisurely enjoying the flowers in her yard, felt a sense of foreboding as she saw Sun Yanzhou storming toward her.
Could it be?
Sure enough, Sun Yanzhou came up and slammed a book down on her, angrily shouting, Xue Qingling, you two-faced, fickle woman. How dare you betray me?
Tell me, who is that man?
I'm going to deal with him. Xue Qingling trembled with anger at Sun Yanzhou's insults. Sun Yanzhou, how dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the courage? Sun Yanzhou sneered. Who gave me the courage? Am I wrong? Look at what's written inside. Can you say it's not you? His anger reached its peak as he recalled the disdain he had faced these past few days. Xue Qingling's maid quickly picked up the fallen book and handed it to her. As she flipped through it, she was shocked to find that Lu Huan had written about her. Well, Lu Huan, it seems you're looking for trouble, and she would gladly oblige. At that moment, Xue Qingling wished she could deal with Lu Huayan right away, but first, she had to resolve the crisis at hand. A momentary look of panic flashed across Xue Qingling's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down and think of a strategy. Everything else was manageable, but she feared he might actually send someone to investigate. Some things couldn't withstand scrutiny. After weighing her options, Xue Qingling decided to push Shen Yanzhou forward. She quickly closed the book, straightened her back, and looked at Shen Yanjia with determination, mocking him. "Shen Yanjia, you're truly ridiculous. Just a mere book can make you lose your composure like this?" Shen Yanjia scoffed repeatedly. "What? Still trying to deceive me? I wondered why you kept running to Qingshui County. Is that where your lover is? I'll send someone to deal with him, right now." He wasn't foolish. Even someone unfamiliar could see it was a matter between their two families, let alone him, the person involved. Although the part in the book about him eliminating the legitimate heir pleased him, he didn't want his achievements to come from a woman. Xue Qingling snorted coldly. "Why would I deceive you? Is there no one you suspect who knows our families so well? I believe the person who wrote this book is trying to stir up trouble between us. If you don't believe me, we can get married early. The woman in the book really wants to delay the wedding." After hearing Xue Qingling's words, Shen Yanjia thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Are you saying that Shen Yanzhou wrote this?" Seeing that he didn't bring up the matter of Qingshui County again, Xue Qingling felt relieved. She nodded slightly and said confidently, "Think about it carefully. How many things in this book do only our two families know? How could outsiders know such details? Unless someone deliberately leaked it. Or..." She paused intentionally, allowing Shen Yanjia to ponder the deeper meaning. Then she continued, "Don't forget, he is obsessed with reading stories, and it's possible he wrote it himself. If not, he could ask someone else to write for him." Shen Yanjia was somewhat swayed by her words. He looked deeply at Xue Qingling and said, "All right, I'll trust you this once. We'll get married after the autumn exams. But if I find out you dare to betray me, I won't let you off."
Okay.
Xue Qingling replied, but in her heart, she thought, "Who knows who will end up worse? At that time, I'll just leave my child behind, you foolish man." At Baisha village, after Shen Yanzhou left, Lu Huayan called for Li Tiniu. "Young master, you called for me?" Li Tiniu asked. "Yes, go next door and invite Dr. Li over. Just say you have some questions about planting in the medicinal garden," Lu Huayan instructed. With less than a month until the provincial exam, some things could be arranged in advance. "Okay, I'll go right away." Although Li Tinia didn't understand the young master's intentions, he complied. Li Yuan returned home carrying herbs collected from the back mountain and saw a tall man with many scars on his face and body standing at the door. He seemed to remember that this was someone from the neighboring county's official residence, named Li Tiniu. Curiously, he looked at him several times. Although the scars were clearly from severe burns, they didn't look frightening. They seemed to have faded quite a bit. How did that happen? It is well known that severe burn scars are hard to remove. Even though he had a century-old snow accumulation herb, it couldn't make all the scars fade evenly. However, Li Yuan sniffed hard and then asked, "Are you carrying poison?" Li Tiniu was puzzled by Li Yuan's stare and was about to invite him when he was caught off guard by the question. "No." But Li Yuan insisted, "That's impossible. I can't be wrong. There's a mix of different poisons." Li Tiniu wondered if he had a smell from often making medicine. But he couldn't smell anything himself. No, it was better not to let anyone know. So he stepped back and said, "No, don't guess. It's probably just the smell of herbs from working in the garden every day." Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "You mean you take care of a herb garden? Do you like growing herbs?" "Yes, I came to ask you to take a look. There are some herbs I'm not sure how to handle." Li Tiniu quickly mentioned his purpose for coming. "Tiniu," Li Yuan suddenly smiled and pulled him toward his home, asking, "Do you want to heal your face?" Li Tiniu replied happily, "Yes." "Can you really help?" He had noticed that the water he drank in the county seemed to help his scars heal, although slowly. He felt that his scars were not as frightening as they once were. He suspected that someone had added something to the water to cause this effect. Unfortunately, he hadn't experienced that since moving to the village. Of course, Li Yuan said with a kind look at Li Tiniu. Your love for herbs shows you have a connection to medicine. If you become my student, I can help you heal. Li Tiniu was surprised that Dr. Li was so eager to take him as a student. He firmly refused, saying, "That's not possible. I'm already with someone else." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Hey, don't go. This child. Li Yuan didn't expect Li Tiniu to be so stubborn. He had decided to stay in Baisha village for good, but as he got older, he worried about not passing on his medical skills. He didn't want to get involved with anyone in the village, so he had never thought of taking a student from among them. Seeing Li Tiniu today made him feel a connection, and he wanted to take him as a student, but he didn't expect to be rejected. However, wasn't Li Tiniu just asking him for help? When Li Tiniu returned, he told Lu Huayan about Dr. Li's offer and swore that he would always stay with his current mentor and never leave, fearing that Dr. Li would come looking for him. Li Tiniu's intuition was correct. Soon after, Li Yuan came to find Lu Huayan. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Lu Xiaozai, I think your Tiniu is quite good. I want to take him as a student. What do you think?" No, Lu Huayan pretended to refuse. Li Yuan was persistent. Why not? He learned medicine to help more people. You want to be an official in the future. Don't you also want to benefit the common people? Lu Huayan showed a troubled expression. But he has to tend to the herb garden here, and I still need his help with many things. Li Yuan, hearing about the herb garden, quickly asked, "Herb garden? By the way, where is it?" Tainyo said to come help him take a look. "Please follow me, Dr. Li." Lu Huayan smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Okay. The two arrived at the herb garden, where they saw rows of greenhouses on both sides and many herb farmers busy in the fields. The garden was filled with lush herbs, giving off a light, pleasant fragrance that was soothing to see. Li Yuan exclaimed, "Your herb garden is so big. Plus, there are so many kinds of herbs growing so well. How is it possible to grow so many varieties in this land?" It was just as impressive as the Shinnong Valley. Li Yuan felt excited and tentatively asked, "Lu Xiaozai, can I help you watch over the herb garden here? I can also teach Tainyo, otherwise, he might ruin the good herbs." Lu Huayan hid his joy and smiled slightly, saying, "That sounds good. You can choose a lucky day for Tainyo to become your apprentice. You agree?" Li Yuan was surprised, remembering that Lu Huayan had just refused. Now that he agreed, Li Yuan quickly added, "What lucky day is better than today? Let's do the apprenticeship now." Just then, Li Tainyo walked over and heard this. He looked at Lu Huayan, who nodded. Not wanting to be formal, he stepped forward, knelt down, and knocked his head on the ground 3 times, loudly calling out, "Master." As long as he didn't have to leave, he would follow whoever his master was. He realized that his master wanted Dr. Li to stay in the house. Good. Obedient disciple, get up. Li Yuan was so happy that his beard almost lifted. After Li Tainyo stood up, Lu Huayan said, "Tainyo, Dr. Li will live here with you from now on. Please help him pack his things." "Okay, master, let's go." Li Tainyo replied, and then turned to pull Li Yuan along. Li Yuan wanted to look at the herbs again, but he was pulled away by Li Tainyo. After they left, Lu Huayan returned to the inner courtyard and saw Jiangning finishing her martial arts practice. He then told her about Li Tainyo becoming an apprentice. Jiangning was surprised. She didn't expect things to be settled so quickly. She asked, "Don't we need to hold a ceremony for them?" Lu Huayan shook his head, "No need. The master doesn't like trouble. He is only interested in herbs. When he became a disciple, he just had to bow his head." "Okay. But after Li Tiniu becomes a disciple, can he still make poisons?" "I remember Dr. Li doesn't allow his students to learn about poisons." Jiangning recalled that in her past life, Lu Huayan was expelled for this reason. Lu Huayan explained, "Normal poisons are fine, but not the kind used in witchcraft. Since ancient times, witchcraft has been considered forbidden. Our ancestor believed that healers shouldn't do things against nature." Jiangning frowned slightly. "What should we do then?" Should we arrange for someone else? No need. The things we have in the pharmacy are enough. They can reproduce later. We have made plenty of poisons in the last few months. Let's gather the insects and herbs into your cave, so the master doesn't see them, Lu Huayan said, outlining the plan.
Okay.
I'll have Lu Bao quickly go outside to buy some people, both big and small. The bigger ones can learn some simple herbal medicine to treat injuries, and we can send them to my grandfather's army. The smaller ones can be trained to become healers from the start, and when they grow up, they will be ready, Jiang Ning arranged. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lu Huayan nodded. Not long after Li Tiniu became a disciple, many orphans were sent from the orphanage, and Li Yuan became busy. Soon, it was time to set off for the capital. After handing over the household matters to Li Yuan and Li Tiniu, Jiang Ning prepared to leave with Lu Huayan. This time, Zhao and a few others accompanied them for protection to ensure safety on the road. As the carriage left the village, they encountered the village head, many villagers, and several clan leaders coming to see them off, bringing gifts. The villagers offered their blessings, wishing Scholar Lu success in his exams, eagerly waiting for him to celebrate. Lu Huayan accepted the gift from the village head on behalf of the villagers, but politely declined the clan leader's good intentions. Su Beishing patted Lu Huayan on the shoulder and said, "Take care." Su Wei's eyes were slightly red. She gave Jiang Ning a new embroidered pouch, saying it was for good luck and wishing them a safe journey. Although they would return after the county exams, Su Wei knew they would soon part ways again. Thus, her mood was particularly heavy. When the carriage reached the 10-mile pavilion on the official road, County Magistrate Meng and Meng Keru were already waiting there. Meng Keru smiled at Jiang Ning and said, "Jiang Ning, don't forget your friend when you're out there." Jiang Ning nodded. "It won't happen. You will always be my friend." Parting is always sad. The bond between people is like this. There are reunions and separations. As long as they remember that they shared the same scenery and experienced life together during their journey, that is enough. After receiving their guests, the two waved goodbye. The carriage set off again. However, it didn't travel far before being stopped once more. Seeing the masked attackers in front of them, it was clear they were there to take their lives. Zhao San and the others stood ready. Suhi looked at Jiang Ning with hopeful eyes, eager to join in. "Lu Huayan, I come on behalf of the young lady to take your life. Surrender quietly, and I might spare the others," Shui Wei said, his left hand injured, but still able to use his right. He sat high on his horse, his gaze fierce. This time, he brought over 60 assassins, surrounding them tightly, determined to take Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning's heads. Initially, he planned to set an ambush by the roadside, but the flat terrain between Qingshui County and the capital offered no hiding spots, so he abandoned that idea. However, with so many people, it would be enough to deal with them. Lu Huayan smirked. "I wasn't sure what gift to bring for your master, but your appearance is just perfect, Shui Wei." Shui Wei was the top henchman of Shui Qingling, who had broken his legs twice in a past life and ruined his life. Now, he had come to him for revenge, which felt just right. Zhao San and the others had already drawn their swords, waiting for orders. Although the enemy was numerous, they felt strangely calm. "Miss, look. That man's arm is the one I cut off," Suhi said excitedly, pointing at Shui Wei. Jiang Ning praised, "Shao He? That's great."
Hee hee.
Suhi scratched his head and smiled. "It's a pity I was too upset when I saw you fall off the cliff last time. Otherwise, he would have died then and wouldn't be here blocking the road." Shui Wei was furious that the people in the carriage showed no fear of them at all. He raised his hand and ordered fiercely, "Kill. Leave no one alive." The assassins immediately charged forward with their weapons, ready to take down Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning. However, Lu Huayan paid no attention to the rushing minions. He unleashed his sword energy, and shadows fell like sorrowful cries. His swordsmanship was like the bright moon, each swing carrying a sharp force. The assassins on the outskirts who wanted to shoot arrows didn't even have time to react, as their bows snapped in an instant. They looked at Lu Huayan in terror, as if they had seen the arrival of death. "Is this still a human?" The assassins didn't even have a chance to get close before they were cut down like vegetables, losing arms or legs. The worst fate was decapitation. Heads rolled on the ground. Lu Huayan was like a god of death, striking down anyone who approached him. In an instant, over 60 people were dead or injured, leaving only Xue Wei on horseback, who turned to flee. However, Lu Huayan swung his sword, and Xue Wei's right leg was severed, causing him and his horse to fall to the ground. Xue Wei's vision blurred, and all sounds seemed to fade away, leaving only the piercing pain.
Ah, you.
He looked at his bleeding right leg, now gone, and stared at Lu Huayan in horror. When did his skills become so powerful? Lu Huayan's gaze was icy, and his voice was indifferent. Did you not enjoy breaking people's limbs? Today, I will let you experience it too. With that, he swung his sword again. Xue Wei's left leg was also severed. Next, his only remaining right hand was chopped off, and Xue Wei's body convulsed in agony, unable to think, only able to let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah. Zhao San and the others stood by, exchanging glances, silently thinking, "Our master is terrifying. We can't provoke him." They had never seen such a ruthless Lu Huayan, and their respect for him deepened. Suhi was quite excited, but unfortunately, she had no chance to join in. Lu Huayan stared darkly at Xue Wei and sneered, "How does it feel? Your master must be very reluctant to lose you. Don't worry. I will send your head back to her."
You
evil spirit." Xue Wei glared at Lu Huayan, weakly shouting in anger. "Compared to you, I am ashamed." After saying this, Lu Huayan swung his sword horizontally, and Xue Wei's head fell instantly. Then, Lu Huayan instructed Zhao San and the others, "Take care of this and put it in a box." "Yes." Zhao San and the others responded quickly. Lu Huayan looked at Jiang Ning, who gave him a thumbs up and smiled. "My husband is truly amazing." Lu Huayan smiled back, as if all the gloom had been swept away. Jiang Ning leaned against the car window, about to call Lu Huayan over when suddenly the sound of hooves approached from a distance. She quickly looked out. She saw more than 20 people riding swiftly toward them, raising dust and looking fierce. At the forefront was Shen Yanzhou, dressed in a striking white robe. He saw Lu Huayan from a distance and immediately smiled with joy. "Lu Huayan, I'm so glad you're okay," he shouted, out of breath. Lu Huayan glanced at him and asked calmly, "What are you doing here?" As he spoke, he threw his damaged sword onto a pile of bodies, and the blade glinted in the sunlight. At that moment, Shen Yanzhou noticed the scattered body parts around him and shivered. He jumped off his horse and walked up to Lu Huayan. He circled around Lu Huayan in disbelief and asked, "Did you really kill all these people? Are you still human?" He couldn't help but reach out to touch and confirm, but Lu Huayan stepped aside. "Why are you here?" Lu Huayan asked again. "What else could it be?" Shen Yanzhou rolled his eyes and said, "I heard Xue Wei hired a lot of assassins, and I didn't know what they were up to. Since you were coming to the city, I sent someone to follow them. As soon as they moved, I rushed here, but it seems I came for nothing." Lu Huayan pointed at the bodies and said, "It's not a wasted trip. Have them clean up the bodies. Leaving them here will scare passers-by." Shen Yanzhou thought to himself, "You're surprisingly considerate, knowing it would scare people. But why not give them a proper burial?" With the smell of blood all around, he felt he might be sick if he got too close. However, he didn't dare voice his thoughts and simply waved his hand, signaling the captain of the guards to start handling the bodies. The guards were even more hesitant to complain, quickly dismounting and joining Zhao San in the work. Jiang Ning was surprised to see Shen Yanzhou being so loyal. He rarely saw him on horseback, and today he rushed over, clearly worried. Jiang Ning said to Shen Yanzhou, "Thank you for your help. If you hadn't brought so many people to assist with the bodies, we might not have made it into the city in time." Seeing someone appreciate his efforts, Shen Yanzhou cleared his throat and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't expect Xue Qingling to hire so many assassins. It seems the story really affected her." "She's just desperate," Jiang Ning scoffed. Suhi chimed in, No matter how many assassins she sends, they can't match my brother-in-law. I haven't even made a move, and they're all gone. It's so boring. Shan Yenzhou felt a bit stunned. He suddenly thought these people might not be human. Lu Huayan glanced at him and asked, "Have you resolved your family matters?" Shan Yenzhou nodded and replied, "Of course. I have now been expelled from the Shin family and entered the Xie family tree. From now on, please call me Xie Yenzhou," changing the yen to yen from the word for banquet. His tone was light, as if he did not regret leaving the Shin family. Jiang Ning was surprised and asked, "Did your father agree?" As far as she knew, the governor Shin only had 2 sons, and none of the concubines he took later had given birth. The fact that he could expel Shin Yenzhou from the family indicated something serious had happened. "Well, it's a long story," Xie Yenzhou said with some emotion. It turned out that after returning to the capital early, Xie Yenzhou had persuaded his mother to divorce. At first, Xie Wanqing was hesitant, as after the divorce, her son would have a mother who was abandoned, which would harm his reputation. However, the Governor Shin's birthday banquet became the last straw for her. On that day, the atmosphere at the banquet should have been joyful, but it became tense due to a shocking proposal from Governor Shin. He publicly suggested elevating concubine Wu to the status of a wife, placing her on equal footing with Xie Wanqing. He even said that if Xie Wanqing disagreed, he would accuse her of jealousy and ask her to leave. The Xie family immediately caused a commotion, and Xie Wanqing directly proposed a divorce, determined to support the couple. Seeing his mother humiliated, Shan Yenzhou knelt down and begged the elders of the Shin family to remove his name from the family. Of course, Governor Shin disagreed. He could allow the divorce, but he would not let his son leave. He had only 2 sons, and even if Shin Yenzhou was not capable, he was still one of them. Seeing his father's firm attitude, Shin Yenzhou revealed that he had been harmed by Shin Yenjie, hoping the elders would understand his plight. However, Governor Shin did not believe him and angrily accused Shin Yenzhou of lying. Concubine Wu and Shin Yenjie, seeing this, lamented that they did not want their presence to disturb the family peace and also begged to be removed from the family. Under the dual pressure of the wife and concubine and the legitimate and illegitimate sons, Governor Shin reluctantly chose the more capable Shin Yenjie. Especially after the autumn examination, Shin Yenjie was about to marry Xue Qingling, which was the real reason Governor Shin was eager to elevate concubine Wu's status. Governor Shin originally thought that by proposing the idea of a wife at his birthday banquet, Xie Wanqing would agree for the sake of the greater good, as she had lived with this situation for many years. However, he did not expect Xie Wanqing to propose a divorce. Governor Shin was furious and declared that the Shin family's wealth would not be given to Shan Yenzhou at all. Xie Wanqing was surprised that the events written in the story were actually happening, especially when the story mentioned that Governor Shin agreed to take a concubine as a secondary wife. This made her realize that if this was true, then other events in the story could also be real. She could not let the mother and son fall into danger, so she decisively requested a divorce. In her view, money was not as important as life. Her family did not lack money, after all. Thus, this farce ended with Xie Wanqing returning home after the divorce and Shin Yenzhou being included in the Xie family genealogy. Aunt Wu happily became the main wife, and Shin Yenjie could finally hold his head high, no longer seen as an illegitimate child who could not inherit the family business. Xie Yenzhou joked about the situation, while Jiang Ning listened with a sigh. Indeed, ancient people knew how to play the game. A governor who could publicly abandon his wife and child must be one of the most unusual figures in history. As they chatted, the road was finally cleared. The convoy set off again, this time without any obstacles, and they smoothly arrived at the capital city. Fortunately, when they arrived, Yongzhou City had not yet closed its gates. There were still many people queuing to enter the city, and some were lingering nearby to greet others, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Ning and the others entered the capital just before the gates closed. After Xie Yenzhou said goodbye to Lu Huayan and the others, he took his people back to the Xie residence. Through the carriage window, they could see shops lining both sides of the road, with pedestrians bustling about and the sounds of vendors calling out. The prosperity of the capital city was indeed far greater than that of the county. It was Suhi's first time in the capital, and everything fascinated her. Ignoring Lu Huayan's impatient glances, she kept asking Jiangning questions out of curiosity. Jiangning was also visiting the capital for the first time, but with her knowledge from 5,000 years of history, she could answer most of Suhi's questions. For the things she didn't know, she just made up answers. It wasn't an exam, so there was no need to be so strict. The two of them were happily chatting. The carriage continued forward until it stopped in front of a residence on Sanyuan Alley, with the prominent words Xiangjuan Mansion carved on the doorplate. The main gate was open, and the housekeeper, along with some servants, was waiting at the entrance to greet them. They wore respectful expressions, clearly having received news in advance that Jiang Ning and the others would be arriving. Zhao San stepped forward and introduced, "Miss, this residence was prepared by the master for the son-in-law's provincial examination, and it is not far from the examination hall. This is the housekeeper, Zhao Gui." Jiang Ning looked around and noticed that the streets were not noisy. Instead, she often saw scholars fanning themselves, exuding elegance. She thought to herself, "And Zaiwen's is really thoughtful." Zhao Guichao, with his mustache, greeted Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan, saying, "I, Zhao Gui, welcome the young lady and the young master back home." "There's no need to be formal, Steward Zhao. Thank you for your help during this time." Jiang Ning smiled and handed him a few pouches. Giving rewards was something Jiang Ning was quite used to now. Zhao Gui smiled as he accepted them. "Thank you, young lady. The young lady and young master must be hungry. The meal is ready." "Yes," Jiang Ning nodded. They were indeed hungry after a long day on the bumpy carriage ride. They were close to the city. If they were farther away, it could take days on the carriage. Traveling in ancient times was not easy. This was a small courtyard house, not very big, but quite exquisite. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were led inside by Zhao Gui. In the courtyard, flowers and plants were lush, with pavilions and buildings arranged beautifully. Suhi followed behind, excitedly looking around and chattering. "Wow, this place is so beautiful. Young lady, is there a phrase that describes this? It must be something like carved beams and painted rafters." "That's right," Jiang Ning agreed, noticing how elegant the small courtyard was compared to the roughness of the village. Seeing Suhi so lively, Lu Huayan asked, "Suhi, do you want to go and deliver a gift tonight?" "Young master means." Suhi's eyes lit up. Was she being assigned a task? How exciting! In the back courtyard of the Shui residence, the night was dark, and there was an eerie silence. Xue Qingling felt uneasy. Why hadn't Shui Wei returned yet? Could he have failed? That couldn't be. Restless, she closed her eyes and lay in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking of the scene of the Qingshan Temple's defeat, she suddenly sat up, pushing aside the bed curtains to get some fresh air. However, as she opened the curtains, a bloody head hung from the beam above her bed, swaying with her movement. The wide-open eyes seemed to tell her of endless resentment and an unwillingness to rest. "Ah!" Xue Qingling screamed at the terrifying sight, her voice piercing the quiet night. Lianer, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing the head in front of the bed, she was stunned. Quickly, she stepped forward, carefully removing the head and wrapping it in cloth. Then she turned to Xue Qingling, who was sitting on the bed in shock, and reported gravely, "Miss, it's Shui Wei. He is dead." Upon hearing this, Xue Qingling's face turned even worse. He failed, and so many people died? Lianer did not answer. The answer was obvious. "Miss, Scholar Lu may not be someone we can afford to offend." She wanted to persuade her mistress to back down. "At this point, do you think he will let us go?" Xue Qingling trembled uncontrollably. She knew that Lu Huayan had some fighting skills, but she never imagined he could be so elusive. Such a skilled person. Could he be from the Jinxi Pavilion? Xue Qingling stubbornly asked, "Did you not see anyone come in?" She would rather believe that her subordinates had made a mistake. But Lianer's shake of the head forced her to face reality. Not only were there guards in her courtyard, but the entire residence had many guards, making it difficult for an ordinary person to break in. Yet the intruder had come in without harming her. Was this a warning? Xue Qingling thought about it. With the autumn examination approaching, were they waiting until it was over to act against her? What should she do? Leave? But she had just promised to marry Xin Yanjie after the autumn examination, and preparations were already underway. Leaving would not only anger the Xin family, but her father would not agree either. Even if the Xue family had connections, they were merely merchants. She had no leverage. She had considered having her half-sister take her place, but after the recent events, that was no longer possible. If she dared to play tricks on Xin Yanjie, she would be surrounded on all sides, and she feared she could not bear the consequences. With Xue gone, it would be hard to find someone as useful as him. Xue Qingling felt a headache coming on. She glanced at the wrapped head in Lianer's hands and said softly, "Take it for burial."
Yes.
Lianer replied and went out. On the roof, Su He quietly followed her. In the study of the Xiangjuan mansion, Su He's cheerful voice broke the previous silence. She entered the study, bouncing with excitement, and called out, "Master, miss, I'm back." As soon as she entered, she placed the package containing the head on the table and proudly said, "Miss Xue had it buried, but I dug it up." "Very good," Lu Huayan praised. Su He smiled widely, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, "What do we do next?" Jiang Ning was speechless at the two of them. She shook her head and poured a glass of water for Su He. "From now on, you will take it to her every night. Don't let her destroy the head," Lu Huayan said, seeing how happy she was, and assigned her a task. "Okay."
Så de blei tilfældig.
One must admit, the master truly had a talent for tormenting people. Jiang Ning asked with some concern, "Will it go bad?" Lu Huayan looked at her and explained, "No, it's been treated, so it will stay fresh forever." In the following days, Xue Qingling felt overwhelmed. No matter where she moved, she would be found. It made her anxious and on edge. She just wanted to get married soon. At least then she wouldn't be the only one feeling scared. She knew Lu Huayan was warning her not to think about escaping, as she would be found no matter where she went. Now she regretted it deeply. Why did she have to provoke that troublemaker? A few days later, on a morning after breakfast, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan welcomed Xia Yanzhou's arrival again. Dressed in a deep red robe, Xia Yanzhou entered with a big smile and greeted, "Brother Lu, sister-in-law. Have you been resting well? How about letting me, your host, treat you today?" Lu Huayan glanced at him and asked, "Are you very free?" "Not exactly, but I saw you both have been stuck at home for days, and it's so boring," Xia Yanzhou said, pulling out a booklet from his sleeve. This contains a list of talented people gathered in the city recently. They've been drinking and composing poetry at various inns, and it's quite lively. We should go see it. Knowing our competitors will help us succeed. Lu Huayan wasn't very interested. He didn't need to join the crowd with his insider knowledge. Jiang Ning had no exams to worry about, so she was even less interested, especially in poetry. Please forgive her for being a modern person. Seeing their lack of interest, Xia Yanzhou added, "By the way, there's something I believe you'll be interested in about Lu Shanchang." Sure enough, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up at the mention of this topic as she looked at Xia Yanzhou. Feeling her gaze, Xia Yanzhou quickly shared the gossip he had gathered over the past few days. When Lu Shanchang had his accident and was sent to the city by the steward, Lu Shuiying felt like the sky was falling. She cried heartbrokenly, and Zhuang Yinqing had to arrange for famous doctors to be called in. Lu Shanchang lay in bed, fully awake but unable to speak or move, feeling trapped and desperate. Listening to his daughter's cries was like a knife to his heart. When doctor after doctor diagnosed him with a caused by wind, declaring it incurable, Lu Shuiying completely broke down. She couldn't accept this reality and insisted on taking her father back to the capital for treatment by the royal physician. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. Her decision was certainly influenced by the bond between father and daughter, but more importantly, she knew that healing Lu Shanchang was crucial for her future. Zhuang Yinqing was shocked by Lu Shuiying's decision. He asked, "Are you leaving now?" "What about me? Can't we go to the capital together after my exams?" Lu Shuiying's face showed a hint of bitterness as she explained, "Qingge, it's not that I don't want to wait for you, but my father can't wait. The sooner we start treatment, the more hope we have." However, deep down, Lu Shuiying felt an inexplicable fear that made her want to leave quickly and distance herself from Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan. She needed to return to the capital to seek her grandfather's protection and find out who was behind Jinxiu Pavilion. As for Zhuang Yunqing, Lu Shuiying felt that Jiang Ning would not let him off easily. She didn't want to waste time on someone she deemed useless. Seeing her so determined, Zhuang Yunqing didn't insist on keeping her and could only remind her, "All right, please be safe on your journey. Don't worry, Qingge. Focus on your exams. I'll wait for you in the capital." Lu Shuiying reassured him. Okay, Zhuang Yunqing felt a wave of abandonment wash over him. He silently vowed to do well in the exams to redeem himself from today's humiliation. After Xie Yanzhou finished telling the story, Jiang Ning asked in surprise, "So, Lu Shuiying left the city months ago? She really escaped quickly. No wonder she has a bit of luck on her side. Unfortunately, she could run for a while, but she couldn't escape forever. Debts owed by the original owner must be repaid." Yes, Xie Yanzhou nodded. Continuing, not long after she left, the entire Zhuang family came to the city to find Zhuang Yunqing. They didn't know where Lu's residence was, so they went straight to the academy, and it was quite a scene. Jiang Ning remembered that 3 months ago, the Zhuang family had suffered injuries from a fire and, after failing to heal in the county, decided to seek Zhuang Yunqing's help in the city. She could imagine how devastated he must have been. Later, I heard that the doctor couldn't treat the Zhuang family's burns, and they caused a scene at the residence, blaming Zhuang Yunqing for not finding a good doctor or demanding to go to Lu Shuiying. Zhuang Yunqing faced immense pressure and often stayed at the academy, too afraid to return home. Those who didn't know would think he was studying hard. Xie Yanzhou laughed, clearly enjoying Zhuang Yunqing's misfortune. Seeing Xie Yanzhou's smug expression, Jiang Ning teased, "So, you feel confident about this exam?" Xie Yanzhou shot her a sideways glance, somewhat displeased, and said, "Can we have a proper conversation? I've been working hard for so long, and today I just want to find a chance to relax." "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huayan said, "How about this? I'll test you, and if you do well, we can go out together." They came to the city for the imperial examination and should avoid any distractions. The warning given to Xue Qingling was to remind her not to cause trouble. If she caused more trouble, it wouldn't just be a matter of sending someone away, it would be much worse for her. Of course, even if Xue Qingling stopped bothering them, it would only give her a few more days to live. Lu Huayan had already planned her fate. He wouldn't let any of his grudges go, but they had to wait until after the examination. Xie Yanzhou was reluctant, but he obediently followed Lu Huayan to the study. He had no choice but to stick close to him while he could. Otherwise, once Lu Huayan entered the capital, he would have to fight alone, which would be very difficult. In the days leading up to the exam, Xie Yanzhou was pulled by Lu Huayan for intensive study until the night before the exam when he was finally allowed to rest. After Xie Yanzhou went to bed, Lu Huayan went to find Jiang Ning and handed her a human skin mask. "I'm going to take the exam tomorrow. If you go out, remember to wear this mask. You can wear makeup, but it's summer, so it's better to be careful," Lu Huayan advised. Jiang Ning took the mask and curiously asked, "When did you make this mask?" "I had no idea. They had been together almost all the time." Lu Huayan replied, "A few days ago, Zhao Gui sent the fish skin, so I made it when I had the chance."
Try it on.
"Okay, help me put it on," Jiang Ning said, turning to Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan smiled slightly and carefully placed the mask on her face. Jiang Ning looked in the mirror and said with satisfaction, "This face is quite pretty and suits me well. What about your mask? What does it look like?" Lu Huayan then took out another human skin mask and put it on his own face. The mirror reflected an ordinary scholar's face. Jiang Ning looked at the two of them in the mirror and couldn't help but laugh. "Looks good. You both match." The next day, before dawn, Jiang Ning sent Lu Huayan and Xia Yanzhou to the examination hall. Outside the hall, there was already a huge crowd. Jiang Ning sighed. Wow, really, no matter the era, students taking exams are always seen off by their families. Xia Yanzhou pointed to two people not far away and said to Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan, "Look, that's Shen Yanjie. He came with Zhuang Yunqing." Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shen Yanjie staring at them with a challenging gaze. Zhuang Yunqing was focused on Jiang Ning, who was wearing a veil, and Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at him. However, they did not want to cause trouble, but some people just couldn't help themselves. Shen Yanjie loudly mocked, "Oh, you must be Lu Huayan from Qingshui County. I heard you married the woman that Yunqing didn't want. This must be her, right? TSK, TSK. How insecure must you be to hide behind a veil?" His words immediately attracted the attention of many nearby students. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Ning stepped forward and, with a sharp sound, slapped Shen Yanjie to the ground, causing him to spit out blood mixed with teeth. The scene fell silent, and everyone was shocked. Where did this bold girl come from? Shen Yanjie's servant tried to help him but was firmly held back by Su He, unable to do anything but worry from the sidelines. Shen Yanjie covered his cheek, staring at Jiang Ning in disbelief, and shouted, "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit the son of the governor?" "I'm hitting you," Jiang Ning replied coldly, kicking him again. With all that noise, you'd think the son of a governor was a big deal. Everyone gasped. Being the son of a governor didn't mean much. But his father was indeed the governor, the highest official in the entire city. Jiang Ning didn't care what others thought. She had finally earned a title and had no chance to show off in the county. Now that she was in the city and someone was causing trouble, she had to assert herself. "Someone quick. Someone is attacking the governor's son." Shen Yanjie tried to call for help from the nearby officers. While he was calling out, Lu Huayan quietly threw a pill into Shen Yanjie's mouth, which dissolved instantly. Shen Yanjie didn't even notice and swallowed it along with his saliva. Everyone's attention shifted to the officers, and no one noticed what Lu Huayan had done. Only Jiang Ning and Xia Yanzhou saw it, and Xia Yanzhou silently rejoiced, thinking he was right not to offend Lu Huayan. Shen Yanjie was in for it now. Shen Yanjie called for help for a long time, but there were too many people, and the officers couldn't get through. He sat on the ground feeling very embarrassed, especially with the burning pain on his face. He regretted not bringing guards, thinking that entering the exam would be uneventful. He had been careless and ended up being slapped by a girl. Fuming with anger, Shen Yanjie was helped up by Zhuang Yunqing. However, Shen Yanjie was filled with anger and embarrassment, and he raised his hand to slap Zhuang Yunqing. Although it wasn't very hard, Zhuang Yunqing was still a bit stunned. He touched his face but didn't forget to apologize to Jiang Ning on Shen Yanjie's behalf. "Please don't blame him. Yanjie didn't mean it." Jiang Ning raised her hand and slapped Zhuang Yunqing twice, scolding, "Who do you think you are to apologize for him?" Seeing that Zhuang Yunqing had also been hit, Shen Yanjie felt a strange sense of balance. At least the mocking looks were no longer focused solely on him. Zhuang Yunqing's face turned pale, but he couldn't lose his temper. He could only clench his fists and swallow his anger. Jiang Ning sneered and said, "Of course he didn't mean it. He did it on purpose. Insulting a lord appointed by the emperor in public, do you think he deserves to be hit? Even if his father is a governor, he is just a commoner without rank. I heard he was born out of wedlock. It shows in his upbringing." Jiang Ning was intentionally hitting where it hurt, and Shen Yanjie's eyes were filled with fury. But he understood now and asked in shock, You are the Lord?"
Jiang Ning proudly replied, "Absolutely."
"Now apologize, or I'll take you to the examiners to settle this." Since things had escalated, the one who would suffer would be the one taking the exam, not her. Shen Yanjie gritted his teeth, knowing it wasn't the time to cause trouble. He didn't want to jeopardize his exam, which would be a loss. He thought to himself that he would deal with this rude person after he graduated. So, Shen Yanjie had no choice but to bow and say, "I was blind and offended the Lord. Please forgive me." If apologies were enough, why would we need officials? How about some real compensation instead? Jiang Ning said, extending her right hand towards him. Seeing her gesture, Shen Yanjie gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out his money pouch and handed it to her. Jiang Ning accepted the pouch, weighed it in her hand, and smiled with satisfaction. All right, you all hurry inside. Don't miss the exam. At this moment, Lu Huayan also said to Jiang Ning, be careful outside. Yes, you too, Jiang Ning replied. She watched as Lu Huayan and Xia Yanzhou entered the exam hall. However, when Lu Huayan brushed past Zhuang Yunqing, Jiang Ning noticed an unknown object quickly diving into Zhuang Yunqing's hair. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, realizing someone was about to have bad luck. Once they could no longer see anyone, Jiang Ning left with Suhi. Miss, aren't we going out to play? Suhi had been busy these days, working hard but still thinking about going out to have fun. Jiang Ning admired her energy. Let's go back and change our clothes before we head out, Jiang Ning replied. She planned to sell some old jewelry that others had used, as it was just taking up space, and she had no use for it. After the incident with Xue Qingling, her space had expanded to 2,000 square feet. However, it was still full due to the many items she had collected. Taking advantage of the expansion, she had spent the last few days reorganizing. She decided to keep items that could be given to the poor and would find time to donate them, while getting rid of things that couldn't be donated. She had gathered over 10 boxes of jewelry to sell, which were now piled in her room. She planned to visit different shops to sell these items in several trips. For items with special markings, she discovered she could erase those marks with her mind while in her space, feeling like a powerful ruler who could control everything. Not long after Jiang Ning and the others left, the atmosphere in the exam hall grew tense, especially among students who planned to cheat. Each time someone was caught, it caused a stir. Shen Yanjie and Zhuang Yunqing were focused on their rivals, Xia Yanzhou and Lu Huayan, wishing they could be the ones caught. Lu Huayan and Xia Yanzhou ignored the reactions behind them and successfully passed the body search, finding their exam seats. Fortunately, their seats were far from the restroom, which relieved them. Lu Huayan glanced at Zhuang Yunqing, who was diagonally across from him, and smiled slightly. He didn't expect to see the effects of the butterfly dream goo in person. This goo could make someone alternate between clarity and madness, and it took Lu Huayan a long time to cultivate it successfully. It was his special gift for Zhuang Yunqing. Zhuang Yunqing was surprised to find how close their exam seats were. During this time, he had been quite anxious, worried that he might become the next target after seeing his family and others who had offended Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan face revenge. Now that he was safely seated and looking at Lu Huayan, he felt a bit dazed, unable to guess the other person's thoughts. As the clock struck, all the students began to open their exam papers and carefully read the questions. However, seeing Shen Yanjie, who was originally confident about the exam questions, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if he had been pricked by a needle. He tried to take deep breaths to endure it, but the pain only grew worse. Finally, he couldn't hold it any longer. He stood up and hurriedly said to the proctor, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." The proctor impatiently muttered, "Are you here to take the exam or to use the restroom? You've only just come in, and you already want to leave?" Shen Yanjie, anxious, jumped up and said, "Do you think I want to? Hurry up, or I might have an accident." Zhuang Yunqing was focused on preparing to answer questions when suddenly, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness hit him. He slowly leaned on the desk and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuang Yunqing suddenly woke up. He jumped up and laughed loudly. "Haha, I did it. I got the top score." "So, what if Jiang Ning is a local lord?" "Lu Huayan, you are still beneath me." His gaze shot like a sharp blade towards Lu Huayan, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. "You probably don't know why Xue Qingling approached you, right?" "It was me. I told her maid about your situation." "Haha, it must feel terrible to be left behind. You only deserve to marry the woman I don't want." Zhuang Yunqing's laughter echoed in the quiet exam room. His eyes were both wild and proud, as if he were completely lost in his own world, ignoring the gazes around him. The other students were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They looked at Zhuang Yunqing with confusion and shock, as if they were witnessing a madman. Is he crazy? They had heard that every year during the exams, a few people would lose their minds, but they didn't expect to witness it firsthand. Lu Huayan sneered. So that was it. He had wondered why that woman had suddenly approached him. It turned out to be Zhuang Yunqing's doing. It seemed the potion worked well. It could even help him solve a case. I worked hard to win over Lu Shuiying, but that ungrateful woman dared to leave me. Now that I am the top scorer, I will soon be the champion. Then I will make her kneel and beg me. Before Zhuang Yunqing could finish a sentence, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. He looked around in confusion, as if he had just woken from a nightmare, a sense of inexplicable panic rising in his heart. What was he just doing? The proctor, with a stern face, shouted loudly, "Someone, get this person out of here. Disturbing the exam is unforgivable." Zhuang Yunqing's face instantly turned pale. He struggled and pleaded, "Sir, I was wrong. I don't know why this happened. I must have been too stressed with my studies and lost my mind. Please give me another chance." The examiner coldly looked at Zhuang Yunqing. From what he just said, it was clear that this young man had poor character and was unfit for an official position. He said without mercy, "Do you think this exam room is a marketplace where you can speak nonsense and make noise? Get out." "No, I didn't mean to, sir. I was wrong." Zhuang Yunqing's voice grew quieter as he was pulled out of the exam room by two people, one on each side. He knew it was over for him. Completely over. After Zhuang Yunqing was taken away, the exam room fell silent again, and the other students continued with their tests. Lu Huayan did not dare to be careless. For him, the imperial examination was a dream he could not reach in his previous life, and this was his first time participating in the local exam, so he was especially focused. The local exam consists of 3 sessions over 9 days, with 1 session every 3 days. The first session tests the 4 books and 5 classics, the second session tests essay questions, and the third session tests poetry. Each session starts on the first day, and students can only leave after finishing on the third day. They do not stay in the exam room for 9 consecutive days. On the third day, Jiang Ning came to pick up Lu Huayan and saw that he looked relaxed, clearly having done well on the exam. On the way home, Lu Huayan told Jiang Ning in detail about what happened in the exam room, and she couldn't help but laugh. In just the first exam, the frantic Zhuang Yunqing had been kicked out, and another competitor, Shen Yanjie, who had a stomachache, had also given up. With 2 strong competitors gone, Xie Yanzhou must have been thrilled. After arriving home, Lu Huayan enjoyed a good meal before Jiang Ning took him into the space to wash up and rest. With the spiritual spring water Jiang Ning prepared for him, the exam process was not hard to endure. In fact, he felt quite good. At that moment, he leaned against the storeroom door, watching Jiang Ning excitedly organize the silver, her smile never fading. Lu Huayan wished he could turn into the silver right in front of her. Feeling a gaze filled with envy, Jiang Ning turned to him and asked, "Aren't you tired? Don't you want to rest a bit?" Lu Huayan shook his head, his eyes fixed on Jiang Ning as if he could never get enough of her. "As long as I'm looking at you, I don't feel tired." Jiang Ning, rarely flustered by his gaze, walked over and took his hand, changing the subject. "I only kept 200,000 taels in silver notes. The rest I exchanged for cash. Look at all this silver. I don't even know how much there is." Lu Huayan looked at the boxes of shiny silver and smiled, saying, "It's fine. We can spend it slowly. It won't get lost here." Jiang Ning sighed. "It's a pity the space isn't big enough. Otherwise, I would like to store more food. Didn't you say there will be a snow disaster in the north? I'm worried we won't have enough food then." In her current space, there are 2 warehouses, each about 500 square meters. The one they are in holds various valuables, while the other is filled with food. Right now, they only have 2,000 measures of grain, collected by the 4 major families of Qingshui County. This amount of food is likely not enough to deal with any potential disaster. After thinking for a while, Lu Huayan said, "Let's send someone to buy more food nearby in the next few days. The disaster relief food doesn't need to be of high quality. I think we can fit about 20,000 measures in the warehouse. Let's buy that much for now." Once we deal with the Shun and Shui families, if we have more space, we can continue to buy food on our way to the capital. Jiang Ning agreed, thinking that buying separately would avoid raising suspicion, so she nodded and said, "All right, once this is organized, I'll go with you to rest." Feeling Jiang Ning's concern, Lu Huan leaned down and gently kissed her, replying softly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." When they returned to the bedroom in the space, Lu Huan quickly fell asleep. Jiang Ning was about to go out when she suddenly noticed the long quiet antique shelf had something new on it. She felt a surge of joy and walked over to see it was a teleportation talisman. Next to it was a usage instruction. It can teleport to any place within 1,000 miles. Jiang Ning smiled. Indeed, things were not going well for Zhuang Yunqing, and she had a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, the Zhuang family was shrouded in gloom. Zhuang Yunqing was unexpectedly expelled from the examination, which was not what the Zhuang family had anticipated. They had hoped Zhuang Yunqing would succeed in the imperial examination, bringing glory to the family and a better life for them. But now, all of that had turned into a dream. After returning home, Zhuang Yunqing locked herself in her room, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Although the Zhuang family was unhappy, they did not dare to disturb her. Until one day, Steward Lu had to muster the courage to approach her, saying, "Young master, the family silver is all gone, and the money Miss Lu left has also run out. What should we do?" When Lu Shuiying left, she took all the silver with her, and they had been spending the leftover money from selling their assets. Unfortunately, the Lu family was originally a prestigious scholarly family with limited assets. Moreover, the Zhuang family had spent a lot on medical expenses, and their funds were quickly running low. Zhuang Yunqing completely broke down upon hearing this.
Get out.
Just get out. He smashed a wine glass and shouted wildly, "You all bully me. I won't let you get away with this." The steward Lu was so scared that he hurriedly packed up valuables, taking the house deed and a few remaining servants, and quietly left. After all, the young lady had already instructed that if Zhuang Yunqing failed the imperial exam, they no longer needed to care about the Zhuang family. Madame Ma watched her son become so dejected in just a few days and felt very worried. She secretly approached Zhuang Yunqing, hoping to offer him some comfort.
Qinger, don't be sad.
"We have other ways," Madame Ma said softly. Zhuang Yunqing lifted his dazed eyes and asked in confusion, "What ways?" Madame Ma looked around to make sure no one was listening, then pulled out a jade pendant from her collar and handed it to Zhuang Yunqing. "Look at this." Zhuang Yunqing took the pendant and held it tightly in his hand. Although he couldn't identify the material, he could feel it was a high-quality jade. Moreover, it was a yin-yang pendant, intricately carved with a koi fish pattern, seemingly made of 2 parts. The piece in his hand had the character "say" engraved on it. He wondered if it was a name or had another meaning. Did the other piece also have a character? Zhuang Yunqing's eyes brightened, and he looked up at Madame Ma, asking, "Mother, where did you get this pendant?" Madame Ma recalled, "Not long after you were born, I was carrying you back from my family when I heard a baby crying by the roadside. I saw that child wrapped in a beautiful blanket, wearing a jade pendant, and I felt greedy. I took both the pendant and the blanket. I kept them hidden under the bed, thinking they might be useful later. Unfortunately, the last fire destroyed the blanket, but luckily the pendant was fine, so I kept it with me." "What about the baby? Did you harm him?" Zhuang Yunqing asked. For some reason, he thought of Lu Huan, who had always overshadowed him and whom he deeply resented. No, that couldn't be. Why should he? Madame Ma shook her head. "No, I couldn't bring myself to harm him. I had just given birth to you, and I couldn't do it. But we couldn't afford to raise him either. So, I wrapped him in a rag and took him to the back mountain to leave him there. There are many wild animals in the mountains. He probably wouldn't survive." "Mother, how could you be so foolish? If you took the things, how could you not get rid of him?" Zhuang Yunqing was furious, his eyes reddening as he questioned. "The back mountain? Is that child Lu Huan?" Ma was startled and shrank back, mumbling softly, "Qinger, don't worry. It was already dark then, and although Mother couldn't see the child's face clearly, the Liu family found the child a month later. The timing doesn't match. It can't be Liu Huayan. A baby couldn't survive on the mountain for a month. It must be gone. Zhuang Yunqing suddenly went wild, grabbing Ma tightly and shouting, "Definitely, definitely. It's all your fault for being so useless. Because of you, nothing can be accomplished." Ma was shocked by Zhuang Yunqing's sudden action. Her face turned pale, and she struggled to break free from his grip. Her eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. She couldn't understand why her son was so furious.
King, calm down.
"I'm your mother," Ma gasped, trying to bring Zhuang Yunqing back to his senses. Zhuang Yunqing's eyes were filled with madness and anger as he tightened his grip on Ma's neck, as if he truly wanted to harm her. "You old woman, it's all because of you that we're in this situation," Zhuang Yunqing shouted desperately. Ma's face turned red and twisted as she weakly struggled. Just then, there was a hurried knock at the door from Zhuang Yunin. "Brother, mother, what's wrong?" Zhuang Yunqing paused and quickly released Ma. Ma fell to the ground, breathing heavily, with clear red marks on her neck. "Mother, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to. I don't know what came over me," Zhuang Yunqing said regretfully as he tried to help Ma up. "Don't come near me," Ma said, frightened, as she moved back, clearly shaken by Zhuang Yunqing's actions. Zhuang Yunqing glanced at Ma, and then opened the door to leave. He needed to find a doctor. Something must be wrong with him. Going mad at the academy and now acting like this towards his mother was not normal. At that moment, Zhuang Yunin, with her face mostly covered by a cloth, rushed in and saw Ma sitting on the ground, her face streaked with tears. She was startled. "Mother, what happened?" Ma trembled as she raised her hand, pointing toward the door. Her voice choked. "Yuner, what should we do?" Your brother. She couldn't bring herself to say that her son had gone mad. The governor's residence was in a sorry state, and Shun Yanjie couldn't understand why he suddenly had a stomachache that left him unable to stand, forcing him to give up on the exam. He had originally hoped to have a grand wedding after passing the exam, but now it had turned into a joke. The county exam had finally ended, and all the students were taken home by their families to rest, now waiting for the results to be announced. According to the news from the government office, the results would be released in 10 days. Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan were busy arranging for people to buy grain and had rented 2 warehouses in advance for storage. Once the grain arrived, Jiang Ning would store it in a safe place. Fortunately, the prices were still reasonable at that time. Most of what they bought were mixed grains and old rice, purchasing about 20,000 caddies from several suppliers at around 2 to 3 won per caddy, totaling about 6,000 taels. A few days later, Xia Yanzhou came to visit again. "Liu brother, sister-in-law, I heard that a stone gambling shop suddenly opened on Baoqing Street. Do you want to go take a look?" Xia Yanzhou asked eagerly. He was always optimistic. Since the exam was over, it was time to relax, and whether he passed or not was left to fate. Jiang Ning immediately refused, saying, "Are you just looking for a way to spend your extra money? This kind of thing is not for us." Without any legendary psychic abilities, gambling on stones could lead to losses, and she had no interest in risking money without knowing who might benefit from it. Xia Yanzhou looked at Jiang Ning, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you curious?" Jiang Ning gave him a confused look. "Curious about what?" Xia Yanzhou explained. "Do you know how expensive jade ornaments are now? That's because there haven't been any new jade mines discovered in the past decade. As far as I know, stone gambling was quite popular over a decade ago, but it has slowly disappeared in recent years. Now that a stone gambling shop has suddenly opened, it's bound to attract people's interest. I heard the raw stones are brought back from the western regions." Jiang Ning was surprised. "You mean there haven't been any new jade mines in the last 10 years? Yes, the jade ornaments circulating in the market are very rare, and most are old styles that have been refurbished, which naturally drives the prices up," Xia Yanzhou said seriously. Jiang Ning recalled how much she had sold recently. Indeed, jewelry with jade was priced quite high. Even old styles, as long as they were pledged, shops were willing to pay a high price for them. It made sense now why jade was so scarce. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Ning said, "Then we might as well go take a look." After all, they wanted to explore the city and relax a bit after the exam. Lu Huan, who had been silent, glanced at Jiang Ning and nodded, saying, "If a Ning wants to go, then let's go." Xia Yanzhou rolled his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't respect this wife-slave at all. They got into the carriage and headed to the busiest street in the city. Before they reached their destination, they saw a line dance performance in front of a store, attracting a large crowd. In the distance, guards were patrolling, making the scene feel quite grand. After getting out of the carriage, Jiang Ning and the others stood nearby to watch, while the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. "It's been so many years, and someone is actually opening a jade gambling shop here? Could it be the Xue family? I think they're the only ones in the city with that kind of ability." Yes, the Xue family is capable, but I wonder how they got the raw jade stones. At that moment, a small voice said, "According to rumors, it seems the new wife of Governor Shin opened it, not the Xue family." Is that news reliable? How could the governor open a shop? I don't know. I heard it from a relative of a relative, saying the governor did it to please her. But I heard the new lady open the shop to distract herself because her son is unwell and couldn't take the exams. They say if good stones are found, the shop will buy them back at a high price to give to the soon-to-be married Miss Xue. Where are you getting all these strange rumors? Hey, let's talk nicely. Why are you calling it strange? At that moment, another group questioned, "Do you think there are really treasures among those raw stones? They can't all be fake." That can't be. A shop this big wouldn't ruin its reputation. Soon, the crowd's doubts were silenced by a wave of stones being opened, and most of the raw stones were indeed worth much more than expected. The owner even announced that if good jade was found, the shop would buy it back at a high price. The atmosphere reached a peak, and everyone was eager to try their luck. Jiang Ning looked at the jade gambling shop thoughtfully. There must be a reason behind this. Could it really be connected to the governor's wife? She recalled the assassination at Qingshan Temple and the tragedy of the Xie family in her past life. This was not something an ordinary woman could orchestrate. Did Aunt Wu have a secret that no one knew about? Why wait until Xia Yanzhou grew up to act against the Xie family? There must be something unusual about the timing. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if in her past life, Xue Qingling really destroyed the Xie family, or if she was just a tool in Aunt Wu's hands. Could it be that the Xie family was wiped out because they discovered some secret? Lu Huan noticed Jiang Ning's deep thoughts and suggested, "If you want to know the reason, we can find a chance to ask that Wu woman." Xia Yanzhou, hearing this, shifted his gaze from the gambling stone shop and looked at Jiang Ning and Lu Huan with confusion. "What do you want to ask Wu?" Jiang Ning countered, "Have you ever thought about why you can't compete with Wu? You have strength, right?" Xia Yanzhou frowned and sighed. "My uncle suspects that Wu has a very strong backing, but we have never been able to find out who it is. Do you have a way?" Lu Huan shot him a sideways glance and said with slight disdain, "I do, but you're too inexperienced to know too much." Xia Yanzhou became anxious at this remark and was about to argue when he suddenly spotted someone. "Hey, isn't that Zhuang Yunqing? Is he going to the shop?" Jiang Ning and Lu Huan turned to look at the Baoxian shop across from the gambling stone shop and indeed saw Zhuang Yunqing walking in calmly. It was the first time they had seen someone enter a shop so casually, as if visiting relatives. Usually people were sneaky, afraid of being seen and losing face. One might think the shop was his home, as this behavior was quite unusual. Jiang Ning instructed Su He, Xiao He, "Go follow him and see what's going on." "Okay, miss." Su He felt excited and quickly dashed toward the shop. There weren't many people in the shop, just the shopkeeper behind the counter tapping on an abacus. Hearing footsteps, the shopkeeper looked up, sizing up Zhuang Yunqing and asked as usual, "What do you want to?" Zhuang Yunqing took out a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper, his expression serious. "A family member is seriously ill and urgently needs money. Please see how much this jade pendant is worth." As the shopkeeper took the item, his expression turned serious. He examined the jade pendant carefully, and after confirming its authenticity, his gaze lingered on Zhuang Yunqing for a moment before he asked calmly, "Young master, where did you get this jade pendant?" Zhuang Yunqing's heart skipped a beat. He chose this shop because it had the character "Essie" in its name. He suspected that this shop might be connected to the jade pendant he held. Given the shopkeeper's reaction, it was very likely that he knew the pendant's origin. I'm afraid someone has been looking for the owner of the jade pendant, and judging by his attitude, it seems to be a good thing. If I could take their place. Zhuang Yunqing felt a surge of excitement but replied cautiously, I have carried this jade pendant since I was young. If it weren't for my recent failure in the exams and my family's financial troubles, I wouldn't be in this situation. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, You've had it since you were young. May I ask how old you are, young sir? Zhuang Yunqing replied, I am 19 this year. There was no need to hide this. He was only 2 months older than the baby, so there shouldn't be any issues. Upon hearing Zhuang Yunqing's answer, the shopkeeper's heart stirred, and his voice trembled slightly. 19? Could he really be the person we are looking for? But I still need to be cautious. Yes, Zhuang Yunqing nodded. The shopkeeper continued, How much money do you want for it? Zhuang Yunqing said, My family urgently needs money, so the more, the better. Please give me your price. The shopkeeper asked, Are you planning to sell it outright or as a loan? Zhuang Yunqing replied with a hint of sadness, As a loan. I hope to redeem it one day. The shopkeeper examined him closely and thought for a moment before saying, This jade pendant is of excellent quality. I see you have a filial heart, so I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. Zhuang Yunqing was surprised by such a high offer. He knew that pawnshops often took advantage of people, so this seemed like a good deal. He cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, shopkeeper. Please leave your contact information so you can redeem it later, the shopkeeper said, handing Zhuang Yunqing paper and a pen.
Okay.
Zhuang Yunqing carefully filled it out, ensuring they could find him. After confirming the information was correct, the shopkeeper took out a banknote from under the counter and handed it to Zhuang Yunqing. As Zhuang Yunqing left the pawnshop with the banknote, the shopkeeper immediately called over an assistant and gave a few instructions. Then, he took the jade pendant to a back room, wrote a letter, and arranged for it to be sent to the capital quickly. Once Zhuang Yunqing exited the pawnshop, an assistant quickly followed him. However, he paid no mind and continued on his way. He initially planned to follow Zhuang Yunqing closely, but seeing the pawnshop assistant trailing him, she decided to return and report to Jiang Ning and the others. After all, she had already sprinkled tracking powder on Zhuang Yunqing, so she could find him wherever he went. After hearing He's report, Jiang Ning asked in surprise, Are you saying he pawned a jade pendant for 1,000 taels of silver? Yes, He nodded. Xia Yanzhou pouted and said, Lu Shuiying is gone, and their family has no money, so it's normal for them to sell things. They have indeed sold quite a bit recently. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and suggested, All right, we've seen enough excitement. Let's find a place to eat. I'm hungry. Sure, I'll treat everyone to a big meal at Pinxiang Tower. Xia Yanzhou was quite enthusiastic this time. So, the group moved to the restaurant, and after eating and drinking to their fill, they each went home. That night, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan quietly changed into their night clothes and first visited a stone gambling shop. The 2-story building had many guards, but it was no trouble for Jiang Ning and the others. They quietly approached the shop, hid in the shadows, and entered the space. Jiang Ning asked, If we steal the jade stones now, will it affect the imperial exam results? Lu Huayan shook his head. No, the imperial exam is a big deal. If we were to steal from the governor's residence, that would be serious. Taking some jade stones is not a big issue, as long as no one gets hurt. Jiang Ning nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, shall we get started? She was also worried. After all the hard work for the exam, she hoped nothing would go wrong. After all, there had been cases in the past where major events caused the exam to be postponed or retaken, which would be a hassle. Yes, Lu Huayan agreed. I'll handle the 3 on the left. You take care of the 5 on the right, Jiang Ning instructed. She was finally able to experience the wonders of the martial arts world and wanted to show her skills. Lu Huayan smiled, hiding his amusement. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan moved in sync, almost at the same moment, raising their hands. The colorless and odorless sleeping powder fell like fine rain onto the guards on both sides of the shop. The 8 guards fell down almost as soon as they came into contact with the powder. Seeing this, Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction and said, "Haha, I did it." It was so convenient to use her internal energy to accurately sprinkle the powder without any external help. "You're amazing, Ning," Lu Huayan praised. Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows proudly. "Of course. I'm a heroine now." "Yes, heroine, it's time for us to act." Lu Huayan pulled Jiang Ning out of the space. After confirming that all the guards were unconscious, the two quickly entered the shop. Inside, various raw stones were displayed. Regardless of their value, Jiang Ning collected them all. All the raw stones were tossed into the bamboo grove area of the space, piled up as decorations, and they looked quite nice. This time, their main target was Aunt Wu. While the guards were still asleep, the two quickly flew towards the governor's residence, like birds. Jiang Ning was overjoyed, feeling great as she leaped and climbed like a hero. Seeing that her young lady was not taking her along for the adventure, Suhi decided to go to Zhuang Yunqing's house to steal the silver notes he had just received during the day. Thanks to the tracking powder, Suhi quickly found Zhuang Yunqing's residence. She hid on the roof, lifted a tile, and was about to some sleeping powder inside. What did she see? The people from the second branch of the Zhuang family were also blowing sleeping powder. They sneaked into Zhuang Yunqing's room while he was unconscious, seemingly searching for something. Seeing this scene, Suhi was secretly pleased. There was excitement to watch. So, taking advantage of the Zhuang family member's distraction, she threw a small stone at Zhuang Yunqing, waking him up immediately. When he sensed someone in the room and was about to ask, 2 more figures quietly entered. Upon seeing the 3 people inside, they exchanged glances, recognizing each other as family. Without saying a word, they began searching the room. Zhuang Yunqing, seeing this, was both angry and amused. He sat up and coldly asked, "What are you looking for?" The Zhuang family members were startled. They didn't expect him to wake up so quickly. Madame Ma turned around, nervously forcing a smile. "Qing'er, you're awake." After the incident where Zhuang Yunqing had grabbed her by the throat, she was quite afraid of him. But hearing her daughter say he had money, she thought to come and check, not expecting to be caught. "Is this what you're looking for?" Zhuang Yunqing pulled out the silver notes from under the bed and looked at them mockingly. Zhuang Erlang approached Zhuang Yunqing's bed and said, "Qing'er, given our family situation, since you have money, you should share it with the family. You can't keep it all to yourself. Our family is in this state because of you." He had heard from Chen that Zhuang Yunqing might be hiding private savings, and he was surprised to find it was true. It's clear that those living apart are not close. What he didn't expect was that Zhuang Yunqing had even kept this from Madame Ma and her daughter. Zhuang Yunqing's face darkened. These people actually blamed him for everything.
How could they?
They had stirred up trouble in front of him before. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Do they think they can save themselves? "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Suddenly, a voice from outside announced, "Sir, there's trouble at the Lu residence. Scholar Zhuang has committed murder." Wu's eyes flickered as she stepped away from Governor Shin and said, "Sir, please go handle the case. There's no need to worry about me." Governor Shin felt a bit reluctant but knew he had to address the situation, especially since it was during the exam grading period and a scholar had committed murder. Scholar Zhuang was close to Jie and was also the son-in-law of Lu Shan. Governor Shin couldn't understand why Scholar Zhuang suddenly went mad. He had been expelled during the exam and now had killed someone. Governor Shin stood up and Wu quickly helped him get dressed. After he was dressed, Governor Shin gently touched Wu's face and said, "You should rest well. I will come to see you later." How annoying! Wu playfully pushed his hand away. In the shadows, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were surprised that they didn't have to do anything. Zhuang Yunqing had already distracted Governor Shin. Truly, they were being helped by fate. Jiang Ning sprinkled some powder from her space, and the 2 maids at the door immediately fainted. She stepped out and walked straight inside. "Who's there?" Wu, who was about to sleep, didn't have time to react before she was knocked out. Jiangning took her to the bamboo grove in her space and covered her eyes with a black cloth. After giving her a hallucinogenic drug, Wu slowly woke up, looking dazed and not attempting to remove the cloth from her eyes. Jiangning asked directly, "What is the force behind you?" "Wuyue Pavilion," Wu replied. Again with the Wuyue Pavilion, Jiangning and Lu Huayan exchanged glances and then asked, "Are you one of the courtesans of Wuyue Pavilion?"
Yes.
"How many people are like you?" "I don't know." "Where is Wuyue Pavilion located?" "I don't know. I only know it's always spring there." "How much do you know about Wuyue Pavilion?" Wu shook her head. "I don't know. I have been a courtesan there since I was young. I just follow the arrangements from above." "Has anyone ever betrayed Wuyue Pavilion?" "Why would we betray? As long as we obey and don't make mistakes, our lives are much better than most people's," Wu said in surprise. Jiangning was left speechless. Thinking of Lu Chuanqing's daughter, she asked, "Do you know Huan Nu?" "I know her, but we haven't interacted much." "Do you have any contact with her?" "No, we each have our own contacts and tasks." "Oh, how do you communicate with your contacts?" Jiangning asked. Wu replied, "We can't reach out to them directly. When there's a task, they send me messages. If there's no task, we act on our own, aiming to control the local powerful people to gather wealth." Jiangning asked, "Why don't you directly control the Xue family? Aren't they richer?" "The higher-ups only instructed me to control the governor, not the Xue family. But the master said the Xue family has connections in the capital, which is why I want Jie to marry into the Xue family," Wu explained. "Is the Xue family's influence in the capital related to the second prince?" "I don't know. Is the new gambling stone shop yours?"
Yes.
"Why did you open a gambling stone shop? Where do the raw stones come from?" Jiangning asked again. "They were given to me by the higher-ups. They said these raw stones are leftovers, and there are quite a few. Since the students are around, I thought I could sell them for some money. I also thought Jie has been feeling down lately, so this could cheer him up. The shop was a gift from the head of the Xue family. That's why I had people say that if we find good jade, we would buy it back at a high price for the future daughter-in-law, just to give face to the Xue family." "The Xue family?" Jiangning was slightly surprised. "Where did the raw stones come from? You must know that, right?" "They came from the northern region. I don't know the exact place. I just need to send someone to receive them." "The northern region? Isn't that the territory of the northern king? Could this be related to the joyful servants?" Jiangning thought, then asked, "Do you know when they will send more next time?" "I don't know." Wu shook her head. Jiangning was surprised. "Aren't you worried about selling so openly? After all, there hasn't been a jade mine discovered in years. We're just gambling stones, not mining. Any issues would be the northern region's problem, not mine," Wu said dismissively. "That makes sense," Jiangning continued. "Do you have any private mines?" Wu shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't heard the master mention it." "Does Governor Shen not ask where your things come from?" "The master doesn't ask. He knows I have connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his original wife for me." Wu felt proud of this. She had won her husband through her own efforts. Seeing her proud expression, Jiangning shook his head and asked one last question. "Why do you want to harm the Xie family?" If I wanted to harm them, could they still be alive now?" "They have been secretly investigating my background for years, but when it comes to Jie's interests, I will eventually have to deal with them." Wu's tone was full of disdain, clearly looking down on the Xie family. Seeing that she couldn't get any more information, Jiangning pressed a point on her sleeve pressure point, removed the blindfold from her eyes, and took her out of the space. After returning home with Lu Huayan, Jiangning carefully reviewed the information they had gathered. It turned out that Wu was from the Wuyue Pavilion, which explained why the Xie family had suffered such a terrible defeat in the past. It seemed that the Shen and Xue families were deeply connected, and further investigation would have to wait until after the results were announced. Especially if the Xue family was indeed the financial supporter of the second prince, then Jiangning and her group would have to deal with not just Xue Qingling, but the entire Xue family. Since Jiangning had acknowledged her relationship, she was now aligned with the crown prince's side, and she could not allow the tragedies of the Fu and in families from her past life to happen again. Before dawn, As Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were preparing to rest, they suddenly heard a loud commotion outside, mixed with shouts and hurried footsteps. They left the space and stepped outside. Zhao Gui rushed over to report, "Miss, Sir, the officials say there has been a theft and need to search." Behind him were 5 or 6 constables. The leading officer, with a fierce expression, saw the ordinary-looking couple and did not dare to act rashly. He stepped forward and respectfully said to Jiang Ning, "Are you Lady Ningxiang?" Jiang Ning replied with displeasure, "Yes." "May I ask whose house was robbed that requires such a commotion for a search?" "Please don't be upset, Lady Ningxiang. The governor's wife's gambling stone shop was robbed, so we are searching the entire city. I will ensure that nothing in your home is damaged," the officer explained. Jiang Ning sneered, "So it's the governor's wife. Truly impressive, not even sparing the Ningxiang residents. Go ahead, Zhao Gui, have someone keep an eye on them. If anything is damaged, make a note of it, and we will demand tenfold compensation from the governor." The constables shivered at her words. Was that a threat? "Yes, miss, I will keep an eye on them." "Officer, please proceed quickly, so as not to disturb my lady and her husband's rest," Zhao Gui said. Thus, the officers began to search cautiously, afraid of breaking anything and causing trouble for themselves. They moved quietly, even trying to breathe softly, as if performing a sacred ritual. They had never experienced such a humiliating search before. Usually, they were the ones receiving bribes, not the ones being searched. This time, they received no benefits at all and had to be extra careful, fearing that one mistake could lead to serious trouble. In the end, the officers left empty-handed. Finally, the day of the results arrived. Zhao Gui had already sent someone to wait at the entrance of the examination hall for the results. Meanwhile, Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning were leisurely enjoying tea in their courtyard, appearing quite calm. Xia Yanzhou hurried over early in the morning, eager to share the news. "Have you heard? Zhuang Yunqing has been arrested, and after the results are announced, there will be a trial on a later date." Jiang Ning nodded. They had already learned about this news that night. Upon returning, Su He vividly described the scene, making it quite exciting. Lu Huayan poured a cup of tea for Xia Yanzhou, who took a sip and continued. Zhuang Yunqing even shamelessly claimed to be a person of status. However, someone from the pawnshop did intervene to protect him, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed by the other prisoners, and they even requested the court to delay the trial. This was what piqued Xia Yanzhou's curiosity. What was Zhuang Yunqing's connection to the pawnshop? He wanted to find out if Lu Huayan and the others had any more information. Jiang Ning was surprised that someone from the pawnshop would personally get involved. After thinking for a moment, she said to Su He, "It seems that jade pendant has some significance. Xiao He, you should keep an eye on the pawnshop and the prison to see if any special visitors come by." Su He replied, "Yes, miss. But can I wait until after the results are announced to go?" "Sure," Jiang Ning said, not in a hurry. This matter wasn't too important to them. As they finished discussing, the time for the results approached, and Xia Yanzhou began to feel anxious. He paced back and forth in front of Jiang Ning and the others. Jiang Ning, feeling dizzy from his movements, couldn't help but say, "Xia Gongzi, can you please calm down?" Xia Yanzhou shot her a glance. What did she know? It wasn't that he wanted to be anxious, but his legs had a mind of their own. Not only was Xia Yanzhou nervous, but Zhao San and the others were also restless. Any little noise outside made them want to rush out, along with an excited Su He, who was running around joyfully, not even knowing what she was excited about. Finally, at noon, when the people they sent out had not returned, a group of officials in fine clothing arrived at the gate, beating drums and gongs. The leading official announced loudly, "Is Lu Huayan here? He has achieved the top rank. Congratulations." In front of the gate, many neighbors had already gathered, stretching their necks in curiosity. When they heard the official's announcement, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Oh my, they actually had a top scholar next door. Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning walked toward the gate together, with Xia Yanzhou following closely behind. As Lu Huayan received the good news, Jiang Ning quickly handed over the prepared red envelope to the messenger. The messenger took the envelope, filled with joy, and shared many happy words before leaving with his companions. Zhao Gui and others scattered copper coins and peanuts everywhere, causing both adults and children to cheerfully rush to collect them. This joyful atmosphere was contagious. Just as the messenger left, Chongqing ran over, beaming with excitement. Young master, you did it. You came in last." Chongqing was genuinely thrilled. Even coming in last meant he had passed the exam. Even if he couldn't become a top scholar later, he could still get a government position. "I did it!" Xie Yanzhou exclaimed joyfully, hugging Lu Huayan and laughing. "Haha, I actually passed."
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Ning was speechless. Why was he more excited about coming in last than Lu Huayan? "Yes, young master. The madam asked me to tell you to hurry back. We need to celebrate properly." Chongqing quickly added. "All right, I'll head back now. Lu brother, see you at the Lu Ming banquet." After watching Xie Yanzhou leave, Jiang Ning turned to Lu Huayan and said, "Congratulations, Huayan. You actually passed the exam. That's impressive." "Yes, the son-in-law is truly amazing." Su He and Zhao Gui chimed in with praise. Seeing everyone so happy, Jiang Ning generously announced, "Today, everyone gets a reward."
Thank you, miss.
Everyone was even more delighted and expressed their gratitude. That night, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan relaxed on the soft couch, sipping grape wine and chatting leisurely. Jiang Ning took a sip and asked, "Should we take action now?" "Yes, later we'll visit the Xue family. It's time for them to pay up. No matter who their allies are in the capital, they certainly aren't from the Yin family. If the Xue family runs out of money, the crown prince will be safe, and we might uncover what dealings the Xue and Xin families have. Finding evidence of collusion will help us catch them all." Lu Huayan replied. Jiang Ning said, "All right, should we also visit Governor Xin?" "Yes, we'll catch them off guard." Lu Huayan confirmed.
Great.
Jiang Ning felt excited. The richest family in the city. She was thrilled. Lu Huayan smiled and gently kissed her lips, which were stained red from the wine. Tonight was for serious matters, so they only had a little to drink and didn't indulge too much. After a long wait for the night to deepen, the two of them finished washing up and quickly changed into their night clothes to head to the Xue residence. Then they saw the entire Xue house was brightly lit, with servants bustling around, their faces filled with joy. They wondered what the happy occasion could be. Since everyone was still awake, this made things difficult. "What should we do?" Jiang Ning asked Lu Huayan. "We'll go to the storage room first. Let's not disturb anything visible, but take what we can from the hidden room and search the study for any evidence," Lu Huayan replied. In his past life, he only sought revenge, simply poisoning everyone without needing to make any plans. Indeed, having someone to care about makes a difference. Thinking of this, Lu Huayan looked deeply at Jiang Ning, held her hand tightly, and led her toward the back of the Xue house. Fortunately, Lu Huayan was familiar with the Xue residence. They quickly found a hidden alley at the back. They climbed over the wall and soon arrived at the storage room. The entrance to the storage room was heavily guarded, with a guard every few steps and sentries watching from across the way. It was clear how seriously the head of the Xue family protected their wealth. Unfortunately for them, they encountered two who played dirty. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan worked together, using a few sleeping powders to put all the guards to sleep. They quickly entered the storage room, and Jiang Ning was dazzled by the sight of gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and silks filling the room. Compared to the wealth of the county's richest families, the Xue family was on another level entirely. Just as Jiang Ning was about to take some items, Lu Huayan stopped her. "We won't touch anything obvious to avoid alerting them. Follow me." Jiang Ning followed Lu Huayan deeper into the storage room, where he began to move paintings and rotate vases on a wall. Soon, a hidden passage was revealed as the antique shelf slowly moved aside. Jiang Ning took out a luminous pearl and followed Lu Huayan inside. There were no traps or dangers set up inside, but the shimmering gold before her left Jiang Ning speechless. The storage room was lined with walls of gold bricks, the golden glow dazzling. It was hard to imagine how many gold mines were emptied to create this vault. Lu Huayan cleared his throat, reminding the still-stunned Jiang Ning, "Hurry up and collect it." He had to admit, he was equally shocked when he first saw this room in his past life. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality and waved her hand, collecting all the gold bricks into her space. She had initially regretted not being able to take anything from the outer storage, but now she felt no remorse at all. There was truly an unimaginable amount of gold. Oh my, she was really going to strike it rich. Jiang Ning swallowed hard, calmed herself, and asked, "Shall we go to the study now?" "Yes." Lu Huayan nodded. They closed the door to the hidden room and quietly made their way to the study in the front yard. Fortunately, most of the celebrations at the Shui family were happening in the backyard, so there weren't many servants in the front yard, just guards at each entrance. There were 2 guards outside the study. Lu Huayan tossed them 2 silver coins, and they froze in place. From a distance, they looked like normal people, but they were actually unconscious. Once inside the study, Jiang Ning intended to tidy up the items on the desk and shelves, but Lu Huayan stopped her again, saying, "There's nothing important out here. No need to touch it." "That's true. Do you know where the secret room is?" Jiang Ning realized that ancient people were quite skilled at creating secret rooms, and she had even heard that some estates had hidden passages.
Yes.
When the secret room opened, Jiang Ning saw several boxes, including one large, round box of pearls, which she guessed were the legendary Eastern pearls. There was also a big box of luminous pearls, much larger than the one she was holding, and several boxes of silver notes, likely amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels. Wow, she had to admit that the Shui family was incredibly wealthy. With so much money, one could only wonder how many common people they had exploited to amass such a fortune. She estimated that what she had collected was only half of the wealth, as Lu Huayan planned to confiscate the rest. The last box contained account books, which served as evidence strong enough to bring down the Shui family. Lu Huayan led Jiang Ning out of the yard where the study was located and headed straight for the governor's residence. After exploring the Shui family, they also visited the Shin family, following the same pattern, and collected the gold and silver account books before returning. They didn't rest and needed to organize the evidence quickly to send it to Anshiwen. To Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan's disbelief, none of the evidence pointed to the second prince. Instead, it showed that the Shui family was mining ores that were handed over to Masterin. In this era, where guilt by association was common, if Masterin were to be implicated, the entire family could be affected. This was indeed cunning of the second prince, diverting suspicion onto the crown prince while hiding in the shadows to benefit from the chaos. After careful consideration, they decided to remove the part about Masterin, leaving only the evidence of collusion between the Shui family and Governor Shin. The second prince would be spared for now. After the Lu Ming banquet, Shui Qingling's wedding was approaching. Although the stone gambling shop had to close just one day after opening due to a theft, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the 2 families for the marriage. Soon, it was the night before Shui Qingling's wedding. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In recent days, no one had sent her gifts, and her heart felt increasingly uneasy. This feeling was like the calm before a storm, making her think that something significant was about to happen. She had to admit that her intuition was correct, as a life-and-death matter awaited her. The next morning, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were having breakfast in the dining hall. Xia Yanzhou rushed in, excitedly shouting, "Lu, sister-in-law, stop eating. Something big has happened. Shui Qingling is alone on the rooftop of Ingtian Tower for some reason. I came to get you both. Let's go see what's happening." Oh no. Shen Yanjia was probably going to embarrass himself today, Xia Yanzhou thought, feeling thrilled. Jiang Ning paused with her chopsticks. She looked at Lu Huayan and quickly stood up, saying, "Let's not eat anymore. It's not every day that young Master Xia shows such loyalty and comes to get us early in the morning. We can skip this meal." Lu Huayan raised an eyebrow calmly and stood up in agreement. "Since Ning wants to see, let's go take a look." The 3 of them hurriedly got into a carriage and headed toward Ingtian Tower. Ingtian Tower, located near the government office, was 5 stories high, making it the tallest building in the city. It was also one of the Xue family's properties, offering an excellent view. Today, the Xue family was hosting a banquet there, so it was not open to the public. When Jiang Ning and the others arrived, a large crowd had already gathered below. They got out of the carriage and stood at a distance to watch. Jiang Ning quickly spotted Xue Qingling on the rooftop. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress, layered like clouds, with a beautiful phoenix crown on her head. Xue Qingling leaned on the railing of the corridor, while all the doors and windows of the building were tightly shut, hiding everyone else from view. The wind was strong at that height, making her red dress and jewelry flutter. From such a distance, they couldn't see her expression. The crowd below began to murmur. "Oh my, is that the bride from the Xue family? What is she doing? Is she thinking about jumping? What could she be upset about? Doesn't she want to marry the governor's son? I don't know. She probably wouldn't, right?" At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred as Shen Yanjie arrived in a hurry with several attendants. His face turned pale, clearly angered by Xue Qingling's actions. He shouted upstairs, "Xue Qingling, what do you mean by this? If you don't want to marry, just say so. Why make a scene for everyone to see?" He had been sleeping, having celebrated his newfound single status with friends the night before. Then, early in the morning, she pulled the stunt, leaving him humiliated. So she really didn't want to marry him. She had indeed been deceiving him, and Shen Yanjie was furious. Xue Qingling looked in Lu Huayan's direction, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Then she turned to Shen Yanjie, a smirk on her lips, and said, "Shen Yanjie, do you really think someone like you deserves to marry me? Just look at yourself. You've mistreated so many good girls. You might have ruined your chances, yet you still pretend to be something you're not. I initially thought I could gain some power through you, but it seems fate has other plans for me." Hearing her mock him, Shen Yanjie exploded in anger. "Xue Qingling, you think you're something special? You've harmed so many people. Do you really think I don't know how cruel you are? You're worse than what's written in those stories." Xue Qingling bit her lip and smiled. "So what? Your family still has to curry favor with mine. Governor Shen, a mere official, bows to my father, and I find it laughable every time I see it. Money is powerful. It can make even the proudest bow down. Our families have done many terrible things together in the city, and today, I plan to expose it all." The people downstairs were stunned. They looked up at Xue Qingling, unsure of what she would say next. Xia Yanzhou looked at Lu Huayan in surprise and asked, "What is she planning? Is she going to reveal secrets?" Lu Huayan nodded, his gaze cold. Maybe she's having a change of heart, thinking the Shen and Xue families have done enough wrong and deserve to fall. Xia Yanzhou frowned, wondering why he was so skeptical. But thinking of what Xue Qingling had done in the stories, she seemed to be an unpredictable person. Who knew what reckless action she might take next? Jiang Ning was surprised by the effect of the puppet curse. She hadn't expected Xue Qingling to act so aggressively under its influence. Was she really planning to take down both families? She truly was ruthless. "Are you crazy? Xue Qingling, come down now." Shen Yanjie was nearly beside himself with rage. His people were desperately trying to break down the door, but for some reason it wouldn't budge. Xue Qingling laughed wildly, her laughter filled with madness and despair.
"I'm crazy.
I just think if we all did bad things together, why should I bear the burden alone? If we have to die, it's better to die together, don't you think?" If she was going down, she would take everyone with her. Saying this, Xue Qingling took out a thick stack of papers and smiled. Over the years, the Shen family and the Xue family have done many bad things, like taking land and mistreating others. But the most important thing is the illegal mining. As far as I know, there's an iron mine and a gold mine. The evidence is all in these papers. You can all take a look. With that, she tossed the papers into the air. The townspeople below reached out to catch them, curious about what was written on them. Governor Shen and the head of the Xue family arrived at the scene, and when they saw the contents of the papers, they nearly fainted. How did Xue Qingling gather so much solid evidence, each piece pointing directly at their weaknesses? This information was supposed to be a secret, known only to the two of them, but now Xue Qingling was scattering it like waste paper. They felt panic and anxiously looked around, hoping that this evidence wouldn't fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Xue Qingling was internally distressed. After struggling in vain, she coldly said, "You onlookers, have any of you had family members mysteriously disappear? Guess where they went? Haha, you don't know, do you? They went to work in the mines, and mining requires a lot of people." Even though the crowd was somewhat prepared, they were still shocked into silence by her words. Those with missing family members looked at Governor Shen with resentment. Governor Shen lowered his head and closed his eyes, trying to calm his emotions. Then he ordered the guards around him, "Go up and bring her down. The rest of you collect all the papers. If any are missed, you'll be held responsible." "Yes," the guards responded and took action. The head of the Xue family turned pale, quickly instructing his subordinates to break down the door. He knew that if Xue Qingling continued speaking, the reputations of both the Xue and Shen families would be completely ruined. Seeing that Governor Shen and her father had arrived, Xue Qingling chuckled. "Oh, look who's here. The head of the Xue family and Governor Shen, both worse than pigs and dogs. Why don't you tell us how many male companions you've kept in the suburban villa?" "Yes, that's right. It's not enough for women. They also want to gather handsome boys to keep as their favorites. This is the governor of the prefecture and the richest man in the city. Everyone take a good look." Her laughter echoed in the wind, and the crowd below began to murmur in anger. "Dad, what should we do?" Shun Yanjie rushed to Governor Shen, asking anxiously. Governor Shen frowned at the head of the Xue family. "What do you say?" The head of the Xue family was also furious. He coldly replied, "What can we do? The marriage is off. We don't want this daughter anymore. We need to find a way to suppress this matter." Governor Shen sighed, but the imperial exam just ended, and many candidates are here watching. The head of the Xue family scoffed. "So what? They can't go over your authority as governor." The officers finally broke down the door with great effort, revealing the shopkeepers, waiters, and chefs sprawled on the floor. The captain checked and confirmed they were just unconscious, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Upstairs, Xue Qingling heard the commotion and realized her captors were about to come up. She laughed loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She didn't want to die, but she couldn't control herself. At that moment, one leg crossed over the railing as she mocked, "Old Shen, old Xue, I'm done for, but soon you'll join me in the afterlife. How delightful, ha ha ha." With that, she swung her other leg over, and just as the officers rushed up, she let go of the railing, falling headfirst down.
Ah!
The crowd below screamed in terror. The dull thud sounded like a hammer striking hearts, followed by the sickening of bones and splattering blood. The crowd instinctively parted, surrounding Xue Qingling's body. The head of the Xue family stood at a distance, trembling with anger. Governor Shen sighed deeply, looking at the shaking head of the Xue family, and said, "Head of the Xue family, the second daughter has lost her mind and spoken nonsense. You should take her back and give her a proper burial. Today, this rebellious girl seems to have gone mad." "I hope it doesn't affect the governor's reputation," he thought. Though furious, he wouldn't speak such words in public and ordered his servants to take Xue Qingling's body away. Governor Shen declared loudly, "The second daughter of the Xue family didn't want to marry my son, resenting both our families. Her extreme actions are understandable. I am upright and fear no shadows. The innocent will remain clear." I ask today's spectators not to follow the crowd blindly. The common people didn't know whom to trust, but they were afraid to speak out in front of the officials. In the shadows, some servants echoed, "Lord Shen is a fair official, as everyone knows." Yes, he is a good official who helps the people, we all know that. Unfortunately, there weren't many voices of agreement, and both Governor Shen and Master Xue left angrily. At that moment, the people began to express their anger quietly, murmuring their complaints. Xie Tongji sighed from the crowd, thinking the Shen family was finished. Fortunately, his sister and Zhou'er had been disowned by the Shen family, or they would have been caught up in this mess. He feared he would need to take action to prevent the two families from harming the innocent miners in their desperation. Lu Huayan looked at Xia Yanzhou and said, "Your father might be in trouble soon. Wasn't it only a matter of time? After doing so many terrible things, he should have expected this day." Xia Yanzhou clenched his fists, feeling a mix of sadness and discomfort. Lu Huayan patted his shoulder as a form of comfort. At times like this, words felt unnecessary. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Jiang Ning and her friends planned to leave. She didn't know what to say after witnessing such chaos. Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotions. She saw the corruption of power, the greed of humanity, and the suffering of the innocent. This era was filled with too much helplessness and sorrow, and she could only silently witness it all. Lu Huayan took Jiang Ning's hand and led her to the carriage.
Don't be sad.
Xue Qingling has done many terrible things. She deserves her fate. At least her death serves some purpose. Jiang Ning shook her head. I'm not sad for her. I feel sorrow for the injustice of this time. The poor and oppressed live such hard lives. Lu Huayan hugged her and said, "Yes, there is much evil in humanity, especially greed, anger, and ignorance. Many get trapped in it. We just need to do our best to make things better, and the world will slowly change. Evidence has already reached the capital. I believe action will be taken soon, and those imprisoned miners will be rescued." Jiang Ning asked worriedly, "What if the Shun and Xue families discover the missing ledger? Will they harm the miners?" Lu Huayan replied, "They might try, but we have already made preparations. People from the in-family business have gone ahead. This time, the Shun and Xue families won't escape." Jiang Ning sighed in relief. "That's good." At that moment, she curiously asked, "But how did you manage to make Xue Qingling reveal her past in front of everyone? I can't believe it was just the puppet curse that did that." Lu Huayan smiled and said, "This was all thanks to Xiao He and Zhao San."
What did you have them do?
Jiang Ning asked in surprise. Lu Huayan played with a strand of Jiang Ning's hair and replied, "Well, I had Xiao He bring Xue Qingling to the top floor, while Zhao San and the others made everyone in the restaurant faint and delayed with thick boards. After that, it was all up to Xue Qingling. The puppet curse controlled her mind, amplifying her fear and anxiety. I just didn't expect her resentment to be so strong that she exposed the secrets of both families." Lu Huayan snorted and continued, "Fortunately, she was selfish enough. Otherwise, the evidence would have had much less impact." If she weren't selfish, how could she act against you out of her own desires?" Jiang Ning thought about it and felt disgusted. What Xue Qingling did to Lu Huayan had nothing to do with love. It was purely because she found him attractive and wanted to control him. She was just a merchant's daughter, yet she acted so ruthlessly. If she were a powerful princess or noblewoman, it would have been even worse. Thankfully, all of this was over. On their way home, Zhuang Yunqing in the governor's prison finally awaited the person he had longed for. The newcomer was dressed in black, looking weary from travel. He carefully examined Zhuang Yunqing through the bars, and the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. It seemed wise not to let the young master come in person. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. He had traveled a long way, enduring hardships, only to find a fake. The man in black, recalling his difficult journey, couldn't help but ask angrily, "You're not my family's second young master. Where did you get that jade pendant? Where is my second young master?" Zhuang Yunqing was surprised that the other party didn't even question his identity and just assumed he was a fake. But he still pretended to be nervous and replied, "I don't know. My mother gave me this jade pendant, and I've worn it since I was little. I have no idea who the second young master you mentioned is." After all, his mother was dead, and there was no one to contradict him, so he wasn't afraid. However, there were so many cases of mistaken identity. Couldn't he be one of them? Life was so unfair to him. "Say it again. Answer honestly, or you'll regret it," the man in black said impatiently. Zhuang Yunqing insisted. "What I said is true." However, before he could finish, a pill was thrown into his mouth, and he swallowed it while speaking. Zhuang Yunqing's eyes widened in shock as he frantically tried to gag himself to spit out the pill. A painful sensation, like being bitten by countless insects, slowly overwhelmed him. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The man in black scoffed, "Don't waste your effort. Just speak up, and I'll give you the antidote." This pill was given by Master Fu, claiming it would force the person to tell the truth, and there was no antidote. Zhuang Yunqing felt a wave of despair. Unable to bear the excruciating pain, he reluctantly shared the origin of the jade pendant, hoping to earn the antidote. However, after hearing his words, the man in black mocked him. "Humph, how shameless. You think you can trade one thing for another without considering if you deserve it? With such ill intentions, just endure the pain. Don't expect an antidote," he thought. Although the second young master was taken away at birth, he resembled his father quite a bit and had some similarities with his mother. It would be hard for anyone to impersonate him.
Ah!
Zhuang Yunqing was in agony and couldn't hear what the man in black was saying. His face twisted in pain, his features contorted in distress. At that moment, he just wanted to end it all, so he desperately banged his head against the wall. The guards heard his cries and came to check on him. Upon seeing Zhuang Yunqing's condition, they shuddered but thought about how he had even harmed his own family, so they ignored him. The man in black handed them a banknote for 100 taels of silver, saying, "This person doesn't need special treatment. Let your master judge him according to the law." Yes, I'll go tell the master right away," the guard replied, feeling pleased.
Wow, 100 taels right off the bat.
This person must be wealthy. Not long after Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan returned home, Su He also came back, excitedly reporting on the situation with Zhuang Yunqing. Su He said, "A man in black came looking for Zhuang Yunqing. He seemed skilled in martial arts, so I didn't dare get too close and I couldn't hear what they said. I only heard Zhuang Yunqing suddenly scream in pain, and then that man left." Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan exchanged glances, realizing that the jade pendant indeed had issues. Su He continued, "I learned from the guards who followed them that the man in black was looking for someone. Zhuang Yunqing was exposed as a fraud, and the man in black instructed the authorities to handle it according to the law." Jiang Ning sighed and shook her head, saying, "Zhuang Yunqing is truly crazily obsessed with power, willing to do anything outrageous." She felt this person was just as malicious as Xue Qingling. Lu Huayan's face showed a hint of coldness as he replied softly, "He even sold my information to Xue Qingling just to get Lu Shuiying. What can't he do?" Jiang Ning looked at Lu Huayan in shock. Is that true? So the suffering Lu Huayan endured in his past life was caused by Zhuang Yunqing, and the original owner was also forced to death by him. Oh my, carrying so many lives on his shoulders, he truly deserves to die. Lu Huayan nodded. "Yes, I only found out about this not long ago during the exam. But he has received his due punishment. Everything he cared about, fame and fortune, is gone, and he carries the crime of patricide. A simple execution would be too light. He probably deserves to be completely destroyed. It's a pity he didn't know Zhuang Yunqing was the mastermind in his past life and didn't seek revenge on him. He really got off easy. He's truly deserving of his fate." Jiang Ning had no sympathy for Zhuang Yunqing. Su He nodded in agreement. Yes, he deserves it. Today, Su He worked hard, and Jiang Ning rewarded her with several pieces of raw stone to play with. At that moment, Zhao Gui came to report, "Miss, young Master An and young Master Fu have arrived." "Is my cousin here?" Jiang Ning exclaimed with joy and immediately went out to greet Lu Huayan. And Shiwen and Fu Sheng's carriage entered through the second gate before they got off. As soon as they saw Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan, they smiled and congratulated, "Congratulations, cousin, on being appointed as a local lord, and congratulations to brother-in-law for achieving the top score." Jiang Ning happily replied, "Thank you, cousins. You must be tired from your journey. Please come in." "There's no rush." Fu Sheng then introduced an older man with graying hair. "This is the elder of our Fu family. He has come to help with the relocation of the grave on behalf of our grandfather." Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan quickly bowed. "We greet the elder." The elder waved off their greeting with a smile, saying, "No need for such formalities. I can't accept the courtesy of a local lord and a top scholar. Hurry inside, I'm hungry." "Please, Elder Fu, we have prepared the meal," Zhao Gui quickly said. Good, let's go." Saying this, Elder Fu hurriedly followed Zhao Gui inside. "Please, cousins." Lu Huayan gestured for them to enter. In the dining hall, everyone seemed tired and quietly ate their meals without speaking. For the first time, Jiang Ning experienced the rule of eating in silence. After the meal, Elder Fu, being older and having traveled for several days, went back to his guest room to rest. And Shiwing and Fu Xing moved to the flower hall and sat down. After the servants brought tea, Jiang Ning asked, "Why did you two cousins come suddenly, without any notice? We could have prepared something. We're all family. What's there to prepare?" Fu Xing said casually, "We came with the Imperial Envoy this time." Imperial Envoy? Jiang Ning was surprised. She didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Were they really going to deal with the Shun and Shui families so soon? Yes. Thanks to you, the Emperor is about to make a big move.
Fu Xing laughed.
The richest man in the capital and the governor were in cahoots, so wealth was guaranteed. As soon as Emperor Wu Ling saw the evidence, he couldn't wait and urgently arranged for the Imperial Envoy to come. He and his cousin Wen followed along. And Shiwen looked at Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan, shaking his head slightly with disapproval in his tone. "You two are really too bold. I don't care how you got the information on the Shun and Shui families, but you must not take such risks again." Jiang Ning glanced at Lu Huayan and smiled. "Got it, cousin. Do you have all the evidence?" And Shiwen asked Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan shook his head. "We excluded the evidence related to Masterin. If you need it, I can have a Ning bring it to you." After thinking for a moment, and Shiwen said, "No need. Just destroy it. My second uncle has already been dealt with and will no longer cause trouble. If we take care of the Shun and Shui families this time, the second prince will be left without support and should quiet down for a while." Lu Huayan continued, "We also found out that raw jade stones are flowing out from the northern region. We're not sure if it's related to the Northern King or just the influence of the Wuyue Pavilion there. It needs further investigation." And Shiwen didn't expect that Lu Huayan and the others had also gathered information from the north. After considering it, he decided to explain the situation regarding the Northern King in detail. The Northern King hasn't returned to the capital for over a decade, always refusing under the pretext of being seriously ill. At first, the emperor didn't believe it and sent imperial doctors to verify, and they indeed found he was very ill. After recovering, he refused to return to the capital, citing high travel costs and tense border conflicts. We don't know the current situation in the north. Their defenses are extremely tight. This uncertainty makes the emperor quite uneasy. But every time the emperor mentions sending troops to assist at the border, the Northern King sends back a report of victory, making the current situation quite awkward. And Zaiwen's words carried a hint of helplessness. The actions of the Northern King clearly displeased the emperor, but he showed no signs of rebellion, which left the emperor and the court officials quite puzzled. Did the emperor send any guards? Lu Huayan asked. Yes, but they found no issues, and Shiwen replied. It was precisely because the guards found no improper behavior from the Northern King that the emperor could not express his anger. However, this did not completely ease the emperor's doubts. At this moment, Jiang Ning interjected, "Cousin, do you know about a woman named Huan Nu who appeared around the Northern King 20 years ago?"
Huan Nu.
I haven't heard of her, and Shiwen shook his head, but after thinking for a moment, he added, "However, the Northern King's current princess seems to be named Wu Jinhui. I heard she was originally a maid, and the Northern King requested several times to have her made a princess, but it was denied. Eventually, he used a great military achievement to exchange for her title. She has a son and a daughter in the north and has never returned to the capital." Wu Jinhui? Jiang Ning felt a stir in her heart, unsure if she was the daughter of Old Lady Lu. If Wu Jinhui was indeed Old Lady Lu's daughter, she was quite impressive to rise from a maid to a princess, especially with the Northern King personally securing her title with military merit. However, Ning could not confirm anything until she met her in person. Speaking of this, I have a small request, and Wen said to Lu Huan, his tone carrying a weight of seriousness. I have a close friend, the Northern King's heir, Xiao Jincheng. He has been poisoned since birth with 2 kinds of deadly toxins. The imperial physician said there is no cure for either, only a balance can be maintained, but it seems that balance is breaking, and the physician predicts he won't survive this year. And Wen continued, speaking earnestly, I would like to ask if you could please check on him when the time comes. If he dies, the heir position may fall to the son of his current wife. The late Northern King had entrusted that his position should not go to the maid's child, but we do not know the secrets behind this. However, the emperor truly wishes to uphold this promise, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. And Wen's sincerity made it clear that Lu Huan had no reason to refuse. After all, he wouldn't be doing it for free. He nodded and said, Cousin, don't worry. We will see what happens when we get to the capital.
Great.
I thank you in advance. Lu Huan thought about the upcoming snow disaster and reminded Wen, it's only early September, and the weather is already getting cold. The drop in temperature is early this year. We should be cautious about a snow disaster. And Wen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's colder than in previous years. Fortunately, my cousin has made excellent weaving and spinning machines, so we can keep this batch of fabric for winter to prepare for the cold wave. My workshop is also saving some fabric, though not much. It will be enough for emergencies, Jiang Ning said. And Wen praised, my cousin has a kind heart. I heard from Zhao Qian that the Kong you made in the village is great. I've already instructed people to spread it, which will surely help many people get through the winter. Feeling flattered, Jiang Ning scratched his head shyly. Hee, I learned this from my cousin. He is the real good person. And Wen smiled. His charming smile was so elegant that it brought joy to those who saw it. Months passed, and his health had mostly recovered. He was now strong and even more handsome. Seeing Wen in good spirits, Lu Huan asked, when do you plan to remove the insect? And Wen replied, there's no rush. I can do it when I return to the capital. He didn't want to waste the essence in the blood insect, as he had nurtured it in his body for many years and wanted to absorb it all. While Jiang Ning was enjoying a pleasant conversation, the Xue family was in chaos. As soon as the head of the Xue family returned home from Yingtian Tower, he ordered the removal of Xue Qingling's wedding dress and had her body thrown into a mass grave. He didn't even give his daughter dignity in death, showing just how angry he was. At that moment, the steward rushed in. Sir, there's a big problem. The head of the Xue family, already filled with anger, became even more furious upon hearing this. He kicked the steward and shouted, You're the problem. I'm just fine. The steward stumbled but didn't dare to complain about the pain and quickly reported, Sir, the secret room in the storeroom has been robbed. What? The secret room? Wasn't that where his gold was kept? The head of the Xue family turned pale and rushed toward the storeroom. That was their family's treasure accumulated over generations. Thinking about the recent robbery at the Xin family's newly opened gambling stone shop, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Upon arriving at the storeroom, the head of the Xue family saw that the valuables were still there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried to the secret room, only to find that his room full of golden treasures was completely gone, not a single piece left. The head of the Xue family suddenly felt weak and fell to the ground. The steward hurried over to help him up. But then the head of the Xue family seemed to remember something and rushed to the front yard. When he saw that the account books, banknotes, and jewels in the secret room of the study were all gone, he could no longer hold himself up. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was over. The Xue family was completely finished. At that moment, the head of the Xue family could only think this one thought. On the other side, Governor Xin was not doing any better. He was smarter than the head of the Xue family, and today's events were too strange. As soon as he returned home, he hurried to the study. When he saw that all the evidence in the secret room was gone, his vision went dark, and he fainted. After a while, Governor Xin managed to stand up with the help of a chair. His face was pale, and his voice trembled. "Has anyone else entered the study during this time?" "Reporting to you, sir. No one else has entered except for you," the guard replied.
Who could it be?
Even the guards hadn't noticed who the expert was. Thinking about what happened at Ingtian Tower today, when had this trap been set for them? Governor Shen swayed and fell backward. "Sir." The guard quickly stepped forward to revive him. Seeing that Governor Shen had woken up, the guard asked, "Sir, should we call for the doctor?" "Is this really the time to call for the doctor?" Governor Shen glanced at the unaware guard and waved his hand weakly, saying, "Go, call for the lady." Now, they could only rely on the power behind Madame Wu. They needed to escape quickly.
Yes.
Before the guard could go, the steward's voice came in, "Sir, it's bad news. The imperial envoy has arrived with a large group." Thus, on what was supposed to be a joyous day, Governor Shen and the Shui family faced their doom. All officials and merchants involved were arrested. This matter quickly spread throughout the city. When people met, the first thing they said was, "Have you heard?" In just half a day, the news spread throughout the city, with many voices criticizing the Shen and Shui families. A month later, the court announced the punishment for Governor Shen and the head of the Shui family. They were sentenced to death for corruption, collusion with merchants, oppression of the people, and other crimes, with all their assets confiscated. Their families were exiled 3,000 miles away, and the male descendants were banned from taking the imperial examination for 3 generations. Xia Tongji and the Tongpan, who were not involved in this case and had helped protect the people afterward, were promoted. Xia Tongji became Governor Xia, and the former Tongpan was promoted to Tongji. The position of the deputy magistrate became available, and with Shiwen's recommendation and Xia Yanzhou's request, Magistrate Meng finally got the chance for a promotion. This outcome somewhat made up for the negative impact he faced due to the previous theft cases. From the time he was transferred from the magistrate of Qingshui County to the deputy magistrate position until he arrived in the capital city, Magistrate Meng was still in a daze. How did he get promoted? Why did such good luck come to him? During the time when the Shen and Shui families were being investigated, Zhang Ning and the others returned to the village to handle the relocation of graves. When the head of the Jiang family learned that Jiang Dahai and Lu Yunong's, Fu Xinyi's, graves were to be moved to the capital, he was unwilling since Jiang Dahai would be marrying into the Fu family, but no one dared to oppose it. They were dealing with people they couldn't afford to offend, and they simply didn't have the courage. Relocating graves is a significant matter. The elder of the Fu family selected an auspicious day and invited 108 monks to chant for 7 days to complete the bone relocation ceremony. At the same time, news of Zhuang Yunqing's punishment for his crimes also reached the village. During this time, a pair of swords named Xingqian and Yuehua appeared in the space, leading Zhang Ning to suspect that the space seemed to have a mind of its own, rewarding them according to their needs. Due to Lu Huayan's reckless actions, several swords had already been damaged, so she hoped this new reward wouldn't break easily. The space had also expanded to 4,000 square feet, likely due to the contributions of the Shen and Shui families. Their downfall freed many miners, which could be seen as a good deed. The journey back to the capital was stable but long. It took about 10 days for the carriage to reach the outskirts. Since Fu Sheng had sent word in advance, when Zhang Ning and the others arrived at the ancestral grave, Duke Fu Yuanhui was there waiting with his eldest son Fu Minghui, daughter-in-law and Zaya, eldest grandson Fu Su, and many servants. This scene clearly showed the family's importance placed on Fu Xinyi and Zhang Ning. Except for the eldest granddaughter Liu, who stayed home with her 2 children, all the relatives were present. Seeing this, Zhang Ning's initially anxious heart was suddenly filled with overwhelming emotion. She had never felt such importance from her family before. She never expected that a journey through time would bring her this feeling. As Zhang Ning walked slowly towards them, Duke Fu's eyes became moist and his lips trembled, but he couldn't find the words to say. Fu Minghui looked on with great anticipation, his excitement evident. This was the daughter of his long-lost sister. She was supposed to be cherished and held close, a precious little one meant to be loved dearly. Yet, She had suffered so much outside. As Jiang Ning approached, the two older men in the house were quietly saddened. Aunt Nzea, dressed in plain clothes, was the first to greet him. She gently said, "You must be Ninger. We have been waiting for you. I am your aunt. Your little aunt's ancestral ceremony has been arranged. After the rituals, we can officially recognize each other, okay?" And Zaya, who is the aunt of Inshiwen, was over 40, but still looked graceful and well-maintained, appearing to be around 30. She had been married to Fu Minghui for over 20 years, and they shared a deep bond and affection. Although she should be Jiang Ning's great-aunt, since Fu Xinyi was included in the Fu family tree, she was now considered a relative and addressed as aunt. Her gentle speech and warm smile made her very approachable. Jiang Ning bowed and replied, "I have met my aunt, and I will follow your arrangements." "Good, good child, you have suffered," and Zaya said with loving eyes, hugging Jiang Ning warmly before turning to instruct that the ceremony should officially begin. With the successful completion of the rituals, Fu Xinyi and Jiang Dahai's coffins were officially buried in the Fu family ancestral grave, and their tablets were placed in the Fu family ancestral hall. From then on, as long as there was one person from the Fu family, they could enjoy the family's offerings. After the family performed another round of worship in the ancestral hall, Fu Guogong took out the family tree and, in front of everyone, personally wrote the names of Fu Xinyi, Jiang Dahai, and Fu Ning into it. From that moment on, Jiang Ning was renamed Fu Ning and officially became a member of the Fu family. After her name was added to the family tree, Fu Ning bowed to her ancestors and lit incense, completing the ceremony. Then, Anzea led her to Fu Guogong and introduced her, saying, "This is your maternal grandfather, and he will also be your grandfather from now on." Fu Ning looked at Fu Guogong, who was in his 70s, with a thin face and white hair. Despite his age, he was tall, and his eyes still sparkled with vitality, exuding a dignified presence. He wore a long blue robe embroidered with golden clouds, looking both luxurious and solemn. At that moment, he gazed at Fu Ning, who resembled his late wife, with excitement. It was a pity that Yenner and Ear had passed away, otherwise, they could have met such an outstanding child. "Greetings, grandfather." Fu Ning thought this was the eldest elder and was about to kneel to pay her respects when Fu Guogong gently supported her arms. "Good child, no need for too much formality," Fu Guogong said, his voice trembling slightly, with moist eyes. "From now on, this is your home." "Yes, grandfather,"
Fu Ning responded sweetly.
Once she steadied herself, Duke Fu took out a beautiful jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it to Fu Ning, saying, "This is the blood jade that your grandmother and I found by chance at the border many years ago. We carved it into this Yao, Hua, Lian, Xian pendant together. I give it to you as a keepsake." Jiang Ning had heard that blood jade was extremely rare and very valuable, so she was surprised that her grandfather would give it to her. Fu Ning accepted the pendant with both hands and put it around her neck, saying gratefully, "Thank you, grandfather. I also have a gift for you." As she spoke, Fu Ning took out a delicate wooden box from the package that Su He had brought and respectfully handed it to Duke Fu. "This is a 500-year-old ginseng that I obtained by chance, specially made into nourishing pills. I hope it can help you live a long and healthy life. Wishing you good health forever." For this family reunion, Fu Ning had prepared many gifts. Knowing that Duke Fu was not well, Lu Huayan suggested making the ginseng into pills, and Fu Ning immediately agreed. Duke Fu opened the wooden box to find 2 neat rows of 20 pills wrapped in gold foil. He picked one up, opened it, and took a gentle sniff, immediately greeted by a rich medicinal aroma. The other members of the Fu family perked up at the scent. A 500-year-old ginseng was incredibly rare, and they were surprised that Fu Ning had it and turned it into pills.
"Nianger is thoughtful."
"Thank you, Nianger," Duke Fu said after admiring the gift and putting away the box. At that moment, General Fu Minghui approached Fu Ning. He was handsome and tall, and although he was a military man, he carried himself with elegance. Looking at Fu Ning, his eyes turned red. "Dear niece, I am your uncle. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I will make sure they can't leave their house for a month. Fu Ning laughed at his words and replied seriously, yes, uncle. If anyone dares to bully me, I will definitely ask you to help me. General Fu Minghui laughed heartily, clearly pleased with her response. He gifted Fu Ning a fine dagger, forged from dark iron, sharp enough to cut through anything. In return, Fu Ning gave him some healing ointment and detox pills, knowing that these would be useful for a general. Fu Ning then turned her gaze to Fu Su, who resembled Fu Xing a bit. She affectionately called out, elder brother. Fu Su looked at Fu Ning with gentle eyes, ruffled her hair, and replied, good. At this moment, Liu also came forward with the children. Fu Su introduced her, saying, this is your sister-in-law. These two little ones are your nephews. The older one is 3 years old and named Fu Liyun, and the younger one is just 1 year old and named Fu Lichuan. Liu is the daughter of the Minister of Rights. She wore a simple, elegant dress and had a tall, striking appearance. She loved horseback riding since childhood and had a close bond with Fu Su, making them childhood friends with deep feelings for each other. Sister-in-law, hello. Hello to my 2 nephews.
Fu Ning greeted politely.
Liu responded with a bright smile, hello, little aunt. She handed Fu Ning a prepared gift of 3 property deeds, which was a token of her and her husband's affection. Jiang Ning returned the gesture with a beauty cream made from her special spring water. She had prepared plenty and also gave some to Anzea. Anzea accepted it with a smile and teased her. You just came back, and yet you brought gifts. Then, she gifted Fu Ning a hot spring villa located in the countryside from her dowry. Fu Lian looked at Fu Ning with sparkling eyes and said, Aunt, you look beautiful. Fu Ning was delighted by the child's compliment. She gently pinched Fu Lian's cheek and put a lucky charm around his neck, mimicking his tone. Little Lian also looks beautiful. As she spoke, Fu Ning also placed a lucky charm around the neck of little Fu Lichuan, whom Liu was holding. Fu Sheng crossed his arms and tilted his chin slightly, looking at Fu Ning and asked, what about me? Hello, second brother. You look great. Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Fu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Good sister. It's nice to hear you call me second brother. From now on, I can support you. Thank you, second brother, Fu Ning teased. After introducing everyone from the Fu family, Fu Ning pulled over Lu Huayan, who had been standing quietly nearby, to introduce him to the Fu family. Fu Sheng had already mentioned Fu Ning's situation to the family, so they were somewhat familiar with Lu Huayan. Today, he wore a light blue brocade robe and looked handsome, standing next to Fu Ning like the sun and moon complementing each other, both radiating brilliance and looking perfectly matched, which pleased everyone. Everyone exchanged greetings again, but Duke Fu kept staring at Lu Huayan, feeling that he resembled someone but couldn't recall who. After a busy time, everyone was hungry, so Anzea arranged for everyone to go to the dining hall for a meal. During dinner, the family took turns serving Jiang Ning food and introducing her to various delicacies. Fu Ning felt surrounded by love and pampering, a feeling she had never experienced in her 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, she felt like the beloved main character of a story. The family enjoyed a warm and happy dinner together, and after that, Anshuan said goodbye and returned to the inn residence. Anzea led Fu Ning and Lu Huayan to the courtyard arranged for them. On the way, Jiang Ning looked around. The front yard of the mansion was grand and impressive, with intricate carvings and paintings, each detail revealing an ancient charm and a sense of history. The backyard was more delicate and refined, perhaps designed with the comfort of women in mind, making it less imposing. When they arrived, Anzea kindly took Fu Ning's hand and said earnestly, Ninger, from now on, the Fu family will be your family. This courtyard is called Lianxin Courtyard. It was originally meant for your mother by your grandfather, and it has the best location and view in the mansion. This will be your courtyard. If there's anything you don't like, or if you need something, just tell Auntie. Don't hesitate to speak up. Fu Ning nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you, Auntie. At that moment, the servants waiting in the courtyard saw them coming and hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully, saying, We greet the lady, the young miss, and the young master. And Zaya raised her hand to signal them to stand up. From now on, the young miss and the young master are your masters. You must serve them well, putting their needs first and never being careless. Do you understand? Everyone replied in unison, "We understand, madam." Only then did Zaya turn to Fu Ning and say, "These servants were chosen by Auntie for you. Use them for now, and if they don't meet your needs, let me know, and I will help you choose again." "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. What you choose must be the best," Fu Ning said, though her words were a bit flattering. She genuinely felt that Zaya was kind and considerate in every way. Seeing her being so well-behaved, Zaya sighed lightly, affectionately patted Fu Ning's hand, and said, "All right, it's getting late. You've worked hard today, so tidy up and rest early. In 10 days, there will be a special day, and our family will hold a chrysanthemum banquet to introduce our Fu family's young lady to the people of the capital. I wanted to let you know in advance, so you can prepare." "Yes, Auntie, we understand. We will follow your arrangements," Fu Ning replied, as she was not very familiar with these customs and naturally would follow the Fu family's plans. After all, she only needed to make an appearance at the banquet and didn't have to do much else. And Zaya instructed, "If you need anything, have the servants take care of it."
Okay.
After Zaya finished speaking, she gave a few more instructions to the servants before leaving with them. Su-hee, who had been silent for a long time, let out a long sigh of relief and complained, "Miss, it's so hard being quiet all day." Fu Ning laughed heartily. "It's impressive that our little he knows how to follow the rules." Su-hee replied helplessly, "What can I do? This house looks so grand that it makes people behave themselves. Especially with Duke Fu and General Fu, who have been on the battlefield. Their strong presence makes her understand how to read the room." Fu Ning patted her head and said, "All right, you can choose a room to rest in. I'm tired too." "Okay." Su-hee hurried off to find a room as if she had received a special pardon. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan usually slept in rooms on either side of the main courtyard. They were actually very close now. The choice to sleep apart was purely Lu Huayan's decision because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. It was quite awkward, and he just wanted to finish the exams quickly and get married. Then they could sleep together every night and do whatever they wanted. As the invitations from the Fu family were sent out, news of the long-lost granddaughter quickly spread throughout the capital. It was even said that the Fu family had added her to the family tree, making her an official granddaughter. The Fu family rarely hosted banquets and often avoided attending others' gatherings. This time, however, they were going all out for the newly found granddaughter, showing how much they cherished her. No one knew what qualities she possessed to earn the family's approval. Everyone who received an invitation in the capital became curious about this Miss Fu Ning. The next morning, Fu Ning and the others enjoyed a delicious breakfast. As Fu Ning and Lu Huayan planned to visit their elders, they heard that the male members of the family were all busy with official duties and not at home. And Zaya was busy managing household affairs and preparing for the banquet, while Liu was preoccupied with her young child, making things quite hectic. After wandering around the house with nothing to do, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan had to return to their courtyard. Seeing this, Su-hee started shouting to go out and play, "Miss, let's go explore." The capital is definitely more lively and bustling than the county. Looking at Su-hee's eager eyes, Fu Ning realized that they had been traveling for a while and hadn't had a chance to relax, so she agreed. Upon learning that Fu Ning was going out, Zaya sent over 1,000 taels in silver notes and instructed that if they needed more money, they could have the shopkeeper settle the bill at the house. Fu Ning was taken aback. Being treated so well made her worry about becoming spoiled. A few people excitedly left their home. The Duke's residence is located in the inner city of the capital, near the royal palace, where only nobles and high-ranking officials live. As a result, when they stepped outside, they saw commoners dressed in luxurious clothing, comparable to the wealthy families in Yongzhou, highlighting the capital's affluence. It was a refreshing September day, with bustling streets filled with cars and people, creating a lively atmosphere. Su-hee was thrilled and shared interesting things with Fu Ning along the way. As they strolled, it became noon, and they decided to eat at the largest restaurant in the capital. They had plenty of money now and wanted to experience more in the city. The restaurant was grand, with a long row of red lanterns hanging at the entrance, likely having over a dozen rooms. People passing by wore fine clothes and chatted happily. Just as Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were about to enter with Su He, a beautifully crafted carriage approached. The curtain lifted, and a graceful young lady stepped down. It was Lu Shuiying. Fu Ning felt it was quite a coincidence to run into her while out shopping. Fortunately, they had disguised themselves to avoid attention. Perhaps sensing their gaze, Lu Shuiying looked over. Upon seeing two ordinary-looking individuals dressed in the latest luxurious attire from Jinxiu Pavilion, along with a maid, her brow furrowed slightly. Especially the woman's half-smiling expression felt oddly familiar, causing her to feel uneasy, and she hurried into the restaurant. Once inside, Lu Shuiying's expression was quite unpleasant. "Miss, what's wrong?" Her maid, Xiang Tao, asked with concern. Lu Shuiying shook her head. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy." Miss Lu, please come upstairs." The waiter greeted her enthusiastically. Lu Shuiying absent-mindedly nodded, following the waiter upstairs. As she did, she sensed something and glanced back at the entrance, only to see that woman still watching her with a half-smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be her? The woman's eyes and demeanor were too similar. But wasn't it too early for her to come to the capital? Surely, she should wait until after the new year. Remembering the latest news that Zhuang Yunqing was dead and the Xue and Xin families had been destroyed, Lu Shuiying took a deep breath to calm her rising panic. She called out, "Xiang Tao." "Miss, what is it?" Xiang Tao asked, a bit worried. Her mistress had been on edge lately, living in fear, especially after learning that Lu Huayan had topped the exams and Zhuang Yunqing had met a terrible fate. She couldn't sleep at night, fearing that Jiang Ning and the others would come to the capital. Lu Shuiying leaned closer and whispered, "Go find out if there's any news about Jiang Ning recently, and whether he has come to the capital." "Yes, miss," Xiang Tao replied. With the token given by Shiwen, Fu Ning and the others were soon welcomed into the private room to order food. However, while waiting for the dishes, Fu Ning walked to the window, intending to enjoy the view outside, but she overheard Lu Shuiying's voice from the next room. Curiosity got the better of her, and Fu Ning peeked outside. The nearby lake was clear, with passing boats that went unnoticed. Suhi wanted to follow, but was stopped by Fu Ning. She quietly moved to the next window, slipped into the space, and prepared to watch. The elegant private room was already filled with a table of delicious food. Lu Shuiying sat at the main seat, watching Lu Shuiying serve her with a slight smile. She dined gracefully, her every movement reflecting the demeanor of a noblewoman. Lu Shuiying picked up a piece of deer meat and said, "Sister, this deer meat is very good for people with cold bodies. You should eat more." She looked at her cousin with hopeful eyes, pretending to be dependent. Despite seeing her cousin's more refined demeanor, Lu Shuiying felt no envy. In her dreams, she knew this cousin would not live beyond 2 years. Lu Shuiying had been taken as a concubine for the second prince at a young age. During that time, she suffered a miscarriage with her first child, and after giving birth to her second son, she earned the title of madam, but sadly, he also did not survive past 2 years. Now, the doctor had diagnosed that she could no longer bear children. Their grandfather, Lu Jijiang, suggested that Lu Shuiying enter the second prince's residence to secure Lu Shuiying's position. If she bore a son, it would elevate her status. Even though she knew entering the prince's residence was like jumping into a fire pit, she had no choice but to rely on that identity for protection. Lu Shuiying ate the deer meat, took a sip of soup, set down her chopsticks, and gently dabbed her lips with a handkerchief. She smiled elegantly. "In the future, I will rely on my sister to help me in the residence. Your health seems much better than mine, which makes me quite envious." "Not at all. It would be wonderful to help my sister," Lu Shuiying said carefully, trying to please her. "Grandfather says we are sisters and should support each other. If you need anything, just let me know. Your words are much sweeter than when we were younger." Lu Xuerong appreciated Lu Shuiying's flattery, but then took a serious tone, reminding her of her place. However, just being sweet-tongued won't help. The prince's residence is very strict with rules. Once you are there, you will only have the princess as your sister. Do you understand? Lu Shuiying awkwardly replied, Yes, I understand. I won't cause trouble for my sister. Lu Xuerong said kindly, You don't need to be nervous. After all, you are my cousin. If you embarrass yourself, it will reflect poorly on me too. As long as you treat me well, I will take care of you. Then her expression changed, and she became stern. Also, once you enter the prince's residence, you cannot refer to yourself as I in front of the master. That is a term only for the master. You must call yourself maid and remember your place. Do you understand? Got it, Lu Shuiying replied, her face turning red as she realized Lu Xuerong was asserting her authority. Lu Xuerong then smiled gently and said, No matter your status, in the royal family, it's all about the heirs. If you serve the second prince well and have a healthy baby, even a low status can be elevated. It's unfortunate that you have to enter the residence as a concubine. I wouldn't dare to complain. I owe everything to my sister. Lu Shuiying suppressed her anger and tried to appear humble and respectful. Lu Xuerong waved her hand lazily. I'm glad you think that way. I'm tired now, so I'll head back. You can eat slowly. Lu Shuiying had to stand up and see her off. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she wouldn't have to become a concubine. How sad her father would be if he knew. To be humiliated by Lu Xuerong today, as a fellow Lu family member, was truly a disgrace. Lu Shuiying felt upset, but, thinking of Jiang Ning and her fears for the future, she swallowed her resentment. Lu Xuerong was eager to assert her authority, driven by her own frustrations and helplessness. Yet, no matter how unwilling Lu Xuerong was, she ultimately had to accept reality. But Lu Shuiying would remember this humiliation. After watching the scene unfold, Fu Ning couldn't help but comment, I didn't expect Lu Shuiying to have such a tough time in the capital, being humiliated by her own sister. I thought she was above all that. Once back in her private room, Fu Ning shared the events with Lu Huayan. Lu Shuiying really thinks she can have it easy just because she's in the prince's residence? I thought she would firmly believe in being together forever. What does together forever mean?
Suhi asked.
Fu Ning explained, It means a couple can stay together for life, always loyal to each other and never apart. When you grow up and meet someone you like, you'll understand. Lu Huayan looked at Fu Ning meaningfully and said, And Ning, remember this saying. Fu Ning shrugged and smiled. Same to you. All right, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold. Lu Huayan served her some dishes. You eat too. Fu Ning cheerfully served Lu Huayan a bite. Suhi focused on her meal, ignoring the interaction between the two. After they finished eating and took a short break, they continued to stroll around. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying returned home with a gloomy expression. As soon as she entered her courtyard, a maid reported, Miss, the madam is asking if you want to attend the chrysanthemum banquet at the Duke of Zhengua's residence on the 26th. Lu Shuiying frowned. Duke of Zhengua? Yes, it seems that yesterday, Duke Fu added his granddaughter to the family tree. To allow Miss Fu Ning to confidently present herself as a member of the Fu family in the capital, they decided to hold this banquet and invited many prominent families to help her get recognized. I also heard that the Duke's second son, Fu Sheng, is still unmarried, and many other talented young people will be attending. The maid replied eagerly. Lu Shuiying was taken aback. Did you say her name is Fu Ning? For some reason, she immediately thought of Jiang Ning. Could it be that she really returned to the capital, and the person she saw today was truly her? The maid replied, Yes, miss. After Miss Fu was added to the family tree, she changed her surname to Fu. We don't know what her original surname was. The Duke of Zhengua. So she is the Duke's granddaughter? Lu Shuiying unconsciously clenched her fists. That Jiang Ning, how could she be a lady from the Duke's residence? No wonder she was so arrogant and could handle the Xue and Shin families. She only learned in the capital that the Xue family was the second prince's source of funds, and now they had effectively cut off one of his arms. But thinking about how the Duke was part of the Crown Prince's faction, she felt a bit relieved. No matter how noble her background, if she chose the wrong side, she would face dire consequences. Especially with the war approaching, during times of disaster and hardship, the Duke Fu family was just a step away from ruin. A cold smile appeared on Lu Shuiying's lips as she said, "Please tell my aunt to decline for me, saying that I'm not feeling well and won't be attending the banquet. She is not foolish enough to seek humiliation. It seems she needs to enter the second prince's residence early, as the guards there are much stricter than those at her own place." As Fu Ning was enjoying her stroll, she saw An-yi rushing over. "Cousin, quick! We need to get to the carriage. My master wants you to visit the North Town Prince's residence." Fortunately, she was used to seeing Fu Ning's and Lu Huayan's disguised faces on the way back to the capital. Otherwise, it would have taken a while to recognize them. The group hurriedly got into the carriage, and before they were settled, it took off at a fast pace. "Is it true that young Master Xiao is in trouble?" Lu Huayan asked, and Yi explained what he knew. "Yes, he suddenly fainted, and the doctors are at a loss. Steward Lu from the prince's residence sent someone to find my master. We were originally going to the Duke's residence to pick you up, but when we learned you were out shopping, my master went to the prince's residence first. He sent me to find you. Do you know how long he has been unconscious?" Lu Huayan asked again, and Yi nodded. "They said he hasn't been very alert since morning. The doctors have changed several times, but there has been no improvement. He completely fainted, and it has been almost an hour now." After hearing this, Lu Huayan realized the situation was worse than he thought. He lifted the carriage curtain and told the driver, "Go faster." Inside the North Town Prince's residence, the heat in the young master's chamber was intense. As Fu Ning and Lu Huayan entered, they were met with a wave of warmth. When Shiwen saw them, his previously furrowed brow relaxed. He sent the doctors away and waved to the others in the room, asking them to leave. Lu Huayan didn't want anyone to know about his abilities, so he needed to cover for himself. Everyone filed out. Only then did Shiwen pull Lu Huayan to the bedside. "He has been unconscious for an hour. Can you check his condition?" Lu Huayan stepped forward to take young Master Zhao's pulse and examined his limbs and heart. His limbs are stiff, but fortunately, the poison hasn't reached his heart yet.
There's still time.
I will start acupuncture. And Shiwen was excited. "That's great. I knew you could save him." Lu Huayan said nothing more, unfastened young Master Zhao's clothing, and quickly inserted silver needles one by one. And Shiwen watched in amazement at his swift and precise technique, having never seen such skill before. This was also Lu Huayan's first time using this acupuncture method. He had thought it would consume a lot of energy, but surprisingly, he felt nothing at all. It must be due to the cleansing elixir and the inner strength gained from practicing the moon sword technique that had changed his physique. After the injection, Lu Huayan said to Shiwen, "Young Master Xiao has been poisoned with a deadly ice soul from the western regions and the rare butterfly transformation poison from the south. The precise calculation of these two poisons must have come from countless experiments on lives. Most importantly, this person can control the timing of death, showing great skill in poison." Moreover, Lu Huayan thought for a moment and continued, "As far as I know, there is no antidote for these two poisons in the world. Now that the butterfly transformation poison is nearly depleted, the balance is broken, which is why the physician believes he won't survive this year. I used the 9-yang True Fire Resurrection Needle on him. This needle can only be used once and can extend his life for 3 months. During these 3 months, we must find the butterfly transformation poison and take it in the right proportions to maintain the balance of the two poisons in his body. Otherwise, he will freeze to death." As soon as Lu Huayan finished speaking, young Master Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, coughed hard, and spat out a large mouthful of dark blood. And Shiwen quickly moved to support him. "Jingchen, are you okay?" However, Xiao Jincheng did not respond but leaned over the bed and coughed up more dark blood. And Shiwen then laid him back down and quietly watched as Xiao Jincheng's breathing gradually stabilized, taking out a handkerchief to clean the blood from him. "Is this okay now?" And Shiwen asked Lu Huayan. Yes, for now, he won't die. You can give him some water, Lu Huayan said as he moved to collect the needle.
All right.
Fu Ning, sitting at the table in the center of the room, noticed they needed water and replaced the cup's contents with spring water, handing it to Shiwen. While giving water, Shiwen noticed that although Xiao Jincheng's eyes were open, he was still in a semi-conscious state. He called out several times, Jincheng, Jincheng. Xiao Jincheng did not respond. So, Shiwen turned to Lu Huayan and asked, Brother-in-law, is he awake or still asleep? Lu Huayan checked Xiao Jincheng's pulse again. The poison almost invaded his heart, and he has exhausted too much energy. He needs some time to recover. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Huayan finished speaking, Shiwen noticed that Xiao Jincheng had fully awakened. Xiao Jincheng's dark eyes were deep and unfathomable, making it hard to see the turmoil within. His face still bore its usual indifference, showing no expression. Shiwen softly asked, Jincheng, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? He thought to himself that Xiao Jincheng was much more endearing when unconscious. Once awake, he immediately became distant. Xiao Jincheng's gaze turned to Lu Huayan by the bed, his voice low and cold. Did you save me? Shiwen replied first, yes, he is actually the brother-in-law I mentioned to you, Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan bowed respectfully. I have met the young master. Xiao Jincheng nodded slightly. Although his face remained expressionless, his eyes were not as cold. There is no need for formalities here. I must thank you for saving me. After a pause, he continued, I heard what you said about the 3-month deadline. This poison was likely placed by my father's concubine, Lady Wu, when she was sent to the capital as a hostage when I was 1 year old. Although there is currently no solid evidence, it is clear that only if I die can her son have a chance to inherit the throne. It is obvious that the biggest beneficiary is often the perpetrator, and she is the only one with a motive to do this. However, my grandfather's wish is to never let the throne fall into that woman's hands, so I cannot die yet. At least until he finds his brother, he must stay alive. The young master thinks that the poison butterfly transformation might be obtained through Lady Wu, Lu Huayan asked. Xiao Jincheng nodded and shook his head. The guards at the Northern Duke's residence are like a solid wall. Spies from the outside cannot enter, and news rarely leaks from within. Lady Wu and her children seldom appear in public, and even when they go out, they are accompanied by a large number of guards. Although I have placed people there over the years, I have not found a suitable opportunity to act. He had been preparing for both scenarios. Even if he couldn't find his brother to inherit the throne, he still wanted to eliminate Lady Wu's children, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Lu Huayan thought for a moment and said, if there are no opportunities with Lady Wu, perhaps we can consider searching in the southern Lin Kingdom. Shiwen picked up the conversation, sounding a bit disappointed. Over the years, while searching for medicinal materials, I have also sent people to look for butterfly transformation. However, after many years, there has still been no progress. Lu Huayan asked, is there a place on the border of the southern Lin Kingdom called Poison Doctor Valley? Have you been there? It used to be called Shinnong Valley before it was renamed. Shiwen replied, my people have not heard of such a place. Do you know where it is? Lu Huayan shook his head. I don't know. I have never been there. I have only heard of it. This was something Li Yuan had told him in his past life. He had to retreat to Baisha village because Shinnong Valley was occupied by evil people. Unfortunately, his master only mentioned it briefly and did not explain in detail. Shiwen noticed that Xiao Jincheng had fallen into an unclear state again and asked Lu Huayan, how long will he stay like this? Lu Huayan replied, the drowsiness will likely last for 2 or 3 days. Just keep the diet light. Shiwen sighed in relief and asked, so, everything is fine, right? Lu Huayan nodded. There's no problem in these 3 months. If we can't find the transforming butterfly, then there will be an issue. Okay, I'll wait for him to wake up before telling him about this. I wonder if the Southern royal family has this poison. If they do, it might be easier to solve the problem, Shiwen pondered. At least the emperor could officially request some back. Then, Ning and I will head back. If the doctor asks, just say he coughed up blood and is improving. Lu Huan prepared to leave. And Shiwen nodded. All right, I'll have an ECU off. After and Shiwen watched the two leave, he called for Steward Lu and carefully discussed the follow-up care. Then, he planned to personally report to the emperor. The matter of the Northern King's succession was crucial for the great Zhou and must not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Steward Lu felt relieved seeing his master was temporarily well. When Xiao Jincheng finally woke up, it was completely dark outside. Young master, you are awake, Steward Lu said with surprise. He quickly got up to light the lamp and brought clean clothes. He hadn't dared to light the lamp or change his clothes earlier for fear of disturbing the young master's rest. The nightgown was stained with dark blood. Have they left? Xiao Jincheng asked as he threw off the covers and stood up, reaching for his clothes. Steward Lu, while tidying up Xiao Jincheng's clothes, said, Miss Fu and the young master have returned to the Duke's residence. Young master and went to the palace to find the emperor, likely to report on your condition. Before leaving, he told me not to disturb you and to let you wake up naturally. Seeing Xiao Jincheng looking well enough to stand and wash up brought great comfort to Steward Lu. His admiration for Lu Huan grew even more. They must prepare a grand gift for the upcoming chrysanthemum banquet. Steward Lu praised Lu Huan. If you ask me, Master Lu's medical skills are far superior to those of the doctors. I was so scared today, thinking you might. He started to wipe away tears. His young master had suffered so much from the virus since childhood. It was all that wicked Wu family's fault, truly heartless. Xiao Jincheng remained silent, sitting in the soft chair in a daze after getting dressed. Steward Lu immediately instructed the staff to prepare a meal. After eating, the guard Wang Yun hurried over. Seeing his master in good spirits, he looked very relieved. He stepped forward and bowed, reporting, Young master, Li Hui's news. He handed over the letter in his hand. What does he say? Xiao Jincheng took the letter, but did not look at it. Last time, when the pawnshop returned the jade pendant, he went there and found out that someone was trying to impersonate the second young master. It was a foolish idea. During the questioning, it was revealed that the person's mother took the jade pendant from the second young master and later abandoned him in the back mountain of Baisha village, hoping he would be eaten by wild animals. Lu Quan was furious upon hearing this. That's outrageous. Tell Li Hui to turn that person into minced meat. Wang Yin also wished he could take action himself. That person killed his own family. He deserves to be punished severely. Xiao Jincheng frowned. What happened next? Then Li Hui rushed to Baisha village to investigate. There is indeed a baby boy adopted by the Lu family, named Lu Huan. He just passed the imperial examination this year and married a local lady. This lady has connections to our Jinxiu pavilion. However, based on the time Lu Huan was adopted, he is more than a month younger than our second young master. Unfortunately, Lu's parents have already passed away, and Li Hui is still looking into the details, Wang Yin said. Lu Quan was puzzled. Lu Huan. Isn't he the one who saved the young master's relative from the Fu family? But he looks very ordinary. He can't possibly be our second young master. Although he was grateful that young master Lu saved their master, they were looking for the real second young master. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jincheng asked, Did you see what that Miss Fu looks like? Lu Quan replied, Yes, she is also quite ordinary. From what I know, several of the Fu family sons are good-looking, and although they resemble Duke Fu, the old lady shouldn't look that plain, right? Could it be that Miss Fu inherited her looks from her father? Xiao Jincheng glanced at him. Is it possible that this is not her true appearance? Are you suggesting they are using disguises? Wang Yin suddenly understood. That makes sense, Lu Quan exclaimed, excited. Young master, if they are all in disguise, then maybe we have found the second young master. Prepare a generous gift. We will see the results at the chrysanthemum banquet. Xiao Jincheng instructed. Yes, Lu Quan replied happily. Young master, allow me to assist you. Xiao Jincheng lightly hummed and closed his eyes, saying no more. Before long, the day of the chrysanthemum banquet at the Duke of State's residence arrived. Early that day, the weather was clear and refreshing. After practicing her swordplay, Fu Ning was visited by her aunt's maid, who brought clothes and jewelry to help her get ready. Usually, Fu Ning preferred a simple look, but today she wanted to be perfectly dressed, even down to her toenails. Indeed, in ancient times, wearing gold and silver was a way to show wealth. Fu Ning appreciated her aunt's kindness, as it reflected the Fu family's care for her. Once Fu Ning was dressed, she entered the hall and saw Lu Huayan in a splendid robe and golden crown, looking even more handsome. He stood tall and, seeing her, smiled and said, "My dear, you look beautiful." "You look handsome too, my husband," Fu Ning replied with a smile, taking his hand.
What about me?
"What about me?" At that moment, Su He rushed in, wearing a new light pink outfit. Fu Ning smiled and nodded. "Yes, Xiao He looks good too. Let's go, we shouldn't keep Aunt waiting." Okay. Today's banquet was quite grand, but since it was just a flower appreciation event, many formalities were skipped.
Guests were led to the garden.
Though it was late autumn, the warm house allowed for blooming chrysanthemums and various other flowers competing for attention. Beautiful lanterns hung along the paths, resembling flowers in the trees. As they followed the lantern-lit path into the garden, Lu Huayan was pulled by Fu Sheng to the men's area, while Fu Ning was guided by Li Yu to the women's area. Fu Ning asked in surprise, "Sister-in-law, why did you come?" "I could have gone by myself." Li Yu, who had brought her child, was mainly there to welcome guests with children and likely came to fetch her. "Mother was worried, so she sent me to get you," Li Yu said with a smile. "Come on, you look stunning today. You'll surely catch everyone's eye." Fu Ning laughed. "Oh, sister-in-law, don't flatter me. Everyone knows the capital is full of talented people. I'm just here to enjoy the view." "You are so playful," Li Yu said, tapping her forehead lightly. When they entered the flower hall, many guests were already there. And Zaya spotted Fu Ning and exclaimed, "Ninger, come here." Hearing her, the other ladies gathered around turned to look at Fu Ning. She stood tall, with a delicate face and graceful features. Her moon-white waist-length dress made her look even more radiant. Especially her calm and elegant demeanor left a lasting impression. As the saying goes, to be graceful, one must show filial piety. Fu Ning, who already had the respect of the Jiang family elders and was bringing her parents' caskets to the capital, did not wear bright colors. However, under the nurturing of the spirit spring water and the cleansing elixir, she was already beautiful, and with a little adornment, she looked even more stunning. The ladies had heard that the old lady Fu was exceptionally beautiful in her youth, surpassing all the young women in the capital. Now, seeing Fu Ning, they realized that there truly are divine beauties in the world, and they had underestimated her. Fu Ning walked gracefully, her every gesture lacking any hint of awkwardness, earning quiet admiration from the ladies. They were surprised that a girl raised in the countryside could possess a demeanor that rivaled that of the refined young women from the capital. Madame Shen of the Dingxi Marquis looked at Fu Ning and kindly asked, "You must be the granddaughter that the Duke just recognized, right?" "Exactly," and Zaya said, holding Fu Ning's hand to introduce her to the ladies. "This is our granddaughter, Fu Ning. Ninger, please greet your elders." Fu Ning responded with poise, bowing to the ladies, greetings to all the esteemed ladies. Her voice was melodious, and Madame Shen was delighted. Just as she was about to invite Fu Ning to sit beside her, a maid announced, "Madam, the crown princess has arrived." Madame Shen stood up in excitement. "Is Rana here?" The guests were surprised that the crown princess had come, as the crown prince usually avoided attending gatherings to prevent any accusations of favoritism. Unexpectedly, the crown princess attended this welcoming banquet for Fu Ning, which was quite an honor. In that moment, the way everyone looked at Fu Ning changed, filled with deeper meaning. And Zaya was also taken aback by the crown princess's arrival and quickly regained her composure, saying to everyone, "Quick, let's go welcome the crown princess." With that, she took Fu Ning's hand and walked toward the entrance. Not far ahead, they saw a group approaching. The woman at the front was elegant and regal, wearing a purple brocade robe that exuded an extraordinary presence. It was the crown princess, and Chiron, the biological sister of Inshiwen. Upon seeing her, everyone bowed. "We pay our respects to the Crown Princess." "Please, no need for formalities," the Crown Princess said with a smile, stepping forward to gently support Madame Shen. "Mother, how have you been lately?" Madame Shen replied cheerfully, "Very well, thank you." "What brings you here today, Your Highness?" "I came to see the granddaughter the Duke has been searching for all these years," and Shiran said, her gaze landing on Fu Ning beside Nzea. "So, you are Fu Ning? Come, let me take a look at you." Fu Ning stepped forward a few paces, slightly raised her chin, and took the opportunity to observe the Crown Princess while the latter was looking at her. And Shiran was exceptionally beautiful in her youth, and now she looked radiant and kind, clearly a woman who was cherished. She was the second daughter of the Duke of Dingxi, Shun, and had 2 sons, the elder being 8 and the younger 4. They mostly stayed in the Eastern Palace and rarely went out, with Shun visiting them regularly. The Crown Prince kept a low profile, never forming cliques, and did whatever tasks the Emperor assigned without overstepping. The inner courtyard was also tidy. Initially, the Crown Princess had only 1 son and was quite anxious. However, the Crown Prince reassured her that they were still young and not in a hurry. Later, they had a second child, and the Crown Prince even delegated many of his duties to spend more time with the Crown Princess. Many envied this situation, as the esteemed Crown Prince could have any woman he wanted but chose to dote on just the Crown Princess. He mentioned that Shiran was initially reluctant to marry him, not wanting to enter the palace filled with conflict. He promised her a peaceful life, which made him cherish her even more. In the past, some officials were persistent, sending him gold, silver, and beautiful women, but he rejected them all. This led to him being called foolish and inflexible. Meanwhile, the second prince was quite charming, and many officials shifted their support from the Crown Prince to him, often helping the second prince undermine the Crown Prince in court. However, the Crown Prince was favored by the Emperor due to his noble birth, which led the second prince to privately criticize their father for being biased.
"Wow!"
And Shiran exclaimed, pulling Fu Ning closer to praise her. "Such a beautiful person is truly rare in this world." "That's right," and Zaya laughed. "I heard from the general that Ninga looks a lot like her mother. It's a shame she couldn't grow up in the household. I wonder how much hardship she faced outside." Hearing this, the Crown Princess gently patted Fu Ning's hand with compassion. "You've suffered so much these years, and your mother hasn't had an easy life either."
Sigh.
Faced with this sudden, heavy atmosphere, Fu Ning didn't know how to respond, so she lowered her head and feigned sadness. Seeing this, Shen quickly spoke up, "All right, today is a wonderful day for the chrysanthemum banquet. I heard Ninger has prepared wine and grape tea from the western regions for everyone to try." This was the highlight of the day. Her son Shiwen had reminded her to promote it at the banquet, as it could lead to a new business opportunity in the future. "Oh, they're such rare fruits. I must try them," said the princess. And Zaya smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, they were grown by Ninger at her family's farm. They are indeed rare. Please, princess, follow me to the flower hall." The group then made their way to the flower hall. In the garden, not only were there chrysanthemums, but a few hundred-year-old osmanthus trees were also blooming with tiny yellow flowers, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Once Shiran sat down in the flower hall, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells wonderful. And you chose this place well. The scent of osmanthus makes the tea taste even better than usual." The maids from the Duke's residence orderly served grape wine, grape preserves, grape juice, and exquisite osmanthus pastries. And Zaya said with a smile, "If you like it, Your Highness, please drink more. Today we have many pastries made with different flowers and tea." Someone tasted the grape juice and praised, "This grape juice is sweet and tangy, very refreshing." "Yes, it's chilled and has ice, making it taste really good." There were also options for those who enjoyed osmanthus tea with honey and chrysanthemum tea, catering to everyone's tastes. It was clear that Nzea had put a lot of thought into this banquet. After trying the grape wine, and Shiran liked it very much, and Fu Ning gifted her 2 jars. And Chiron happily returned the favor with a pair of jade auspicious symbols and a set of exquisite golden-laid jade hair accessories, which made many young ladies envious. After enjoying the delicious food and wine, the princess chatted with Madame Shin for a while before returning to the East Palace. Madame Shin was reluctant to part, so Zaya quickly arranged for a performance to distract her. The ladies listened to the music while the young women chatted and laughed in small groups elsewhere. Fortunately, the Duke's garden was large enough for everyone to enjoy themselves freely and comfortably. The atmosphere among the female guests was warm, while the male guests were lively in their area. Unlike the elegance of the women, the men preferred skill-based activities like throwing pots, darts, and archery. Of course, poetry and couplets were also part of the fun, focusing on relaxation. The civil and military officials were clearly divided at this small banquet. Interestingly, despite some disagreements, they quickly found common ground on matters of ethics, which was quite remarkable. Lu Huayan, as the grandson-in-law of the Duke, was envied by many low-ranking nobles seeking shortcuts. However, after several rounds of poetry and song, the young scholars were left in tears. They had thought that the top scholar from Yongzhou could not compare to those from the Imperial Academy. The result can only be described as there are always people better than you, and they decided to work a bit harder in the future. Lu Huayan shone brightly in front of everyone, and Fu Sheng was quite proud. After all, he was his brother-in-law. His literary talent was exceptional. Another group of young nobles encouraged Lu Huayan to participate in a game, even adding more stakes to compete in skills. However, just as the competition was about to begin, a group of people suddenly arrived at the entrance of the garden, led by a man in a purple robe and a jade crown. He had a handsome and well-defined face, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, and a gentle and elegant demeanor as he walked over. Fu Sheng asked in surprise, "Your Highness, the second prince, what brings you here? Did he gather talents at his home?" They were staunch supporters of the monarchy, and he knew that. The second prince, Zhou Rui, was the son of the concubine next in rank to the empress, making him the second most distinguished person in the great Zhou dynasty after the crown prince. However, he always presented himself as humble and respectful, never acting superior. When faced with Fu Sheng's question, he did not get angry, but instead looked Lu Huayan up and down. If he hadn't already discovered that everything in Yongzhou was likely orchestrated by Lu Huayan, he would have been deceived by the man's good looks. Thinking of the gold mine and manpower he lost, he felt a deep resentment towards Lu Huayan. Yet, while he cursed inwardly, he maintained a gentle smile and asked, "You must be the newly appointed scholar from Yongzhou, Lu Huayan." Seeing the second prince speak to him, Lu Huayan bowed and replied, "I have the honor of meeting your highness." The others seemed to snap out of their daze and followed suit, saying, "We have the honor of meeting your highness." Zhou Rui raised his hand. "No need for formalities. Today, I heard that the Duke's residence found a long-lost granddaughter, and I was too curious, so I came to join the fun. Everyone, please relax."
Fu Sheng frowned, feeling skeptical.
Was this person really not after his outstanding brother-in-law? He needed to keep an eye on him. It must be said that Fu Sheng was right. The second prince had another purpose for coming, which was to see for himself if Lu Huayan was worth recruiting. After all, being able to quietly transport a large amount of wealth was not something ordinary people could achieve. This person either possessed extraordinary treasures or had exceptional skills, which made him someone to take seriously. Moreover, Miss Shue's unusual behavior made him cautious. His newly added concubine, Lu, also mentioned that her father suddenly had and that valuables in their home mysteriously disappeared. This series of strange events seemed very odd. Additionally, all the families that lost valuables had conflicts with Lu Huayan and Fu Ning. From the information received from his subordinates, it appeared that Lu Huayan had come to the capital to take revenge while also taking exams. For someone like him, either he should be recruited or this potential threat must be completely eliminated. At that moment, Fu Su approached and said, "Your Highness, it is an honor to have you here. Please take a seat at the pavilion."
Zhou Rui nodded. "That's fine."
I just heard that several young masters want to play a game. How about I offer this item as a prize? He then took out a jade pendant from his waist, and a nearby quickly took it, displayed it, and placed it in the gift tray. The young master saw that this was a prize from a prince, which was naturally a valuable item, making them even more eager to show their skills. As a group of people arrived at the garden entrance, this time it was the heir of the northern town king, Xiao Jincheng. When he stood before Lu Huayan, the atmosphere became momentarily quiet. Especially Lu Quan, who was so shocked that he almost dropped the gift box he was holding, but Wang Yun quickly caught it. After a moment of distraction, Xiao Jincheng asked, "Are you Lu Huayan?" He could only recall his father's appearance from a portrait, yet he immediately recognized Lu Huayan as his father's son, his twin brother. Lu Quan suppressed the tears in his eyes. He could not show weakness in front of so many people. Lu Huayan cupped his fists and greeted, "I am Lu Huayan. Pleased to meet you, young Master Xiao." Today, both he and Ning had not disguised themselves and appeared in their true forms in the capital. With the spring examination approaching next year, there was no need for them to hide anymore. "Can we speak privately?" The eager look in Xiao Jincheng's eyes was hard for Lu Huayan to ignore. Lu Huayan nodded in agreement, as he also wanted to learn more about his background. Accompanying Xiao Jincheng, and Xiwen did not understand their silent exchange, but arranged for a quiet side room for their discussion. Zhou Rui watched Lu Huayan and Xiao Jincheng leave with narrowed eyes. Fu Sheng was also speechless. He had originally wanted to see Lu Huayan's skills in the game, but could only join in Xiwen now. In the side room, Lu Quan carefully examined Lu Huayan's features. Yes, he really does resemble the prince quite a bit. "Your Highness," that's how the nurse described it at the time, 3 or 4 parts like the princess, 6 or 7 parts like the prince, and it turned out to be true. Lu Huayan raised an eyebrow. "So, I died in my past life because I looked like the Prince of the North?" Xiao Jincheng didn't respond. He took a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan glanced at it. It was intricately carved with a koi pattern and had the characters "say" engraved on it. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did you get this from Zhuang Yunqing?" Xiao Jincheng nodded and then handed Lu Huayan another jade pendant with the character "yen" on it. Lu Huayan pressed the 2 pendants together perfectly. Xiao Jincheng explained, "My mother's maiden name was Shun, and the pendant bears her name. According to news from Li Hui, Zhuang Yunqing's mother stole it from a baby 19 years ago and later discarded the baby wrapped in rags on the back mountain of Baisha village. And you were found and raised by the Lu family there." After hearing this, Lu Huayan remained silent, waiting for Xiao Jincheng to continue. "You must have guessed part of it. 19 years ago, my mother gave birth to twins in the northern region. 20 years ago, the then Prince Xiao Qingye met a woman named Wu Jinhui, who didn't care about his noble status. She was just a performer who didn't sell herself. This intrigued Xiao Qingye, and after several encounters, he fell madly in love with her. At that time, he had just married his childhood sweetheart, Princess Shinsayan, who was already pregnant. When she learned that her husband had fallen for someone else, she was heartbroken. She cried and made a scene, but ultimately, she could only focus all her thoughts on the child. Xiao Qingye's love for Wu Jinhui was like a storm, uncontrollable. He wanted to bring her into the household as his wife, but the old prince firmly opposed allowing someone of unknown background into the family. Xiao Qingye didn't dare to confront the old prince directly, so Wu Jinhui secretly entered the household as a maid, staying close to him. However, the old prince eventually discovered this and fell ill from anger. When he tried to use the prince's position to force Xiao Qingye to give up the woman, he found his health worsening, and Xiao Qingye became more defiant. With no one to keep him in check, he and Wu Jinhui grew increasingly reckless in the household, even occasionally showing affection in front of the princess. The princess endured the humiliation, feeling that the old prince, who had always been healthy, couldn't suddenly fall ill. Even the old prince himself found it unbelievable, suspecting he had been poisoned, but the doctor found no signs of poisoning. A few months later, the princess gave birth, but she did not tell Xiao Qingye that she was having twins. Of course, Xiao Qingye did not care, as Wu Jinhui was also pregnant. At this point, Xiao Jincheng paused and continued. When my mother learned she was having twins, she discussed with the old prince about sending the second child away for adoption. She feared that keeping her child in the household would lead to trouble, and the old prince agreed. He even sent trusted aides to help with the cover-up. However, the seemingly foolproof plan ultimately failed. The people escorting the young prince were ambushed and killed by waves of assassins. The last remaining aide said they had hidden the young prince, but after that, he disappeared without a trace. My mother was heartbroken and fell ill, soon passing away. Although the old prince sensed something was amiss, he had no time to investigate. When I was born, he petitioned the emperor to grant me the title of heir and requested that I be brought to the capital as a hostage, leaving behind a decree that the throne should not be passed to that woman's offspring. The emperor sent someone to take me away, and shortly after arriving in the capital, it was discovered that I had been poisoned with 2 different toxins. The royal physician declared I would not live past 20. Not long after, the old prince also passed away, and Xiao Qingye inherited the throne as he wished. Later, he even used military achievements to secure the title of princess for that woman. I fear that those 2 are now waiting for me to die so her son can inherit the title of heir. Haha. Xiao Jincheng laughed coldly, while Lu Quan wiped his tears and poured him a glass of water to soothe his throat. He gently reassured him, "My lord, please don't speak like that. You will live a long life." "So I am that young prince?" Lu Huayan asked softly. "Yes, I am your brother, and you are my twin brother," Xiao Jincheng said, his eyes slightly red. Thinking of the information Li Huizhao had uncovered, he sighed. "You have suffered all these years." Unfortunately, he had already avenged those grievances himself, and it seemed he was of little use to Lu Huayan. It felt disheartening, but, remembering his identity, he added, "I will petition the emperor to recognize you. When I am gone, you can inherit the title of heir. In any case, we must not let that woman benefit." Lu Huayan shook his head. "Not for now. Since you are my brother, I won't let you die easily." He had little interest in the title of heir, and he had indeed endured much hardship over the years. But seeing that Xiao Jincheng had not fared much better, suffering from the virus each month, he thought it was better for them to survive together. As for their irresponsible father, there was no need for him to remain in this world. "Second young master, do you have a way to cure the heir?" Lu Quan looked at Lu Huayan with excitement. "Weren't you the one who said it was incurable?" Xiao Jincheng asked, not feeling very optimistic. "I'll meet with the Wu family first and find the butterfly transformation technique," Lu Huayan replied. "For poisons that have no solution, we can only use poison against poison." Xiao Jincheng disagreed. "The royal residence in the north is hard to enter. If that woman discovers your identity, you'll be in danger. Also, the deaths of my mother and grandfather are suspicious. I realized that all the changes happened after that woman entered the residence, but unfortunately, there is no evidence. I didn't grow up in the north, so I don't know much about the situation. Are my mother and grandfather buried in the north?" Lu Huayan asked. Xiao Jincheng nodded. "Yes, there is the Xiao family ancestral grave there, which has been protecting the safety of the north for generations. If you want to pay your respects, there are also memorial tablets in the capital." Xiao Jincheng initially thought he wanted to pay respects, but suddenly his expression changed. "Wait, you're not planning to dig up graves, are you?" Lu Huayan did not deny it. Since the cause of death is suspicious, it must be investigated. The Wu family is likely connected to the Witch Moon Pavilion. They have set up such a large scheme in the north, so they must have ulterior motives. If we don't get to the bottom of this and seek revenge, we will never find peace. Lu Huayan felt no remorse about digging up ancestral graves. After all, he had not yet acknowledged his ancestry. Finding the enemy and seeking revenge was the most important thing. Lu Quan also wore a disapproving expression, but thinking about the heir's hardships and the deceased old prince and former princess, he felt that the second young master had a point. "Well, do what you need to do, but remember to prioritize your safety."
"You're my only family now,"
Xiao Jincheng said sadly. "Don't worry, I am a married man, so I will take care of myself," Lu Huayan said seriously. Xiao Jincheng was taken aback. This younger brother was quite unlikable. I heard that you were forced into marriage and didn't have a proper ceremony, and you are still referred to as unmarried partners. Are you planning to hold a wedding after the exams? Lu Huayan nodded. Yes, we plan to officially marry after the spring exams next year. That's good. If I'm still alive by then, I will officiate your wedding, Xiao Jincheng said. This time, Lu Huayan did not refuse. With the identity of the Prince of the North, he felt he wouldn't disgrace Ning, so he nodded in agreement. All right. After the banquet, Lu Huayan and Fu Ning returned to their courtyard. After freshening up in their space, he carefully shared the details of his newly discovered background with Fu Ning. So, you are the second son of the Northern King. Is it true that you were killed in your past life because you looked like him? If that's the case, Wu Jinhui is probably Lu Chuanqing's daughter. Killing you and poisoning Xiao Jincheng means her son would become the next Northern King. This would allow Wuyue Pavilion to take control of the entire northern region, Fu Ning analyzed. Lu Huayan nodded. That's right, but I wonder what is so valuable in the north that they would go to such lengths to obtain it. Fu Ning thought about the jade mines. Could it be the jade mines? After all, there haven't been any new mines for over a decade. But jade mines aren't exclusive to the north. Lu Huayan still felt puzzled. Fu Ning replied, You're right. Why haven't any jade mines appeared in other places? It's quite strange. Aining, I want to go to the north to investigate the causes of my grandfather and mother's deaths, Lu Huayan said. Only by uncovering the truth can I avenge them, and of course, avenge myself. Fu Ning agreed, I'll go with you. It's also a good opportunity for us to help with disaster relief. But what identity should we use when we go? War is about to break out, so we can join in then, Lu Huayan planned. All right, but before we go, let's visit the second prince's residence. I learned today that Lu Shuiying has entered the second prince's household. I want to poison her, so she can slowly suffer. Otherwise, I might forget about her. Fu Ning now felt that Lu Shuiying was unworthy to be their rival. Sounds good. We can also take some resources from the second prince's treasury. If he runs out of money, he will lose some of his energy, Huayan agreed.
Okay.
Lu Shuiying entered the second prince's residence as she wished. She was already quite beautiful, and that day she caught his favor. The second prince, at 28, was handsome and refined. Although he was a bit older, men at this age often appeared more mature and charming. Thinking about it, Lu Shuiying regretted wasting her time in that poor place, Qingshui County, for the sake of a ridiculous lifetime partnership. If she had grown up in the capital, her perspective would surely have been broader, not just focused on those two poor scholars. However, high-status families have many rules, and with the second prince's many concubines, some rewarded from the palace, others taken to win over various officials, there was much competition and jealousy among the women. Fortunately, she wasn't seeking love. Otherwise, she would be frustrated in the second prince's residence, just like her cousin. She clearly came in to help Lu Shuiying gain favor, but because the second prince favored her a bit more, she went to the nursemaid to say she was teaching her the rules. It's really short-sighted. Once she has children, she will definitely get rid of this obstacle. However, Lu Shuiying secretly investigated, and all the women in the courtyard were using various tricks to have sons. At the same time, they were also using tricks to prevent other women from having sons. It's unknown how many women have suffered in this struggle. Her cousin would soon be one of them. Even so, the fighting never stopped. Over the years, the second prince has only had 2 sons and 1 daughter, while others have either died or been left in poor condition. With so many women, the second prince's offspring are not much more than the crown princes. Therefore, before entering the palace, she found a maid skilled in medicine to prevent herself from following in her cousin's footsteps. Since she is already caught up in this competition for favor, she cannot allow herself to fail. Thinking of this, Lu Shuiying balanced a bowl on her head and squeezed a piece of paper between her legs. She was filled with ambition, imagining a day when the second prince would rise to power, and she would also soar to the highest position like a phoenix. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan, who were secretly investigating the second prince's residence, finally found Lu Shuerong's courtyard. What they saw was Lu Shuiying, lost in a beautiful dream and looking very pleased, practicing the rules. In the space, Fu Ning asked in disbelief, "Is this woman smart or not? Has she ever been smart?" Lu Huayan thought for a moment. Aside from being bad, he couldn't see any cleverness. Fu Ning was taken aback. It seems she really hasn't done anything smart. She just runs away quickly. What kind of poison do you want to give her? Lu Huayan felt indifferent towards her and thought it would be better to go collect supplies that would make a Ning happy. Fu Ning thought for a moment and said, "Something that would hurt like the Lu family's poison. I have a little left that would be perfect for her. Dealing with her gives me no sense of accomplishment. She doesn't have a lot of evidence like Xue Qingling, just an ordinary malicious woman. The key is there's not much money to gain from it. Getting rid of her would just be revenge for the original owner." Lu Huayan rubbed his forehead. Indeed, money was what she cared about. "Let's go, first stop by the study." Okay. One of their goals this time was to find any evidence or documents that could bring misfortune to the second prince, which would also help the crown prince. After Fu Ning poisoned Lu Shuiying, the two quietly made their way to the front courtyard. The second prince's residence is built very luxuriously, with exquisite decorations. The maids are all beautiful, and the young servants are also quite handsome. Fu Ning wonders if the second prince is a bit obsessed with looks. In the front yard, there is a feast with singing and dancing, filled with laughter and joy, creating a very lively atmosphere. The second prince's residence is different from the Xue and Shun families. It has many strong guards and covers a vast area of about 30,000 to 40,000 square meters, approximately 50 acres. Fortunately, the two of them have become quite familiar with the layout of the Duke's residence, which is also quite spacious. They walked carefully, hiding in a safe space whenever they encountered patrolling guards, as knocking someone out could cause unnecessary trouble. If too many people were knocked out, it would attract attention. Under the Emperor's watchful eye, it is better to be cautious. After some time, they finally found a guarded area. From their hiding place, they observed both visible guards and hidden ones. Indeed, the study is heavily guarded. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan acted simultaneously. Zhang Ning used a sleeping potion, while Lu Huayan used silver needles to immobilize the guards without them noticing they had fallen unconscious. Fortunately, the hidden guards were in a discreet location, so it didn't matter if they fainted, as long as they didn't fall from a height. The two of them made their way into the study, searching every corner, but to their disappointment, there were no useful pieces of evidence. Everything was astonishingly clean. They exchanged glances, wondering why there was an unnamed tablet hidden in the study. Who was it meant to annoy? Surely it wasn't meant for them? Fu Ning was frustrated, saying, "What is going on? I can't believe the second prince has no issues at all. Why would he have so many guards if there was nothing to protect?" Lu Huayan thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Perhaps someone reported the thefts from the Shun and Xue families to him. He must have prepared in advance and moved the important items elsewhere. It seems our trip today might be in vain. That's too cunning. No wonder he could ascend to the throne in his past life. You mentioned you were reborn. What was the situation like in your previous life? Fu Ning was also curious about whether rebirth meant starting over or creating a parallel universe. I don't know. Regardless of the situation, we must protect the Duke's residence and the Yin family this time. The Crown Prince has good character and is a suitable candidate for the throne, Lu Huayan said.
Fu Ning nodded in agreement.
The Crown Prince indeed had good character, and while it couldn't be guaranteed that he wouldn't have a harem if he became emperor, at least for now, he was devoted to Inshiran. The study was large, and the two searched carefully again, finally finding a hidden mechanism in an inconspicuous corner. The secret room was small, and from the outside, it looked like a narrow passage. Fu Ning held a luminous pearl and was about to enter when Lu Huayan stopped her, saying, "You wait here. I'll go in first to take a look. The prince's residence is different from other places. There might be traps." Fu Ning thought about it and agreed, "Okay, I'll throw something in first." Lu Huayan nodded, and when Fu Ning tossed a bamboo stick inside, at first, nothing happened. But when the stick hit the ground, 3 rows of darts suddenly shot out from the walls and disappeared into holes on the opposite side. Wow, they really don't waste any effort, Fu Ning thought to herself. The trap is just an inch below the ground, with misaligned threads. You wouldn't notice them if you weren't careful, Lu Huayan said as he examined the ground with the luminous pearl. Fu Ning saw it too. The threads were very thin, and the bamboo stick hadn't even broken them. She pulled the bamboo stick back and asked anxiously, "How do we get past? If there are traps here, could there be important things inside?" "Don't worry," Lu Huayan said, gently rubbing her face. "I'll see if there's a way to disable the trap."
Okay.
Fu Ning scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. After searching carefully, Lu Huayan finally found a movable ornament nearby. After twisting it a couple of times, the threads sank into the ground. He rolled something into the secret room and confirmed that there were no other dangerous traps on the floor before calling Fu Ning inside. Seeing the room filled with boxes, Fu Ning was quite surprised and asked, "Why do you think the second prince hasn't moved these things?" "It could be bait, or maybe he hasn't found a suitable place to move them yet," Lu Huayan speculated. "Should we take anything?" Fu Ning asked, feeling troubled. "Yes, since he knows we have this ability, we should take some to make him cautious." "It's better than appearing easy to bully," Lu Huayan replied. "You're right," Fu Ning said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Without hesitation, she cleared out the secret room and said to Lu Huayan, "Let's go. It might be hard to steal from the storeroom. Let's head back and let the crown prince deal with the second prince." Given the situation, I'm worried that setting a trap in the storage room could backfire, leading to more losses than gains. Well, if he wants to be emperor, he really needs to work hard, Lu Huayan agreed. After returning from the second prince's residence, Lu Huayan began to work intensively on medicine, while Jiangning planted various herbs as needed. Every day, he sowed and harvested using his mind, much like playing a farming game in modern times, and it was quick. In October, the weather turned cold rapidly, and it started snowing in the northern regions and nearby states, with no signs of stopping. By mid-month, news of a severe snow disaster in the north reached the capital. Emperor Wu Ling had prepared in advance, and with the money and stored grain obtained from the raids in Yongzhou, he was ready for disaster relief. Although the preparations were in place, the proposal for who would be responsible for the relief efforts was still presented to the throne. After discussions among the court officials, it was decided that the crown prince would lead the relief efforts. Accompanying the crown prince were Shiwen, Fu Sheng, and the crown prince's personal guards. Before departing, Shiwen transferred the insects in his body to Xiao. He was now in good health and had even resumed practicing martial arts. The crown prince was known for being reliable, and Emperor Wu Ling thought that with sufficient preparation, as long as no one embezzled the disaster relief funds, the snow disaster should be managed smoothly. With this thought, his tense heart relaxed a bit. The duke's residence had also been quite gloomy lately. Whenever there was a natural disaster, it was often accompanied by human calamities and wars, and several men had been busy in the military camp. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan went out to eat hot pot at a restaurant opened by Shiwen this year. Due to the cold weather, many officials would come by after their shifts to drink and enjoy a warm meal. Though modern hot pot restaurants are everywhere, in this era, due to limited charcoal fuel, Shiwen could only open his shop in a bustling area, catering to the wealthy and powerful. Fortunately, he opened the restaurant early and business was average during the hot weather. If he had opened it now, he might have faced criticism. In times of disaster, humans are as small as ants, who would dare waste resources openly. While cooking the ingredients, Fu Ning worriedly said, "I wonder how the snow disaster in the north is. Has Dr. Li been affected? They have a heated Kong in the village, so they are self-sufficient and living steadily. My master said that if there is a war, he can send 10 doctors over," Lu Huayan replied, having just received the news yesterday and not yet had the chance to tell Fu Ning. "That was quick. Doesn't studying medicine take a long time?" Fu Ning asked curiously. "They only teach some basics like treating minor injuries and typhoid. They can't handle serious illnesses. My master said that after the war, We need to send them back because they haven't learned enough, Lu Huan replied helplessly, as his master was quite protective. Fu Ning laughed, haha, Dr. Li is quite amusing. But sending them back is the right thing to do. Such talent needs proper training.
Yes.
When are we leaving? We'll set off after the Duke returns from the military camp, and we explain everything to him. Lu Huan had prepared many medicinal supplies, and thankfully, he could quickly manage everything with Ning's help in his space. Great, Fu Ning nodded. Now that they had family, it was indeed necessary to inform them before going far away. A few days later, an urgent battle report was delivered to the palace. Emperor Wu Ling immediately called for an emergency court meeting, and Duke Fu and General Fu hurried back from the outskirts to attend. Emperor Wu Ling looked around at the officials and slowly spoke. Gentlemen, let's discuss the invasion of the northern lands by the Western Yan. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the court fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Minister of Revenue. There was no way around it. Whether it was natural disasters or man-made ones, money was always needed. Your Majesty, the treasury is empty, Minister Yun Kuo lamented. The snow disaster in the northern lands has already drained a lot of our resources, and after the Crown Prince went there, we found out that not only the northern lands but also Qinzhou and Yongzhou have been affected. This means our expenses have greatly increased. If we go to war now, the treasury truly cannot bear it. Emperor Wu Ling rubbed his forehead. He was well aware of the situation, but problems needed solutions. Your Majesty, the King of the North has been stationed in the northern lands, and the situation has been stable. There shouldn't be any issues this time, one minister suggested. The Minister of War disagreed. It's easy for you to say that. If we don't allocate military funds and the northern lands fall, the Yan army will invade, and all the supplies we sent will fall into their hands. If we delay aid, the casualties among the common people will be even worse. Someone opposed. Each province has its own reserves. They should open their granaries, another suggested. Opening the granaries will only ensure the city dwellers have food. What about the refugees in the villages? This meant that the current funds were only enough to address one issue: either ignore the northern lands conflict or neglect the disasters in Qinzhou and Yongzhou. The atmosphere in the court became tense. They did not expect Xian to send troops at this time. In the past, before going to war, they would usually test the waters. I want to take advantage of your weakness. Do you prefer to give up land and pay compensation, or shall we fight? Everyone knew that the snow disaster in the northern region would give Xian an opportunity, but this time they didn't even send a notice and directly prepared for war, which was quite unfair. If it weren't for the vigilance of the northern king, who had scouts that learned about the troop movements in advance, the consequences could have been dire. Once war starts, resources will become scarce. The country was still gathering relief supplies and warm clothing, and now with the war, it would be a huge expense. The treasury was already empty, as it has always been. It's common for nations to take from each other when faced with disasters, hoping that another country suffers, so they can benefit. The ministers argued about where to allocate food and money, and the court became chaotic. In the end, this matter had to be decided by Emperor Wu Ling himself. Everything must prioritize the northern region. Our soldiers are fighting in the harsh cold against the enemy, and we cannot let them run out of supplies. After saying this, the emperor felt an immense weight on his heart. The ministers understood. In other words, the disaster victims in the 3 provinces would have to be helped as much as possible. Everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy for the crown prince, who had previously handled disaster relief. The resulting anger from the people made them wonder if the crown prince could handle it. It might even cost him his position. Then, some people's eyes turned to the silent second prince, thinking perhaps this was fate. After the court meeting, Duke Fu and Fu Minghui returned to the duke's residence, both wearing a gloomy expression. Fu Ning had never seen her grandfather and uncle so worried. She and Lu Huan had planned to discuss important matters with them, but instead, they found the two in a bad mood. Grandfather, uncle, what happened? What went on in court? Fu Ning asked as she approached. Fu Minghui sighed. Alas, when the world prospers, the people suffer. When the world falls, the people suffer. This saying is not without reason. Duke Fu shook his head in agreement. Lu Huan guessed. Is it that war is about to break out? In his previous life, Xian had not sent troops at this time but had first sent envoys to negotiate, only going to war after failing to reach an agreement. But seeing the attitudes of the old duke and his uncle, he couldn't help but doubt if Xian had sent troops early. Duke Fu nodded. Exactly. The Yen Kingdom has sent 30,000 troops close to the northern region, and war is imminent. Unfortunately, the treasury is empty, and with the recent snow disaster in the nearby two states, the crown prince will likely be unable to send food and clothing from Yongzhou to the northern region. The relief supplies for Yongzhou will have to stay within the region. The emperor is worried about this matter. Did you come here for a reason? Lu Huan stated directly, yes, we plan to go to the northern region. He originally intended to leave for the north earlier, but Shiwen asked him to wait for news from Nanlin. If Nanlin could find the butterfly transformation, he would need to help Xiao Jincheng use it. Unfortunately, after waiting for more than half a month, the Nanlin royal family had no such poison, so they must now head to the northern region. Otherwise, Xiao Jincheng would have to wait for death. Fu Minghui raised his eyebrows in disapproval, saying, "The northern region? Are you risking your lives?" His niece, whom he had finally found, should stay safely in the capital to enjoy life. The northern region is facing snow disasters and war. Is that a place for them to go? Duke Fu looked at Lu Huan deeply and said, "You all come with me to the study." The group entered Duke Fu's study, where Fu Ning warmly prepared tea for them, using the spring water he had boiled in his space. Duke Fu took a sip of tea and asked, "You want to go to the northern region, but is it related to your background?" Today in court, when the ministers mentioned the King of the North, he suddenly recalled who Lu Huan resembled. Wasn't it the King of the North, Xiao Qingye, who hadn't returned to the capital in over 10 years? So this young man is truly the illegitimate son of the King of the North? But he looks to be about the same age as the heir, Xiao Jincheng. Yes, I only learned about my background at the last chrysanthemum banquet. I am the twin brother of the King of the North's son, secretly sent away at birth. Lu Huan recounted the information he had received from Xiao Jincheng to the two elders. That's so. I want to investigate the cause of the deaths of the old prince and my mother. Fu Minghui was stunned, saying, "This King of the North is truly hard to understand. His father and wife's causes of death are unknown, yet he doesn't suspect that woman and treats her like a treasure." The old duke shook his head and sighed. He hasn't even looked at that child, Jincheng. Since the old princess passed away, he hasn't returned to the capital, acting no better than a beast. However, despite his criticism, he still disagreed, saying, "But even if you want to uncover the truth, you should wait until the war is over." Lu Huan replied helplessly, "The most important reason for going to the northern region is to find the butterfly transformation for Xiao Jincheng. Otherwise, he won't survive the year." Fu Minghui said, "Before, people in the capital thought that young Master Xiao was weak and often needed a doctor. It turns out he was poisoned, and the news was kept very secret." The old duke sighed. "If it concerns the young master's life, we cannot ignore it. But the situation is unclear, and taking Ninger to the north is ultimately unsafe." He believed it was best for his granddaughter to stay in the capital. Seeing that her elders disapproved, Fu Ning had to make up a story. "Grandfather, I can take care of myself. Besides, I am only accompanying him for a short distance. I mainly want to go back to Baisha village to check on my crops. I don't know if they survived the snow disaster. Also, I have prepared many healing medicines and trained a few doctors. When the battle starts, you might need them here." Fu Ning had many medicines in her space, and she wanted to find a reason for their delivery. Fu Minghui thought about sending someone to retrieve them but heard Fu Ning continue, "Grandfather, uncle, when the country is in trouble, everyone has a responsibility. I want to do my part. Of course, I won't go to dangerous places, so you can rest easy." In fact, doing good deeds would greatly help her space upgrade, so it wasn't a waste. Fu Minghui was momentarily speechless, looking at his father, hoping he would stop Fu Ning from taking risks. Lu Huan stood up before the old duke could think of an excuse and said seriously, "Grandfather, uncle, please don't worry. Since I dare to take a Ning with me, I will ensure our safety and won't let us fall into danger. I still need to finish my business and return in time for the spring exam, and then I plan to marry a Ning. Fu Minghui glanced at his seemingly skilled nephew-in-law and said nothing more. Fu Ning added, "Yes, you can relax. If you go to war, I might even come to visit you." The Duke said angrily, "Nonsense. How can a young lady go to a military camp?" Fu Ning pouted. "Oh, I'm not going alone, grandfather, don't worry." Seeing that the two had made up their minds, the Duke could only remind them repeatedly, "Always prioritize your safety. Don't make us worry." "Understood, grandfather." "We won't joke about our safety," Fu Ning replied seriously. After discussing their travel plans, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan left the study. Once they were gone, Fu Minghui began to pace in the study, saying, "Father, how could you agree to this?" The Duke frowned, his eyes showing a sharp light. "This battle is quite strange, and the capital may not be safe. Their departure might be a good thing." "Does father mean he is worried someone might collude with the End Kingdom?" Fu Minghui asked in disbelief. Under Emperor Wuling's rule, the Great Zhou has become much stronger, so it doesn't make sense for anyone to engage in such a thankless task. Although the struggle for succession is intensifying, the second prince doesn't seem like a foolish person. Better to be cautious.
Duke Fu sighed.
Later, Fu Ning went to say goodbye to Enchiron and Liu. The two clearly knew her plans and kindly reminded her, giving her food, clothing, and money to take with her. The next morning, as soon as the city gates opened, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan rode out of the capital. Once they hit the official road, they galloped northward. Zhao San and the others had already been returned to Anzaiwan's to assist with disaster relief. Duke Fu initially wanted to send guards with them, but they refused. Having too many people would complicate their movements. Suhi stayed behind to protect the women in the Duke's residence. With the war approaching, there was concern that the men of the Fu family would have to fight, and it was uncertain if anything would happen at home. Suhi was skilled in martial arts, so Fu Ning felt more at ease with her around. In the second prince's residence, in the front courtyard study, in a good mood, Zhou Rui leaned back on a soft couch with two beautiful maidservants beside him. One was massaging his legs, and the other was kneading his shoulders. As he enjoyed this, an old entered the study, bowing. Zhou Rui waved his hand, and the maidservants stepped back while he sat up straight. The old reported, "Your Highness, the hidden guards watching the Duke's residence have sent word that two people have left the capital on horseback, a man and a woman. Although their appearances don't match, the guards suspect they might be young Master Lu and Miss Fu." Zhou Rui frowned and asked, "So, Lu Huayan has left the capital?" He stood up and walked to the window to admire the garden view outside. "Yes," the old replied. "They didn't bring attendants?" Zhou Rui was surprised.
"No, just the two of them."
"Do you know why they left the capital and where they are going?" "The reason is unknown, but after leaving, they headed north." "Could they be going to the northern region?" The old speculated. "The northern region?" A shadow crossed Zhou Rui's face as he thought of the Crown Prince and Anzaiwan's, who were engaged in disaster relief, and the strange theft cases. He couldn't let them ruin his plans. Suddenly, he was startled and hurriedly opened the secret room in the study. When he saw the gold and silver that had mysteriously disappeared, Zhou Rui was both angry and amused. Lu Huayan is indeed capable. He sent so many people to guard the study day and night, yet the items still went missing. The old was also extremely shocked. As Zhou Rui's trusted aide, he knew that the secret room contained a large amount of wealth. Although it was much less than before, it was still quite considerable. Now, these valuables had vanished without a trace. The key issue was that even if they suspected Lu Huayan had stolen them, there was no evidence to accuse him. "Your Highness, what do you plan to do?" the old asked. "This person will either be useful to me or—" Zhou Rui pondered for a moment and said, "Send someone to eliminate Fu Ning. As long as Fu Ning is dead, Lu Huayan will surely become the scapegoat for the Fu family." The old was pleased and said, "Your Highness is wise. He has offended the Fu family, so it will be much easier for you to win him over later. No matter how talented he is, without support, He has no future in the official world. Yes, if he fights to protect himself, I won't hold back. However, he might have a precious item. It would be best to seize it. Zhou Rui's expression momentarily lit up. A treasure that can hold everything is likely the legendary bag of holding. If he could obtain it, unifying the world would not be a problem. Yes, I will take care of it right away. As they traveled further northwest, the weather grew increasingly cold, and groups of refugees were seen everywhere along the road. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan walked together, secretly distributing food and clothing to the refugees to prevent them from starving or freezing to death along the way. By the time they reached Qinzhou, the 2,000 loads of grain they brought were nearly all distributed, which shows how many refugees there were. However, what chilled Fu Ning and Lu Huayan was that the Qinzhou government had not opened the granaries. The city gates were tightly closed during the day, allowing only people to leave, but not to enter, except for those with money and supplies. The guards on the city walls were strict, and anyone trying to storm the gates would be shot without hesitation. Looking at the shivering crowd, frozen or starving along the way, Fu Ning felt heartbroken. The refugees were constantly cursing, blaming the heavens for not giving them a way to live, criticizing the government for inaction, and cursing corrupt officials for trying to drive them to death. However, when these refugees saw the two of them riding their fine horses, greed flashed in their eyes. Gradually, some of the refugees began to approach them. When lives are at stake, negative thoughts can easily arise. Fu Ning did not want to discuss humanity with a group of people on the brink of death at that moment. She and Lu Huayan urged their horses and quickly distanced themselves from the crowd of refugees. There was no choice. During this time, they rested in the space. The two horses were well-fed and strong from the spirit spring water, and they were very fast. The two of them headed towards a nearby deep forest, where the outer tree bark had been stripped away, clearly eaten by starving refugees. They found a hidden spot and entered the space with both themselves and the horses. Fu Ning sighed, with such a serious disaster. Does the court really not care? Lu Huayan was silent for a moment and said, and Shiwen and Yongzhou started preparing a long time ago, and with the crown prince personally going there, food and clothing should not be a big issue. The northern region has the king of the north, so that shouldn't be a problem either. But it seems the local government in Qinzhou has issues. They haven't taken any disaster relief measures, haven't opened the granaries, or provided rice and clothing, which is very suspicious. Fu Ning worried, so what should we do now? Lu Huayan thought for a moment and said, let's go into the city and take a look. We can check the government office at night to find out more.
Okay, Fu Ning nodded.
The two changed into slightly cleaner clothes and exited the space again. This time, they brought nothing with them. The refugees only glanced at them and then ignored them. They stood outside the city gate, out of the range of the guards' arrows, and shouted to the people on the city tower, "Sir, we want to enter the city. We have money." As soon as they mentioned money, the city gate opened immediately, and the guards came out to collect the fee, saying, 10 taels each, 20 taels for both. Wasn't it 5 taels? Fu Ning frowned and asked. The guard impatiently replied, the price has gone up. If you keep hesitating, it won't be this price anymore. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan said nothing more and paid the money to enter the city. The situation inside the city was just as miserable as outside. Food prices were outrageously high, around 40 to 50 taels per pound, which ordinary people could not afford. Many families, once stable, sold their homes, properties, and even family members just to have something to eat, and in the end, they became beggars. It was common to see people freezing or starving to death, not much different from outside the city. So, at times like this, the rich got richer, taking advantage of the people's suffering. Should we look for an inn now, or just find a corner to enter the space? Fu Ning couldn't bear to see the poverty around them. Lu Huayan thought for a moment. At this time, shops probably won't be open. Let's walk around the city first, find out where the granaries are, and check on the supplies tonight. Okay, Fu Ning nodded. After dark, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan changed into night clothes and covered their faces. Based on their daytime observations, they headed towards the granary's location. However, The government granary was heavily guarded, so they stopped in the shadows not far from it. The patrolling soldiers held torches, lighting up the surroundings. "How do we get in? If we put out the fire, it might alert them," Fu Ning asked. "I'll carry you inside," Lu Huayan replied. Fu Ning nodded. Her speed was indeed not as fast as Lu Huayan's. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted, and in the blink of an eye, they reached a dark corner of a granary. Avoiding the patrolling soldiers, Lu Huayan broke the lock, and they pushed the door open, quickly closing it behind them. Fu Ning took out a luminous pearl, but the granary was completely empty. They searched 6 official granaries in a row, and none had any grain. Feeling heavy-hearted after leaving the granary area, Fu Ning asked, "Did you already know there was no grain?" Lu Huayan shook his head. "I wasn't sure. In my past life, I was still in the village at this time. I later heard that many people had died in Qinzhou and Yongzhou. Seeing the government's actions today made me suspect something was wrong, but I didn't expect they would dare to rob the granaries. Where did these corrupt officials take the grain?" Fu Ning gritted her teeth. Lu Huayan said, "Let's check the government office." "Okay." To Fu Ning's surprise, the back courtyard of the governor's office was brightly lit, with officials, their faces flushed from drinking, happily eating and drinking. "This is unbelievable. The prince is here. How can these officials be so arrogant?" Fu Ning could hardly believe her eyes. However, before Lu Huayan could respond, they heard an official's voice from inside. "Sir, what if the prince comes and holds us accountable?" "Don't worry, I actually hope he comes. Unfortunately, he won't be able to." Hearing this, both Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were shocked. Could it be that something happened to the prince? Fu Ning and Lu Huayan didn't have time to think further. Taking advantage of the moment when the official stepped out to relieve himself, they used medicine to force him to reveal the situation. It turned out to be the work of the second prince. They were surprised to learn that Zhou Rui had gathered so many officials outside, indicating a potential rebellion. Even the prince's involvement in disaster relief was secretly manipulated by him, aiming to have the prince meet his end during this relief effort. The official's task was to close the city gates and not provide aid, stirring up public anger, and then shift the blame to the prince. When the prince learned that aid was not being provided and rushed over, the second prince had arranged for someone to assassinate him on the way, intending to pin the prince's death on the refugees. Upon hearing this, Fu Ning felt a chill. Zhou Rui must not be allowed to live. He cared nothing for the people's lives in his pursuit of power. After the two confirmed the situation, they fed the person poison to knock them out and left them in a corner. Then, they went to the study to gather evidence. Just as they exited the study, a group of men in black suddenly attacked. Lu Huayan told Fu Ning to hide back in the study while he took up his sword and fought. These attackers were no match for him. Although they were skilled, they were on a different level. The men in black had come to kill Fu Ning, but now they couldn't even get close to him. Who could explain why Lu Huayan, a scholar, had such exceptional sword skills? Two groups had come, and Lu Huayan defeated them all. Fu Ning emerged from the study, looking at the bodies on the ground, and asked, "Is it a problem that these people died here?" Lu Huayan shook his head. "It's fine. This situation can't be resolved easily. These people can't back down now." "Will the prince be in danger?" Fu Ning asked worriedly, since In Shiwen and Fu Sheng were with the prince. If something happened to him, they wouldn't survive either. Lu Huayan reassured him, "There's no use worrying about that now. We need to focus on finding the evidence and supplies. We must completely bring down the second prince this time." Fu Ning nodded. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The two worked through the night, thoroughly searching several government offices in Qinzhou, collecting all the evidence. Any officials involved were also poisoned and taken into custody. For now, they left the city under the management of some honest officials. As for how to deal with the wrongdoers, they would wait for the prince to arrive. They also found the storage location for the supplies and then took a short break in their space. As soon as dawn broke, they would set off to find the prince. Only if the prince was safe would the disaster area remain stable. Otherwise, even the northern king, no matter how powerful, would be of no help. They could seek revenge, but they couldn't gamble with the country's safety. At this moment, maintaining internal stability was the most important thing. On the official road in Chinyong, the air was thick with the smell of blood. The prince, Zhou Heng, was being protected by his guards as fierce assassins suddenly attacked. The attackers seemed reckless, fighting as if they had nothing to lose. Fortunately, Zhou Heng's guards were not weak, especially with Captain Li Kuei leading them. It looked like the outcome would soon be decided. Zhou Heng was handsome, wearing a jade crown and a black and gold robe, exuding an air of nobility, sitting in a carriage alongside Shiwen, who was dressed in white. The two watched the battle ahead with serious expressions. Fu Sheng rode his small black horse, guarding Zhou Heng's side. He jokingly asked, "Your Highness, how many attempts has it been? Who is so eager to take your life?" Zhou Heng remained silent. "Must be the third attempt," and Shiwen sighed. "We've lost quite a few of our people. We can't let our guard down. Be careful." Fu Sheng suddenly jumped up, using his spear to block an arrow aimed at the prince. At the same time, Li Kuei quickly threw a dart, taking down the hidden archer. After the battle, the guards cleaned up the scene, and the convoy continued along the official road, leaving deep wool tracks in the snow. The snow kept falling, and the convoy moved very slowly. Zhou Heng leaned against the soft cushion of the carriage, a bitter smile on his face. Who do you think is behind this? Don't you already have an answer in your heart, Your Highness?" And Shiwen replied. Zhou Heng paused and asked, "We've been traveling for 3 or 4 days. How much longer until we arrive?" "About a third of the way left. The snow is too heavy, and with all the assassination attempts, we would have arrived by now under normal circumstances. It seems the Qin prefecture is deliberately leading me into a trap," Zhou Heng said helplessly. And Shiwen didn't respond. The answer was clear. Suddenly, outside the carriage, the driver's voice came in a panic. "Your Highness, stay in the carriage and don't come out." At the same time, a rain of arrows whistled in from both sides of the road. The arrows came flying towards the carriage like a heavy downpour. Fortunately, the wood used for the prince's carriage was top-quality hardwood, and the arrows fell to the ground after hitting the carriage. Zhou Heng quickly heard the sounds of fighting outside. The rain of arrows stopped, and Li Kuei bravely fought the enemies ahead. Fu Sheng also continued to fight, getting close to the assassins near the carriage. He called out, "Your Highness, these assassins are well-trained and tough to deal with. Now that the snow has lessened, I'm worried they might use fire attacks." Before, it was difficult to start a fire in the heavy snow, but now it was much easier. After all, they were transporting a lot of cotton clothing and supplies, which are flammable. With wave after wave of attacks, the snow on the supplies had fallen off, making it easier to ignite. And Shiwen's expression was serious as he suggested, "For safety, let's switch clothes. I'll distract them." "No need," Zhou Heng said, not wanting Shiwen to take risks. "I'll just wear the guard's clothing." And Shiwen paused, then helped him change clothes. Both took swords in hand and exited the carriage. The 2 personal guards protected them as they retreated to the dense forest beside the official road, with Fu Sheng leading his trusted subordinates to cover their escape. Seeing wave after wave of attackers approaching, he furrowed his brow. This was a carefully planned assassination, tightly coordinated with numerous assassins, clearly determined to take their lives. When the assassins saw the people in the carriage hiding in the forest, they bypassed the other guards and chased after Zhou Heng and the others. Even with Li Kuei's strong resistance, many assassins still pursued Zhou Heng into the woods.
Kill.
Anyone who kills Zhou Heng will be rewarded with 10,000 taels. Encouraged by the high bounty, the assassins crazily swung their weapons to chase Zhou Heng and his group. Zhou Heng and his companions desperately dodged the increasingly close attackers in the rugged mountains and forests. Fu Sheng had set aside his usual carefree attitude and was seriously fighting back. And Shiwen also fought fiercely, taking down anyone who got too close with his sword. However, the number of assassins seemed to be growing, and the sky was getting darker. If they didn't repel the enemies soon, things would become even more difficult. This was a cold, snowy forest, and at night, there would be no food, and the cold could be deadly. The assassins were too strong and numerous, and seeing their comrades fall one by one, Zhou Heng's heart sank. His expression remained calm as he held his sword, listening to the footsteps behind him, and he turned to stab with his sword. Warm blood immediately splattered on Zhou Heng's face. He wiped his face and continued to flee. Thinking of his wife and children back in the capital, he vowed not to give up until the very last moment. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan rode their horses towards Yongzhou City early in the morning. On the way, they dealt with a group of ambushing assassins who were clearly planning to target the crown prince. They galloped along the official road until it was almost dark when they finally spotted the crown prince's convoy. However, near the convoy, they saw many corpses but not a single living person. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan exchanged a glance and dismounted to examine the scene closely. The signs of a fierce battle were alarming, showing just how brutal the fighting had been. Fortunately, they did not see the bodies of Shiwen and the others, which relieved them. Lu Huayan pondered. The assassins suffered heavy losses, indicating they were numerous. They must have gone into the forest. We should hurry after them. Fu Ning nodded. Let's go. The two of them pursued into the dense forest, staying alert and ready to strike at any black-clad figures they encountered. Before long, they spotted two groups of people engaged in a fierce battle in the distance. 3 highly skilled assassins charged towards Zhou Heng and Shiwen from 3 directions with great force. The aura and sword skills of that attacker were several levels stronger than any assassin I had encountered before. Li Kuei was so shocked that he almost lost his mind. He shouted, "Protect the prince! Do everything you can to stop these 3. And Shiwen sensed the danger and immediately pushed Zhou Heng aside, drawing his sword to confront the leading assassin in an intense battle. Fu Sheng also managed to hold back one of the assassins. However, against the last skilled assassin, it was clear that Li Kuei and the others were no match. They were knocked back, and it looked like the deadly blade was about to strike Zhou Heng. At that critical moment, a shining silver sword pierced through the assassin from behind. In an instant, the massive assassin fell like a rag doll. The other 2 assassins were caught off guard by their companion's failure. Seeing that their team had been wiped out, they realized that continuing to fight would not only fail to kill Zhou Heng but might also lead to their own deaths. They exchanged glances and decided to retreat. However, Lu Huayan snatched the moonlight sword from Fu Ning's hands and stepped forward. He coldly said, "Wanna leave? It's too late." He unleashed his full strength, preventing the 2 assassins from escaping. Fu Ning approached to help Shiwen with medicine. Although the poison had been cured, his martial arts skills had not fully recovered, and he was not a match for the assassins, suffering several injuries in the process. Zhou Heng looked at Fu Ning and Lu Huayan and asked, "Who are you?" He was sure he did not recognize these 2 ordinary-looking individuals. "This is my cousin, Fu Ning. That is her husband, Lu Huayan," and Shiwen introduced. Fu Ning slightly bowed. "I have met His Highness. No need for formalities. If it weren't for you today, I might have lost my life." Zhou Heng sighed. He thought to himself that since Anur had said Fu Ning was as beautiful as a fairy, she must have disguised herself. "Your Highness is blessed and will surely turn misfortune into fortune." Fu Ning casually flattered. At that moment, Lu Huayan finished off the last assassin, sheathed his sword, and walked over. Zhou Heng cupped his hands in gratitude. "Young Master Lu, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving help." "I dare not take credit," Lu Huayan replied, returning the gesture. "Your Highness, you should prepare quickly. The people of Qinzhou are waiting for you." Zhou Heng nodded and turned to Li Kuei. Li Kuei hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. "I am at fault." He had truly been terrified, almost losing the prince. Zhou Heng waved his hand and calmly instructed, "It has nothing to do with you. Immediately clean up the battlefield and prepare to depart. Remember to search the bodies of those 3 assassins to see if we can find out their origins." "Yes," Li Kuei replied. "This place is not safe to stay for long." A group of people returned near the convoy, and another round of cleanup began. The seriously injured were directly placed on the grain cart. The convoy moved another 10 miles during the night before stopping to rest. At this time, Funing took out some medicine from his bag on the horse and handed it to Li Kuei, asking him to distribute it to the guards. After a long day of travel and fighting, Zhou Heng and his group were tired. When they heard Funing say that the ambush ahead had been cleared, they all relaxed a bit. They cleared the nearby snow, set up tents, and started a fire to cook. On their side, they placed a pot over the fire, and a few people sat on low stools, ready to eat hot pot. "Why did you come here?" And Shiwen asked Funing. "It's too dangerous here. How can the Duke allow you to act recklessly?" Funing replied with a smile. "We were just passing through, originally heading to the northern region. The royal family in the south doesn't have the butterfly poison, and young Master Xiao doesn't have much time left. We didn't expect to encounter the officials of Qin Prefecture locking down the city, causing public outrage. Then we found out they were plotting against His Highness the Crown Prince, so we rushed here." Fu Sheng, while taking a big bite of cured meat, interjected, "Oh, cousin, don't worry. Didn't you see my brother-in-law's sword skills? I think he's the best in the world. He was shocked earlier. He always thought his martial arts were good, but he struggled against that assassin and almost let him escape. It was Lu Huayan who solved the problem." With such strength, Fu Sheng felt they could go anywhere. Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. "I've never seen anyone with sword skills that surpass Lu Jiyuan's." And Shiwen was also surprised. He was just used to worrying and couldn't help but feel concerned. Thinking about how they quietly obtained evidence against the Shui and Shin families, perhaps their trip to the north would yield results. However, he still needed to remind them. "Even so, you must prioritize your safety on this trip to the north." "Yes, cousin, we will be fine," Lu Huayan promised. Fu Ning changed the subject. "We came here because we learned you might be in danger, and we brought important information for His Highness the Crown Prince." Lu Huayan stood up to take out the organized documents from his bag and handed them to Zhou Heng. He briefly introduced the current situation in Qin Prefecture to prepare him mentally and to think about how to respond to the backlash from the officials there. The mastermind is undoubtedly the second prince. Currently, all the grain is concentrated in the hands of the grain merchants in the city, while the official granaries are empty. His Highness can start from here. Everyone involved has been given poison and locked in a cell. I will give you the antidote later. Once His Highness arrives, the first thing to address will likely be the people's grievances to prevent the second prince's goals from being achieved. Zhou Heng picked up a few booklets and began to read. The more he read, the more serious his expression became, his gaze turning cold. Zhou Rui, he is quite impressive. However, how did Lu Huayan and the others manage to gather this evidence so quickly? Zhou Heng was surprised. He looked at the documents in his hand, and then at Lu Huayan in front of him. He felt that with such ability, Lu Huayan would surely be the top scholar next year. "I don't even know how to thank you all," Zhou Heng said with emotion. Thinking that Lu Huayan would be an official under him in the future, he suddenly felt fortunate. "Once this is over, Your Highness, please give us a generous reward," Lu Huayan said without being polite. Zhou Heng was taken aback. It seemed rather mundane for such a refined man to have a liking for material wealth. Only Shiwen and Fu Xing knew that Lu Huayan was actually trying to gain benefits for the little money-loving Fu Ning. The night grew quiet, and snow began to fall again. The tired crowd gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Fu Ning discovered that a sound-amplifying pill had appeared in the space, which could enhance the range of sound transmission to 10 miles and last for 2 hours. Perhaps it was a reward for disrupting the second prince's plans. Last time, when dealing with Lu Shuiying, the space had given a truth talisman, which also lasted for 2 hours. Fu Ning thought to himself, regardless of its usefulness, this surprise was quite delightful. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan escorted Zhou Heng and his group to the outskirts of Qinzhou City. The convoy moved steadily along the official road, with townsfolk gathering on both sides. And Shiwen stood on the carriage and, using his inner strength, called out loudly, "Dear villagers, the Crown Prince has brought food." Originally, the Emperor ordered all the government offices to open their granaries, but unfortunately, The officials in Qingzhou were deceitful, and all the grain was funneled to merchants. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. It turned out that corrupt officials were trying to harm them by embezzling the grain meant for them. Fortunately, the crown prince had arrived, and the emperor would open the granaries. They were saved. And Shiwen raised his hand to signal for silence. With the emperor's decree and the crown prince personally overseeing this matter, everyone will soon receive food. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk knelt down, gratefully shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the crown prince!" The soldiers in Qingzhou city quickly opened the city gates to welcome the crown prince. They did not want to suffer like those officials who were poisoned, enduring a fate worse than death. Not being able to take care of themselves was truly tragic. They wondered how anyone could think the crown prince was easy to provoke. The emperor wasn't blind. If the crown prince were unworthy, he wouldn't have been named as such. Those people were foolish, fighting over the so-called merit of the dragon. Now, after all their squabbling, they had brought ruin upon themselves and their families. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan, seeing that the situation was resolved, turned to leave after watching them enter the city. The two braved the wind and snow, traveling for several days before reaching the outskirts of the northern city. Here, they sensed a different atmosphere. The disaster victims were well taken care of, with people distributing porridge and clothing every morning and evening. The northern prince was supporting a large army, yet he still managed to help the disaster victims to such an extent. As they walked, they heard the victims speaking highly of the princess. For example, "The princess is truly kind. Every winter, during the coldest days, she sets up a large porridge stall at the city gate for beggars and the poor. Indeed, I heard the princess is compassionate, which is why I fled here. You wouldn't believe how it is in Qingzhou. They won't let you into the city without money or food, and they even kill common people without hesitation. Porridge is just a dream there. Is it really that terrible there? The princess is wonderful. Even when there's no disaster, she sends cotton clothes to the poor, and now she's gathering food and clothing for us everywhere." Throughout their journey, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan only heard praises for the princess, with not a single mention of the northern prince. They found it hard to believe that these good deeds were truly the work of that wicked woman Wu Jinhui. However, all the credit seemed to go to the princess, showing how skilled Wu Jinhui was at building her reputation. Of course, it could also be due to their preconceived notions. But the truth about genuine kindness would reveal itself once they investigated further. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan slowly approached the city gate on horseback. However, as they neared the gate, they noticed many refugees gathered in one spot, thousands of them, darkening the area. From their elevated position on horseback, they could clearly see a man and a woman leaning against the city wall, wearing fur-lined hats and fine clothing, each with large pots in front of them, distributing porridge. A number of soldiers surrounded them to prevent the refugees from rushing forward. The young prince and princess are truly good people, coming out to feed us in this cold weather. Indeed, the princess is like a living goddess, and her children are certainly extraordinary beings. Yes, if it weren't for the princess's good upbringing, we would have starved. The villagers chatted excitedly, and the couple smiled, clearly enjoying the praise. Fu Ning frowned and asked, "Do you think that woman looks like someone? Maybe she resembles the Lu family?" Lu Huayan guessed, as he had never seen old lady Lu and was unfamiliar with their appearances. She does look a lot like old lady Lu and has some resemblance to Lu Ruomei. "It seems that Wu Jinhui is most likely a daughter of the Lu family," Fu Ning said with a smirk. "Well, it's getting late. We should head into the city," Lu Huayan said, pulling Fu Ning along. There were too many people around, and he didn't want her to stay too long. The two entered the city, paying 6 taels of silver as an entrance fee. After the soldiers checked their identification documents, scholars and above in ancient times did not need travel permits. They opened the city gate to let them in. Once inside, night had fallen, and the wind and snow made the streets quite empty. They wandered around the city and found that most shops were closed, but a few large ones remained open to ensure the people could live normally. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan chose the largest inn to stay at. The inn was called Sifang Inn and was not far from the northern prince's mansion. They booked a suite for 10 taels of silver for the night. Normally, 2 or 3 taels would have been enough, showing how little value silver had at this time. After dinner, they called for water to remove their disguises, washed up, blew out the candles, and entered their space. "It seems like someone has been watching us since we entered the city," Fu Ning said, frowning. Lu Huayan nodded, "Yes, but I don't know if they are from the northern prince or the Wu family. It seems the entire northern region is very strict with outsiders." "No wonder young Master Xiao said the northern region has tight defenses. It looks like we can't act easily for now," Fu Ning said. "That's fine. We can wait until they lower their guard in a couple of days. All right, this place is much larger than other cities, so we can explore." "Yes, we haven't had a good rest lately. Let's go to bed early," Lu Huayan said, walking toward the bed. The two lay in bed. Fu Ning, however, couldn't sleep. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Lu Huayan. Her man seemed to be getting more handsome, and his demeanor had become calmer. But this calmness made Fu Ning's heart ache. The person closest to her was actually an enemy, and that feeling was not pleasant. She reached out and pinched his cheek, but Lu Huayan caught her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Their foreheads touched, and their breaths mingled. The next day, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan began their deep exploration of the northern region. They wandered around like curious children, exploring every possible place and avoiding those they couldn't visit. Of course, they occasionally stopped to buy some local snacks to try, even if they were a bit pricey. The focus was on enjoying the experience, making it seem like they had no specific goal. "Are you tired? Should we find a tea house to rest for a while?" Lu Huayan gently asked Fu Ning, noticing her flushed cheeks, which could be from the cold or from walking. Either way, it was best to take a break first. "Sure."
Fu Ning nodded eagerly.
They found a large tea house nearby, went up to the second floor, and sat by the railing. Below, a storyteller was animatedly sharing a tale, but there weren't many listeners. Most people were discussing the recent military actions of the Yen Kingdom. For example, a table of older gentlemen was speaking loudly. "What do you think the Yen Kingdom is sending troops here for?" "I don't know. I heard it was a sudden decision to send troops without any negotiations. Usually, they would show courtesy first, but this time it seems they are prepared for battle. It looks like they have big plans. It's hard to say. I'm worried that the Beidi might get involved. I'm not sure if we can defend ourselves here." "Why worry? The King of the North is here to protect us. It will be fine." "Exactly. Our emperor is not someone to be trifled with. He won't just let the Yen troops camp at our doorstep." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that this was a valid point. "Prince and Princess, please come in." The cheerful voice of the waiter rang out from downstairs. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan looked toward the entrance and saw the children of the King of the North entering the tea house, accompanied by several guards. Their presence quieted the bustling tea house for a moment. Clearly, everyone recognized them, as there were not many people in the northern region who dressed so elegantly and looked so striking. People were a bit cautious around them. The handsome young man, Xiao Jinyu, pointed upstairs and said, "Sister, our master is up there. Let's go quickly." "Okay," replied the lively young girl, Xiao Jinluo, playfully. The waiter quickly led them to the table next to Fu Ning's, and the space was immediately separated by several guards with swords. After asking about their needs, the waiter went to prepare. At the table that had been separated, there was a middle-aged man with a goatee who had been sitting there. He saw Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Jinluo approaching and smiled. "Sit down, my two disciples. How did you know I was here?" "Master, there's nothing in this city that we don't know. As soon as you returned, we found out. I missed you so much during your long trip, so I couldn't wait to see you," Xiao Jinluo said sweetly. "My dear disciple, I missed you too. Look at what I brought you," the middle-aged man said as he took a box from his bag and handed it to Xiao Jinluo. Xiao Jinluo opened the box and exclaimed, "This is snow skin herb."
"Ah,
"Master, you are so good to me. I can finally get rid of my scars." Saying this, she leaned forward and gave the middle-aged man a kiss on the cheek. "You're already grown up, yet still so playful," the middle-aged man said, gently tapping her forehead and smiling. "Who will dare to marry you in the future?" "Humph, if someone wants to marry me, they better be worthy," Xiao Jinluo replied with a grin. "Oh, what kind of person would be worthy of our little princess?" the middle-aged man asked, his tone filled with affection. "Well, they should at least be as good as my brother. I don't think anyone in the city can compare to him," Xiao Jinluo said, pouting with a troubled expression. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. "That's going to be tough. Your brother is going to be a prince, the Prince of the North. No one can compare to him except for the royal family. Whatever kind of person I want, just tell my brother, and he will find them for me. If they're not in the north, we can go to the capital," Xiao Jinyu said affectionately. "You're spoiling her," the middle-aged man said, giving him a playful glare. The table was filled with laughter and warmth. At the next table, Fu Ning felt a surge of anger. This was a blatant mockery. The daughter of the Lu family, who took over, and her daughter were being showered with love in the royal residence, while the original owner and her mother suffered and died in misery. Was there no justice left? She glanced again at Lu Huayan, who was calmly drinking tea. He had also met a tragic end in his past life. He was originally the second son of the Prince of the North. The two who should have lived in luxury had faced so many hardships.
It was infuriating.
What was even more frustrating was that these people were clearly putting on a show, acting all friendly. Otherwise, why would so many of them choose to chat about personal matters in such a public place instead of finding a private room? Seeing her so upset, Lu Huayan quickly poured her more tea. It would be a lie to say he felt nothing. However, after living another life, he has come to terms with many things. Now, the most important person to him is right in front of him. Everything else doesn't matter. Of course, he will seek revenge and reclaim what belongs to their brotherhood. After Xiao Jinyu and the others left the tea house, a group of guards and several maidservants helped their masters into the carriage, and then they departed. At this point, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan finally got up to settle the bill. After spending a few days out in the heavy snow, they finally confirmed the location of the Northern King's ancestral grave. Later, Fu Ning fell seriously ill with a severe cold. He called many doctors for treatment and brewed a lot of medicine, but nothing seemed to work. The doctors advised that colds can be contagious, so it was best to avoid going out. Thus, the two had to stay in the inn to recover. The innkeeper, fearing infection, avoided their room whenever possible. Once the people watching them relaxed their guard, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan changed into night clothes and quietly left. They had a big task tonight: to dig up a grave. They had already prepared shovels and other tools, as well as paper offerings and joss money. The Northern King's ancestral grave was not located in the outskirts, but on the back mountain enclosed by the royal residence. This was to prevent enemies from destroying it outside the city and to avoid the humiliation of grave robbing. After all, throughout history, having one's ancestral grave disturbed is a great shame. Only a deep-seated enemy would commit such an act. Lu Huayan wanted to uncover the truth behind his mother and grandfather's deaths, and digging up the grave was the only way to do so. In the dead of night, two figures swiftly made their way to the back mountain of the Northern King. They avoided the guards and reached the foot of the mountain. Looking around, it was pitch dark, with only the sounds of wild animals and insects faintly heard. The eerie atmosphere felt somewhat frightening. Fu Ning took out 2 luminous pearls, handing one to Lu Huayan. Using the light, they began to climb, but they found themselves going in circles, unable to locate the entrance to the tomb. "There must be a formation," Lu Huayan said, surprised that the Northern King's ancestral grave had such tight security. "What should we do now?"
Fu Ning asked.
Neither of them understood formations, so getting in seemed impossible. "I'll go get Xiao Jinyu. He might know how to get in," Lu Huayan thought. Since the Northern King recognized Xiao Jinyu as the heir, he would surely have been informed about these matters. "First, let's find out if he knows anything before making a trip," Fu Ning reminded him. "Okay." Just as Lu Huayan was about to set off, they heard a noise in the distance and quickly hid in the shadows. Fortunately, the snow kept falling, covering their footprints with a thick layer. Before long, a man holding a torch appeared. It was the middle-aged man they had seen at the tea house earlier. He looked around and began climbing the mountain, changing direction every few steps and sometimes even stepping back. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan exited their hiding place and slowly followed his steps up the mountain, carefully noting his movements in case of any surprises. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at a graveyard under the thick night sky. Besides many mounds and tombstones, the middle-aged man had vanished. The two of them, sensing each other's thoughts, slipped back into their hiding place and waited for another half-hour before seeing the man emerge from a nearby grave mound. When he descended the mountain, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan followed his footsteps down to the foot of the mountain, having completely memorized the way in and out of this formation. Once they were sure no one else would come, they decided to go back up the mountain. Should we check what he has hidden inside?
Fu Ning asked curiously.
This was the ancestral grave of the Shao family. Outsiders shouldn't be allowed to tamper with it. Okay, Lu Huayan replied. He sensed a faint but unpleasant odor, though he couldn't yet confirm if it was what he suspected. After making their decision, they approached the grave mound. However, when Fu Ning illuminated the tombstone with a luminous pearl and read the inscription, she was shocked. It was the grave of the late Princess Shinsei Yen, the wife of the Northern King. What is going on? Fu Ning's voice trembled. Could this man be doing something with Lu Huayan's mother's remains? Lu Huayan shook his head and, with little emotion, followed the footprints in the snow to find the switch for the tomb chamber. When the chamber opened, a foul odor rushed out. Inside was a coffin, and nearby were stairs leading underground. Lu Huayan's expression turned cold. He recognized the rotten smell mixed with the scent of herbs. Fu Ning lit a candle, took out paper money, and said, "Let's bow first." Lu Huayan nodded, lit incense, and together with Fu Ning, they sincerely bowed 3 times, placing the incense in front of the tombstone and burning paper money beside it. Then, Lu Huayan stepped into the coffin and opened the lid. As he expected, it was empty, except for a pool of foul black liquid. Corpse poison.
Ha!
Wu family, you did well. For the first time, a chilling smile appeared on Lu Huayan's face, radiating a frightening aura. Fu Ning looked at him with a hint of pity in her eyes. She stepped forward and hugged him, asking what's wrong. Why are there no remains? Lu Huayan replied, "My mother died from a corpse-decaying poison. Once the main poison dies, the offspring poison immediately activates, splitting into countless tiny poisons that merge into the flesh and blood of the body. Within 3 days, the body starts to turn purple from the fingers and toes, becomes black, and eventually turns into a pool of black liquid." Fu Ning looked at the liquid in the coffin and felt a chill run through her. The cruelty of the Wu family was truly as bad as that of old Lady Lu. She never knew a person could be so purely evil. Lu Huayan's gaze was cold as he lowered his head and said to Fu Ning, Ning, I want to ruin Wu's reputation and make her experience the effects of this poison herself. Okay, let's expose her true nature and let everyone in the north know her crimes."
Fu Ning nodded seriously in support.
Only then did Lu Huayan relax a bit and said, "I'll go down first. You follow me."
All right, Fu Ning nodded.
Lu Huayan said no more, taking a luminous pearl and slowly walking down the tunnel. Seeing this, Fu Ning quickly followed. They descended deep into the tunnel, where it was dimly lit, with only a faint flicker of firelight ahead. They exchanged a glance, and Lu Huayan stepped forward toward the light. After walking about 5 or 6 zhang, they reached an entrance to a large room. Inside, there was a stone table piled high, with various torture devices, their blades glinting ominously, clearly not meant for good. On the right side of the room were 3 large iron cages, each containing several people covered in countless tiny insects, their bodies and faces marked with wounds, making it hard to see their true appearance. Even so, they could sense their faint breaths. The people were alive, but showed no other signs of life. Beside the cages, several human skeletons lay piled up, their bones darkened. On the left side of the room was a dark red pool of blood, where dark spots occasionally bulged and writhed, sending chills down the spine. The entire room was filled with a terrible stench and a chilling atmosphere, making one feel uneasy. Fu Ning was shocked by the scene before her. Lu Huan lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "I once heard my master mention his senior uncle, who used living people for experiments. He later suffered backlash and was betrayed by his own disciple, leading to his death. So I can confirm that this place is related to the Poison Doctor Valley." He said coldly, "And Ning, I will destroy the Poison Doctor Valley. Such cruel actions should not exist in this world." In his past life, he never conducted experiments on living people. It was a life that felt inhumane. He never expected the Poison Doctor Valley to infiltrate the Northern Town King's residence, using living people to raise poisonous insects and ruining the Xiao family's reputation built over centuries. Regardless of whether he was a member of the Xiao family, the Northern Town King, as a war hero of the Great Zhou, should not be tarnished by treacherous individuals. Lu Huan felt a surge of disgust and an indescribable hatred. The Poison Doctor Valley should not exist. At that moment, he suddenly understood why his master said not to learn about poisonous insects. Human desires are uncontrollable. Once one starts, it becomes impossible to avoid experiments on living beings. Thus, evil easily breeds. All right, let's take it one step at a time. Fu Ning was also shocked by the horrific scene before her, unable to regain her composure. These living people are likely soldiers protecting the country. How could they do this? What should we do now? Can we save them? Lu Huan shook his head. All their nerves are dead. They have no sensation. That person probably used them as containers for poisonous insects. I want Xiao Qingye to see what kind of monster he has brought back. Then let's check on your grandfather's condition. Fu Ning really didn't want to see any more of these unbearable sights.
Okay.
However, when they opened the coffin of the old Northern Town King, it was completely empty. Fu Ning couldn't help but think of the black bones in the secret chamber. "Huan, do you think they might be in the secret chamber, those black bones?" At that moment, Lu Huan calmly replied, "Let's go back. We will have the chance to find out." The two returned to the inn, took a good shower in their space, and then lay down to sleep. But lying there, they couldn't fall asleep. Fu Ning never imagined that the entire Xiao family could be destroyed by a woman. No, it was Xiao Qingye, that scoundrel, who ruined the Xiao family's reputation. The next morning, Lu Huan began preparing medicine for Fu Ning at the door of their room. The innkeeper only needed to deliver water and food to the isolation table near their room. Seeing Lu Gongzi's silent expression, the innkeeper guessed that his lady's condition had not improved. He could only shake his head and sigh as he left. Lu Huan brought breakfast and medicine into the room. Inside, Fu Ning was already awake. Both of them were in excellent health. Even after staying up late, they felt fine, something Fu Ning had never dared to imagine in her past life. After dinner, the two returned to their space to meditate and practice, waiting for nightfall to confront the Wu family. Additionally, they had an important task: to find the butterfly transformation. On a quiet, snowy night, the air was cold and still. The streets were deserted, enhancing the loneliness of the world around them. Watching the snowflakes dance outside, Fu Ning took out 2 sets of white clothing that matched the snowy landscape and changed with Lu Huan, covering their heads and faces with white veils. With a swift motion, they disappeared in an instant. The night watchman, seeing this, thought a ghost had passed by. His already shivering body trembled even more. Upon arriving outside the Northern King's residence, they avoided the guards and quietly slipped inside. The guards were numerous, and even in the cold weather, they remained highly alert. Fu Ning and Lu Huan did not want to attract attention, so whenever they encountered patrolling guards, they quickly retreated into their space. Fortunately, the architecture of this era was quite similar, and since the Northern King had no other concubines, they quickly found a room with lights on in the backyard. It was the courtyard where Wu lived, and they could feel the warmth from the heated floor even from outside. Before they could reveal themselves, they noticed someone sneaking into the courtyard. They quickly retreated into their space again. At that moment, the maid at the gate saw the visitor and quietly reported to the room, "Princess, the doctor from the Luo family has arrived." From inside, Wu's lazy voice responded, "Please, let him in." The Luo family doctor instructed the maid, "You all can leave now."
Yes.
After sending the maid away, the Luo family doctor entered the room. Fu Ning's eyes brightened in the space. This could be interesting. Through the light from the room, they could clearly see the interaction between Wu and the doctor. As soon as he entered, the Luo family doctor greeted Wu, "Greetings, princess." Wu playfully glanced at him. "Oh, stop with the formalities." She swayed her hips and approached him, reaching for his belt while her other hand caressed his chest. The doctor stepped forward, naturally pulling her into his embrace. He leaned down, taking in her scent. "Wow, you even used an aphrodisiac." His eyes darkened with intrigue. "This scent is quite stimulating." Wu smiled brightly, leaning into him. "Luo Lang, you didn't come to find me last night. I missed you so much." The doctor chuckled. "Princess, you jest. You're not just with me." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The doctor from the Luo family was very anxious. "This matter cannot be made public. We must at least maintain some dignity. Your actions are embarrassing everyone." Wu Jinhui, unable to think clearly due to the effects of the medicine, only wanted to cling to the doctor and satisfy her own desires. She carelessly said, "I am his princess. He cares for me and won't blame you." All the soldiers of the royal palace exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Should they pretend they didn't hear that, or should they help the prince catch her in the act? In the study of the front courtyard, Prince Xiao Qingye, who was reading military reports, suddenly stood up upon hearing Wu's reckless words. Grabbing a nearby whip, he stormed towards the back courtyard in anger. His personal guard, Ting Bai, hurriedly followed him. Oh no, was the prince really going to catch her in the act? They felt helpless. This wasn't the first time they had accompanied the prince to such a scene. Yet every time, he would go in a rage and return with a face full of guilt. It seemed like the princess's infidelity was somehow the prince's fault, which made them, the guards, feel embarrassed too. Now, it was even worse. The princess had boldly announced her actions throughout the city. Tomorrow, the whole town would be buzzing about it. What face would their prince have left? The worried guards followed, hoping this time the prince would stand firm. Upon reaching the princess's courtyard, Xiao Qingye ordered the guards to surround the area and not allow anyone to enter. Meanwhile, the princess's trusted aides stood by confidently, knowing the prince had always let things go in the past. What were they afraid of? In the space nearby, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan saw Prince Jinbei enter the courtyard with his men. He kicked open the bedroom door, and when he saw two bodies intertwined, his anger flared up. He wished he could punish the couple severely. But every time he thought like that, a sharp pain gripped his heart, and his stomach churned. He suppressed his anger and shouted at the Luo family doctor, "Get out of my palace." The doctor, feeling distressed, stammered, "I am," but the princess won't allow it. At that moment, Wu Jinhui's loud voice rang out again. "Yilang, why are you trying to chase him away? I'm feeling so uncomfortable. Why don't you come and keep me company?" Xiao Qingye shouted in despair. "Do you even realize what you're doing? What will become of my reputation with your actions?" Wu Jinhui was angered by him and retorted, "He is just the court physician. Can't you accept him? Don't forget, with him around, your health is good, and you can win battles every time." Xiao Qingye clutched his chest and said in pain, "Do you really want to treat me this way?" Wu Jinhui ignored Xiao Qingye's suffering and asked, "Yilange, haven't I treated you well? You don't have time for me, and I haven't disturbed your work. I just found someone else to keep me company. What are you unhappy about?"
Oh, dear. Fu Ning sneered inwardly.
The genes of old Lady Lu were indeed excellent. Even without being raised nearby, the selfish logic that blames others was instinctive. Suddenly, Lu Huayan said calmly, "The Northern King is acting strange." Fu Ning looked at him. What's strange? He must be under a spell? Lu Huayan suggested. Under spell? Like Shuqingling's puppet spell?
Fu Ning asked.
No, it should be a love spell. Lu Huayan guessed, but his tone was quite certain. Upon hearing this, Fu Ning realized that the Northern King's feelings were controlled by the Wu family, which allowed him to tolerate his woman's betrayal. However, wasn't that woman someone he brought upon himself? He deserved the torment. Fu Ning felt no sympathy for the Northern King. What do you plan to do?
Fu Ning asked.
Hearing that the Northern King had let the people inside get dressed, Lu Huayan said, I will meet with them. This matter must be resolved today. After all, there was only one sound amplification pill and one truth talisman, and they couldn't be wasted. If it weren't for the truth talisman's effect, the Wu family wouldn't have spoken so openly. They would have concealed their true thoughts. I'll go with you, Fu Ning said. Not yet. Stay here. I'll feel more at ease. After all, we're not sure if there are other dangers hidden in the palace. You here are my trump card, Lu Huayan said, holding her hand. Fu Ning felt embarrassed by his words. Was she really that important? All right, just be careful. Okay. Lu Huayan replied, then released a sleeping powder. The guards outside fell one by one, and he broke through the window. To prevent Wu from saying anything shocking, she had been silenced by Xiao Qingye and could only watch in fear as Lu Huayan entered. Who are you? Xiao Qingye asked angrily. Do you know that trespassing in the royal palace is a death sentence? Lu Huayan glanced at him. Xiao Qingye, nearly 40 years old, had a handsome but stern face, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes. Unfortunately, his lips were so thin they were almost invisible. At that moment, those thin lips were tightly pressed together, and his eagle-like gaze was fixed on Lu Huayan. Xiao Qingye's face did resemble Lu Huayan's by about 60 to 70%, but it was more rugged. Lu Huayan had inherited the best traits from both his parents, making him even more attractive. In short, it was the kind of look that Aining liked. After sizing him up, Lu Huayan mockingly asked, Is this the royal palace? I thought it was a brothel. One person playing the prince, another the lover, and a third, a courtesan named Huan. How fitting. You, Xiao Qingye, already filled with anger, was taken aback that everyone dared to disregard him, the king of the north. He swung his soft whip fiercely at Lu Huayan. Lu Huayan sidestepped and caught the whip's tail with his bare hands, easily pulling it away and striking Xiao Qingye twice with it. Even Wu Jinhua, who was unable to move beside him, was affected. Wu Jinhua's originally fair cheeks were splattered with blood, and she cried out in pain, but she couldn't make a sound. At that moment, no one paid attention to her injuries. Xiao Qingye wiped the blood from his eyelid with his sleeve and coldly looked at Lu Huayan again.
Who are you?
Do you dare to show your true face? He was shocked. The man before him was dressed in white, completely covered except for his eyes. His martial arts skills were impressive. If it weren't for Xiao Qingye's own deep internal strength, those 2 strikes could have knocked him down. I am here to save your life, Lu Huayan said, tossing the whip behind him and taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He mocked, You haven't realized you've been cursed, have you? Or, do you really enjoy being deceived by that woman? You say I am cursed? What curse? Xiao Qingye could not accept the idea of being deceived, but every time he thought about getting rid of Wu, he felt a pain worse than death. He believed he loved her deeply, but was he really being controlled by a curse? He looked at the 2 immobilized lovers, but when he saw Wu's bloodied face and tear-filled eyes, his heart ached uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress that painful feeling and turned to Lu Huayan, waiting for an explanation. Lu Huayan coldly described the symptoms of being affected by a curse. If I'm not mistaken, you've been hit by the love curse. A man under this curse can only see the woman who cast it on him. His actions are no longer controlled by his own reason, but completely influenced by the power of the curse. The woman who cast the curse can easily manipulate his feelings and actions, turning him into her loyal servant. Of course, if things go too far, the affected person may occasionally regain some clarity, like you at this moment. Xiao Qingye's face grew darker. Indeed, He could tolerate many things, but he could not stand Huaner betraying him repeatedly. Wu Jinhui and the doctor from the Luo family also turned pale.
Who was this man?
How did he understand curses? After finishing, Lu Huayan took out a set of silver needles. All right, now tell me, do you want to remove the curse? Yes, what should I do? Xiao Qingye gritted his teeth. Since he had already lost face, he didn't believe this person would dare to harm him in the royal residence. Just unbutton your shirt, Lu Huayan said. Xiao Qingye followed his instructions and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Lu Huayan took the silver needles and quickly inserted them into various acupoints on Xiao Qingye's chest. After a moment, Xiao Qingye suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, along with a wriggling, unpleasant-looking worm. Lu Huayan calmly stepped back, while Xiao Qingye felt dizzy from the sight and the foul smell. He pulled out the needles and rushed out, causing the worm to blend with the black blood instantly. With the curse dead, Wu Jinhui, who was connected to it, also spat out blood. Xiao Qingye turned to look. It was clear that the curse had indeed been placed on him by the Wu family. That was why she was suffering from the backlash. Thinking about how the whole city would know of his humiliation tonight, he wanted to strangle her right then. With that thought, he quickly reached out and grabbed her neck. Wu Jinhui's eyes widened. Xiao Qingye actually wanted to kill her. However, before he could apply much force, his body suddenly froze. After Xiao Qingye was forced to release his grip, Wu Jinhui gasped for air and began to cough violently. She can't die yet, Lu Huayan said, tossing a coin and releasing Wu Jinhui from her silence. Her voice erupted again. You despicable Xiao Qingye. You actually want to kill me. How dare you? What gives you the right? You think you're so capable, but all these years, haven't you obediently listened to me like a fool, no matter what I did? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Jinhui's expression changed dramatically. It was over. How could she have blurted out her true feelings like that? She had intended to show weakness, especially since Xiao Qingye had broken free from the poison, and she could no longer control him. You shameless woman, Xiao Qingye gritted his teeth in anger. The townspeople, hearing the voice of the Princess of the North, stayed awake, comfortably listening in from their beds. Meanwhile, the siblings Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Jinluo, stuck outside the courtyard, were anxiously pacing. What was wrong with their gentle and kind mother? How could she say such rebellious things? How would they face the world after this? Lu Huayan glanced at the two and coldly asked, Now tell me, how did you cause the death of the late Princess Shen Xiyuan? Xiao Qingye felt a bit dazed at the question. Shen Xiyuan, how long had it been since he thought of her, his childhood sweetheart? How did she die back then? Did he drive her to it? He had promised to cherish her for life, to love her and give her a life of luxury. What had he done instead? It was all Wu's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have hurt Yener so badly. And then there was Chun'er in the capital, his eldest son whom he had never even seen since birth. No. She doesn't want to say. Wu Jinhui wanted to cover her mouth, but her hands wouldn't move. Her mouth betrayed her, and with a smug expression, she said, The late princess? She was just a foolish woman, beautiful on the outside, but deceived by that scoundrel Xiao Qingye.
Ha!
How can she even talk about childhood sweethearts? They were married and pregnant for only a short time before he abandoned her. How pitiful! But she was cautious around me. I could never find a chance to strike. She protected herself and her child well. Even after she gave birth, I still couldn't find an opportunity. However, when she learned that my people had killed her second son, her mental defenses finally broke, and she fell seriously ill. That was when I was able to use the corpse decay poison on her, sending her off for the last time. After her death, Xiao Qingye, feeling unlucky, hurriedly buried her without even seeing her turn into rotten flesh. What a shame. It was over. Wu Jinhui shook her head desperately. She had revealed the secret, and Xiao Qingye would surely not let her go. Xiao Qingye closed his eyes, his face pale, as tears rolled down his cheeks, mixing with the blood from his wounds. Lu Huayan's gaze was as cold as ice, staring at them. Both the Wu family and Xiao Qingye were responsible for Shen Xian's death. They deserved punishment. He sneered and asked, "Now tell me, as a servant of Wu Yue Pavilion, how did you Xiao Qingye and make him abandon his wife and child?" Servant? What does that mean? Xiao Qingye couldn't imagine such a degrading term associated with his woman.
Ah,
You are the servant. Your whole family are servants. I am the holy maiden of Wu Yue Pavilion, a holy maiden. I am not a servant. Wu Jinwei suddenly screamed in hysteria upon hearing the word. For 20 years, no one had dared to mention that term in front of her, and today a stranger had brought it up. She was furious. She was a privileged holy maiden, the noble princess of the north, not a lowly servant for others' amusement. The hidden guards of Wu Yue Pavilion nearby were confused by the foolish woman's outburst and whispered to each other, "Should we save her? How can we? There are too many soldiers surrounding us. Can you fight them? What should we do now? Let's send the message out first."
okay.
Lu Huayan scoffed, "If you want to take over someone else's place, you should see if you deserve it. 34 years ago, your mother switched you with the real holy maiden of Wu Yue Pavilion. When you were 6, your true identity was exposed, and you were demoted to a servant. At 14, you used your skills to get close to Xiao Qingye, who was still a young prince at that time. Wu Shi never expected someone would openly reveal the painful past she had tried to forget for 20 years. That shameful history drove her to madness." As Lu Huayan spoke more, Wu Shi's eyes grew increasingly frantic, as if she had already slipped into insanity. She lost control and shouted, Stop. Who are you? How do you know this? Where are the ones who abandoned me? Where are they? I want to punish them all. They are already dead," Lu Huayan said quietly. If he had known this would happen, he should have brought the Lu family to the north. They could have had a more spectacular end. "They're dead? How fortunate for them," Wu Shi muttered to herself after her outburst, as if lost in memories of the past. "Before I turned 6, I was a holy maiden, served like a star among the moon. One day, those mean girls said I was a fake and that the saintess had some special legacy, which I didn't have at all. They laughed at me and bullied me, treating me like the lowest kind of servant. I was frustrated. It wasn't my choice to pretend to be someone I wasn't. But it didn't matter. Every day I had to learn how to serve others and do all sorts of dirty and hard work. So I worked hard to improve my situation. When I turned 14, I finally had a chance to meet the right protector who had been kind to me in my childhood. I dedicated myself to him and tried my best to please him with everything I had learned. My efforts paid off when he gave me a task to attract the attention of the heir to the northern king, Xiao Qingye. I was thrilled. If I succeeded, I could escape my lowly status and become a princess. So, I was sent to the north to secretly observe Xiao Qingye, and seeing that he was young and handsome made me even happier. At that moment, I was determined to succeed. However, when I saw the stunning beauty of the heir's wife, Shen Xian, I felt completely discouraged. Later, I learned that the heir and his wife had grown up together, which made me doubt my ability to complete the task. But if I failed, I would face terrible punishment upon returning. I was scared and lost until I met Luo Lang. When I found out he was from the Poison Doctor Valley, I was overjoyed because I had heard they had various insects that could control people. So I did everything I could to attract him and make him like me. Sure enough, he quickly fell for me, and I easily got a love insect from him. With that, I finally gathered the courage to approach Xiao Qingye. But, to my surprise, I hadn't even used any tricks yet. I just played hard to get. And, unexpectedly, this man was easily captivated, even though his original partner was incredibly beautiful. However, I knew his heart was unreliable. Just because they grew up together didn't mean he truly cared for her. So I used the love insect on him, ensuring I could control him. Even if I were with another man, he would just think he wasn't good enough and didn't have time for me. At this point, Wu Shi glanced disdainfully at Xiao Qingye, her face full of contempt. It was no wonder. She had worked hard for other men, but with Xiao Qingye, it had come too easily, making her look down on him. The soldiers in the mansion and the onlookers outside couldn't believe it. They never expected the Northern King's heir to be so easily swayed. Xiao Qingye's face turned pale with anger, and he breathed heavily. He shouted, "You wicked woman! If it weren't for you controlling me with your tricks." Wu Shi sneered, "If your mind were strong, I couldn't control you at all. Because you have feelings for me, the charm can influence you. Xiao Qingye, you are a scoundrel. Do you think you are a true romantic? Shun Xian's family has perished, and you once swore to treat her well. But what happened? You easily betrayed her." Wu Shi paused, then continued recklessly, "However, I am quite satisfied with your looks and status. But your character is disappointing. Although the right protector is older, he has great authority and presence, making me want to respect him. At least Luo Lang is devoted to me, willing to stay by my side without any title." "Enough. Stop it, you wicked woman." Xiao Qingye didn't want to hear Wu Shi Listerman. He glared at Lu Huan, saying, "Sir, I have no conflict with you. Why are you doing this? This is a private matter of my royal house." He could imagine how everyone outside the city would mock him and the Northern King's residents. Lu Huan raised his hand and pressed on Xiao Qingye's pressure point. "No conflict?"
Ha!
The grudge is deep. He believed that if he weren't under the charm's influence, Xiao Qingye wouldn't be so heartless towards his wife and children. But so what? Wasn't it all his own doing? Thinking this, Lu Huan deliberately said to Wu Shi, "So, neither of your two children is Xiao Qingye's?" Wu Shi's mind cleared a bit. She realized she had said too much tonight and worried about her own safety and that of her children. However, her mouth had already betrayed her thoughts. "I can confirm that Luo is Luo Lang's child, so I named her Xiao Jin Luo. Since she can't take Luo Lang's surname, I used it as her first name. As for Yuer, I don't know whose child he is. I was with the prince and also with the right protector, so he could be one of theirs. But he looks nothing like the prince. He resembles the right protector more." Great! The Northern King not only wore a green hat but also raised someone else's child. What a ridiculous situation. The people outside the residence and the soldiers inside were speechless. Their war hero, the Northern King, lost all his glory in that moment. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Jinluo faced the mocking gazes of the guards. They shouted desperately, "That's nonsense. It's impossible. We are the children of our father, the king. Mother, what is wrong with you?" At that moment, they felt utterly helpless. Who could tell them why this was happening? How could they not be the children of the Northern King? Did that mean they were all illegitimate children? Their father would surely be furious with them. What was their mother thinking? They were losing their minds. Lu Huan looked at Xiao Qingye's despondent face with a half-smile. Wu Jinhui, seeing Xiao Qingye in pain, suddenly felt pleased again. But it doesn't matter. Xiao Qingye is destined to have no descendants. His first wife gave birth to twins, and he didn't even know. Although Shun Xian sent the second child away, my people still managed to kill that child. It's a pity that the old king was almost poisoned but still managed to send people to eliminate most of my crew. Wu Jinhui began to lose her mind, revealing everything. Why was she saying this when she clearly didn't want to? "So, did you really poison the old king?" Lu Huan asked coldly. Xiao Qingye's breath caught. He had always thought his father was sick because of him and would recover soon, but he never expected he would leave just like that. Wu Jinhui gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Of course. Who told him not to let me in and wanted to break us apart? I only regret not being ruthless enough, which led to him killing many of my people. As for the heir in the capital, Xiao Jincheng, he won't survive this year. I poisoned him with an incurable toxin when he was just 1 year old. Whether he likes it or not, the Xiao family will only have my son left to inherit the throne. The north will be ours. Is that so? Too bad it won't go as you wish," Lu Huan said, removing his mask to reveal a face strikingly similar to Xiao Qingye's. Wu Jinhui was shocked. "How is this possible?" "You are." "No, you are not Xiao Jincheng. You are the child that was sent away. You didn't die?" She knew that Xiao Jincheng looked just like Shin Xian, so this person, who resembled Xiao Qingye, could only be the child that was sent away. Lu Huayan coldly replied, "Yes, I hope you are disappointed." Xiao Qingye was stunned, unable to regain his senses. He stared at Lu Huayan's face, which looked so much like his own, for a long time, his gaze warm. Could he really be his son? Lu Huayan glanced at Xiao Qingye with a look that seemed to see through him. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to acknowledge you. I have come for revenge. I must avenge my mother's death. Otherwise, I am not worthy to be called her son." Haha, Xiao Qingye, this is your karma. Even your son won't acknowledge you, and you still want revenge?
Ha ha ha.
Wu Jinhui found it amusing and laughed until tears streamed down her face. Xiao Qingye felt hopeless. Yes, Yenner was harmed because of him. How could he forget? What face does he have left to ask his child to recognize him? And his father was also harmed because of him. What terrible things has he done? Lu Huayan ignored her madness and asked, "Where is the poison of transforming butterfly?" "No, you can't have transforming butterfly," Wu Jinhui thought, but she said, "It's in the hidden compartment above my bed." Ah, she must have lost her mind. Wu Jinhui was so frustrated, she wanted to bite her own tongue. She watched helplessly as Lu Huayan took the poison, and she shouted frantically, "Even if you take the poison, you won't use it. Only Luo Lang knows how to use it well. Let us go, and I will have Luo Lang help you save Xiao Jincheng, okay?" Humph, not needed. Lu Huayan didn't want to hear her anymore, directly sealing her voice and taking out a dagger to sever her tendons. Wu Jinhui silently screamed and fainted. The doctor from the Luo family looked pale. Why did he fall for such a foolish woman? What about Luoer? They wouldn't survive this. Butler Lu hurried over, glancing at the guards pretending to be unconscious on the ground. He reported, "My lord, something bad has happened.
That
Xiao Jincheng has escaped. Should we chase him?" He didn't even know how to refer to Wu's child anymore. Usually, they called him the young prince, but at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to say it.
"Chase," he mouthed.
Xiao Qingye thought about how he had raised the illegitimate child of a scoundrel for over 10 years and still expected him to inherit the throne. He wished he could punish Wu's family severely. However, when Lu Huayan heard that the fish had escaped early, leaving behind the command "Don't let them die," he dashed out swiftly. This startled Butler Lu, who didn't respond to the Northern King's orders. Seeing Lu Yong still frozen in place made Xiao Qingye furious. This fool should have come to release his seal. Butler Lu was taken aback by his lord's angry glare. What had he done wrong? Once he realized and stepped forward to release the seal, Xiao Qingye cursed "fool" and rushed to punch and kick Wu's family and the doctor from the Luo family. Upon realizing that this woman had betrayed him so many times, and now it was widely known, he couldn't control the anger inside him. The guards outside the yard gradually got up. At first, they were truly dazed, but then the loud voice of the woman woke them all up. Hearing what she said, they all decided to stay lying down, thinking it was safer to pretend to be unconscious. After venting his anger, he remembered his son's instructions and restrained himself from causing harm.
"Ting Bai."
"Yes, my lord." Ting Bai hurried into the room. He glanced at his lord's face, which was still bleeding from whip marks, and seeing his angry expression, he quickly bowed his head in fear. The other guards stood straight, pretending to be timid. "Bind all the people around that woman, as well as anyone connected to them. We need to thoroughly investigate how they dealt with the late king and queen. Before that, lock these two up in the dungeon, along with that woman's illegitimate child." "Understood,"
Ting Bai responded.
With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates to drag the woman and the doctor away. As he watched them leave, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, distorting the air for a moment. Over the years, he had no idea how many hidden threats from that woman were buried in the estate. He would not let any of them go. Soon, only he remained, standing alone. After a long while, he stepped out of the woman's room. The cold wind blew against him, chilling him to the bone. In the space, Fu Ning looked coldly at him, thinking that he brought this upon himself. His once good life was ruined by his greed for more and his infatuation with a deceitful woman. Now his disgrace was well-deserved, and Fu Ning felt no sympathy for him. Instead, she pitied the late Shinsei Yen, who had been burdened with such a blind and foolish man. Not only did he cause suffering for the child, but she also met an untimely end at a young age. How tragic! Lost in thought, he wandered to the ancestral hall of the Shao family, where he dared not look at the portrait of his deceased father. Shinsei Yen had no portrait left behind. He had destroyed it himself to show his affection for that deceitful woman. After breaking the love curse, he finally felt the pain of their loss after 18 years, which tore at his heart. It hurt so much he could hardly breathe. He knelt down and cried out, "Father, Yenner, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed. I shouldn't have broken my promise. I'm sorry, I harmed you all. I'm so sorry." Shao Qingye lay on the ground, crying loudly. "I not only damaged the reputation of the Wangfu, but I almost confused the Shao family's bloodline. I am sorry to my ancestors and to those 2 children. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but not yet. I must protect the north, and I will destroy the Wiyue Pavilion and the Poison Doctor Valley. I will avenge my father and Yenner."
I still need to.
Before he could finish his harsh words, Shao Qingye spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. It's no wonder. Tonight he forcibly resolved the poison but did not recover, which severely harmed his body. The immense shock from the betrayal was too much for him. That he lasted this long was due to his originally strong health. As dawn approached, Lu Huayan finally returned. Fu Ning pulled him into a space and poured him a cup of warm water, asking, "How did it go?" Lu Huayan took the water, drank a couple of sips, and said, "I saw them leave the city. The guards at the city gate still don't know that Xiao Jinyu is not the prince's biological child. They let them out when they saw the token. That makes sense. The sound amplification pill only works within 10 miles, and the city gate is too far. Did you let them escape on purpose?"
Fu Ning asked.
Otherwise, with Lu Huayan's current strength, those people wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lu Huayan nodded, saying since Xiao Jinyu is supposedly the son of the right protector, he would naturally have people around to protect him. Once the incident happened last night, they ran away. I followed to put tracking powder on them. Since the raw stone came from the Wiyue Pavilion, they must have people mining here. This way, we won't need to search for the jade mine locations everywhere, which saves us a lot of trouble. When are we going over?
Fu Ning asked.
Lu Huayan replied, "No rush. Let's go back first, and let them lower their guard. We can go tomorrow."
Okay.
The 2 hurried back to the inn, washed up, and rested. The next day, Lu Huayan did not prepare medicine as usual. When the innkeeper's assistant asked if it was because the lady's illness had improved, he nodded, then took his breakfast back to his room. The assistant visibly sighed in relief. He was worried that someone might die in the inn, which would be very unlucky. Thankfully, the heavens were merciful. In the room, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan had their meal together. Fu Ning looked at Lu Huayan's calm face and couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do about Shao Qingye?" "Once the war is over, I will send him to," Lu Huayan said coldly. Fu Ning also disliked Shao Qingye, but she didn't want Lu Huayan to carry the psychological burden of patricide. Sigh. It's complicated. After eating, the 2 disguised themselves and walked toward the city gate, as it was not the right time to attract too much attention. On the way, people were gossiping about the events at the Northern King's residence. Even in this cold weather, their curiosity was not dampened. "Hey, did you hear last night? The Northern King was actually betrayed by his concubine, and she even had children with someone else. It's hard to believe."
Right?
If the concubine hadn't said it herself, who would believe it? Those 2 kids don't even have titles, yet they dare to call themselves little princes and princesses, and the king just accepts it. That's 2. Sigh. I only feel sorry for the late king, the late queen, and her 2 children. The air was poisoned, and we don't know if he will survive this year in the capital. The Northern King is a great warrior, but how could he be so blind? That concubine can't even compare to the late queen, and her background is poor. Yet, the king treats her like a treasure. Are you sure about this? Someone questioned. Of course.
Everyone in the inner city knows about it by now.
Yes, if we had known the king liked such a fickle woman, we should have brought back more suitable gifts from Yangzhou. What a shame. Someone lamented, thinking they were too conservative. Don't talk nonsense. The king might have already dealt with that concubine and her children. But what is that love curse? Can it really control someone's mind? I don't know, but it sounds dangerous. It's better to stay away from it to avoid backlash. True, it's best not to mess with things we don't understand. Fu Ning glanced at Lu Huayan and saw he seemed unaware of the crowd's gossip, so she ignored it as well. They left the city and rode toward the nameless mountains in the northwest. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already the next evening. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan did not act recklessly. After circling the perimeter, they decided to rest for the night. After finishing dinner in their space, Fu Ning looked at Lu Huayan, who was deep in thought, and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Huayan frowned slightly. The forest perimeter might have a formation set up, just like the back mountain of the northern king's residence. It's a pity that the little flying insects can't identify the way through the formation. Otherwise, we could easily go up, Fu Ning said thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Since we've come this far, if it doesn't work, we can just charge in and draw them out. This is in the Xiao family's ancestral grave. If we destroy it, we won't suffer any losses, he added. Let's see the situation tomorrow. I just wonder how many of them there are. We should still be cautious, Lu Huayan said, maintaining a careful attitude towards the unknown situation at Wuyu Pavilion. After all, he had been defeated in his past life with a single strike. So, we must not underestimate them. As dawn broke, the forest was covered in thick white snow. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan took an antidote pill and stepped into the space. The scenery in the forest seemed different from yesterday. Without needing to smell, Lu Huayan pointed to the mountain and said, "There's a hallucinogenic scent in the air, but it's not toxic. Clearly, it was added recently. It wasn't there last night. Have they discovered us?"
Fu Ning asked.
That's possible, Lu Huayan nodded. The two circled around a few times, but still couldn't find a way up the mountain. Just as Fu Ning was about to give up and destroy the entrance, a small snowball fell in front of them and then scattered. Startled by the sudden occurrence, they exchanged glances, and Lu Huayan stepped onto the ground where the snowball had landed. Then, a few more snowballs flew in, seemingly guiding them to go up. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan followed the trail and arrived at a hollow in the mountain. There were several houses here, indicating that people had been living here for a long time. A group of men and women in white robes stood with swords, glaring at them. "How did you find this place?" The middle-aged man at the front looked at Lu Huayan and Fu Ning, his expression serious. Why hadn't the lookout informed them? Had they already been harmed? "That's none of your concern," Fu Ning replied. "Are you from Wuyu Pavilion? Are you secretly mining jade here?" "Humph." The middle-aged man sneered. "You seem to know quite a bit. Since you know we are from Wuyu Pavilion, why not surrender quietly?" "You're quite arrogant," Fu Ning rolled his eyes. At that moment, a voice came from the window behind them. "You are the ones who were drinking tea at the tea house that day. Did you follow the young prince here?" Clearly, Xiao Jinyu still clung to her identity as the young prince and referred to herself as such. "We're here to take your life," Lu Huayan said coldly. "You reckless child, since you know our secret, you must die." "Humph." The middle-aged man sneered. "You seem to know quite a bit. Since you know we are from Wuyu Pavilion, why not surrender quietly?" Fu Ning frowned slightly. "You must be the right protector of Wuyu Pavilion, right?" The old man was about to ask how Fu Ning knew his identity when Xiao Jinyu anxiously said, "Father, that man is the one who exposed my identity yesterday. I recognize his voice." "Very well. If that's the case, you all must take your own lives to atone, and I will allow you to keep your bodies intact," the right protector said angrily. Lu Huayan snorted coldly. "That depends on whether you have the ability." He drew his sword, Starlight, which shone with a silver glow. Fu Ning frowned slightly. "You must be the right protector of Wuyu Pavilion, right?" The right protector's expression darkened, hiding the fierce light in his eyes, and he said fiercely, "Ignorant child, I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Father, I want that sword, Xiao Jinyu said, his eyes filled with greed. Fu Ning mocked, TSK, a fake disaster is still a fake disaster. Look at you, so inexperienced, wanting to something good, without considering if you deserve it. Xiao Jinyu trembled with anger. He never expected that his smooth-sailing life would face such a turn. This was a stain on his life, all because of his mother.
Kill them.
The Right Protector ordered. The Right Protector's expression darkened. Clearly, he could not tolerate anyone mocking his son, and at that moment, he could no longer maintain his righteous facade. The guards of Wuyu Pavilion no longer hesitated and charged at Fu Ning and Lu Huayan with their swords. And Ning, step back, Lu Huayan said. Fu Ning jumped to a distant open area. Although the fewer than 100 guards of Wuyu Pavilion were skilled, they were clearly no match for Lu Huayan, so she didn't need to join the fight. The guards of Wuyu Pavilion ignored Fu Ning and all attacked Lu Huayan. These were all well-trained individuals raised by Wuyu Pavilion, and the Right Protector looked determined to win. However, when he saw the sword techniques Lu Huayan used, his hands began to tremble. How do you know our master's sword techniques? And it looks like a complete set. Those who had followed the master could only learn a few moves, and none had the skill to master the entire technique. As soon as the Right Protector finished speaking, cries of pain erupted, and more than half of the guards were injured and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Fu Ning was somewhat surprised that Lu Huayan had not killed everyone. He had shown mercy. However, Lu Huayan had only feigned a move and had directly struck down the hidden Xiao Jinyu behind him. Where the Right Protector saw this heartbreaking scene and exclaimed with a trembling voice. His face twisted in pain as he raised his sword to strike at Fu Ning. Just as Fu Ning was deciding whether to dodge or draw her sword, a figure stepped in front of her. Before the Right Protector could get close, he suddenly felt a shock and looked down in disbelief at his body, which was cut in half.
You.
The Right Protector coughed up blood, but didn't finish his sentence before collapsing to the ground. The people from Wuyu Pavilion were both shocked and terrified, trembling in fear. Were they all going to die here? Lu Huayan looked at the injured middle-aged man and asked, "Is there anyone else here besides you?" The middle-aged man, now losing his fierce demeanor, replied hesitantly, "It's just us guarding the entrance to the mine. There's no one else. But I advise you not to go in. This is our Wuyu Pavilion's territory. If our leader finds out you're causing trouble, you'll be in big trouble." Though he said this, he secretly hoped they would go in and get themselves killed. With the Right Protector dead, if he followed them in, he might get a promotion to Protector himself. "I'll go in and take a look," Lu Huayan said to Fu Ning. Fu Ning shook her head. "We go together." She had a space that could protect them both, so there was no need for him to take risks alone. "Okay," Lu Huayan agreed, then sprinkled softening powder over everyone from Wuyu Pavilion. The group, which had been able to stand, suddenly collapsed to the ground. "How could you drug us?" The middle-aged man was furious. How could this person be so dishonorable? Now his chance to protect them was ruined. Lu Huayan didn't even glance at them and led Fu Ning toward the cave entrance. He had spared their lives only because they hadn't harmed the local people. Otherwise, he would have used poison. Inside the cave, the temperature was extremely low, and the walls were covered with dense runes that made one dizzy. Fortunately, these runes didn't seem to harm them, so the two continued deeper into the cave. After walking for what felt like ages, they arrived at a spacious area. The walls were embedded with luminous pearls, and in the center, on a stone bed, sat a refined man in white robes, appearing to be in his 30s, meditating. A halo of light surrounded him, obscuring his true face.
Ha ha ha.
"Little Saintess, I didn't expect you to return on your own," a voice boomed, filled with madness as if it had found a great treasure. The voice seemed to come from far away, yet was also very close. The entire mountain seemed to tremble, but the middle-aged man's mouth did not move. "You are the leader of the Witch Moon Pavilion. Was that snowflake you just sent?"
Fu Ning asked.
She had no doubt that he sensed her arrival and kindly used the snowflake to guide them up. What a surprise to meet a big boss early. Was fate trying to end them? Of course, now that you are back, stay close to me.
Come.
Let me have a good look at you, the leader of the Witch Moon Pavilion said in a very alluring voice. Lu Huayan grabbed Fu Ning's hand, and she held on to him, ready to hide in their space at any moment. They felt like ants in front of this man, and she did not want to die. The leader then looked at Lu Huayan and said sharply, "You are that man's offspring. You deserve to die." Fu Ning was shocked. She didn't expect her disguise to be useless in front of him. He recognized them immediately. After speaking, the leader extended his right hand, and suddenly, a sword flew toward him out of nowhere, landing firmly in his grasp. He held the sword carefully like a treasure, and as the shimmering white light on the blade flickered, his aura grew stronger. Without pausing, he swung the sword. Fu Ning quickly pulled Lu Huayan into their space. With a loud bang, a deep appeared in the ground where Lu Huayan had been standing. The two who hid in the space were still shaken. Lu Huayan narrowed his eyes and said, "It's the Witch Moon Sword. What do we do now?" "We clearly can't match him," Fu Ning said, feeling her heart race. She almost got split in two. Lu Huayan frowned. "I don't know. If I had known we would encounter him, I would never have brought you along. But why is he hiding in this cave? Could there be spiritual energy for cultivation here?" Fu Ning guessed, recalling how novels often described such places. As they were at a loss in the space, the Witch Moon Sword suddenly flew out of the leader's hand and hovered in midair. A glowing white mist began to gather around it, slowly forming a human shape that stood on the sword. "You." The leader's eyes widened in fear. "I remember you. They called you a you, the spirit of the sword." The spirit replied coldly, "It's been over 1,000 years. It seems you have a good memory. But why have you forgotten the promise you made back then, Wu Qi?" Wu Qi suddenly fell silent. Wu Yue's sharp gaze seemed to pierce his soul, and his eyes drifted as if pulled back to a distant past. Back then, he was a bullied orphan, swinging a branch wildly every day, dreaming of becoming strong enough to take revenge on those who tormented him. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Until one day, he met a beautiful woman who seemed like a fairy. She smiled at him as he waved the branch and asked, "What you're doing isn't right. I can teach you a sword technique that will help you defeat those who bully you. Would you like to learn?" The boy nodded eagerly. So, the fairy taught him with care, and he quickly learned a few basic moves. But he wondered, "Fairy sister, why can't I be as strong as you? Your sword technique has light, but mine does not." "That's because you don't have spiritual energy. Your world lacks the energy needed for cultivation," the fairy explained. The boy didn't understand the concepts of spiritual energy or worlds, but his disappointed expression made the fairy's heart soften for a moment. Ordinary people couldn't learn the sword techniques of their realm, but after a pause, she said, "There's a way." The boy's eyes lit up. The fairy gave him a glowing, colorful stone and gently said, "Here, this is a spirit stone. Hold it, and I will teach you how to absorb the energy within it." The boy was talented and quickly learned to draw energy into his body. Seeing this, the fairy gave him more stones until he reached the first level of energy cultivation. At last, he had enough strength to protect himself and defeated those who had once bullied him. The boy had no name, so the fairy named him Wu Qi. Wu was her surname, and Qi represented hope for a bright future. Wu Qi was overjoyed. He finally had his own name. He promised the fairy he would never use her teachings to harm others and would never do evil. But the fairy left, and as time passed, Wu Qi thought more and more about her and wanted to find her. Through constant attempts, he discovered that the jade contained a little spiritual energy. So he began to mine extensively, training hard, hoping to improve his skills. He believed that if he became strong enough, he could live a long time and would eventually find the fairy. Wu Yue interrupted his memories and said solemnly, "Wu Qi, you have not only forgotten your promise, but have also done wrong for 1,000 years. Do you know that in cultivation everything is about cause and effect? Because of your actions, you have harmed her. You're talking nonsense. She is a fairy. How could she possibly die? Wu Qi shook his head in panic. He couldn't accept the fact that the fairy had fallen, nor could he believe that his actions had led to such serious consequences. Wu Yu must be lying to him. He wouldn't fall for it. Humph. Do you think that's why I am here? Wu Yu sneered. Wu Qi was taken aback. Didn't she give me this sword? He had always thought that the sword was a gift from the fairy, something she no longer wanted, so she gave it to him. You think too highly of yourself. I am here to end the cause and effect she created in this generation. Unfortunately, she failed her tribulation and fell, which severely harmed me and caused my power to drop. As a result, in your hands, my energy keeps being drained by you, preventing my recovery. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have lived this long. At this point, Wu Yu frowned, wondering how she was doing. Impossible. A fairy would never fall. Wu Qi shouted, trying to convince himself. Every 200 years, you need to change your body. She probably never expected you to learn how to possess others on your own. Not only that, but you have harmed many, causing this realm to collapse. Your crimes are unforgivable. Wu Qi, it's time to face your end.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Qi suddenly laughed wildly, his voice filled with madness and despair. Do you think I want to possess others? No matter how hard I cultivate, a mortal body can only live for 200 years. Now that I am just one step away from the golden core, do you really think you can kill me? After thousands of years of being unrivaled, he had forgotten Wu Yu's strength. After making his threats, Wu Qi suddenly summoned his life sword and charged at Wu Yu. His sword glimmered with endless killing intent. However, Wu Yu didn't even glance at him. With a gentle wave, the sword energy severed his head. In Wu Qi's shocked gaze, Wu Yu grasped his escaping soul with one hand and crushed it effortlessly. Wu Qi's soul transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air, and thus, he was completely gone. Fu Ning was speechless. The big boss they had worried about for so long just died like that? This was too careless. Come out. Wu Yu turned to Fu Ning and Lu Huayan in the space. Fu Ning finally saw Wu Yu, who had been facing away from them. He was a handsome man, cold as ice, with flowing robes, standing like a statue, resembling a deity. A pair of dark, cold eyes looked down from above, locking onto Fu Ning's gaze. Fu Ning was momentarily stunned, feeling that his black eyes were deep and icy, as chilling as a glacier frozen for 1,000 years. She couldn't help but shiver from the goosebumps that formed on her skin and stepped out of the space with Lu Huayan. Thank you for removing a threat from the world, Lu Huayan said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Although this situation was caused by them, if he hadn't appeared at that moment, both he and Ning would have been in danger. Therefore, he sincerely thanked him. Wu Yu descended from the sword, hands behind his back. If it weren't for you gathering merit for me, I wouldn't have been able to recover my powers so quickly. I should be the one thanking you. Could you please clarify things for us? I believe everything is part of your plan, Lu Huayan said. That's right. Wu Yu glanced at Lu Huayan and Fu Ning, saying, this story goes back 1,000 years. It turned out that Wu Yu came from a distant realm. His master faced danger during a tribulation, and he was drawn here by a powerful force, captured by Wu Qi. At that time, Wu Yu's sword was damaged, and his spiritual energy was chaotic. Wu Qi accidentally discovered a way to draw energy from Wu Yu. Having already mastered advanced sword techniques, Wu Qi's powers greatly increased with Wu Yu as his energy source. Not only did he become the best in martial arts, but he also lived for 200 years. At that point, Wu Qi established the Wu Yu Pavilion, named after the two characters Wu Yu engraved on the sword. The main purpose of the Wu Yu Pavilion was to gather wealth and seek various jade mines to provide the energy needed for Wu Qi's cultivation. Every 200 years or so, Wu Qi would select an exceptionally talented young disciple as a successor to train. These disciples were mistakenly seen by the people in the pavilion as the new leaders, but in reality, they were merely vessels prepared by Wu Qi to extend his life. After passing on his position, he would reincarnate by taking over their bodies, continuing to exist as the leader. Wu Qi sought ways to obtain more energy from the Wu Yu sword. However, as a spiritual weapon, it was not something an ordinary person could control. Thus, Wu Yu found a kind-hearted woman in the pavilion, sealing most of his energy within her and helping her become a saintess. The crescent-shaped birthmark formed by the sealed energy would be passed down to the next generation of saintesses through the children born to the saintess. This ensured that the seal's inheritance would not be interrupted. After dispersing his energy, Wu Yu fell into a deep sleep. However, even so, when the shaman sensed the spiritual power of the saintess, he developed a secret method to absorb her energy. Although the amount he could take each time was limited over generations, it led to the saintess's power diminishing. This made her weaker and unable to awaken. Later, the saintess accidentally discovered that when she did good deeds, she accumulated merit, and he could absorb this merit to nourish himself and improve his skills. This gave him a chance to return to the spirit realm and find his master. After hearing all this, Fu Ning asked in surprise, "If I'm not the saintess, why do I have a birthmark?" "This is my backup plan. In case something happens to the saintess in this realm, I can pull a soul from another timeline. If the seal of inheritance is broken, I will completely disappear, so I must be cautious," the shaman replied calmly. Fu Ning couldn't help but weakly ask, what if I'm not dead?" The shaman glanced at her and said, "Traveling through time in lower realms is not difficult for me. Both you and she have your own fates."
Fu Ning.
"Thank you," the shaman continued, "but this is also your opportunity. Originally, your crossing over, combined with the original Jiangning's power, was not enough to open the space. However, the original owner had a connection with Lu Huayan, and the sword that pierced him transmitted his energy to me. With our three energies combined, you were able to open the space."
Fu Ning.
"So it was all just luck, not something you calculated?" The shaman added, "Fortunately, you are somewhat clever and understand that doing good deeds can upgrade the space. As you perform more good acts, most of the merit will be used to restore my power, while a small portion will upgrade your space."
Fu Ning.
"So the slow upgrade of the space is because of you?" The shaman explained further. "The space you have is called the merit space, a treasure of the spirit realm. It has no capacity limit. The items hidden within are set by me. As long as you punish those with fortune who do evil, you can unlock rewards, and how much you get depends on your luck. Of course, if you do evil yourself, your merit will be deducted and the space will shrink until it disappears. You must remember this. Can this space be passed on to the next generation?" Fu Ning asked. "If it could be inherited like every saintess before, that would be great." Wu Yu said coldly, "No, mortals cannot form a contract with space. You can use it because there is spiritual power sealed in your birthmark. I left some spiritual power in the birthmark, so you can continue to use the space. If you die, the space will return to me."
"All right.
"I will try to do more good deeds," Fu Ning said, knowing when to stop. Fortunately, with the space, she wouldn't easily die. She just needed to retrieve the items before she grew old. "However, I have one more question," Fu Ning asked. "Is Huayan's rebirth because of you, or because of the realm's restart?" Wu Yu replied, "Naturally, it was I who helped him be reborn." Later, Wu Qi committed many evil acts, slaughtering crazily for cultivation, which caused the realm to collapse. As for how the heavenly laws of this world restarted the realm, I do not know. So, the history of the second prince becoming emperor is gone?
Fu Ning asked.
Yes, it's like the film reels in your world that can be patched up. The 5 years of this realm's time restart overlap, which is why some people dream or sense things from their past lives. If it were just one person's simple rebirth, it would mean that person returned to the past. They might change some events, but most people's paths remain the same, which is different from the nature of a realm restart. Fu Ning understood now. It meant everyone in this realm had a new start, and the outcomes could be different from their past lives. By the way, what will happen to Wu Yu Pavilion? Fu Ning asked again. Since you defeated Wu Qi, Wu Yu Pavilion belongs to you. Whether you disperse it or use it as your force is up to you to manage, Wu Yu said, waving his hand. The master token from Wu Qi's corpse flew to Fu Ning.
Take the token, he said.
Fu Ning took it and thought for a moment before curiously asking, "Can I ask why you have such an unremarkable name?" To be honest, the name Wu Yu did not match this icy, handsome man at all. Wu Yu lightly coughed, as if a terrifying laugh from a distant memory echoed. "My surname is Wu, and yours is Wu too. Today is the crescent moon, so you shall be called Wu Yu. Ah Yu, let me carve a crescent moon on it for you. Looks nice, right? Ha ha ha, my skills are amazing. By the way, Xiao Yu, I created this sword technique after having you. Let's call it Wu Yu's sword technique. How about that? Isn't it a great name?" Wu Yue forcefully dismissed the crazy woman's magical voice. With a master who couldn't even come up with a name, what could he do? This time, when he found her, he had to change her name. Wu Yue felt he had said everything he needed to, so he prepared to leave and said, "All right, if there are no more questions, I will take my leave." Fu Ning looked at Lu Huayan, who asked, "Where is the Wu Yue pavilion?" Wu Yue replied, "The main hall is in Nanlin, but I don't know the specifics. You'll have to find it yourselves." He had been trapped in the sword and was rarely awake, so he hadn't paid much attention to the outside world. Of course, the most important thing was that he had no interest in the mundane matters of this world. He just wanted to hurry back to find that crazy woman and wondered how she was doing. If only. He didn't dare to think. Lu Huayan thought that since they couldn't get any useful information, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. We have no more questions. Goodbye then." As soon as Wu Yue finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and rushed out of the cave. Outside, it was already evening. A silver light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire mountain range, casting colorful glows on the snow-covered ground, dazzling everyone. A group of people searching at the foot of the mountain were all stunned. After a while, someone asked, "Did you see that?" The light flew up to the sky.
I saw it.
There must be treasures in this mountain range. It might not just be a jade mine. They hurried toward the spot where the light had appeared, hoping to find an entrance to climb up. "Young master, we can't go up. We keep going in circles," one of the men in gray said respectfully to another man dressed in fine clothes and wearing a mask. "It seems that this time, Zhou Rui didn't deceive me. Young master, who knows how many treasures are in this entire mountain range? If we take the northern lands..."
Ha ha.
The masked man's fox-like eyes narrowed, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "Let's go. It's getting dark. We'll meet Zhou Rui's people first, and come back tomorrow." "Yes," the man in gray replied. Just as this group left, in a certain part of the mountain, a soldier from the Wu Yue pavilion, almost covered in snowflakes, slowly got up and hurried back to report. The light in the cave gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Fu Ning said with some regret, "Do you think it's too easy for Wu Qi to die so lightly after doing evil for 1,000 years?" Lu Huayan replied, "It's probably because the power difference is too great. Just like how Wu Qi could take my life without a second thought, it would be the same for him in front of Wu Yue. He couldn't escape easily." Next is cause and effect. The actions of the shaman are the effect, while the true cause of everything is the Moon Master, so she bears all the consequences. Fu Ning looked at him in admiration and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense." Lu Huayan cleared his throat and said, "When powerful beings clash, ordinary people suffer. It's better this way. It prevents greater harm to this world, whether to people or things."
Yes, Fu Ning nodded.
The two examined the surrounding rock walls, which were all dull and lacked luster. Lu Huayan said, "The jade mine here has basically been depleted by the shaman's cultivation. Let's go." "Okay," Fu Ning replied, while also remembering to take all the luminous pearls from the wall. Lu Huayan used his inner strength to destroy the entire cave, burying the shaman's body there. As they exited the cave, the people from the Moon Pavilion looked at them with warm eyes. The middle-aged man from before pleaded with Fu Ning, "Saintess, please spare us. We were blind and disrespected you because we were deceived by the right guardian. We didn't mean it and we won't do it again. Please forgive us." As he spoke, he began to bow repeatedly, and the others quickly followed suit. They had clearly heard the master inside calling her the little saintess. Although her appearance was different, the master would not be mistaken. Moreover, they had come out safely, which further proved they were on the same side. Fu Ning's cold gaze swept over them, making them too afraid to breathe. After a while, she slowly asked, "What is your name?" "I am Wu Bai, a hall master in the pavilion, and I was previously with the right guardian," Wu Bai quickly replied. "Very good." Fu Ning took out the pavilion master's token and said seriously, "The pavilion master has ascended to immortality. You must have seen that white light just now. From now on, the moon pavilion will be led by me, the saintess. I don't have many rules, but I cannot tolerate anyone who commits wrongdoing. I don't care who you were with before. From now on, you must respect me as the saintess. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards me, beware of your lives." After a pause, Fu Ning added with authority, "Do you understand?" Regardless of the situation, Fu Ning made her stance clear. These people would now be under her command. Whether they would follow her remained to be seen, but the rules needed to be established. There could be no more confusion like before. "Yes, we will follow the saintess's teachings." Wu Bai and the others quickly bowed their heads in agreement. Can they not listen? The right protector was killed in one strike, and the leader has ascended and left. The saintess is now the rightful master of the Witch Moon Pavilion. Fu Ning was finally satisfied. Lu Huan glanced at Wu Bai and the others, tossing them a bottle of antidote. After taking it, everyone finally regained their ability to move. They slowly stood up, stretching their stiff muscles. If they weren't martial artists, sitting still in the heavy snow for several hours would have left them incapacitated. Now that they could move, everyone showed signs of joy. However, Lu Huan's cold voice interrupted, "Don't think about escaping. The medicine I gave you is both an antidote and a poison. If you run away, you will die from the poison in a year, and there will be no cure." Wu Bai and the others. It seems they were too happy too soon. This man was not only ruthless but also extremely cruel. They wouldn't dare to run. Seeing they understood, Lu Huan ordered, "Now, you need to cut off the heads of the right protector and his son, and put them in a box for me."
Yes.
Wu Bai replied, but inside, he was already in despair. Oh no, is this man even human? He had already split the right protector in half. Wasn't that enough? Now they had to behead him too? This was someone they had respected their whole lives. Not only could they not give him a proper burial, but they also had to commit such a disrespectful act. Wu Bai and the others wanted to curse, but they didn't dare, so they reluctantly complied. However, not long after, a breathless shout from a sentry came. "Right protector, bad news. A group of people is trying to come up the mountain." When the sentry saw Wu Bai cutting off the right protector's head, he nearly fainted again. He pointed at the corpse on the ground, trembling, "Leader, you.
What about me?"
Wu Bai replied irritably, "Aren't you dead? Why didn't you come up to report earlier?" Although he knew that even if he had reported, it wouldn't change the outcome, he was just curious. "I don't know how I got knocked out by a snowflake. I just woke up and found someone trying to come up the mountain. They left, but they'll be back tomorrow. Shouldn't we make arrangements?" The sentry said.
"Come with me."
Wu Bai led the sentry into the main hall, where Fu Ning and Lu Huan were brewing tea. Seeing them enter, Fu Ning asked, "Is there something wrong?" Wu Bai replied, "Yes, saintess." The sentry discovered a group trying to invade the mountain and came to report. The guard recognized Fu Ning and thought she looked familiar. She seemed to be one of the people who had entered the mountains. How did she end up here? When Wu Bai saw him in a daze, he gave him a light tap on the head and said, "Aren't you going to greet the saintess?" The guard was startled. "Saintess? You mean the legendary saintess? What legend? Are you trying to get yourself in trouble?" Wu Bai tapped him again. Only then did the guard bow and say, "I greet you, saintess." Fu Ning replied, "No need for formalities. Tell me what you discovered." "Yes, saintess." The guard recounted everything he had heard from below the mountain. When Fu Ning heard the name Zhou Rui, her brow furrowed. Could it be what she was thinking? "All right, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, saintess." The guard, still a bit dazed, was pulled away by Wu Bai. "It should be the second prince, Zhou Rui," Lu Huayan said as he peeled an orange, removing the white membrane and arranging the segments on a plate in front of Fu Ning. Fu Ning picked up a piece and said while eating, "Then we will wait here tomorrow to see what kind of people these are." "Okay," Lu Huayan nodded. Night fell completely, and all the houses lit up. Some subordinates began busily preparing food in the kitchen. Wu Bai brought over the box containing the processed heads. Seeing him respectfully standing by, Fu Ning pointed to a chair across from her and said, "Sit down and tell us about the Wuyue Pavilion." "Yes, Saintess." Wu Bai glanced at Lu Huayan but, feeling nervous, chose to remain standing. The main hall of the Wuyue Pavilion is on a solitary island not far from the Great Zhou and Nanlin. The island is beautiful, filled with birds and flowers. The Saintess would surely like it there. The Wuyue Pavilion has been established for over 1,000 years. Originally, there were thousands of people, but after the previous Saintess went missing, many have been lost over the decades. Now, there are probably about 500 to 600 people spread across different locations, mainly focused on business. The internal affairs are managed by the left protector, Wu Qing, while the right protector is responsible for external operations and ensuring the leader's training is not disturbed. Besides the two protectors, there is also a law elder, a transmission elder, and 5 hall masters. So, it seems the internal structure of the Wuyue Pavilion isn't too complicated, Fu Ning remarked. Wu Bai nodded. Yes, that's the case now. The great Zhou royal family has been clearing things up for decades, and the leader is currently in seclusion. Even though we are a large sect, we still need to be cautious. I heard that in the past, they had everything they wanted, but unfortunately, I have not experienced such times. I think it's just causing trouble. Lu Huayan glanced at him and asked, "Do you know where the Poison Doctor Valley is?" Wu Bai shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. He replied, "I've heard of it. The Poison Doctor Valley is located deep in the southern mountains of the southern Lin Kingdom. It's a good place for growing medicinal herbs and is also home to many snakes and insects. People from the pharmacology hall said it used to be called Shinnong Valley, mostly focused on saving lives. After it changed to Poison Doctor Valley, it became more about breeding poisonous insects and selling poison. We've bought quite a bit of poison from there, but in my opinion, their medicine isn't as strong as what you provide, my lord." As he spoke, Wu Bai didn't forget to flatter Lu Huayan. After all, they had just experienced that the antidote from the Poison Doctor Valley couldn't counteract the softening powder given by Lu Huayan. At that moment, the kitchen staff brought in hot food. Wu Bai quickly accepted it, set it on the table, and then stepped back. At a farmhouse on the outskirts of the nameless mountains, a masked man sat in the hall, looking at a bearded man in front of him. He asked, "Are you the person Zhou Rui arranged?" "Yes, I am Wan San, 1,000 household in the army." "Did the prince gain anything from this trip?" "I saw a bright light shoot up before I came here," the bearded man asked flatteringly. "Nothing much. I plan to investigate further tomorrow," Mu Rongyu said, tapping his long fingers on the table. "I did my best regarding Zhou Heng, but unfortunately, it failed." "What are Zhou Rui's plans? Will they continue as scheduled?" "The second prince means the plan remains unchanged, but the prince owes him a favor to be settled later." Mu Rongyu nodded, "No problem. Are you prepared on your end?" The bearded man replied, "Of course. Everything is ready. The Northern Town King is having a chaotic time at home. It's the perfect opportunity for you to act." "Oh? What happened at the Northern Town King's house?" Mu Rongyu asked curiously. The bearded man sneered. "The Northern Town King has been wearing a green hat for 20 years thanks to his consort. The children aren't even his. This has caused quite a stir in the city. Everyone knows about it. The Northern Town King is too embarrassed to show his face and has been hiding at home." What a huge joke. A dignified prince being fooled by his consort, and not just by one person. TSK, the Northern Town King is quite unfortunate, haha. Mu Rongyu couldn't help but laugh. "So I say, your luck is incredible, my lord. As soon as the army arrives, such good news comes up. The Northern Town King certainly has no mood to fight now. Morongyu slammed the table and said, "All right, let's stick to the agreement. Once the task is complete, I won't treat Zhou Rui unfairly. Yes, Your Highness should not stay here for long. It's better to return to the camp soon." Of course. Morongyu served tea and saw his guests off. The next morning, Morongyu returned to the unnamed mountain range with his men. Besides meeting Zhou Rui's people, he also wanted to search for Ra or to convince his subordinates that he wasn't blindly trusting Zhou Rui. However, he had come the previous afternoon and found no Ra stones due to the thick snow. Today, he decided to explore the mountain, determined to bring something back to the camp. In the early morning, after breakfast, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan stood on a small hill not far from the mountain entrance, while Wu Bai and his men hid nearby. Before long, Morongyu arrived at the mountain entrance with his group. He instructed his men, form into teams and search carefully in this area. Don't miss anything. Understood, his men replied, preparing to spread out. Just then, a group of people in white suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Morongyu was startled by this unexpected turn of events but quickly regained his composure, fixing his sharp gaze on Fu Ning and Lu Huayan, who led the group. Although the two looked ordinary among the crowd of handsome men and beautiful women, Morongyu felt an undeniable powerful aura from them.
Who are you?
Morongyu asked, pretending to be calm. To be honest, his identity was too sensitive, especially at this border. If it were revealed, he would be in serious trouble. During this infiltration into the Great Zhou, he had only brought over 30 elite guards, while the opposing numbers clearly exceeded theirs by more than double. Thus, he had to be extremely cautious. "We're here to deal with you," Fu Ning replied coldly. She noticed the imposing figures of Morongyu's men, reminding her of the 3 experts who had tried to assassinate Zhou Heng. "Let's talk this out. Since we are all in the same line of work, how about we share this treasure mountain?" Morongyu looked at Fu Ning earnestly. "Why should we share? This place already belongs to us." Fu Ning raised an eyebrow. I didn't know this treasure mountain already had an owner. In that case, I won't compete with you. I'll take my leave." Morongyu planned to retreat, knowing that a wise man doesn't take unnecessary risks. Once his army arrived, he could seek revenge for today's grievances. "You're not from the Great Zhou?" Lu Huayan spoke coldly, his tone firm. "Since you're here, don't go back." Morongyu squinted his eyes. "Did you wait here to ambush us?" Realizing his identity was exposed, he immediately thought someone had betrayed him. In that case, he had to act first. After all, he had brought skilled fighters with him. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. He swung his knife and shouted, "Attack!" Everyone sprang into action. The gray-clad and white-clad fighters drew their weapons and fiercely engaged in battle. Lu Huayan leaped forward, grabbing Morongyu's wrist, and with a strong pull, Morongyu felt pain as Lu Huayan struck his chest. Morongyu spat out blood and fell from his horse. Fu Ning walked up to him and disdainfully kicked his body.
You.
Morongyu, lying on the ground, was both shocked and fearful. He had trained in martial arts since childhood and was confident in his skills, but he hadn't even managed to counter Lu Huayan's attack, which left him astonished. Meanwhile, his subordinates were quickly defeated by Wu Bai and others. Although Morongyu's men were skilled, they were up against the ruthless members of Wu Yu Pavilion, who showed no mercy. Especially since the Wu Yu Pavilion had twice their number, the outcome was clear. Of course, Wu Bai and the others wanted to impress Fu Ning, so they fought with all their might. While they might seem weak in front of the son-in-law, they were still formidable against others. Thus, even though Morongyu's subordinates were strong, they were no match for the eager members of Wu Yu Pavilion. "It's over," Morongyu thought, his face darkening as he cursed under his breath. Zhou Rui. How dare he betray him? Morongyu felt as if he had swallowed something bitter, wishing he could make Zhou Rui pay dearly. He had led an army to attack the Great Zhou, hoping to impress his father, but this was the result. When he returned to Yanjing, his siblings would likely take the opportunity to criticize him, and his father would surely punish him. To save his life, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. Wu Bai pressed on several of his pressure points, leaving him weak and unable to speak, allowing Wu Bai to drag him up the mountain. This was a tremendous humiliation for him. It felt like a tiger being bullied by dogs. Morongyu was furious. After leaving some people to clean up the scene, the others returned to the valley. Fu Ning and the others had not yet used any methods on Morongyu, but he had already confessed. After all, as a prince of the Yen Kingdom, he was a valuable asset and wouldn't easily lose his life. Therefore, he didn't want to suffer, so he told the truth, especially about his conspiracy with Zhou Rui, and handed over the secret letters Zhou Rui had given him. It turned out that Zhou Rui had learned from the Wu family about a jade mine in the northern region and sold this information to Morongyu, claiming he could help him take control of the north. In exchange, Morongyu needed to send skilled assassins to eliminate Crown Prince Zhou Heng. After discussing with his advisors, Morongyu believed that, even without the jade mine, capturing the north would allow them to negotiate compensation with the Great Zhou. The key was that this achievement could make him stand out among his siblings and possibly be the first choice for the throne in his father's eyes. Why not go for it? He did send a large number of assassins to kill Zhou Heng, but unfortunately, they failed. He had secretly left the army to investigate because his spies had discovered something unusual in the mountains. He wanted to check for the mine and confirm if there were any changes to Zhou Rui's plan, but he ended up being outsmarted by Zhou Rui. Morongyu coldly thought that if he couldn't have peace, neither could Zhou Rui. If one was to perish, they would all perish together. Before the war even began, capturing a prince from the enemy kingdom delighted Fu Ning. If handled well, they might avoid war altogether. She asked Lu Huayan, "How should we deal with him? Should we hand him over to the king of the north?" Lu Huayan thought for a moment and replied, "Let's return to the palace first. We still need to take care of those two. All right, should we leave now?" Fu Ning asked. Lu Huayan nodded. "Yes, bringing Morongyu along will slow us down. The sooner we handle things here, the sooner we can return." He worried about getting back to the capital late, as Xiao Jincheng might not wait. Okay. After discussing with Lu Huayan, Fu Ning instructed Wu Bai and the others, "Before the battle starts, you will stay here temporarily. If the enemy attacks, you are responsible for protecting the nearby civilians. If the fighting stops, return to Nanlin and do not stay here any longer." Wu Bai was surprised. "Saintess, aren't you coming with us?" Fu Ning shook her head. "I still have things to take care of for now. Once everything is settled, I will come find you. Remember, do not cause trouble while you are out." "Yes, we will be good people," Wu Bai quickly promised. They hadn't done much wrong, so why did the Saintess keep emphasizing it? But he didn't dare to argue. After handling the matters at the Witch Moon Pavilion, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan took a carriage with the unconscious Morongyu towards the northern city. Jinbei Wangfu during the days when Fu Ning and the others were away from the north, the Jinbei Wangfu was in chaos. Ting Bai targeted the elderly around the Wu family, most of whom had entered the mansion when Wu Jinhui came in. Many were secretly nurtured by Wu Jinhui herself. Seeing the princess imprisoned, they could no longer endure the torture and quickly confessed. They revealed how they had gradually taken over the original servants, marginalized them, and eliminated them one by one. Then, they replaced them with people loyal to the princess. For those who resisted, they used poison from the Luo family's doctor to slowly kill them. Some who were still strong were chosen to be test subjects for medicine. Among the servants in the Jinbei Wangfu, some, fearing for their lives and knowing the prince only listened to the Wu family, sided with them. Thus, Wu Jinhui began to target the former princess and the old prince. The old prince's poisoning was the most complex, using insects to damage his brain's nerves. The doctors could not find the cause of his illness and believed he had died of natural causes until the very end. The Jinbei Wang looked at the confessions Ting Bai brought and felt a pain that made it hard to breathe. He thought of the missing guards and the inexplicably deceased servants. His father and his princess had both died tragically. It turned out that the Wu family had been scheming since they entered the mansion. While he was controlled and complacent, his pride trampled beyond recognition. He hated the Wu family and their cunning servants. How dare they? During the days of questioning by Ting Bai, the Junbei Wang could not sleep peacefully, afraid to close his eyes. Every time he did, he saw Yenner's hateful gaze, his father's disappointed expression, and the condemnation from his ancestors. The Junbei Wang was tormented and hated himself deeply. He submitted a petition to the capital, stripping the Wu family of their titles and divorcing her, while her 2 children were expelled from the Shao family tree. He also ordered Ting Bai to severely punish the cunning servants and execute them with harsh methods. With a single word from the prince, Ting Bai was extremely busy. He had to listen to the wails of the servants every day and could not silence them, or else the prince would think he was not diligent enough, which would lead to serious trouble. The key was that when he administered punishment, he had to let the Wu family and the Luo family doctor observe, torturing their spirits as well. One day, the sky was gray as it brightened. The northern king had not slept all night and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. After receiving news of military reinforcements heading to the north, Fu Minghui hurriedly rushed there with his attendants, worried about Fu Ning's safety. He was unkempt and went straight to the northern king's residence upon entering the city. The doorkeeper, upon learning he was General Fu, did not dare to delay and quickly reported his arrival. Xiao Qingyan knew that troops were sent from the capital for support, but he was surprised that General Fu had left the main forces to arrive early. He felt displeased but still ordered, "Bring him to see me." Fu Minghui was led into the northern king's chamber. They had never met before, as the northern king had lived in the north for a long time. Normally, a general would meet in the hall or study, but Xiao Qingyan had been feeling lost lately and didn't care about such formalities. Fu Minghui didn't mind. After greeting, he began to observe the legendary northern king. His father had said that Huayan resembled him, but the northern king before him, with all white hair and an aged appearance, looked quite different. Not being fond of the northern king, Fu Minghui asked directly, "Your Highness, although we haven't met, we must have heard of each other. We are of similar age, but why do you look so old? Did you turn gray at a young age?" Xiao Qingyan was taken aback. That night in the ancestral hall, he had fainted from crying, and when he woke up, his hair had turned white. The doctor said it was due to emotional stress and advised him not to overthink. He thought, among all men, who wouldn't be affected by such an event. Fu Minghui was indeed unpleasant to deal with. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qingyan retorted, "General Fu, if the emperor finds out you came here without the main forces, you might face consequences." Seeing Xiao Qingyan's dark expression, Fu Minghui quickly backed off, saying, "I was just worried about my younger family members and rushed here. By the way, where are they? Who are your younger family members?" Xiao Qingyan was unaware that any of Fu's younger relatives had come. Fu Minghui was taken aback. Had Lu Huayan and the others not arrived yet? It had been a while. Surely nothing had happened to them? He glanced at the confused Xiao Qingyan and casually said, "Oh, you don't know? I must have asked the wrong person. Look at me. My mind is all muddled from this heavy snow. Since they haven't come to find you, I'll go look for them myself." Fu Minghui was truly anxious this time. Before leaving, he clasped his hands and said to Xiao Qingyan, "Please take care, Your Highness." After saying that, he left quickly. Xiao Qingyan, furious, picked up a teacup from the bedside and threw it. On the other hand, Fu Ning hurriedly arrived outside Beatty City. The disaster victims at the city gate were no longer talking about the princess. Instead, they were discussing General Fu bringing troops to support Beatty. The soldiers distributing rice also mentioned how the prince cared for the people's feelings and ordered the distribution. They no longer spoke of the princess and her child. In fact, the victims had heard rumors that the prince had been betrayed and that the princess was responsible for the deaths of the old king and the former queen, and that her child was not the prince's. These were serious matters they dared not mention openly, so they quietly criticized the princess in their hearts. It was safer to talk about the Fu family's army. Lu Huayan was driving a carriage with Fu Ning sitting beside him. Listening to the victims' discussions, Fu Ning said to Lu Huayan, "In that case, we might as well let my uncle handle Moromu. It's better than giving him to the Prince of Beatty." After all, it would be a significant achievement, and it was best to give it to someone from their side. All right, I agree. Lu Huan had no objections, as he didn't have a good impression of Xiao Qingye either. As the two entered the city, they headed towards the Prince of Beatty's residence. Just as they were nearing, they encountered a group of people. "What are you doing here?" A familiar male voice called out. Fu Ning and Lu Huan looked up at the same time and saw a tired-looking man with a scruffy beard. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Fu Minghui. The uncle, who was supposed to be a cultured general, looked so disheveled that it shocked Fu Ning. Fu Minghui was followed by 6 guards that Fu Ning did not recognize, all riding horses. Fu Ning quickly asked Uncle what happened. "Why are you here?" Before Fu Minghui could answer, Lu Huan spoke first. "Uncle, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's find somewhere else." "Where should we go?" "Let's just talk at the palace," Fu Minghui said, as if the palace were his home, even though they were not welcomed there. However, that wasn't a problem. The palace wouldn't chase them away. The main concern was that their movements needed to remain secret, and there was no safer place in Beatty than the Prince of Beatty's residence. Fu Minghui and his group turned back, startling the doorman. But when he saw Lu Huan's face, he didn't ask any questions and quickly let them in. He hurried off to report. Goodness, this was their true master, not the previous imposter. When the second son came to visit, the prince's mood should have improved a bit. In the front courtyard bedroom, upon hearing that his son had arrived, the northern prince's eyes lit up, and his frustration with Fu Minghui faded away. He quickly instructed the steward, Lu Yong, "Go and personally welcome the child." "Yes, I will go right away," Steward Lu replied hurriedly as he left. Xiao Qingye struggled to get out of bed and had someone help him get ready. Ting Bai watched as the prince's silver hair was neatly arranged and couldn't help but sigh. It was hard to believe someone could turn gray overnight, especially someone as battle-hardened as their prince. However, when Steward Lu invited Lu Huan to meet the northern prince, he was refused. "I fear I might lose my temper and harm him, so it's better not to meet," Lu Huan said coldly. Steward Lu felt a chill from those words and dared not insist. Fu Minghui then said, "Steward Lu, find us a place to talk. We have important matters to discuss." Steward Lu had no choice but to lead them to a side room, arrange for tea, and then return to report to the northern prince. Seeing his master stand up and sit down repeatedly, clearly anxious, he had no choice but to repeat Lu Huan's words. Xiao Qingye was stunned and waved his hand for him to leave. Steward Lu shook his head and hurried out, his legs nearly giving out from running so much. In the side room, Fu Minghui tore off the fake beard stuck to his cheeks, revealing a handsome but slightly tired face. He walked in front of Fu Ning, carefully checked that she was safe, and then sat down to ask, "All right, tell me, why did you only arrive in the north now? It's almost December. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" "Uncle, it's a long story," Fu Ning sighed and briefly recounted their recent experiences. Hearing about the prince's assassination attempt, Fu Minghui was filled with righteous anger. As for the northern prince's situation, he frowned, finally understanding why Xiao Qingye looked so old. Anyone would be furious about this, but Xiao Qingye also brought it upon himself. When Fu Minghui heard that Fu Ning and the others had actually captured Morongyu, he could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say? Say that again?" He suddenly stood up, excitedly walking towards Fu Ning. Fu Ning understood her uncle's excitement. After all, this was a matter that could affect the entire war. She smiled and said, "The person lying in our carriage is Prince Morongyu of Yen. Uncle, what should we do about this? You all are quite bold. Come on, hurry, and take me to see," Fu Minghui replied. The group walked towards the stable ahead. Upon finding their carriage, Fu Minghui quickly stepped forward, pulled back the curtain, and looked inside. Sure enough, it was the prince. He laughed heartily. "You have done a great service this time. I will report your achievements to the emperor." "Thank you, uncle," Lu Huan said, clasping his hands. "But we don't want this credit." "Yes, uncle, you can keep the credit," Fu Ning added. "Hey," Fu Minghui quickly shook his head. "No way. I am already a general and will inherit the title of duke in the future. Our family is fine as it is. Having too much credit can be dangerous. I think the credit should go to a Ning. Later, you can get a higher title, and the emperor would be pleased to reward a girl. Otherwise, Huayan has no claim to the throne. Even if he becomes the top scholar in the future, he might only get a low-ranking official position, and who knows when that will happen. If you have a first or second-rank title, you can walk tall in the capital. Lu Huayan felt a pang in his heart, but he thought Fu Minghui's suggestion was good. He didn't want Fu Ning to suffer because of him. Then we'll listen to Uncle. Did you come to the north for a reason? Lu Huayan asked. Isn't it to worry about you too? I thought I would come early to prevent you from suffering, but it seems I was worried for nothing, Fu Minghui said gloomily. Fu Ning quickly countered, Uncle, you weren't worried for nothing. You helped us solve a big problem. We were confused about how to deal with Morongyu. Fu Minghui agreed, alright, since you both are fine, I can relax. I need to discuss Morongyu's matter with the King of the North. This incident happened in the north, and we cannot avoid him. We must present a report to the emperor together. Okay, Uncle, you handle it, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan both agreed. Once you finish your tasks, come back early. That child Jingchen is waiting for your help, Fu Minghui reminded them. Lu Huayan replied, yes, we have some personal matters to take care of, and we will return to the capital immediately after. Fu Minghui nodded and called out to Butler Lu, who was waiting outside, quick, go summon your prince and tell him something important has happened. Butler Lu had been eager to inform the prince. This was fantastic news. He quickly took off running. When Xiao Qingye arrived, he happened to see his son laughing and talking with Fu Minghui and a beautiful woman. He felt extremely jealous and found Fu Minghui even more annoying. However, remembering what the butler had just said, he held back his anger. Seeing Xiao Qingye approach, Fu Minghui quickly pulled him to the carriage and asked, Look, is this the child from the Morong family? Xiao Qingye nodded. Yes, it's Morongyu, the third son of the Yan Emperor. As the king of the northern region, he knew the members of his rival family very well. That's good. You should send someone to take him away. He can't stay in the carriage forever, Fu Minghui said. Xiao Qingye immediately called out, Tingbai. Tingbai stepped forward and replied, Yes, I will handle it right away. He quickly led his subordinates to take the unconscious Morongyu away. At this moment, Fu Minghui introduced, Come, let me introduce you. This beautiful girl is my sister's daughter, Fu Ning. And this is her fiancé, Lu Huayan. You should know them. They captured the prince of the Yan kingdom. If we can avoid war, they deserve a lot of credit. Fu Ning then noticed that the northern king had completely white hair, clearly indicating that the previous events had taken a toll on him. Fu Ning bowed to Xiao Qingye, Greetings, Your Highness. Xiao Qingye didn't expect his youngest son to find such a good match. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog son, and he was born to be strong. Lu Huayan, unaware of the praise Xiao Qingye was giving him, said coldly, I believe Uncle and King Xiao have matters to discuss. We also need to deal with the Wu family and the Luo family's medical issues, so please make it convenient for us, King Xiao. Seeing Lu Huayan's attitude, Xiao Qingye felt a bit down and nodded to Butler Lu, Lu Yong, take the young master and Miss Fu to the dungeon. Yes, Butler Lu replied respectfully. Lu Huayan turned to leave with Fu Ning. Behind them, Xiao Qingye couldn't help but say, Child, I'm sorry. Without pausing, Lu Huayan pulled Fu Ning away quickly. Just as Ning said, late affection is worth less than grass. He didn't care for the apology, he only wanted his life. Xiao Qingye stood there, watching their retreating figures, then turned to Fu Minghui and said, General Fu, tell me about my two children. Fu Minghui wanted to show the reckless town North King just how inhumane he could be, so he replied, You have no idea how these two children suffer. One has been tormented by a virus since childhood, and the other nearly died shortly after birth. Butler Lu hurriedly took Lu Huayan and Fu Ning to the interrogation room next to the royal prison. He awkwardly explained, The prison isn't very clean, and it holds serious criminals. Please wait here while I bring the prisoner. Lu Huayan had no objections. He didn't want Fu Ning to see the chaotic scene. Please bring the doctor from the Luo family first. He needed to ask how to use the medicine. They couldn't afford any mistakes with the limited amount of medicine they had, so asking directly would be more efficient. All right, I'll arrange that right away. Butler Lu called 2 guards and went to the cell. The royal prison separated men and women. The Luo family doctor, who had offended the prince, was placed in a special cell that housed prisoners with certain unusual preferences. This was also why Butler Lu didn't let Lu Huayan and the others enter the prison. Inside the cell, the delicate-looking Luo family doctor was suffering inhuman treatment, currently lying beneath a strong prisoner, crying out in distress. Since he was skilled in medicine and poison, he had been thoroughly searched by the royal guards before being imprisoned, leaving him with no chance to harm himself. When the strong man saw Butler Lu stop in front of his cell, he hurriedly finished what he was doing. Butler Lu then instructed the guards, bring the Luo family doctor out and make sure he is cleaned up. Yes, the 2 guards replied. The Luo family doctor was gasping for breath, blood seeping beneath him. The guards, ignoring his condition, tidied his clothes and carried him out. When Lu Huayan saw the Luo family doctor being brought in, he approached expressionlessly and sprinkled some calming medicine. In no time, he learned how to use the medicine and the situation at the Poison Doctor Valley. Lu Huayan did this without hiding from Butler Lu and the others, leaving them stunned. Their second young master was not only skilled in martial arts but also seemed to have a deep understanding of poisons. With such an outstanding descendant from the Shao family, the old king could surely rest in peace. However, when he learned from the Luo family doctor that the old king's remains had been used to feed insects, he angrily kicked the Luo family doctor several times. Butler Lu kicked and cursed, "Beast, I'll kick you to death, you beast." The Lu family had served the prince for generations, and he had grown up under the old prince's care. Hearing that the old prince's body was being mistreated like this made him furious. The doctor from the Luo family, who had been kicked awake, explained it was that wicked woman Wu Jinhui who demanded it. She said the old prince killed many of her subordinates, so she wouldn't let him rest in peace even after death. Butler Lu felt heartbroken and wished he could punish Wu Jinhui severely. How could there be such a cruel woman in the world? He glanced at the cold-faced Lu Huayan. Sigh, their prince had truly suffered. A good family had been torn apart like this. Seeing that the Luo family doctor was almost done, Lu Huayan instructed Butler Lu, "Go bring Wu Jinhui here." "Yes," Butler Lu replied. Soon, Wu Jinhui and her daughter were brought in. Wu Jinhui's tendons in her hands and feet had been severed by Lu Huayan, leaving her unable to care for herself. After being carried in by the guards, she was thrown directly onto the ground. She looked disheveled, with a bruised face, appearing very pitiful. Her daughter, Xiao Jinluo, was covered in sores, clearly disfigured on purpose. Both mother and daughter glared at Lu Huayan with resentful eyes, blaming him for ruining their happy lives. How could they not hate him? Fu Ning sneered, her gaze sweeping over Wu Jinhui and her daughter, and she said with satisfaction, "Wu Jinhui, I'm sure your mother will be very happy. Soon, your family will be reunited in the underworld. You are the little saintess?" Wu Jinhui screamed. She had been so focused on glaring at Lu Huayan that she only now noticed the woman beside him, who was indeed the legendary saintess of Wuyue Pavilion. That face was one she had held a grudge against for half her life. She would never mistake it. Fu Ning mocked, "Yes, surprised, aren't you? No, you are that wicked woman's daughter. She actually survived and had a daughter. That family truly deserves punishment." Wu Jinhui spat. "You are wronging the Lu family. They did try to kill me, but unfortunately for them, we fought back. Their feelings at that time were probably just like yours now." Fu Ning continued to provoke her. Xiao Jinluo looked at Fu Ning, who seemed like a fairy, filled with jealousy. Her disfigured face twisted with envy. She should have been the most beautiful woman in the north. How could her father be so cruel as to ruin her face? She was filled with hatred. Her father had once doted on her the most. It had all been a facade. Xiao Jinluo glanced at the doctor from the Luo family, who was staring at her. She had always thought her master favored her because she was pretty, as he always brought her nice things and never gave her brother anything special. It turned out he was her biological father. How awful. Why did she have such a shameful background? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she shouted, You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Luoer, the doctor from the Luo family, called out sadly. His daughter should have lived a life of luxury. So, how did she end up like this?
It was all his fault.
Butler Lu quickly stepped forward and silenced both of them to avoid disturbing the young master.
What do you want from me?
You won't get any information about the Wuyue Pavilion from me. I would rather die than tell you. Wu Jinhui scoffed. Is this what you mean? Funing took out the master's token and waved it in front of her, mocking, You're thinking too highly of yourself. The Wuyue Pavilion is mine now. Why would I need to ask anyone else? Wu Jinhui stared in shock at the token in Funing's hand and asked, How do you have the master's token? Of course, I killed him to get it. Did you think he would just give it to me? Funing was confident that Wu knew about the relationship between the Wu family and the Right Protector, as well as the attitude of the master towards the saintess. Sure enough, Wu Jinhui shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe it.
Impossible.
The master is unbeatable and clever. How could you have killed him? Don't try to fool me.
Ha.
After putting away the token, Funing tossed 2 wooden boxes in front of her. Butler Lu kindly opened the boxes, and upon seeing the contents, he stepped back in shock. Goodness, this young girl beside the young master was ruthless enough to carry heads with her. You kill them all? Wu Jinhui screamed in disbelief. The Right Protector was her last hope. She thought that Yuer had escaped and would surely come back with her father to rescue her, but now they were all dead. She looked at Funing's cold smile and recalled seeing the same smile on Shinsayan when she entered the mansion, falling silent in shock. A heartless kill. She had lost, completely lost. Seeing that they were sufficiently angered, Funing sneered. All right, it's time to send them on their way. Lu Huayan then said to Butler Lu, Take the Luo family doctor and the Wu family to the ancestral grave. I want to offer them to honor our ancestors. As for how Xiao Jinluo would be dealt with, it had nothing to do with them. They were too lazy to care. Well, I need to ask the prince first before going to the ancestral mountain, Steward Lu said quietly, afraid of angering his master. That's fine, Lu Huayan replied, not wanting to make things difficult for him. Such a big matter was not something a servant could decide. At that moment, Xiao Qingye walked in from outside. He glanced at Lu Huayan and instructed his subordinates, take all 3 of them upstairs, and bring 2 more heads as well. Xiao Jinluo, who thought she had escaped danger, turned pale with fear, trembling all over. She didn't want to die. Wu Jinhui was shocked by Xiao Qingye's white hair, but when she heard he wouldn't spare her daughter, she angrily shouted, Xiao Qingye, you are heartless. Luoer is so young. Your precious daughter, whom you have cared for since she was little. Can you really bear to see her die? Shut up. Do you really think I would keep this stain and let the world criticize me? Xiao Qingye's anger erupted. Steward Lu quickly silenced Wu, fearing that his master might lose control. There could be battles ahead, and he couldn't afford any accidents. At that moment, Funing asked, Your Highness, where is my uncle? Xiao Qingye calmed down and replied, They have been traveling and I arranged for them to rest. Funing bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Despite her annoyance, she still showed the proper respect. Seeing her uncle's tired appearance, she knew he needed rest after traveling all night. Xiao Qingye led the way as they headed towards the ancestral mountain. The snow continued to fall outside, but no one felt cold. Funing and Lu Huayan walked behind in silence. After an hour of walking, they finally arrived. It was Funing's first time visiting during the day, and even with the heavy snow, it was clear that this was a beautiful hillside. The mountain was covered in white, presenting a peaceful and grand scene. Lu Huayan approached Shen Siyuan's grave and opened the tomb. The doctor from the Luo family closed his eyes, realizing it was finally his turn to face the consequences of his actions. Steward Lu stammered in surprise. How can there be a secret chamber here? Lu Huayan showed no expression as he led the way into the basement beneath the grave. Once everyone entered the basement, they were shocked by the sight inside. Those covered in worms were once the guards of the estate, treated in such a tragic manner. Xiao Qingye's face turned extremely ugly. He approached with a fierce expression and slapped Wu Shi hard, knocking out her teeth. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on Wu Shi's face. Wu Jinhui silently laughed, tears mixing with the whip marks on her face, creating a terrifying sight. Butler Lu was frightened and rushed over to support Xiao Qingye, saying, "Your Highness." Someone quickly call for a doctor. Xiao Qingye held his chest and waved his hand, saying, "No need." His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at the person in front of him, saying, "Cut off the hands and feet of that person named Luo and this disgrace, and throw them into the blood pool." "Yes," Tingbai replied. Wu Jinhui could no longer laugh. She struggled violently with the Luo family doctor, making strange sounds from her throat. When their hands and feet were cut off and thrown into the blood pool, dark spots quickly gathered and tore at them, leaving nothing behind in no time. Xiao Jinluo fainted from the horrific scene. Seeing that Xiao Qingye personally dealt with those people, Lu Huayan didn't want Fu Ning to witness such a bloody scene. He instructed Butler Lu, after feeding them to the insects, burn this place down to avoid collateral damage. Butler Lu quickly nodded. "Yes, I understand." Then Lu Huayan said to Xiao Qingye, "I originally wanted to take revenge for my mother by killing you, but since the war is not stable, I will spare you this time. The next time we meet, it will be your end." After saying this, Lu Huayan left with Fu Ning, leaving Xiao Qingye filled with regret and on the verge of collapse, standing there with a heart full of pain. After a while, he ordered Tingbai to throw Wu Shi and the others into the blood pool so that the family could reunite. He walked out of the basement and opened Shin Siyuan's coffin, finding only a pool of foul-smelling black water inside. He then checked the old prince's coffin, which was indeed empty. His father and wife had been completely destroyed by his actions. No wonder that child wanted to kill him for revenge. A wave of despair rose from the depths of his heart. Neither his father nor Yenner would forgive him. The only way he could atone now was to prevent Yenner's child from bearing the burden of patricide and revenge. He was unworthy to be a father or a son. Living on would only be a joke. After bidding farewell to Fu Minghui, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan left the royal palace. Upon arriving at the inn, they received a note that read the heir is critically ill. They had no choice but to set off back to the capital immediately. Before returning to the capital, they found an excuse to send several large boxes of medicine to Fu Minghui. Fu Minghui was so happy that his eyes nearly disappeared. Such excellent medicine could save many soldiers' lives. How could he not be happy? In the imperial study of the Great Zhou Palace, Emperor Wu Ling looked at the urgent report sent by the King of the North. He thought there was some emergency in the northern region and hurriedly opened it. To his surprise, it was about stripping his consort of her title. Emperor Wu Ling raised the document in his hand and complained to Lu, "Look at this, Xiao Qingye. He insisted on giving her the title before, and now he wants to take it away.
Is he sick?
Does he think I have nothing better to do? The reasons are vague. How is it a moral failing? Isn't it just that she was unfaithful? Everyone knows that. I think he deserves it. He caused his father and the original wife to suffer." Speaking of the original wife, he quickly asked, "By the way, what is the Empress doing? I will have dinner with her tonight." He firmly refused to engage in any foolishness that would harm his wife for a concubine. Only now did he remember the Empress. Lu suppressed his urge to roll his eyes and replied, "Yes." At that moment, a series of urgent voices came from outside. 800 miles urgent military report. 800 miles urgent military report from the north. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu Ling became tense. Did the Yan army attack? He wondered if Fu Minghui's troops had arrived. They must not be late. Quickly summon them, Emperor Wu Ling urged. Just then, a soldier, looking weary and unkempt with red eyes, entered the hall. He knelt and presented the military report, loudly declaring, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The granddaughter of Duke Fu, Lady Fu Ningxiang, and her husband, Lu Huayan, have captured the third prince of Yen, Murongyu. This was specifically requested by Fu Minghui to put Fu Ning's name first. Emperor Wu Ling was stunned for a moment before saying, "Quick, bring me the report to read." Lu hurriedly handed over the report. Emperor Wu Ling read through it quickly and then burst into laughter. "This Lady Ningxiang is truly my lucky star. First, she presented a beneficial textile blueprint, and now she has helped me resolve an impending conflict. This is truly wonderful news." Lu knew the emperor was intentionally overlooking Lady Ningxiang's husband, Lu Huayan. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. The Fu family was a military family, and if they raised her husband, he would also have a place among the scholars. The emperor did not want to see this situation. The civil and military officials should naturally be at odds. If they banded together, the emperor would not sleep peacefully. The martial spirit emperor was very pleased. However, when he saw the evidence of the second prince colluding with Murongyu, his expression seemed unchanged, but his grip on the paper tightened. He truly did not expect the second prince to be so bold. How dare he conspire with outsiders to harm his own country's interests for his own claim to the throne? Earlier, the crown prince had sent a report saying he was ambushed on the way to provide disaster relief, and the emperor thought it was the work of desperate refugees. Now it seemed it was all part of the second prince's deal with Murongyu. This was quite troubling. The martial spirit emperor faced many challenges to his position, and the situation among his family was dire. In his generation, he wanted to provide a good environment for the crown prince to rise. Therefore, he allowed only a few concubines to bear children, hoping for a more stable old age. He had only 4 sons in total. Although they often competed against each other, the crown prince was kind, and the brothers generally treated each other with respect. He never expected to raise such a cunning and ambitious fool as the second prince. The martial spirit emperor felt a throbbing pain in his head, radiating intense anger. The entire imperial study was filled with a heavy atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Lu lowered his head, breathing carefully. After a while, the martial spirit emperor spoke. "Go, bring Zhou Rui to me."
Yes.
Lu quickly sent his apprentice to summon the second prince. At the second prince's residence, Zhou Rui was also waiting for news from the north. After the failed assassination of Zhou Heng, he felt uneasy. Missing such a good opportunity meant he would have to work even harder to deal with him later. Zhou Heng was truly resilient, which was frustrating. However, more troubling news came. Murongyu had been captured after sneaking into the north. Zhou Rui was shocked. Was it over before the battle even began? Did that mean he gained nothing? What on earth happened?
Zhou Hui demanda Angrilli.
Your Highness, the news from there says that Murongyu sneaked into the northern mountains to search for jade mines and then went missing. Later, Wan San was captured, and it was revealed that Murongyu had been caught by the king of the north. The messenger knelt, not daring to look up.
How could this be?
Zhou Rui exclaimed, cold sweat running down his back. He was worried that Wan San would not withstand torture and reveal everything. But Wan San is reliable. The messenger shook his head. Before he was captured, he bit into poison and took his own life. Zhou Rui sighed in relief. Take him away to rest. After he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with the person next to him. Once the person left, the trusted old said anxiously, Your Highness, Murongyu might not be very reliable. Collaborating with outsiders is a serious crime. Do you have any ideas? Zhou Rui asked. The old made a gesture across his throat. Why not take decisive action? If Murongyu were to die at the Northern Prince's residence, what do you think the Yen Emperor would do? Of course, there would be a big uproar, but the Northern Prince's residence is heavily fortified. This plan might be too difficult. And there's also my father. Zhou Rui felt a headache coming on. Everything depends on human effort. The Northern Prince's residence is currently facing many troubles due to his wife's situation. People are anxious, and someone is being killed and thrown out every day. Isn't there still the favored concubine at the emperor's side? Everyone knows the emperor dotes on her the most, the old replied. Then it seems we have no choice. You handle this matter. Understood. Wait, what about Lu Huayan? Check if he has any connection to this matter. Zhou Rui felt that things shouldn't have turned out this way. Why did it fail? Also, on their way back, increase the number of people to ensure they are captured. Understood. While the two were plotting, a servant rushed in. Your Highness, someone from the palace has come to summon you to see the emperor. Zhou Rui quickly asked, did they say what it was about? No, the servant replied. Could it be that my father received news so quickly? Zhou Rui furrowed his brow, gave the old a look, and instructed the servant to arrange for a carriage to the palace. As soon as Zhou Rui stepped into the study, a teacup was thrown at his feet. Zhou Rui, do you know your crime? Faced with the furious martial spirit emperor, Zhou Rui's heart sank, and he quickly knelt respectfully. I am unaware. Please enlighten me, father. Unaware, you say? The martial spirit emperor threw the documents he was holding at Zhou Rui's head. Look at the trouble you've caused. Zhou Rui caught a glimpse of words like Northern Territory and Murongyu, and his face instantly turned pale. Murongyu has confessed everything. You used the jade mine in the Northern Territory as bait to lure him here, and you arranged for an insider to help him, handing over the Northern Territory and the jade mine. Meanwhile, he would eliminate the crown prince for you. You had it all planned out, didn't you? Now, I want to hear what you have to say, the martial spirit emperor said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Zhou Rui felt a buzzing in his ears, lying flat on the ground. I have nothing to say. In the face of victory and defeat, he truly had nothing to say. The more he spoke, the more he would anger his father. A perfectly unanswerable situation. The Emperor Wu Ling's expression was cold as he said, remove all your duties and go home to reflect on your actions. If he didn't have only a few sons, and if the third son hadn't already been sent away for his mistakes while the fourth was still young, he wouldn't be so lenient. The emperor rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It wasn't the right time to deal with him. After the situation in the north was resolved, he would settle the score with this troublemaker. Zhou Rui left the study with a clenched fist, his expression dark. During his house arrest, he still didn't miss the chance to target Fu Ning and the others. However, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were worried about Xiao Jincheng's safety. When they were 2/3 of the way through their journey, they used a teleportation symbol to reach a predetermined spot in the outskirts of the capital. The second prince's men missed them completely. In the capital, it hadn't snowed, which was much better than the harsh weather they had faced on the road. As Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were about to dismount and line up to enter the city, they heard someone call out, Young Master Lu, Miss Fu, hurry, come this way to enter the city. My lord is waiting for you. They quickly spotted a figure wearing a hat and cloak, waving at them. It was Wang Yun, Xiao Jincheng's personal guard. Wang Yun, confirming their identities, was unable to contain his excitement. I've finally waited for you. I've been coming here every day since the news spread. Let's get inside the city first. There are too many people here, Fu Ning reminded him. Right. With the help of the guards from the North Town Prince's residence, they entered the city without having to wait in line. Fu Ning couldn't help but admire the privileges of the powerful. Once Fu Ning and Lu Huayan safely entered the capital, the hidden guards from the second prince's residence, who had been watching them, hurried back to report. Zhou Rui's face was as dark as frost as he coldly questioned the kneeling guard. Are you sure you saw correctly? It really was Lu Huayan and Fu Ning? Your Highness, I saw them clearly. They entered the city on horseback and were taken away by Wang Yun from the North Town Prince's residence. It was definitely them, no mistake. The guard replied. They actually returned safely? He had sent so many assassins, yet none succeeded. Useless. All of them.
Get out.
Zhou Rui's chest heaved with anger as he smashed the teacup on the ground, his handsome face twisted in rage. After the guard left, Zhou Rui called for his trusted aide. Go inform Wu Pavilion to ensure Zhou Heng is eliminated. Since he was already involved, he might as well go all the way. What if it succeeded? He could use the house arrest to shift the blame. North Town Prince's residence. In the warm chamber with a heated stone dragon, Xiao Jincheng, draped in a black fox fur coat, sat by the window, gazing dreamily at the falling snowflakes. His pale face showed signs of exhaustion. As his head began to droop, Lu Quan hurried over to support him. Xiao Jincheng suddenly opened his eyes, leaned back against the pillow, and looked at Lu Quan with a smirk. "What are you so worried about? Do you think I fainted?" Lu Quan quickly replied, "No, the young master is in good health and will surely live a long life." Xiao Jincheng pursed his lips. "Lu Quan, at your age, why are you still learning to lie?" Lu Quan insisted, "I'm not lying. The second young master will be back soon, and he will definitely be able to cure you." Xiao Jincheng sighed. "Lu Quan, this poison has no cure in this world. Life and death are fated. Don't push him." He felt a sense of unwillingness, with a great revenge still unpaid, and the throne slipping into the hands of his enemies. Now that he had found his brother, even if he died, the royal residence would still be protected by his brother, preventing that wicked woman from succeeding. Although he couldn't take revenge himself, at least it wasn't as regrettable. Hearing his words, Lu Quan felt a sharp pain in his heart. If he could, he would gladly trade his life for his master's. Just then, Xiao Jincheng suddenly closed his eyes and fainted again. Outside, Wang Yun shouted, "Young master! The second young master and the others have returned. Quick, let them in." "The young master has fainted," Lu Quan quickly responded. Soon, Lu Huayan and Fu Ning entered, looking weary from their journey. Lu Huayan immediately approached to check Xiao Jincheng's pulse. Seeing that his condition was stable, he carried him to bed, gave him a butterfly transformation potion, and then administered acupuncture. After a quarter of an hour, the barely breathing Xiao Jincheng finally began to show signs of improvement. Lu Quan's anxious heart finally relaxed, and he asked, "Second young master, will the young master be all right now?" Lu Huayan shook his head. "He can only be sustained for a year." Lu Quan's heart sank again. Was it really impossible for his young master to recover? "I will think of other ways, don't worry." Lu Huayan offered rare words of comfort. It seemed he must go to Nanlin. Only there could he find more antidotes. Indeed, with the second young master's words, "I feel reassured. You and Miss Fu have worked the journey. Why not freshen up at the royal residence and have something warm to eat?" Lu Quan respectfully suggested. Lu Huayan nodded. "That sounds good. Please make the arrangements." The servants of the royal residence acted quickly and soon prepared warm water. While Lu Huayan and Fu Ning were washing up and having a meal, Xiao Jincheng finally woke up. Lu Quan was delighted to see him awake. "Young master, you're awake." "That's wonderful," Lu Quan said with a smile.
Huayan.
"Has he returned?" Xiao Jincheng noticed his condition and was surprised that he was still alive. It seemed his brother had some skills after all. During this time, he had been worried that both of them might fall victim to that wicked woman. Hearing that his brother was safe made him happy. "Yes, after treating you, I arranged for them to wash up and eat. Young master, would you like to have something to eat?" Lu Quan added, noting that his master hadn't eaten properly in several days. Xiao Jincheng was indeed a bit hungry, so he nodded, "Then bring me something." After he finished his meal, Lu Huayan came over with Fu Ning. Xiao Jincheng glanced at Lu Huayan and noticed he hadn't changed much. His gaze then fell on Fu Ning beside him. This was his first time seeing the young lady from the Fu family, and she indeed had a fairy-like beauty. She was tall, and standing next to Lu Huayan, they looked very well matched. Seeing that the Xiao family still had someone, Xiao Jincheng felt comforted. "Don't look at us like that. You're not an elder," Lu Huayan said, feeling speechless. Xiao Jincheng's pale face stiffened, and he said sadly, "How can you speak to someone who is close to death like that? With how long you can talk, you don't seem close to death at all," Lu Huayan replied. Xiao Jincheng didn't want to engage with his boring brother and turned to Fu Ning, asking, "You're Huayan's fiancé, right?" Fu Ning stepped forward and replied, "Yes, big brother. My name is Fu Ning." Xiao Jincheng nodded and signaled Lu Quan to give the prepared gifts to Fu Ning. He had heard that gifts should be prepared for newcomers, and he had been ready for this. "Thank you, big brother," Fu Ning said happily as she accepted the gifts. "You two have traveled a long way and must be tired. Go and rest well," Xiao Jincheng added. "Ah Ning, you go rest first. I'll stay here and keep him company," Lu Huayan said to Fu Ning. Fu Ning nodded, knowing that Lu Huayan likely wanted to discuss what had happened in the northern region with Xiao Jincheng. She was also tired, so it was a good time for her to rest. As the year-end approached, the Crown Prince had finished handling the disaster relief matters, and the group was preparing to return to the capital for the new year. As usual, and Shiwen and Zhou Heng shared a carriage, while Fu Xing rode behind on horseback. They had learned that Morongyu had been captured, so their return to the capital was much easier this time. On the way back, there was originally no ambush, but the assassins still hiding in wait for Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were still there. They did not know they had missed the real target. Seeing the prince's carriage approaching, they had no orders from their master and did not plan to attack. However, the people inside the carriage had different thoughts. Any danger needed to be eliminated. At that moment, a scout came to report, "Your Highness, we have found an ambush ahead, but it seems it is not aimed at us." Zhou Heng's expression hardened, and he ordered the team to stop, asking, "Do you know how many people there are?" "About 50 or so," the scout replied. Zhou Heng turned to Shiwen and asked, "Uncle, what do you think we should do now? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Why not take the initiative, Your Highness?" And Shiwen pondered. No matter whose people they are, they can only belong to Zhou Rui. Zhou Heng's face grew serious. Indeed, although the news of his assassination had returned to the capital, he was now safely returning, which could not be considered a good thing. Zhou Heng made a quick decision and was about to order a counterattack when he heard the sound of arrows whistling through the air, followed by Fu Xing's shout, "Your Highness, a large group of people has suddenly appeared." In the next moment, several arrows struck the carriage. And Shiwen and Zhou Heng had no choice but to lift the curtain and jump out, and both sides quickly engaged in battle. The previously discovered group also joined the other side, clearly working together. Arrows continued to fly, and the guards dodged the rain of arrows, reaching the assassins and fighting them. A quick glance showed a significant difference in skill between the two groups, with the latter clearly being much stronger. "Use poison," and Shiwen instructed Fu Xing. "Understood," Fu Xing replied, pulling out a stash of poison that Fu Ning had given him. He threw several vials, followed by a few flying darts, and the powder spread among the assassins, taking down several of them. Li Kuei did the same, repeating the process a few times. Originally at a disadvantage, they quickly turned the tide. After a fierce fight, they managed to capture one assassin who had not had time to take the poison. All the other assassins were killed. With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhou Heng was unfortunately injured. He had a deep wound on his arm, with flesh torn and blood pouring out, looking quite terrifying. And Shiwen quickly stopped the bleeding and bandaged him, disapprovingly saying, "Your Highness, there was no need for this." Zhou Heng leaned against the cart. Despite the pain, he still smiled and said, "It's just a small injury, no problem." Li Kuei had also been cut on the leg, blood flowing heavily, while a soldier was helping him stop the bleeding. Fu Xing used a sedative to get information from the captured assassin. They were originally tasked with killing Fu Ning and Lu Huayan, but when they saw someone attacking the Crown Prince, they thought they might as well take the chance to gain some credit. Fu Xing was furious to learn that the second prince wanted to harm his sister and brother-in-law. He wished he could fly back and deal with Zhou Rui. And Shiwen's gaze was also cold. Once everyone had treated their injuries, the convoy continued its journey. Zhou Heng and the others finally arrived safely in the capital. When he presented all the evidence against the second prince for forming factions, corruption, slandering loyal officials, and creating rumors to Emperor Wu Ling, it added to the anger, especially since the crown prince had also been attacked and injured on his way back. Emperor Wu Ling's fury was reignited. This time, he had no intention of being lenient. He directly imprisoned the second prince, Zhou Rui, in the ancestral hall for reform, and when he would be released was uncertain. The capital was in an uproar. With the new year approaching, the crown prince returned to the capital, and the second prince was imprisoned. What was happening in the royal family? When the imperial guards went to arrest Zhou Rui, he remained unusually calm, asking no questions and simply following them. The second prince's wife was anxious and chased after him to the main gate, where Zhou Rui scolded her, "Manage the affairs in the residence well. Don't go anywhere or do anything. Remember that?" I understand." The second prince's wife saw the look in Zhou Rui's eyes. No matter how unwilling or worried she was, she could only hold it back. In the palace, the noble consort could not sit still upon hearing her son was imprisoned in the ancestral hall. "I must see His Majesty," the noble consort said, standing up. "Quick, help me change." Emperor Wu Ling was still feeling frustrated about the second prince's actions. When he heard from Lu that the noble consort wanted to see him, he irritably waved his hand. "I won't see her." He was so disappointed in this son. He never expected him to be so ruthless. No matter what, the crown prince was his elder brother. The emperor knew well why the noble consort was coming to see him, but his decision was made, and there was no chance of changing it. It was better not to see her at all. At the duke's residence, when Fu Sheng arrived on horseback, he saw Nzea, Fu Ning, and Lu Huayan waiting at the door. All three looked hopeful, and when they saw him, they were filled with joy. Fu Sheng dismounted, and Nzea excitedly stepped forward, her eyes red, saying, "It's good that you're back." Fu Ning also approached, asking with concern, "Second brother, are you okay?" "It's okay, thanks to the medicine you gave me. Otherwise, I can't say for sure if I would be completely fine," Fu Sheng said gratefully. Then, he curiously asked, "When did you come back?" "We came back a few days earlier than you," Fu Ning replied. Fu Sheng asked again, "How is young Master Zhao's illness?" And Zaya scolded, "Save your words for inside. What are you saying here? This child always lacks awareness. How could this be brought up in public?" "Got it, Mom." Fu Sheng pouted and quickly followed them into the house. The arrival of New Year's Eve filled every household with a joyful atmosphere of preparation for the new year. This year, due to disasters, the palace canceled the banquet. The people of the duke's residence were relieved not to have to attend the complicated palace feast. The old duke's first task was to write couplets himself and then have Fu Sheng and Lu Huayan put them up. Fu Ning and Li Yu, who struggled with their hands, were finally sent away by the maids after ruining several paper cuttings. It wasn't that they were worried about wasting materials, they mainly disliked the delay. So, Fu Ning took it upon herself to put up the paper cuttings, as she wanted to create some excitement. Fu Su was hanging new red lanterns and replacing the candles. And Zaya was in the kitchen directing the servants to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner and make dumplings. This year, Fu Minghui was alone in the north, and the family could only silently miss him. Xiao Jincheng was also invited to the duke's residence. This was his first time experiencing such a lively New Year atmosphere, as he usually spent it alone. He brought a lot of wine and firecrackers, ready to set them off together later. The New Year's Eve dinner table at the duke's residence was filled with all kinds of delicious food, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as fresh green vegetables and various fruits. It was very lavish. Whether at the master's table or the servant's table, the house was decorated with a festive spirit, and everyone wore smiles. And Zaya instructed the maids to prepare many red envelopes. These envelopes were mainly for the two little treasures in Liu's family, but of course, Fu Ning, Lu Huayan, Xiao Jincheng, and the unmarried Fu Sheng also received some. Before the meal, they set off firecrackers, and Fu Ning was quite happy. This was her first time experiencing such a festive New Year. Lu Huayan and Xiao Jincheng were even more excited. After the firecrackers, everyone took their seats and began the New Year's Eve dinner. At the dinner table, the younger generation toasted the elders, saying various auspicious words. Soon after, a decree arrived from the palace, praising Fu Ning for her contributions in the northern region, and the emperor granted her the title of Princess Kong Ning. Additionally, she was rewarded with 2 imperial dishes. Fu Ning was already used to the emperor's stinginess. After receiving her reward, everyone continued to drink and celebrate the new year. Before midnight, the old duke left first, and Li Yu and Fu Su also took their children home to rest. Seeing this, Anzea returned to her own courtyard. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan found a corner to enjoy each other's company. In the end, only Xiao Jincheng and Fu Sheng, two bachelors, were left to keep watch, staring at each other. In the northern region, Fu Minghui was enjoying a lively meal with the soldiers in his camp. Although the food was not as good as at home, the atmosphere was warm and friendly. This time in the northern region, there was no battle. The enemy retreated and even paid a considerable amount. They were just waiting for things to stabilize before returning home, and everyone was very happy. The Prince of the North's residence was quiet. Now, only Xiao Qingye remained in the mansion. In previous years, the residence was lively with a wife, children, and daughters, and he once felt very happy. He never expected that beneath the lively surface, everything was false. His wife did not belong solely to him, and the children were not his blood. Now, reflecting on it, he felt everything was utterly absurd. He thought of his eldest son, who had grown up lonely in the capital, and his second son, who had suffered bullying outside. He was now spending his first new year in such solitude, and already felt desolate, while those two children had endured 20 years of pain and loneliness. Xiao Qingye felt very dejected. He had thrown away the happiness that was within reach. He could not blame anyone else. Holding a wine jug, he walked out of the study and reached out to catch a few falling snowflakes. He rubbed his fingers, feeling the biting cold as the snowflakes melted into water. He wandered aimlessly until he arrived at Ancestral Mountain, where he stood quietly for a long time in front of Shin Siyuan's grave. The underground passages had been burned and filled in. He poured a jug of wine into Shin Siyuan's coffin and sighed softly, "I am sorry for those two children, and I am sorry, Siyuan." But the steward Liu only thought that the prince was feeling down again and remained silent. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort him. Xiao Qingye threw the wine jug and instructed Lu Yong, "Go get me another jug of wine." Lu felt worried that the prince might want to do something foolish and hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, please take care of your health." The old servant heard General Fu say that after the second young master takes the imperial exam, he will marry his niece. If something unexpected happens on your side and delays the second young master's marriage, wouldn't that be even more hated? The steward Liu did not dare to say the rest. Regardless of whether Lu Huayan and the others admit it, they are all sons of the King of the North. Especially with that face of his, others may not recognize him, but the emperor certainly does. In an era that values filial piety, if you want to be an official, you cannot let others speak ill of you. Xiao Qingye was taken aback by the mention of the matter and fell silent. It seems that dying is not easy. After standing for a while, he had no choice but to leave. During the new year, since Fu Ning did not know many people in the capital, apart from visiting necessary relatives within Zaya, she stayed at home, without going out. Until the Lantern Festival, he could no longer hold back. She cheerfully pleaded, "Miss, I heard there is a Lantern Festival tonight. Let's go together. I've never seen one before." Fu Ning had never seen an ancient lantern festival either and was quite curious, so she said to Lu Huayan, "How about we go together?" The Lantern Festival has always been a good day for couples to meet. Since it is a festive occasion, Lu Huayan naturally agreed. "All right, if Ning wants to go, then let's go together." The Lantern Festival night is the liveliest night of the year. On this day, not only common folk but even nobles come out to enjoy the lanterns. After having an early dinner, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan were ready to set off when Fu Sheng also arrived, saying he wanted to join them. So, the four of them got into the carriage and headed to the Lantern Festival on West Street. The night was bright with lights, and the street was bustling with people enjoying the Lantern Festival. The various restaurants were decorated like lantern towers, with lanterns hanging inside and rows of riddles for guests to solve for entertainment. Under the glow of colorful lanterns, the joy on the faces of passing men and women was evident. Because it was a festival night, there were many people, and the carriage could only stop at the street corner before the festival. Fu Ning and the others were all dressed in thick cloaks as they got down from the carriage. Once they got off, seeing the large crowd, Lu Huan took Fu Ning's hand and followed Fu Sheng towards the Lantern Festival on West Street. Suhi linked her arm with Fu Ning's other side, curiously looking around. "Miss, it's so lively," Shui exclaimed. When they reached a spot with a bridge and flowing water, they saw many people releasing lanterns by the river. Suhi called out again, "Miss, let's release river lanterns." Fu Ning nodded, "Sure." She was also thinking about releasing lanterns on the river. She had never done it before, so it was exciting. However, it was strange that this little river hadn't frozen over. Fu Sheng turned back to look at them and said, "Wait here, I'll go buy some." "I want to go too," Suhi said, letting go of Fu Ning and following Fu Sheng to the stall selling lanterns. Fu Ning and Lu Huan had no choice but to follow behind them to avoid getting lost. The four of them bought lanterns, wrote their wishes on them, and hurried to the riverbank to release them. They watched as the lanterns floated away with the current, twinkling like stars on the water's surface, decorating the entire river. At that moment, a soft voice came from the side. "Oh, cousin, are you here to see the Lantern Festival too?" Fu Ning and Lu Huan looked up to see Miss and Xian from the Yin family and her maid, along with a proud-looking young lady and 2 bodyguards. Fu Sheng felt annoyed. With so many people around, why did they have to run into her? He replied impatiently, "Yeah, what else would we be doing here?" And Xian wasn't upset. She walked over with a smile and greeted Fu Ning and Lu Huan. "Greetings, Princess Kong Ning. Greetings, young Master Lu." Fu Ning didn't expect to run into an acquaintance, even while disguised. It was all Fu Sheng's fault. She could only smile and say, "No need for formalities." And Xian continued, "There will be fireworks and performances in the city tonight. It's crowded down there. If you haven't reserved a spot, why don't you join us? We booked a private room at Wankai Building, and we can see everything clearly from above without the crowd." Fu Ning noticed that although Xian spoke warmly, her gaze kept drifting towards Fu Sheng, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Seeing her shy expression, Fu Ning guessed that she liked her older brother. So, Fu Ning decided not to interfere. Whether they went together would depend on Fu Sheng's choice. Fu Sheng originally didn't want to be with Xian, but when he heard there was a spot to watch the fireworks and performances, he thought it would be a shame for Fu Ning not to see them. So he nodded and agreed, "Since you invited us so sincerely, we can't refuse. It wouldn't be nice to put you in a difficult position, so we'll join you." "Fu Ning, you really didn't have to say it that way." But when she looked at Xian, who was beaming with joy, she felt speechless. On Lantern Festival night, all the restaurants in the capital were packed. Their group arrived at Wankai Building and was led directly to a quiet, street-facing room on the 3rd floor, making the guests waiting outside envious. A few people took their seats, with Fu Ning sitting at the head of the table, the highest-ranking person. Lu Huan and Fu Sheng sat beside her, and Xian was about to sit next to Fu Sheng when Suhi was pulled over by Fu Sheng to take that spot. And Xian shot Fu Sheng a resentful glance and sat on the other side of Suhi, while the proud girl sat next to Xian. 2 guards stood behind her in a protective stance. There was a moment of silence before Xian spoke again. "Princess, I forgot to introduce you. This is my distant cousin, Wu Ya, with Wu meaning crow and Ya meaning elegant. She just arrived in the capital, so I brought her to see the excitement today."
Ha!
Fu Sheng laughed without holding back. Crow is quite a name, Fu Ning thought, trying to suppress her laughter as she nodded at the girl named Wu Ya. The girl shot Fu Sheng a glare but only nodded back at Fu Ning. Even knowing she is a princess, she still acts so proud. Is she really just a distant relative? Fu Ning pondered as she looked at her again. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, dressed in a purple outfit that highlighted her graceful figure. However, her overly haughty personality was off-putting. The waiter brought tea and snacks, and Suhi unceremoniously grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. After some casual chatting, Suhi and Fu Sheng leaned by the window, looking at the lantern stalls below. Suhi asked Fu Ning, "Miss, should we buy some lantern riddles for the young master to guess?" Suhi would rather be out exploring. That would be much more interesting. Sitting here was quite boring, especially since they weren't familiar with each other and had to find topics to discuss, which made her feel awkward. Just then, Fu Sheng seemed to have the same thought. He turned to Fu Ning and said, "Ninger, I'm going down to take a look." Fu Ning nodded, regretting coming up. Fu Sheng skillfully climbed out the window and quickly dodged through the crowd. "Wait for me, I want to go too." Suhi chased after him like a shadow. The two soon blended into the bustling crowd. The proud Miss Wuya pouted and coldly said, "Yenner, is this your cousin?" "Yeah, he can be a bit careless. Don't mind him, you're—" And Xian explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then she added awkwardly, "The performance troupe will be here soon. It's going to be quite a show. This time of year is always the liveliest." Fu Ning rolled her eyes and pulled Lu Huayan to the window. At that moment, the loud sound of drums and gongs grew louder, and they could faintly hear the crowd's cheers. Fu Ning said, "They're here." She stretched her neck forward. Not far away, the street lights shone brightly, and in the center was a fiery red dragon, danced by a dozen men, twisting and turning like a living creature. Following closely was a giant yellow dragon, and the two dragons gradually approached amidst the loud sounds of drums and gongs. Fu Ning was about to pull Lu Huayan to look forward when she suddenly heard a whistling sound coming toward them. Lu Huayan quickly caught her. A sword brushed past her ear, followed by the sound of a door breaking. Several short arrows flew toward them. The two of them dodged left and right, even managing to kick away 2 arrows. After a moment, the rain of arrows stopped, and more than 10 masked men in black quickly surrounded Fu Ning and Lu Huayan. The newcomers swiftly entered the room and tightly closed the door. The room immediately became chaotic. Wuya's 2 bodyguards saw that the black-clad men were after Fu Ning and Lu Huayan, so they protected Wuya and Xian, hiding them in the farthest corner. Fortunately, the room was large enough. Otherwise, they would have had a hard time avoiding the chaos. Seeing that they were safe and had no intention of asking for help, Fu Ning didn't think much of it. She asked Lu Huayan, "Who sent them?" "I don't know," Lu Huayan shook his head. Most of their enemies had been dealt with, and suddenly new ones appeared. He couldn't guess who they were. Fu Ning suggested, "How about we capture one alive and ask? After all, this is the capital, and killing someone here, especially a newly appointed princess, is a challenge to the emperor's authority." Lu Huayan nodded. "Good idea." The leader of the black-clad men saw that Fu Ning and the others completely disregarded them and said fiercely, "Kill." The other black-clad men rushed forward. Their commotion was significant, but unfortunately, a performance troupe happened to pass by, and the surrounding noise of shouting and the beating of drums covered the sounds of a fight. Fu Ning and Lu Huayan couldn't take out their weapons in front of others, so they had to dodge the attacks while throwing out sleeping powder. However, these assassins were clearly prepared and had taken antidotes in advance. The sleeping powder was ineffective against them. No matter, they had plenty of poisons. Surely one would work. Fu Ning and the others then released a paralysis powder, and finally, the assassins began to fall to the ground. However, these black-clad men were not to be underestimated. Before collapsing, they all shot crossbow arrows at Fu Ning and Lu Huayan. After dodging a dozen arrows, the remaining men surprisingly all poisoned themselves, leaving no one alive. Wow, that's harsh. Fu Ning angrily kicked the nearest man in black. At that moment, the shopkeeper led a group of officials into the room. When they saw the room full of poisoned men in black, there was an eerie silence. Seeing that the guests were unharmed, both the shopkeeper and the officials sighed in relief. Guests who could book this private room were either rich or noble. They couldn't afford any trouble at Wankai Tower. The officials busily cleaned up the bodies and inquired about what happened. Fu Sheng and Suhi returned to the private room after exploring outside, and upon seeing the scene inside, they exclaimed, "Ninger, who would want to attack you like this?" Fu Ning shrugged, "I don't know. The officials need to investigate thoroughly." "Absolutely." The officials quickly nodded in agreement. They recognized Fu Sheng as the second son of the duke's household and knew not to be careless. Just then, and Xian, recovering from her shock, saw Fu Sheng return and, supported by her maid, came forward to cry, "Cousin, I was so scared." They suddenly barged in and attacked with knives. "I stop." Fu Sheng raised his hand to interrupt her. And Xian, cut off mid-sentence, was so startled that she started hiccuping.
Master Fu.
Wuya approached to pat in Xian's back and said discontentedly, "You were too harsh on your cousin. Those two scattered poison and caused so many deaths without considering that we could be harmed. It's understandable for a weak girl to be frightened. Who do you think you are?" Fu Sheng shot a disapproving look at the emerging crow. "When the assassins came, you hid instead of helping. Now that they're dead, you come out to complain. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were in league with the assassins and were upset about their deaths." Fu Ning had to give Fu Sheng a thumbs up. His words were indeed sharp. "What nonsense are you talking? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have missed the festive celebrations and almost lost our lives. Am I not allowed to speak the truth?" Wuya, never having been humiliated like this, said angrily, "TSK, TSK." Fu Sheng sneered. "It's strange that these assassins didn't target you at all. Officials, you should investigate their situation carefully. It's too suspicious."
"How dare you?"
One of Wuya's guards stepped forward, glaring at Fu Sheng. "Do you know who our young lady is?" Fu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, who is she? I'd like to hear it. I'm curious who outside the capital can overshadow me with their status." The officials also stopped to listen to how noble this young lady's identity really was. The guard, embarrassed and angry, said, "You. Ollie, be quiet." Waya was also very upset, but they could not reveal their identities. "Why are you silent? Is your identity something to be ashamed of?" Fu Sheng arrogantly lifted his chin, and his disdainful gaze made Waya and her servant furious. "Cousin, I'm sorry, seeing the argument, and Xian tried to mediate." "Cousin, why are you apologizing? It's true we suffered an undeserved disaster today. If the officials have something to discuss, they should come to the Dingxi Marquis' residence. Let's go." Waya thought she was being reasonable. The officials. What can they say? They have no witnesses. Waya held back her dislike and anger towards Fu Sheng and turned to leave. And Xian bowed apologetically and followed her out. Lu Huayan's indifferent eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as he looked up at Fu Ning and said, "We should leave too." On the way back, Fu Sheng looked at Lu Huayan and Fu Ning with suspicion. "You both disguised yourselves. So how did those assassins recognize you? Why don't you take a guess, second brother?" Lu Huayan glanced at him. "Could it be because of me?"
Fu Sheng asked uncertainly.
"You have some self-awareness." "That can't be." Fu Sheng scratched his head. After Lu Huayan gave him a knowing look, he turned to Su He and asked, "Do you know how to get to the Dingxi Marquis' residence?" Su He's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes, I went there with the young lady a few days ago for New Year's greetings, so I know the way." "Are you sending me on a mission?" She had just regretted not being able to fight the assassins, but now she was excited. Lu Huayan nodded, check into Waya's background. "Yes, my lord, I will complete the task," Su He said, quickly leaving the carriage. Fu Ning then spoke up. "I remember cousin Wen said that Master and Wu Yu Pavilion have a connection. Are you suspecting?" "Yes, today's assassins are suspicious. We must stay alert," Lu Huayan replied.
Fu Ning nodded.
"But I think Xian seems to like you, second brother. She keeps trying to get close." Fu Sheng scoffed. "I have irresistible charm, but she's not worthy."
"Please,
don't get too full of yourself. Just be careful. If she uses tricks, you might end up in trouble." Fu Ning had no doubt about the seriousness of women in matters of marriage. Fu Sheng thought for a moment. There were indeed many schemes happening in the capital, and he needed to be cautious. Ninger is right. I must protect myself. When they arrived at the Duke's residence, the three of them returned to their own courtyards. After a quick wash, Fu Ning and Lu Huayan went to bed. The second prince was imprisoned in the ancestral hall, and the officials from their faction were anxiously figuring out how to rescue him. especially the noble consort, who had been so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep well for days. Finally, on the Lantern Festival, she managed to get a chance to visit the second prince from the emperor. In the ancestral hall's prison. Since most of the prisoners were royal family members, each cell was kept clean and furnished with beds, tables, chairs, and even books and writing supplies. The noble consort arrived with 2 maidservants, carrying a food box to visit. The jailer, having received the news, dared not offend her and opened the cell door for them to enter. Then, the door was locked again. "Mother, why are you here?" The second prince was surprised to see the noble consort come in person. She replied with concern, "Aren't I worried about you? I see your father is determined to keep you locked up." Zhou Rui smiled and helped her sit down, his gaze falling on the tall maid behind the noble consort. He quickly recognized her as his master's daughter, Wuya. "Dear, why are you dressed like this? You recognized me?" Wuya first surveyed the cell, then sat in the chair Zhou Rui pulled out for her. Zhou Rui smiled and poured tea for them. Although she had tried to make herself look less attractive, her features still matched well.
But there was no need to mention that.
Zhou Rui sat across from her and said with a smile, "I'm very happy you could come. Humph, even locked up, you can still smile." "You must have a big heart," Wuya said, giving him a sideways glance. She rummaged through her belt and added, "I brought you some life-saving medicine. Hide it well."
Okay.
Zhou Rui carefully tucked the items into his sleeve. "How is my master?" Wuya took a sip of tea and replied, "He's doing well. He has some matters to attend to, so he sent me ahead." After a pause, she continued, "Those 2 are tough to deal with. We failed and lost quite a few people." "Did you find out their martial art style?" Zhou Rui asked. He had been investigating for a long time. Whether it was Lu Huayan's poison or martial arts, it all seemed to appear suddenly. If he had been this skilled from the start, how could Xue people have broken his leg? But they couldn't trace the source. Wuya shook her head. "In a hurry, they only dodged the poison and didn't use any martial arts, so we couldn't see anything." The concubine frowned. "Are those 2 really that hard to deal with?" Zhou Rui's smile faded. "So far, we haven't succeeded against them, especially after the complete defeat in the north." The concubine said angrily, "Everything was going well until those 2 showed up."
What now?
"How will the Queen Mother get you out?" Zhou Rui also looked worried. Wuya, unable to stand their gloomy expressions, said, "Don't worry, when my father arrives, he will definitely deal with those 2 troubles." "Yar, if your master comes, no one can compete with him, but..." Zhou Rui hesitated. "It just feels like too much trouble for him." Wuya proudly replied, "What trouble? You're just overthinking it, which is why you ended up in the dungeon." After hearing Wuya's words, the concubine finally smiled. "Yes, Rui. Wuya is right. Your master won't ignore you." "Yes, I need Wuya's help too," Zhou Rui said, taking Wuya's hand. Annoying, Wuya glanced at him and pulled her hand back, saying, "Just don't forget your promise." "Of course, that position can only be yours."
Zohuya suited.
Before the palace gates were locked, Wuya left the palace, and Xian was almost asleep in the carriage. At that moment, the streets were mostly empty, and the cold wind howled, making the atmosphere eerie. The carriage rushed towards the Dingxi Marquis' residence, and just as they were nearing, a few snowballs hit the carriage driver, causing the vehicle to stop. "Who?" Wuya's 2 guards got out and shouted. Dressed in a disguise and masked, Suhi did not answer. She cautiously moved, drawing a soft sword from her waist. The soft sword blossomed like flowers, attacking them at lightning speed, leaving no time for them to react. The 2 guards' hearts raced as they quickly drew their swords to defend themselves. Swords clashed, creating sparks. After a few exchanges, Suhi suddenly leaped into the air like a swallow, disappearing into the darkness after a few more jumps. Inside the carriage, Wuya narrowed her eyes, realizing the other party was testing them. Could it be Lu Huayan and the others? But how could they know the sword techniques of Wuyue Pavilion? No, she needed to get her father here quickly. After Fu Ning and Lu Huayan confirmed with Suhi that Wuya was from Wuyue Pavilion, they decided to inform Prince Zhou Heng of the news. Some things are better left for the involved parties to handle. In the blink of an eye, the once-in-3 years big exam is approaching, and students from various places are arriving, making the inn crowded these days. With more people, conflicts are likely to arise, and there have been constant frictions between students from other regions and those from the National Academy. Recently, there have been noticeably more city patrols on the streets. Lu Huayan has been given many special lessons by Duke Fu, and to win the top prize, he has put in tremendous effort to learn from the old master brought in by Duke Fu. Fortunately, he is a talented student, and the old master has willingly taught him with care. On the day of the exam, before dawn, the streets leading to the examination hall were filled with carriages and students in long robes. After 10 years of hard study, this was their chance to change their fate and see their efforts rewarded. Everyone's face showed a mix of tension and anticipation. The carriage was stuck for a long time, and Lu Huayan said to Fu Ning, "I will get off here. You all can head back." "Okay, be careful," Fu Ning replied.
All right.
Su He, take good care of your young lady, Lu Huayan instructed Su He. "Got it, you should hurry," Su He said impatiently. She was already anxious about the exam. The previous local exam had been crowded, and this time there were even more people in the capital. Lu Huayan got off the carriage and calmly walked into the crowd. It was a chilly spring morning, and many people were shivering from the cold, but Lu Huayan seemed unaffected. Xia Yanzhou did not attend the exam this time, and for the first time, Lu Huayan felt a bit bored. The entrance to the examination hall was wide open, and students were lining up to enter. Suddenly, someone rushed toward Lu Huayan from the side, moving quickly and disappearing into the crowd. Lu Huayan smirked and pulled out a piece of paper from his waist. He crushed it, and it turned to dust as it fell with the snowflakes. The person who had fled, initially relieved that they had succeeded, suddenly felt dizzy and quickly lost consciousness. From a distance, an old signaled, and 2 people went to carry the unconscious individual away. Fu Ning waited until the entrance to the examination hall was closed before instructing the coachman to return home. "Miss, that person must have intentionally bumped into our young master. They should have known who he is. They deserve what happened," Su He remarked, having seen the person faint and be taken away. "Desperate people do desperate things," Fu Ning sighed. "Unless the second prince completely loses his qualifications, those supporting him will not stop their actions. Miss, it seems that the father of that crow miss has arrived. They are all from Wuyue Pavilion. If you reveal your identity, will they listen to you?"
Su He asked.
Fu Ning asked, "Look at that crow's proud look. Do you think she can accept me as her master?" Su He shook her head vigorously. "Then why don't we just get rid of her?" "You go and see what they really want," Fu Ning said, as she didn't have the time to deal with things slowly. It was best to think of a permanent solution. Su He nodded. "All right, I'll make sure to complete the task." As soon as Fu Ning returned to the Duke's residence, she was invited to Nzea's courtyard. "Aunt, you called for me?" The room was warm with a heated floor, and as Fu Ning entered, she took off her outer coat and handed it to a maid. "Come sit over here, Ninger," Nzea said with a smile as she waved her over. After they sat down, Nzea handed her a hand warmer. "Warm your hands first. Look at you, you've been outside all day and are freezing." "Was there a lot of people outside?" "Yeah, it was crowded. I saw him go in and then came back," Fu Ning replied. Although she had inner strength and wasn't cold at all, she still enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. "That's good. I heard you didn't have breakfast before leaving, so I had some snacks prepared for you," Nzea said. Just then, a maid brought out the snacks. Fu Ning didn't hold back and started eating, and the food here is delicious. "I'm glad you like it," Nzea smiled. After finishing the snacks, the servants came to clear the dishes and serve them flour and fruit tea. At that moment, a nurse brought over 2 invitations. One was specifically addressed to Princess Kong Ning to show sincerity towards her. The invitations were sent by the servants of the Marquis of Weiyuan, as it turned out that tomorrow was old Madame Luo's birthday banquet. Originally, they didn't want to hold a big event due to the snow disaster earlier in the year. Now that the snow disaster had been properly resolved and the northern battles were cancelled, they decided to hold a grand celebration for the old lady's 60th birthday. Seeing Fu Ning staring blankly at the invitation, and Zaya asked, "Ninger, do you not want to go? If you don't want to, then don't go. It's not that important." Fu Ning had not attended any other events in the capital besides the banquet organized by the Duke's residence. Although she wasn't very interested, this was the first time she received a personal invitation, indicating that they wanted her to be part of the circle. Considering that Lu Huayan would be an official in the future and would need to interact with the ladies of the official families, it wouldn't hurt to learn a bit in advance.
So she agreed happily.
Seeing that Fu Ning wanted to attend, and Zaya quickly arranged for the seamstress to prepare outfits for the banquet, ensuring that several sets were ready. He also heard some important news that she needed to report to the young lady quickly. The next day, after a night of snowfall, it finally stopped. The capital had not held a banquet for several months, so almost all the invited guests arrived for the birthday celebration of the old lady, giving the Ho residents a lot of face. And Zaya only brought Fu Ning with her to the event, as the old duke would not attend such gatherings, and her husband was in the north, while their two sons were at the military camp on the outskirts of the capital. Liu stayed home with the children, so only the two of them could come. Early in the morning, the streets outside the Wei Yuan Ho residence were filled with carriages. Fortunately, their status was high enough that when they got out of the carriage, the Ho residents arranged for a sedan chair to carry them inside. Fu Ning sat in the chair, holding a hand warmer, as if experiencing the scene of Lin Daiyu entering the Jia family for the first time. The sedan chair passed through several gates and entered the inner courtyard of the Wei Yuan Ho residence. After getting out, Fu Ning followed and Zaya into the main hall to greet the old lady. As soon as they entered the hall, warmth enveloped them, sweeping away the cold from outside. Fu Ning handed the hand warmer to a maid and removed her cloak, revealing a light pink dress underneath. The old lady was a plump woman, seated in the main position of the hall, wearing a deep purple robe embroidered with golden characters of good fortune. She adorned her hair with a golden hairpin shaped like 5 phoenixes, her face round and smiling, exuding both authority and warmth. Madame Luo hurried to greet them, taking in Zaya's hand and smiling. "Finally, you are here. Come, take a seat." And Zaya replied warmly, "It's the old lady's birthday, so we, as juniors, should come to congratulate you. We are not late, are we?" "Not late at all. It's still early," Madame Luo said with a smile, then turned her gaze to Fu Ning. "Princess Kongning is becoming more remarkable, making everyone envious." Madame Luo sincerely praised her. Who would have thought that this young lady would go to the disaster-stricken north to help with relief efforts? Not only that, but she also captured a prince from the Yen kingdom who had sneaked into the north, earning herself the title of princess. It seemed such a talented young woman was now engaged to a poor and unknown scholar. Thinking of her own son, Madame Luo felt that such a good match was truly a pity. Feeling pleased by Madame Luo's praise, and Zaya said to Fu Ning, "Ninger, today is the old lady's birthday, so say a few auspicious words to her." Fu Ning stepped forward and bowed to the old lady, saying, "Greetings to the old lady. Wishing you longevity and good health." Madame Luo carefully observed Fu Ning. Since the flower appreciation banquet, she had heard her daughter-in-law speak highly of this granddaughter of the Fu family who had fallen on hard times, praising her beauty. Now, it seemed she was not exaggerating. Indeed, she was a fine young lady. Madame Luo felt delighted, saying, "What a lovely young girl. Not only is she beautiful, but she also captured the prince of the enemy country. Such bravery is not something an ordinary young lady can compare to." And Zaya, hearing this, was not pleased and quickly replied, "Oh, my family's general said that she was just lucky. Otherwise, capturing a prince from the enemy country is not easy. A young lady should be virtuous and graceful."
Meining er sich.
Upon hearing this, Madame Luo's eyes turned slightly red as she looked at Fu Ning with pity. Wasn't it because no one taught her that she ventured into dangerous situations? "You girl, it's a festive day for the old lady. Why say such things?" Outside, Madame Shin, the wife of Duke Dingxi, could not bear her sister-in-law belittling Fu Ning and scolded loudly. Elder sister-in-law has arrived. And Zaya quickly changed the subject upon seeing her sister-in-law come over, not knowing how to continue otherwise. In her heart, Fu Ning was indeed wonderful. Yes, I brought a few younger ones with me. Yenna, why aren't you here to greet the old lady? Madame Shin said to Xian, who was behind her. The second branch had asked her to bring Xian and Wuya over. The young ladies were getting older and needed to socialize less, or their marriage prospects would be delayed. Of course, the most important thing was that she wanted to see if Nzaiwans had suitable young ladies. Originally, she didn't want to bother with the second branch because of how they treated Nzaiwans. But the old lady said the children were innocent, and as the eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Shin felt responsible for helping them find good matches. While Wuya accompanied Xian to greet the old lady, her head, which was slightly bowed, accidentally swept across Fu Ning's face. Her smile instantly froze. It was a face that Wuya was very familiar with, as the portrait of this face was known by almost everyone in the academy. How could she be here? Wuya had come this time with the intention of plotting against Fu Ning, taking advantage of Lu Huan being busy with the imperial examination and not by her side, making it the perfect opportunity to act against Fu Ning. But why was the little saintess's face here? While she was lost in thought, Xian pulled her and cheerfully greeted Zaya and Fu Ning. When Xian called her princess, Wuya was even more confused. So Fu Ning is the little saintess? Well, that's just great. This time, she didn't need to lift a finger. The opportunity came to her automatically. As the time for the birthday banquet approached, more and more guests arrived. Besides countless officials and their families, there were many noble ladies and young women. After some polite conversation with the old lady Luo, Shun was about to sit with her sister-in-law when she suddenly heard Wuya exclaim in shock, pointing at Fu Ning, You are from Wuya Pavilion? No wonder you could capture the Prince of Yan and earn a title of princess for yourself. I didn't expect you even tricked the emperor. Wuya Pavilion. Wasn't that the merchant organization that had been wanted by the emperor for decades? How could the princess, personally named by the emperor, be someone from Wuya Pavilion? Is it true or not? The guests' eyes burned with curiosity. Meanwhile, several ladies from the Weiyuan Marquis' residence glared at Wuya in displeasure. If it weren't for the shocking mention of Wuya Pavilion, they would have thrown her out already. What day is it today that she dares to cause such a scene? Shen also glared angrily at Xian, thinking, wasn't she just a distant relative? How could she embarrass them like this? And Xian was so scared, she didn't dare to breathe. Wuya was someone her mother told her to treat well. She couldn't afford to offend her. And Zaya was about to explode when Fu Ning held her back. She stood up and slapped Wuya hard. The loud sound stunned everyone. After the slap, Fu Ning raised an eyebrow and said, You don't bow to me, and yet you have the courage to point at me? How dare she accuse someone else? This could clear Wuya Pavilion's name. Otherwise, would she have to change its name in the future? Wow, she really acted without hesitation. No wonder she was the princess who could capture a foreign prince. All the women present silently admired her. Wuya was stunned, covering her cheek and angrily shouted, You lowly person! How dare you hit me? Without saying a word, Fu Ning pulled Wuya's hand away from her face and slapped her several more times until her face was swollen. Afterward, Fu Ning mocked her, saying, As a princess, hitting a shameful commoner is your honor. Wuya's eyes turned red with anger, secretly resenting that her current status couldn't compare to Fu Ning's. The thought of returning to the pavilion, where her status was still lower than Fu Ning's, made her want to rush forward and tear her apart. However, she is not completely foolish. Wuya thought for a moment, her eyes red, and knelt down to old Madame Luo, saying, Madam, I was just too surprised and disturbed everyone. My family is from near Nanlin, so I know a lot about the matters of Wuya Pavilion. She is indeed the saintess of Wuya Pavilion. Anyone from around Nanlin would recognize her portrait. If you do not believe me, you can verify it. Every saintess of Wuyue Pavilion has a crescent moon birthmark on her chest, and you can send someone to check. I believe everyone knows that Wuyue Pavilion has been wanted by the emperor for decades. I truly do not want anyone to be deceived by this woman, which is why. As she spoke, Wuyue began to cry softly. Old Madame Luo saw that her words were reasonable, but although she was a noble lady, her status was not enough to verify a first-rank princess. If something went wrong, she would offend not only the duke's residence, but also the emperor. It would not be worth the risk for someone whose identity was unknown. She was about to brush the matter aside, as today was her birthday, and she did not want to bring misfortune upon herself. Madame Wang, the sister-in-law of the favored concubine, noticed that old Madame Luo did not want to investigate further and said, "Since there are doubts, and the old madam cannot intervene, why not leave it to the people from the Dali Temple to investigate? Even if it reaches the emperor, it is better to mistakenly punish someone than to let a guilty person go free. If we do not know, that is one thing, but now that the matter is out in the open, if it turns out to be true one day, everyone present will be guilty of covering it up." After she finished speaking, she signaled to the maid beside her, who got up and left. The Meng family was originally a prominent family, and the current head of the Meng family serves as the Minister of Personnel. Madame Wang's husband is the eldest son of the Meng family and currently holds the position of chief of the Dali Temple. If they could bring down Fu Ning today, it would be a great achievement. And Zia looked at Fu Ning, knowing that the old madam of the Fu family was originally the former saintess of Wuyue Pavilion, but not many people knew about this. Whether to make it public depended on Fu Ning's own wishes. If she did not want to, and Zia would find a way to refuse. Shin also felt the same way. She unconditionally stood by Fu Ning, who had saved her son. Fu Ning secretly gave them a calming look and pretended to be scared, saying, "Oh no. Is this such a big deal that we need to trouble the Dali Temple?" Madame Wang replied coldly, "If the princess is innocent, she should not fear an investigation. Otherwise, it shows you are guilty." Fu Ning scoffed, "Oh, I'm just worried you might get into trouble yourselves. I'm only trying to help you, after all. Isn't that right, Wuyue?" Wuyue found her call strange and didn't have time to think it through. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside. A group rushed in, led by Lord Meng from the Dali Temple, dressed in official robes that seemed more suited for a case investigation than a birthday celebration. He was accompanied by Lord Luo. The guests began to murmur, "What is happening? On such a joyful day, why are officials from the Dali Temple here?" Lady Luo quickly stepped forward to ask, "Lord, what is going on?" Lord Luo shook his head, equally puzzled. "The Dali Temple is investigating. Princess Kongning, you have concealed the identity of the saintess of Wuyue Pavilion and deceived the imperial favor. Your crime deserves punishment." Lord Meng stated flatly. With his command, a dozen officials surrounded the courtyard. Lady Luo's expression darkened. What was going on? What had happened to her birthday celebration? Lord Meng continued, "Princess, please come with us to avoid delaying the old lady's celebration." All the guests turned their attention to Fu Ning, waiting for her explanation. Before Fu Ning could react, another chaotic noise erupted outside. The voice of Lord Lu from the Jingzhou prefecture came through. "Officials are conducting an investigation. Please step aside." Lord Luo, holding back his frustration, asked, "Lord Lu, are you here to arrest someone as well?" "Indeed. Wuyue, originally named Wuyue, is from the Wuyue Pavilion, not a crow. She is a remnant of the Wuyue Pavilion. Arrest her," Lord Lu declared firmly. The guests exchanged confused glances, wondering who truly belonged to the Wuyue Pavilion. Wuyue and Wang were both shocked. Shouldn't their people from the Dali Temple be the ones to arrest Fu Ning? Why were the Jingzhou officials also here to capture Wuyue? This unexpected turn left them at a loss. Wuyue felt a desire to escape, but realized it would be difficult given the situation. For now, she could only observe and hope the other side lacked evidence. Lord Meng had originally come to arrest someone for a different crime but rushed over upon learning that Fu Ning was the saintess of the Wuyue Pavilion. Unfortunately, Lord Lu had exposed Wuyue's identity, and now it depended on whether they had proof that Wuya was indeed from the Wuyue Pavilion. The appearance of these two groups made the backyard of the Weiyuan Marquis' residence crowded. Fu Ning glanced at Su He, who was peeking from behind Lord Lu, and smiled slightly. It seemed things were going her way. The people from the Jingzhou prefecture and the Dali temple stood their ground against each other. Fu Ning stepped out of the hall and said with a forced smile, "All right, everyone, why make such a fuss? Let's go to the palace and let the emperor decide who is right and who is wrong." Her words stunned everyone present, especially Wu Ya and Lord Meng. How dare Fu Ning say that? Did she have some secret support they didn't know about? Lord Meng narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wu Ya to confirm if Fu Ning was truly from the Wuyue Pavilion. Wu Ya nodded slightly. She would recognize the former saintess's image even if it were turned to ash. With that, Lord Meng decided to go along with it. "Since the princess wants to go to the palace, I will accompany you." Fu Ning turned to the Jingzhou Yin and ordered, "Lord Lu, why haven't you Wu Ya yet? We can't let any traitors from the Wuyue Pavilion escape." In fact, Fu Ning's words acknowledged her identity as a member of the Wuyue Pavilion, but at that moment, everyone's focus was elsewhere. They were all going to the palace, and the emperor would decide. The guests regretted they couldn't witness the excitement.
Yes.
Lord Lu, who had been busy capturing people all night and hadn't slept, was exhausted, but his eyes sparkled with energy. What a lucky break for him. If he achieved great merit this time, he might finally leave the thankless Jingzhou prefecture. "I can walk myself," Wu Ya said arrogantly. However, the officers ignored her and directly tied her hands behind her back. Of course, they couldn't take the risk of her escaping. They couldn't bear that responsibility. Seeing Wu Ya, bound and looking pale, Fu Ning sneered, "Wu Ya, do you still not understand your identity at this point?" Wu Ya understood. It was precisely because she knew how important her identity was that she was willing to risk everything for that supreme position. However, she never expected to be humiliated in front of so many high-ranking officials today. She was filled with hatred. Once they entered the palace, she would see how Fu Ning could still act so arrogantly. Inside the emperor's hall of nourishing the heart, the group approached Emperor Wu Ling. Fu Ning, Lord Meng, and Lord Lu stepped forward to bow to the emperor. This was Fu Ning's second visit to the palace. The first was the day after she was named a princess, when Nzea brought her to express her gratitude. Wu Ya was forced to kneel in the hall. Lord Meng was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, someone has accused Princess Kong Ning of concealing her identity as the saintess of the Wuyue Pavilion and deceiving your grace. We ask your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly."
Oh.
Who made this accusation? The Emperor Wu Ling stared at the Minister of Dali with a dark expression. The Emperor's gaze made Lord Meng's heart skip a beat, but he quickly composed himself and said, "It is indeed Miss Wu Ya." Wu Ling stared at him for a moment before turning to look at the kneeling Wu Ya. Faced with a serious emperor, Wu Ya felt a moment of panic, but quickly calmed down. In this situation, it was impossible for Fu Ning to escape, so there was no need for her to lose her composure. Wu Ya lowered her head to the ground and calmly said, "Your Majesty, I did not mean to offend the princess. It's just that she looks almost exactly like the image of the saintess from Wuyue Pavilion that I have seen, which made me suspect she is from there. I am well aware of the many wrongdoings of Wuyue Pavilion, and I did not want anyone to be deceived by her. It is well known that the saintess has a crescent-shaped birthmark on her chest. I ask your Majesty to see clearly. If I am mistaken, I am willing to accept punishment." She portrayed herself as a victim fighting for justice. After hearing Wu Ya's statement, Emperor Wu Ling did not respond immediately, but turned to inquire of the Minister of Jingyao, "What brings you to the palace?" "Your Majesty," Lord Lu stepped forward respectfully and replied, "I received word from the Duke of the State last night that a large number of remnants from Wuyue Pavilion were captured, including the elder Wusong, who is the father of this young lady Wu Ya. Today, when I attempted to apprehend her, I was obstructed by Lord Meng of Dali. That is why I came to the palace with him, to seek your Majesty's guidance." Upon hearing Lord Lu's words, Wu Ya's face changed dramatically. Her father was really captured? If not, how would Lord Lu know her father's name? Could it be that they were completely defeated? Thinking of her identity being exposed, Wuya could no longer maintain her previous act of feigned grievance and collapsed to the ground. Lord Meng of Dali was also shocked. He had thought that Elder Wusong from Wiyue Pavilion was very powerful. How could he be captured so quickly after arriving in the capital? This put him in a very dangerous position. At that moment, two people walked out from the side hall, and Shiwen and Prince Zhou Heng. They approached the Emperor Wu Ling and stood beside him. And Shiwen smiled and said, "Your Majesty, see, I was right. This is a complete catch." Hearing this, Emperor Wu Ling laughed heartily. "Princess Kongning is indeed my lucky star. Wiyue Pavilion has troubled me for decades, and I never expected to resolve it completely today. It is truly delightful." Zhou Heng then "Congratulations, father, for adding another achievement." Emperor Wu Ling nodded with a smile, and then asked Lord Lu, "By the way, where are the people you captured? Bring them to me so I can see." "Your Majesty, Wu Song is being held outside the palace by General Fu, waiting for your command," replied Minister Lu. "Quickly summon him," ordered Emperor Wu Ling. Soon after, Fu Sheng dragged in a middle-aged man who had lost both legs and threw him in the center of the hall, placing him beside Wuya. Wu Song, known for his exceptional martial arts in the Wiyue Pavilion, was finally subdued by Fu Sheng and Su He, who used various techniques to restrain him. To prevent his escape, they decisively broke his legs as soon as they captured him. Seeing her father's clearly injured legs, Wu Ya's eyes turned red instantly. "You are Wu Song, the elder of Wiyue Pavilion. Why have you come to the capital?" Emperor Wu Ling asked sternly, his gaze sharp. Wu Song lay on the ground, lifting his still handsome face. He saw the gray-haired, slightly aged emperor and forced a sarcastic smile. "The former crown prince Zhou Ho has probably long forgotten how my family was exiled to Lingnan because of you." Wu Song glared at Emperor Wu Ling, each word dripping with hatred. "Your throne today was built on the blood of my family." Emperor Wu Ling squinted, studying him for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You are Song Mao?" "That's right. Did you not expect me to still be alive?" Song Mao glared at Emperor Wu Ling with resentment. Emperor Wu Ling replied coldly, "I have no regrets about the past. It is your family that deserves punishment. Back then, your father was the deputy general of Lorden, and they were close friends. However, your father betrayed Lord and to climb higher, even secretly aiding King Qin in raising private troops to plot rebellion. At that time, Emperor Wu Ling was still young and facing fierce competition for the throne. Lorden was his strongest supporter, and he thought he was secure. However, he never expected that the betrayal by Song's father would nearly ruin everything. During the previous emperor's reign, King Qin was also a strong contender, and at some point, Song's father joined King Qin's side. Thanks to Lord and support, Emperor Wu Ling eventually emerged victorious. King Qin, unwilling to accept defeat, began stockpiling resources and training private troops, preparing to rebel before the power transfer. Song's father reported all the information from Lord An's side to King Qin. If it weren't for the vigilance of Duke Fu's people, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, in the end, Emperor Wu Ling gained the upper hand and dealt a fatal to King Qin. As a supporter of the Qin king, your Song family has committed the crime of treason, which deserves severe punishment. If it weren't for Lorden pleading for your father back then, your family would have been wiped out. You should be grateful that your family is still alive, Emperor Wu Ling said angrily. If it weren't for the need to protect you, the Yin family would have been as high-ranking as the Fu family, not just marquises. Yet you repay kindness with malice, sending people to ambush the Yin family 6 years ago to seek revenge and cause division among them. You even harmed Yin Shiwen, almost costing him his life. You have a heart as cold as a wolf's. Now you want to meddle in court affairs again and harm my heirs. I regret not having wiped out your Song family back then, which has led to this disaster. Now I am at your mercy, and the truth is in your hands, Song Zhao said, surprised that the emperor knew so much about his actions, but he would not admit it. In his heart, He believed his family suffered because of Emperor Wu Ling, leading to their demise in Lingnan. He was the last male heir, having escaped to the border and joined Wu Yue Pavilion to one day seek revenge, but unfortunately, he had failed. Stubborn. Emperor Wu Ling was tired of talking. Take them to the dungeon and hold them until everything is clarified. Wait, Wu Yue said angrily, as a member of Wu Yue Pavilion. Why are you not punishing Fu Ning? She was unwilling to accept her failure. Why was Fu Ning unharmed? Today I am in a good mood, so I will tell you. Princess Kong Ning's grandmother, Wu Siyuan, is not only the wife of Duke Fu, but also my savior. Although she is a saint of Wu Yue Pavilion, she is not on the same path as you. Once you are dealt with, I will lift the bounty on Wu Yue Pavilion. From now on, Wu Yue Pavilion can operate normally in the Great Zhou, Emperor Wu Ling said. Wu Yue's expression changed drastically. It turned out that Wu Siyuan's escape was a betrayal of the emperor. She laughed. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of our master's revenge? At that moment, Fu Ning took out the pavilion master's token and waved it in front of her. You might be disappointed. You recognize this token, right? The former master of Wu Yue Pavilion, Wu Qi, has ascended. From now on, Wu Yue Pavilion belongs to me. No. Wu Yue couldn't believe her eyes. Emperor Wu Ling impatiently waved his hand. Take them away. After Song Zhao and Wu Yue were taken out, Minister Meng of the Dali Temple knelt before Emperor Wu Ling, full of regret. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Oh, what crime do you have, Minister Meng? The Emperor Wu Ling suppressed his anger and asked with authority. Not calling him meant that the emperor had developed a negative opinion of him. Lord Meng bowed his head to the ground and said, Your Majesty, I have committed a grave mistake by not investigating properly. Please punish me. He had indeed failed in his duty by convicting the princess without sufficient evidence. He hoped that by admitting his fault, the emperor might show him leniency. However, what the emperor was thinking at that moment was that, now that internal and external troubles had been resolved, it was time to remove obstacles from the crown prince's path. Especially, the influence of the second prince needed to be diminished to prevent any further bloodshed. After the 3 rounds of the imperial examination concluded, the investigation into Song Mao also came to an end. The emperor issued a decree to lift the wanted status on Wu Yue Pavilion, stating that Lady Fu was originally the saintess of Wu Yue Pavilion and held a high status. Due to the betrayal and exclusion by Song Mao and others, she was forced to flee, and since then, Wu Yue Pavilion had been controlled by the treacherous Song Mao and his associates, committing many heinous acts. Now, with Song Mao and others having been dealt with by the young saintess Princess Kong Ning, Wu Yue Pavilion would henceforth belong to her and could freely engage in trade within the Great Zhou territory. No one was allowed to trouble Wu Yue Pavilion regarding the wanted status. Of course, if Wu Yue Pavilion engaged in illegal activities, it would still face the consequences under Great Zhou law. Thus, Wu Yue Pavilion finally regained its rightful name. The second prince, having repeatedly erred due to the influence of Song Mao and others, was officially titled Prince Yan Ping and was ordered to go to his fief, prohibited from entering the capital without permission. He had completely lost his chance to claim the throne. Lord Meng of the Dali Temple was demoted by 3 ranks, while Lord Liu, the former governor of Jingyao, was promoted to the position of Dali Temple minister. Aside from her dissatisfaction with the punishment of the second prince, Fu Ning was pleased with everything else. She eagerly went to the examination hall to bring Lu Huayan home and recounted everything that had happened recently. However, after the exams, Lu Huayan was only focused on quickly planning their wedding. Lu Huayan's thoughts aligned with those of Xiao Jincheng. He felt that the year he had regained was perhaps a gift from heaven, allowing him to witness the continuation of the Xiao family. Therefore, the day after Lu Huayan finished his exams, he was invited to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. When Lu Huayan and Fu Ning arrived at the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, it was already noon. The warm sunlight shone brightly on the mansion, and as Lu Huayan held Fu Ning's hand and dismounted from his horse, he looked at her radiant smile in the sunlight, feeling as if a warm sun had settled in his heart. Lu Quan had been happily waiting nearby. Ever since the heir mentioned preparing a wedding for the second young master, he had been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He walked around the second young master's courtyard, which had been kept for him at the royal residence, and quickly started fixing the places that needed repair. Second young master, Miss Fu. The heir is waiting for you both to have lunch, Lu Quan said with a smile. Let's go, Lu Huayan said, taking Fu Ning's hand as they walked into the house. Due to Xiao Jincheng's long struggle with a virus, he had very high standards for the food. Fu Ning was very pleased when she first tried it. As she entered the dining hall and saw a table full of dishes tailored to her taste, she was truly surprised. After the three finished lunch, Xiao Jincheng took out a thick document and handed it to Lu Huayan. This was a plan he had discussed with his advisors for a long time. It detailed everything from the proposal, choosing an auspicious date, to various wedding details, covering both what they had thought of and what they hadn't. Xiao Jincheng said, after the results are announced, the palace exam will be held in mid-March, and your wedding should also be scheduled. Take a look at this document and see if there's anything missing. Lu Huayan opened the document and saw that the wedding was set for the 9th day of the 4th month, which was the closest auspicious date after the exam. He was quite satisfied with this date. Seeing that Lu Huayan seemed pleased, Xiao Jincheng continued, take a look at the bride price list. There should be another copy from the emperor, but this one is from the royal residence. Lu Huayan glanced at it briefly. He didn't really understand these customs. As long as it wasn't too extravagant for the sake of appearances, he was fine with it. However, when he saw the shares of the Jingxiaogu and Baoxian pawn shops, Lu Huayan refused, saying, Jingxiaogu and Baoxian are your properties. Keep them for yourself. The royal residence's bride price is enough. He and Ning weren't short on money, and the wealth accumulated by the northern king over the years was certainly substantial, though it hadn't fully reached them yet. By bringing up the marriage from the male side, the duke's residence could start preparing for Fu Ning's wedding. Now that it was already late February, a little over a month felt quite rushed. However, he believed that with both families' strength, the wedding would surely be well organized. After Lu Huayan reviewed the document, he handed it to Fu Ning. Fu Ning flipped through a few pages, finding the content quite complicated, and then closed it and returned it to them. As someone unfamiliar with these matters, she decided not to worry about it. After their discussion, they chose a date, and Xiao Jincheng, representing the northern king's residence, took the best matchmaker in the capital to propose. Although the old duke was reluctant, he didn't say much. Both children were good, and they were of the right age. Marriage is a natural thing, and all they need to do is make sure the wedding goes well. The wedding attire in this era is different from the phoenix crown and colorful robes that Fu Ning remembers. It resembles the dark robes of the Han Dynasty. The couple holds hands and makes vows. The main colors of the wedding attire are black and red, which Fu Ning doesn't quite understand, so she doesn't worry about it. She also doesn't plan to challenge the wedding standards of this era in the capital, so she leaves the wedding dress to be handled by the embroidery pavilion. On the 5th day of the 3rd month, the results of the examination were announced. Lu Huayan stood out as the top scorer without any doubt, which was not surprising for Fu Ning and her family. However, it caused quite a stir in the capital. The top scorer is usually a strong candidate for the palace examination's top 3. Lu Huayan was already a top scholar, and now he has become the top scorer again. If he goes on to win first place in the palace examination, he will achieve the prestigious 3 honors. This has always been the highest honor in the imperial examination system. Every scholar dreams of it, but achieving this goal is very difficult. So far, very few have succeeded. In this examination, the top 600 candidates will become tribute scholars, qualifying them to participate in the palace examination on the 15th of March. This palace examination will be presided over by the crown prince, signaling that the emperor is preparing to abdicate. The crown prince's selections will become his future team. Lu Huayan believes that as long as he performs normally, the title of top scholar seems to be within his reach, especially since the crown prince owes him a life-saving favor. After the palace examination, candidates will be ranked as follows: top 3, first place, second place, and third place. First place in the second tier. Honorable mention, with fewer than 200 others receiving the title of scholar. The rest will be in the third tier, also receiving the title of scholar. The palace examination mainly assesses current affairs, requiring candidates to express their views on current political issues. Fortunately, the examination only lasts one day, and on the 15th, candidates enter early in the morning and finish by evening. Soon, it was the day the palace examination results were announced, and Liu Huayan undoubtedly achieved first place. The crown prince stated that he did not give any favors. Having a 3 honors candidate emerge under his watch made Zhou Heng very happy. That morning, Liu Huayan put on the bright red robes of the top scholar, making him look even more outstanding, which made Fu Ning's heart flutter. And Shiwen had already reserved an excellent viewing box at the Wankai Tower for her. As soon as Liu Huayan was taken away by the officials from the Ministry of Rites, Fu Ning set off with Su He and Fu Sheng. And Shi Yan was excluded from interactions with the Fu family because of Wu Ya, so even though she knew Fu Sheng would be in the private room, she didn't dare to follow. And Shiwen took this opportunity to eliminate all remnants of Wu Yue Pavilion hidden in the Yin family, such as the second wife of An. No longer hindered by the old lady An, the top scholar rode through the streets, and Liu Huayan, being exceptionally handsome, outshone the flower scholar by a long shot. The sound of drums stirred the crowd's excitement, and the tea houses and shops on the street were bustling with activity. Everyone focused on the young talent riding in from afar, while the older folks were overlooked. The young ladies eagerly watched the procession, tossing pouches, flowers, and handkerchiefs wrapped with silver coins at those they fancied. Oh my, the top scholar is so handsome. Exactly. Good looks and great knowledge. How can anyone compete? I wonder if the top scholar is married yet. Cheers erupted, and Fu Ning watched Liu Huayan ahead of him as he skillfully twirled the riding whip, sending the tossed items flying. This was quite a sight. However, it benefited the onlookers who rushed to collect the items, which could be worth a lot even if they weren't useful. Su He laughed heartily, "Miss, I didn't know the young master had such juggling skills." And Shiwen shook his head repeatedly, while Fu Sheng just rolled his eyes. Fu Ning gazed at Liu Huayan on horseback, her eyes sparkling. She tossed a prepared red flower, which Liu Huayan caught with a smile and placed behind his ear. He then looked up at Fu Ning as if asking, "How do I look?" Fu Ning shouted back, "Husband, you look amazing." And Shiwen,
Fu Sheng.
The group gradually headed towards the royal garden, Qianglin Garden. At the Qianglin banquet, Liu Huayan politely declined the emperor's appointment. He needed to accompany Fu Ning to Nanlin, where she needed to reclaim Wu Yue Pavilion, while he aimed to eliminate the Poison Doctor Valley and find more poison for Xiao Jincheng. This was not the right time for him to take office, and the martial spirit emperor did not press him, instead restoring his identity as the second son of the Northern King. This caused quite a stir in the capital, revealing that the top scholar had a hidden identity. No wonder he could marry Princess Kongning. Indeed, society often values status, some thought darkly. After changing his name to Xiao Jinan, he officially joined the Northern King's family tree. His marriage with Fu Ning also entered the engagement phase, which meant the formal proposal. After the engagement, it was time for the wedding, and the date had already been set, so the Duke's residence was just going through the motions. All the necessary steps had been completed. Soon, the wedding day arrived. Both the Northern King's residence and the Duke of Fu's residence were decorated with lights and looked festive. Fu Ning was woken up early for a thorough grooming, makeup, and dressing up. The wedding attire and crown were crafted with great care by all the skilled artisans at the Brocade Pavilion. However, when Fu Ning saw her reflection in the mirror, her pale face, delicate brows, and a hint of red on her lips, she was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Oh dear, I wonder if this appearance will scare Liu Huayan. Oh wait, I should call him Xiao Jinan now. Miss, your fan is beautiful. It looks like it's made of peacock feathers, Su He said, admiring the fan. I'll have one made for you when you get married, Fu Ning replied. Let's skip that. I like being free and independent. Su, he quickly shook her head and handed the fan back to Fu Ning. What's a fan compared to the princess's dowry? The duke's residence gave 108 gifts, and the Marquis of Dingxi added 20 more. That's almost on par with the princess's standard, the official media praised. Now that Fu Ning had a higher status, otherwise, her excessive dowry would have been criticized. At that moment, a servant announced that the groom had arrived to fetch her. The sound of drums and gongs filled the air. Fu Ning walked into the hall to bid farewell to the Duke of Fu and her relatives, including Fu Minghui and Nzea. Fu Minghui had returned just in time for the wedding. Thankfully, there were no regrets. When Xiao Jinan entered, he bowed deeply to the Duke and Fu Minghui and his wife, saying, "Grandfather, uncle, and aunt, please rest assured to hand A Ning over to me. I will cherish her and never leave her." Fu Ning held the fan, unable to see his face, but she believed in his promise. Next, she was handed a red silk cloth, and he guided her to the bridal sedan chair, heading to the northern king's residence. During the ceremony, the tablets of the late king and Shun Xian were placed on the altar. After 3 bows, amidst the laughter of the guests, she was taken to the bridal chamber. Inside the chamber, the red candles burned brightly, and the embroidered curtains and blankets created a warm and festive atmosphere. Those who wanted to disrupt the bridal chamber were kept outside by Su He. Why her? Because the groom said she was skilled in martial arts, not afraid of offending anyone, and had been offered a good sum of money, so she reluctantly agreed. Of course, mainly, she didn't want anyone to see her lady's appearance. Fu Ning held the round fan tightly, covering her face completely, not showing even a hint of shyness. Xiao Jinan stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "My dear, what a beautiful evening to see you. I wish for a true partner to grow old together without parting. Please, move your fan so I can see your lovely face." Fu Ning was waiting for this moment, so she moved her fan aside, revealing her pale bridal makeup. Xiao Jinan was momentarily stunned, then smiled widely. "You look truly beautiful today."
Ha ha ha.
Fu Ning laughed. "Xiao Jinan, your flattery skills are getting better." "I speak the truth." "Really? Then I'll wear this kind of makeup every day for you." "Of course, my dear. You are the most beautiful, and you can wear whatever you like, as long as you are happy." As he said this, he kissed her gently on the lips to prove his sincerity. "Humph, you smooth talker, hurry and go." Fu Ning, not impressed, urged him to leave. Xiao Jinan chuckled. "All right, I'll go handle some things and be back soon. Wait for me." "Who would wait for you?" Once he left, taking the guests who were stuck outside with him, Su He came in and asked, "Miss, would you like something to eat?" "First, have someone bring me water. I need to wash my face." "Then, please bring me a bowl of sweet soup," Fu Ning replied. "Okay." Su He hurried off to get it. After enjoying the sweet soup and washing up, Fu Ning applied makeup that matched her bright red wedding dress. By the time she was ready, Xiao Jinan returned and closed the door behind him. He turned to see his stunning wife in her red wedding dress, smiling softly at him. "A Ning." He called her name softly, filled with deep emotions. Xiao Jinan quickly moved to sit beside Fu Ning, holding her hand tightly, as if afraid she might disappear. His gaze was intense, making Fu Ning blush. She rarely showed such shy annoyance, and Xiao Jinan, unable to control himself, gently lifted her chin and kissed her. As they kissed, he buried his head in her neck, breathing heavily and tenderly touching her. Xiao Jinan's warm breath on her neck sent shivers down her spine, and Fu Ning quietly murmured, "Isn't it time for the wedding wine?" "Yes, the wedding wine." Xiao Jinan snapped back to reality and hurriedly grabbed the 2 halves of a gourd filled with wine from the table. Each took a half, and after drinking, they would have a complete gourd. After the wedding wine, he could finally express his feelings freely. Xiao Jinan excitedly wrapped his arms around his wife's waist, looking at Fu Ning with deep affection. "A Ning, shall we go to the cave?" When Fu Ning met his openly enthusiastic gaze, she couldn't help but blush a little, even though she was from the modern world. She leaned her head against his chest and softly replied, "Okay." Xiao Jinan felt a strong wave of joy inside. That night, the warm red tent and the closeness of the couple were truly enchanting. 3 days later, it was time to say goodbye. The trip to Nanlin was necessary, but unfortunately, her spiritual spring water didn't have detoxifying properties, or they wouldn't need to rush. Of course, Xiao Jinan also intended to take Fu Ning on a sightseeing trip. Otherwise, it would be harder to travel once they started working or had children. After saying goodbye to their family, the three of them set off for Nanlin. In Nanlin, even though it was still chilly in the Great Zhou, it felt warm like spring here. The sun hung high in the clear sky, and the vast blue waves felt cool like summer, making it a perfect winter vacation spot. They changed into summer clothes, and Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan disguised themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was their first time in a place with such unique customs. Fu Ning thought it resembled the southern province from her past life, like a separate continent but much larger, and they had to take a boat to get there. Suhi was already filled with curiosity, standing at the bow of the boat and looking around. The sea breeze brought a faint salty scent, and the tall coconut trees on the beach were laden with fruit. They had originally planned to go to Wuyue Pavilion first, but according to the map provided by Wu Bai, they needed to take their boat from the southern dock of the Nanlin Royal City back to the island. So, they first arrived at the Nanlin Royal City. After disembarking, Suhi eagerly went to buy coconut fruit. She bought 2, had them opened, and inserted hollow reeds. She handed one to Fu Ning, who took a sip but found it a bit bland and didn't like it much, so she passed it to Xiao Jinan. Suhi, however, was not picky and squinted her eyes in enjoyment of the coconut juice she had never tasted before. The farmer said the best ones are in autumn. We came at the wrong time. Yeah, it's still pretty good. We don't have many fresh fruits in our Great Zhou at this time of year. As they walked, Fu Ning and the others enjoyed various fruits they had never seen before. Whenever they found a fruit they particularly liked, they tossed the seeds into their space to plant. By the time they reached the royal city, it was already evening, and they found an inn to stay in. The next morning, after having breakfast, the three of them headed to the southern dock. As soon as Fu Ning and the others arrived, they saw Wu Bai approaching with a big smile, saying, "I greet the holy maiden and the young master. How did you know we were coming?"
Fu Ning asked curiously.
Wu Bai replied, "After the battle in the north ended, I returned with my people. When the left guardian learned you were safe and had taken over as the leader, he instructed us to wait for you here. Holy Maiden, are you boarding the ship now?"
Fu Ning nodded, yes.
Wu Bai respectfully said, "I will make the arrangements right away." Soon, a luxurious ship slowly approached, surrounded by men and women from Wuyue Pavilion dressed in white, eagerly looking towards the shore. Today, Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan had removed their disguises, so when these people saw Fu Ning, who resembled the former Holy Maiden, they all knelt down and shouted, "Welcome back, Holy Maiden. Long live the Holy Maiden, with boundless power." Oh dear, that slogan. It almost made Fu Ning fall off the ship. "Please get up," Fu Ning said calmly, "and don't shout those slogans again in the future." Wu Bai immediately thanked her and replied, "Yes, we will follow the Holy Maiden's orders." Fu Ning raised an eyebrow, deciding not to dwell on it. The ship slowly sailed deeper into the sea. There wasn't much entertainment on board, so Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan, newlyweds, spent their time together. Su He, feeling bored, decided to learn fishing with a few disciples from Wuyue Pavilion. In the evening, Su He perked up and looked into the distance. "Wu Bai, there is a ship approaching. It might not have good intentions. We need to be careful," Su He warned. The others also noticed the rapidly approaching ship. Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan sensed danger and stepped out of the cabin, standing at the bow of the ship. "Wu Bai, can you guess where they're coming from? Could they be pirates?" Wu Bai shook his head. "It's unlikely. Pirates usually operate at night, and this route only leads to our island. They wouldn't come here. Pirates are known for robbing and tend to avoid strong opponents. Wuyue Pavilion has a great reputation, so pirates wouldn't want to provoke them. In that case, please have the weaker disciples hide in the cabin," Fu Ning instructed. "Understood," Wu Bai replied. With the young master present, he wasn't worried about the Holy Maiden's safety at all. While they were talking, 2 large ships had already closed in. One on the left and one on the right. They seemed intent on trapping Fu Ning's ship in between. Both sides gathered at the bow, facing each other. Elder, they say Wuyu Pavilion is full of handsome men and beautiful women. Look at all the beauties on that ship, especially the one in front. She looks like a fairy. Someone on the other ship shouted excitedly. The old man with a long beard looked at Fu Ning with a sly smile. That's right, I heard their saintess has returned. Maybe this woman is her. Are you from the Poison Doctor Valley? Fu Ning had already figured out their origin. Each of them had dark circles under their eyes, looking quite abnormal. The young lady is quite clever. Just surrender, and we might let you live a few more days, the old man said arrogantly. Are you here for revenge? Fu Ning continued to guess.
Exactly.
You killed the younger brother of our valley master. Do you think our Poison Doctor Valley is easy to bully? The old man's anger flared up. In the past, they might have feared the Witch Moon Pavilion, but times had changed. On one hand, the Poison Doctor Valley was growing stronger, while the Witch Moon Pavilion had been worn down by the Great Zhou Kingdom to the point where they dared not show their faces. They could only engage in sneaky activities, which was disgraceful, especially after learning that Wu Qi had ascended, and the position of the master was now held by a little saintess who had been wandering outside. There was nothing left to fear. They came prepared this time, determined to take down the Witch Moon Pavilion. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, the old man with the long beard said with a greedy look, "The saintess is so lovely, why not?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Jinin's sword energy struck, and the old man's head fell to the ground in an instant. The members of the Poison Doctor Valley panicked. Is this even human? From such a distance, she could use sword energy to behead someone. What incredible inner strength. It's over. They must have kicked a hard rock. An elder on another ship saw this and waved his hand in panic. Retreat. Originally, the Valley Master's order was to hold off the outside help. They didn't need to fight hard here. Fu Ning naturally wouldn't let them escape so easily. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Jinin, and they each threw a vial of medicine into the air above a ship, unleashing sword energy as the powder scattered down. It's poisonous. Jump to another ship. Once the commotion died down, Fu Ning ordered, Go. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Yes. Wu Bai, still shaken, led the team to deal with the remaining members of the Poison Doctor Valley. Wow, I didn't expect the Saintess to be this powerful. The fight hadn't even started, and the enemy was already falling apart. This is so satisfying. In the Witch Moon Pavilion Sanctuary, Left Guardian Wu Qing was directing everyone to repair various areas of the pavilion, making sure to create a good impression for the Saintess. At that moment, the Eastern Master rushed over in a panic and shouted, Left Protector, something is wrong. The leader of the Poison Doctor Valley is coming with a large group. Wu Qing frowned. What does he want? I'm not sure. By the time I got the news, Luo Tian had already forced his way to the mountain gate. The disciples guarding the gate are no match for him and can't stop him. Let's go out and take a look. Wu Qing walked outside with a very serious expression. As he walked, he asked, Do you know how many people he brought? At least 300 or 400. Quickly notify the disciples in the hall to gather at the Sacred Hall Square.
Yes.
The evening glow illuminated the Sacred Hall Square, making the surrounding buildings look even more solemn and majestic. Luo Tian, the leader of the Poison Doctor Valley, wore a dark blue robe, a silver crown, and black boots, leading a group of skilled fighters with a fierce demeanor. They come with bad intentions, Wu Qing concluded in his mind. The disciples of Wuyu Pavilion also gathered, and Wu Qing stood on the steps, looking down at Luo Tian in the square with his hands behind his back, proudly asking, Leader Luo, why do you come here with such a large force? Luo Tian scanned all the people in the square and, seeing that all the core members were present, felt very satisfied. His goal was to take down Wuyu Pavilion completely. Left Protector, you really know how to feign ignorance. Your people from Wuyu Pavilion caused the death of my brother, Luo Qi. What do you think I am here for? Wu Qing's expression darkened. He had heard about the incident involving Huan Nu and Luo Qi, but external matters were usually handled by the right protector, who is now also dead. It was only natural for them to seek revenge. However, he wouldn't back down. Wu Qing retorted, Luo Qi was involved in criminal activities and clearly died at the hands of the Northern King. You dare not seek revenge on him, yet you think Wu Pavilion is an easy target? Luo Tian laughed loudly. Without the filthy slaves you trained, my brother would not have died young. Today, I come to seek justice, and it is only right. Wu Qing, you are no match for us now. If you don't want to harm the innocent, you and your core members should all take your own lives to atone, and I will spare the other disciples.
Don't try to sow discord.
Wu Qing shouted angrily, seeing Luo Tian's shamelessness for the first time. Luo Tian, do you dare to fight me? As soon as he said this, the disciples of Wu Yu Pavilion drew their swords, pointing the tips at Luo Tian and his group, shouting in unison, Do you dare to fight? Luo Tian sneered. Heh, no wonder this organization has existed for over 1,000 years. They really work together. I want to see how you will respond. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly echoed around them, growing closer. The elder in charge squinted to see better, his expression changing drastically. He said to Wu Qing, Ah Qing, look. At that moment, it was getting dark, but they could still see countless, various poisonous insects crawling from a distance. Wu Qing's face also turned serious. There were so many insects, clearly poisonous ones, flying in the air and crawling on the ground. They were so small that it was hard to defend against them, and once they got on someone, it would be troublesome. The East Master quickly sent people to light all the lanterns to prevent the insects from becoming harder to deal with in the dark. He also sent some to prepare torches, as fire might be useful. What will it be, Wu Qing? Will you choose to end your own life or fight these poisonous insects? Luo Tian looked at Wu Qing, whose expression had changed. If you choose to end your life now, I can at least leave you with a complete body. Otherwise, everyone will meet their end at the mouths of these insects, leaving no trace behind. The members of Wu Yu Pavilion saw Wu Qing hesitate and shouted, Left Protector, don't listen to his threats. We vow to stand with Wu Yu Pavilion until the end. Surrounded by the poisonous insects, even though they were skilled fighters, the sheer number of insects made them feel terrified and anxious. But they would not surrender easily. What's this? Do you really want to die with him? Luo Tian flicked his sleeve, and some insects flew directly into the eyes of the nearest Wu Yu Pavilion disciple. Even though he closed his eyes in time, the insect still managed to slip in through the gaps in his eyelids and burrow into his eye. The disciple let out a chilling scream, trying to claw out the insect, but it moved in and out of his body, creating bloody holes, and in just a moment, he died a tragic death. This scene left all the members of Wu Yu Pavilion pale with fear. At that moment, the West Master stepped forward and said sternly, Luo Master, your brother is just one person, yet you want all of us core members to die with him. This is too much. The South Master agreed. Exactly, Luo Master. Your actions are asking for the entire Wu Yu Pavilion to accompany your brother to death. Luo Tian looked at the West Master and then at the South Master, thinking for a moment before saying, What you both say makes sense. How about this? I will no longer demand the lives of all core members. As long as you hand over Wu Qing and the elder in charge, this matter will be settled. You surely won't have any objections to that, right? How dare you think that your tricks can threaten us? If you have the guts, come and fight us directly. I can't stand your deceitful faces, the East and North leaders shouted angrily. However, as soon as they finished speaking, 2 more disciples were bitten by the poisonous insects and, like the previous one, were eaten away until nothing remained. Everyone fell silent. The power of the insects was too strong, and everyone's faces turned pale. The West leader spoke again. Lord Luo, I am willing to sacrifice myself in place of the protector. Is my life not worth enough for your brother's revenge? If that's not enough, I will join in as well, the South leader added. Please spare the disciples in the hall. Luo Tian laughed loudly, mocking Wu Qing. I didn't expect you to be such a coward, wanting others to die for you. It seems the disciples of Wu Yu Pavilion mean nothing to you. The law elder frowned and said quietly, "I feel something is off." "What's off?" the East leader asked, confused. "It seems the South and West leaders are trying to pressure the left protector." "The law elder is indeed sharp," the North leader agreed. Now all the difficult choices fell on Wu Qing, whether to choose his own death or let others die. Either way, it would be a heavy to Wu Yu Pavilion. Facing the greatest crisis of his life, Wu Qing felt angry but managed to stay calm and clear-headed. He said helplessly, "You don't need to sacrifice yourselves for my life. But can you really hide your betrayal from others? Do you think you will survive with the return of the Saintess?" As soon as he said this, everyone in Wu Yu Pavilion looked tense. "Left Protector, how can you speak such nonsense?" The West leader pretended to be insulted, and the South leader did the same. He said sadly, "It's truly disappointing to be misunderstood. Since this is the case, please decide for yourself. We won't interfere." With that, the two left with their followers. Once they were gone, Luo Tian adjusted his robe, brushed off imaginary dust, and posed like a wise hermit. "All right, anyone who doesn't want to die should leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't give you a second chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong and strange smell suddenly filled the air just as the insects were about to attack the disciples of Wu Yue Pavilion. The insects lost control and surged toward Luo Tian and his group. Luo Tian shouted angrily, "Who goes there?" Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan gracefully descended from the darkness, throwing powder at Luo Tian and his companions without hesitation. By the time Luo Tian and his group realized the danger and tried to retreat, it was already too late. The insects crazily rushed toward the powder, and in just a moment, a large portion of the people from the Poison Doctor Valley had perished in the chaotic attack. The members of Wu Yue Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief and turned their gazes to Fu Ning as she landed. Tears filled their eyes as they saw her. They were overjoyed. The Saintess has returned. They were saved. Everyone in Wu Yue Pavilion knelt in welcome, saying, "Welcome back, Saintess. May you live for ages, with boundless power."
Get up.
Fu Ning raised her hand. Wu Qing excitedly said, "Little Saintess, we have searched for many years and finally awaited your return." Fu Ning looked at Wu Qing, noticing his graying hair and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but his face still showed signs of the handsome youth he once was. Indeed, there were no unattractive people in Wu Yue Pavilion. Fu Ning nodded. "I'm glad I returned in time. You've worked hard all these years." She then walked up the steps and stood beside Wu Qing. The screams of the people from Poison Doctor Valley being attacked by the insects echoed in the air. Luo Tian glared at Fu Ning. "You are the Saintess of Wu Yue Pavilion?" He never expected that the trap he set would backfire on his own people. "That's right," Fu Ning sneered, her voice firm. "Those who trespass into Wu Yue Pavilion shall die." "Just because of you?" Luo Tian dismissed the words of a young girl, a dark smile on his face. "It's even better that you're here. I will capture all of you at once." "Such arrogance. With your insects, you might have a chance, but without them, Luo Tian, you old fool, let's see how I take your life." Wu Qing drew his sword and charged at Luo Tian. Luo Tian instructed his companions to take on Wu Qing's challenge while he personally moved to capture Fu Ning. As long as he caught the Saintess of Wu Yue Pavilion, he was confident the others would surrender. He leaped into the air, moving as fast as lightning toward Fu Ning. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared from the side, cutting through the air toward Luo Tian, who was split in two but continued to rush toward Fu Ning. Fu Ning felt a tightness around her waist as someone lifted her into the air, and soon she found herself on the roof of the temple. The spot where she had been standing was now marked only by a pool of blood and the remains of Luo Tian. Leaning in Xiao Jinan's embrace, Fu Ning looked down at the scene below and remarked, "I didn't expect to resolve the Poison Doctor Valley so easily." Xiao Jinan smiled at his wife, saying, "This is likely thanks to the traders from Wu Yu Pavilion who weren't present today." "That's true. Thanks to them gathering everyone together, we could eliminate the Poison Doctor Valley without any effort, and we also cleared out the traders in one go."
Fu Ning solli.
The two leaders from the southwest were both under Wu Song, so it was normal for them to betray. Under the night sky, The fierce battle in the square was about to reach a conclusion, and the people from the Poison Doctor Valley, sensing defeat, attempted to flee. Fu Ning would not allow them to escape. Channeling her inner strength, she declared loudly, "All disciples of Wuyu Pavilion, follow my orders. Kill without mercy." If they were ordinary people, she might have shown some leniency, but these were dangerous poison doctors who played with lives. Leaving them alive would only lead to more innocent victims, and she would not permit that. "Understood. We will kill without mercy." The disciples of Wuyu Pavilion responded. The previously retreating leaders from the South and West Halls, along with their subordinates, were now in a panic. "What should we do, Hall Master? The little saintess is back. Is there still time for us to return?" They had thought they could take down Wuyu Pavilion with the help of the Poison Doctor Valley, but they never expected that the little saintess would be so powerful. They had truly underestimated her. "It's too late. We need to leave quickly by boat." However, when they arrived at the dock, they were met with the furious gazes of Wu Bai and others. Su He, holding a soft sword, smiled and said, "Traitors of Wuyu Pavilion, kill without mercy." This night was destined to be an unsettled one. As dawn broke, Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan remained energetic despite not having slept. They sat on the dazzling golden throne high in the temple. Others were still caught up in the excitement of defeating the Poison Doctor Valley. "Saintess, should I have someone prepare food for you?" Wu Qing asked respectfully. "No need." Fu Ning waved her hand. The law elder stepped forward and said, "Saintess, the South and West Hall Masters have betrayed us. Should we capture them?" Before Fu Ning could respond, Su He rushed in excitedly, "Miss, we have finished dealing with the traitors." Behind her was a weary Wu Bai. Fu Ning smiled in satisfaction. "Very good. Thank you for your hard work." Wu Qing looked intently at Su He, who returned his gaze. She felt a surge of joy and knelt on one knee, saying, "Disciple greets Master Ancestor." Good child. You must be Xiao He." Wu Qing exclaimed excitedly as he lifted Su He up. "Yes. Master Ancestor knows me?" "Yes, Qinger mentioned you to me." "You truly are remarkable." Su He smiled and said, "He. Master also showed me your portrait, so I recognized you right away." Fu Ning stood up and approached them, saying, "All right, since you have recognized each other, Xiao He, you should stay and help Wu Qing rebuild Wuyu Pavilion." "Miss, are you going to leave me behind again?" Su He said unhappily. Fu Ning tapped her forehead and replied, "I'm not leaving you behind. The pavilion has suffered greatly and needs someone like you to help rebuild. Can you bear to leave all this responsibility to Wu Qing alone and not lend him a hand?" Su He looked at the tired Wu Qing, who had fought all night, and finally said, "All right." Fu Ning nodded in satisfaction. "Wu Qing, the pavilion is in your hands. Remember, do not keep any entertainers. Ask the current ladies about their thoughts and arrange suitable places for them. My husband and I have personal matters to attend to and will be away for a while." "Yes, I will not fail my mission," Wu Qing said seriously. Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan arrived at the southernmost town of the Southern Lin Kingdom. The food here was mostly seafood. After choosing a larger inn to stay in, they had their meals in the inn's lobby. "Hey, have you heard? The number of missing people has been increasing lately, especially those from out of town. Who knows who's behind it? Before, they only targeted strong men, but now they seem to be taking anyone, regardless of gender. Could it be that they are being taken for mining? Who knows? If it's for mining, at least they might not die right away. Maybe they can wait for the authorities to rescue them." Upon hearing about the missing strong men, Fu Ning couldn't help but think of those being fed poison in the basement of the Northern King's mansion. She said, "Husband, could it be the Poison Doctor's Valley?" "Don't worry, we will find out soon," Xiao Jinan replied. Fu Ning also considered their status as outsiders and wondered if they had already been targeted. After their meal, the two returned to their room to wash up and rest. In the quiet night, the sound of insects was particularly clear. Two shadowy figures silently entered the suite where Fu Ning and her husband were staying. As the black-clothed man near the bed was about to scatter the powder in his hand, Xiao Jinan kicked it away. With a muffled grunt from the man, There was a loud crash as something heavy hit the ground. Fu Ning quickly turned and appeared in front of another black-clothed man, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach.
Ugh.
The man's face turned red from the pain, and before he could scream, Fu Ning kicked him hard in the lower back. The man felt as if his back had broken, overwhelmed by the agony. Both men were thrown into the outer guest room. Poor them. They barely had time to catch their breath before they were knocked out, yet they dared not cry out for help, fearing it would attract others from the inn. Fu Ning admired their ability to endure pain. She approached them and coldly asked, "Are you from the Poison Doctor Valley?" The two black-clothed men were startled but quickly composed themselves, determined to remain silent. Fu Ning, not wanting to waste time, quickly administered a sedative. Soon, she learned that they were indeed from the Poison Doctor Valley. Their leader had recently developed a new drug that had caused many deaths, forcing them to find more people to bring back. With the leader absent, the captured individuals were temporarily held in the valley to work. After confirming the location of the Poison Doctor Valley, Fu Ning put the two black-clothed men to sleep and tossed them into a storage room in her space before going back to sleep. In the morning, the market was quiet. After having breakfast, Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan rode towards the Poison Doctor Valley. At the foot of the mountain, they stored their horses in the space. Looking around, they noticed no obvious dangers besides the poisonous mist. After taking detoxification pills, they quietly made their way up the mountain, carefully observing their surroundings. They first entered a cave, then passed through a bamboo forest, went by a foul-smelling lake, and finally arrived at the edge of a smooth cliff. Fu Ning released the two black-clothed men from her space. Still groggy, they followed Fu Ning's instructions to signal, and soon a bridge was lowered from the opposite cliff. Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan each took one black-clothed man and started across the bridge. As they neared the end, the guards on the other side sensed something was wrong. The guards intended to break the bridge, but Fu Ning and Xiao Jinan reacted quickly, using a cloud of powder to incapacitate the two guards. Once they entered the territory of the Poison Doctor Valley, Xiao Jinan dealt with the two black-clothed men. Fu Ning looked around and saw that there were at least 100 people busy in the valley. Behind them, there were two groups of children, all about the same age, with some adults teaching them to identify herbs. Fu Ning quietly asked, "What will happen to all these people? And the children?" "This place is just as Master described. The valley is indeed full of herbs, but unfortunately, most of what is being grown now is poisonous. These busy herbal farmers won't live long. They're already poisoned," Xiao Jinan sighed. "So, they capture people not only to test the herbs and raise insects but also to make them work?" Fu Ning was shocked by the actions of these people. Xiao Jinan nodded. "Yes, we will give them antidotes and let them leave with their children. How long they live depends on their luck." "Okay." As they were discussing, a group of disciples from the Poison Doctor Valley rushed over, angrily asking, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Poison Doctor Valley?" Xiao Jinan had no intention of talking to them. He drew his sword and attacked, and soon blood was everywhere. In no time, all the remaining disciples of the Poison Doctor Valley were defeated. The herbalists and children trembled in fear, huddling together. Fu Ning shouted, "Don't be afraid. We are here to save you. I will give each of you an antidote. Adults, take your children and leave immediately." When the herbalists heard they could leave, they all knelt down, saying, "Thank goodness. Finally, someone has come to save us. Thank you, hero, for saving us." For a moment, the valley was filled with their joyful sobs. Most of these people were in rags, with many injuries and rotting flesh, while only a few newcomers had decent clothes. Seeing their grateful eyes, Fu Ning felt a pang of sympathy and quickly said, "Get up. Form a line. One healthy person should take one child."
"Yes."
After these people lined up to receive the antidotes and left, Xiao Jinan cleared out the remaining hidden disciples of the Poison Doctor Valley. "What should we do next?"
Fu Ning asked.
Xiao Jinan replied, "First, we need to collect valuables and useful poisons, then clear out the insect people in each secret room, and finally set fire to the valley. We can't leave any of these herbs behind. There were about 10 secret rooms here, each housing countless insect people. Fu Ning and Lu Huan burned through each room until they finally set fire to the herb garden outside. By the time they finished, it was almost dark. Looking at the large fire before them, Fu Ning asked, "Do we have the antidote for the elder?" Xiao Jinan shook his head. "No, but I found a special detox medicine. I'll have someone send it back for him to try." "Okay, if that doesn't work, we'll keep looking. All right, you go into the cave, and I'll clear this place."
Sure.
After Fu Ning entered the space, Xiao Jinan raised his hand, using his energy to strike the valley walls.
Boom. Boom.
With each loud sound, stones flew everywhere, and the entire valley shook. The valley was completely destroyed, and from then on, there would be no more Poison Dr. Valley in this world. Fu Ning came out of the space and handed a cup of spring water to Xiao Jinan. "Drink this." "Okay." Seeing Xiao Jinan's face covered in soot and their white clothes stained with blood and smoke, Fu Ning couldn't help but laugh. If anyone saw us like this, they would be terrified. "There won't be anyone here. After we go down the mountain, we can wash up in the cave."
All right.
It was indeed time to leave. However, just as they descended the mountain, they encountered two herbalists, and their eyes met. The herbalists turned and ran, their sharp screams piercing the air.
Ghost.
End of the book. Thank you to everyone who followed along to this point. Your support is my motivation to write. The next book will start in May, so those who enjoy strong female lead stories can stay tuned. Lastly, if you think this book was good, please leave a positive review.